March 1661. March 1st. All the morning at the office. Dined at home only upon fish, and Mr. Shepley and Tom Hayter with me. After dinner Mr. Shepley and I in private talking about my lord's intentions to go speedily into the country, but to what end we know not. We fear he is to go to sea with this fleet now preparing. But we wish that he could get his L4000 per annum settled before he do go. Then he and I walked into London, he to the Wardrobe and I to Whitefriars, and saw The Bondman acted, an excellent play and well done. But above all that ever I saw, Betterton do the bondman the best. Then to my father's and found my mother ill. After staying a while with them, I went home and sat up late, spending my thoughts how to get money to bear me out in my great expense at the coronation, against which all provide, and scaffold setting up in every street. I had many designs in my head to get some, but know not which will take. To bed. 2d. Early with Mr. Moore about Sir Paul Neale's business with my uncle and other things all the morning. Dined with him at Mr. Crewe's, and after dinner I went to the theatre, where I found so few people, which is strange, and the reason I did not know, that I went out again, and so to Salisbury Court, where the house as full as could be. And it seems it was a new play, The Queen's Mask, wherein there are some good humours, among others, a good jeer to the old story of the siege of Troy, making it to be a common country tale. But above all it was strange to see so little a boy as that was to act Cupid, which is one of the greatest parts in it. Then home and to bed. 3rd, Lord's Day. Mr. Woodcock preached at our church a very good sermon upon the imaginations of the thoughts of man's heart being only evil. So home, where being told that my lord had sent for me I went, and got there to dine with my lord, who is to go into the country tomorrow. I did give up the mortgage made to me by Sir R. Parkhurst for L2000. In the Abbey all the afternoon. Then at Mr. Pierce's the surgeon, where Shepley and I supped. So to my lord's, who comes in late and tells us how news is come today of Mazarin's being dead, which is very great news and of great consequence. 285 I lay tonight with Mr. Shepley here, because of my lord's going tomorrow. 4th. My lord went this morning on his journey to Hinchingbrooke, Mr. Parker with him. The chief business being to look over and determine how, and in what manner, his great work of building shall be done. Before his going he did give me some jewels to keep for him, viz. That the King of Sweden did give him, with the King's own picture in it, most excellently done. And a brave George, all of diamonds, and this with the greatest expressions of love and confidence that I could imagine or hope for, which is a very great joy to me. To the office all the forenoon. Then to dinner and so to Whitehall to Mr. Coventry about several businesses, and then with Mr. Moore, who went with me to drink a cup of ale, and after some good discourse then home and sat late talking with Sir W. Batten. So home and to bed. 5th. With Mr. Pierce, purser, to Westminster Hall, and there met with Captain Cuttance, Lieutenant Lambert, and Pierce, surgeon, thinking to have met with the Commissioners of Parliament, but they not sitting, we went to the Swan, where I did give them a barrel of oysters. And so I to my ladies and there dined, and had very much talk and pleasant discourse with my lady, my esteem growing every day higher and higher in her and my lord. So to my father Bowyer's where my wife was, and to the Commissioners of Parliament, and there did take some course about having my lord's salary paid tomorrow when the Charles is paid off, but I was troubled to see how high they carry themselves, when in good truth nobody cares for them. So home by coach and my wife. I then to the office, where Sir Williams both and I set about making an estimate of all the officers' salaries in ordinary in the Navy till 10 o'clock at night. So home, and I with my head full of thoughts how to get a little present money, I eat a bit of bread and cheese, and so to bed. 6th. At the office all the morning. At dinner Sir W. Batten came and took me and my wife to his house to dinner, my lady being in the country, where we had a good Lenten dinner. Then to Whitehall with Captain Cuttle, and there I did some business with Mr. Coventry, and after that home, thinking to have had Sir W. Batten, and to have eat a wig 286 at my house at night. But my lady being come home out of the country ill by reason of much rain that has fallen lately, and the waters being very high, we could not, and so I home and to bed. 7th. This morning Sir Williams both went to Woolwich to sell some old provisions there. I to Whitehall, and up and down about many businesses. Dined at my lord's, then to Mr. Crewe to Mr. Moore, and he and I to London to Guildhall to see the seamen paid off, but could not without trouble, and so I took him to the Fleece Tavern, where the pretty woman that Llewellyn lately told me the story of dwells, but I could not see her. Then towards home and met Spicer, D. Vines, Rudyard, and a company more of my old acquaintance, and went into a place to drink some ale, and there we stayed playing the fool till late, and so I home. At home met with ill news that my hopes of getting some money for the Charles were spoiled through Mr. Waitha's perverseness, which did so vex me that I could not sleep at night. But I wrote a letter to him to send tomorrow morning for him to take my money for me, and so with good words I thought to coy with him. To bed. 8th. All the morning at the office. At noon Sir W. Batten, Colonel Slingsby and I by coach to the Tower, to Sir John Robinson's, to dinner, where great good cheer. High company, among others the Duchess of Albemarle, who is ever a plain homely dowdy. After dinner, to drink all the afternoon. Towards night the Duchess and ladies went away. Then we set to it again till it was very late. And at last came in Sir William Wale, almost fuddled. And because I was set between him and another, only to keep them from talking and spoiling the company, as we did to others, he fell out with the Lieutenant of the Tower, but with much ado we made him understand his error, and then all quiet. And so he carried Sir William Batten and I home again in his coach, and so I almost overcome with drink went to bed. I was much contented to ride in such state into the Tower, and be received among such high company, while Mr. Mount, my Lady Duchess's gentleman usher, stood waiting at table, whom I ever thought a man so much above me in all respects, also to hear the discourse of so many high cavaliers of things past. It was a great content and joy to me. 9th. To Whitehall and there with Mr. Creed took a most pleasant walk for 2 hours in the park, which is now a very fair place. Here we had a long and candid discourse one to another of one another's condition, and he giving me an occasion I told him of my intention to get L60 paid me by him for a gratuity for my labour extraordinary at sea. Which he did not seem unwilling to, and therefore I am very glad it is out. To my lord's, where we found him lately come from Hinchingbroke, where he left my uncle very well, but my aunt not likely to live. I stayed and dined with him. He took me aside, and asked me what the world spoke of the king's marriage. Which I answering as one that knew nothing, he inquired no further of me. But I do perceive by it that there is something in it that is ready to come out that the world knows not of yet. After dinner into London to Mrs. Turner's and my father's, made visits, and then home, where I sat late making of my journal for 4 days past, and so to bed. 10th, Lord's Day. Heard Mr. Mills in the morning, a good sermon. Dined at home on a poor Lenten dinner of coleworts and bacon. In the afternoon again to church, and there heard one Castle, whom I knew of my year at Cambridge. He made a dull sermon. After sermon came my uncle and Aunt White to see us, and we sat together a great while. Then to reading and at night to bed. 11th. At the office all the morning, dined at home and my father and Dr. Thos. Pepys with him upon a poor dinner, my wife being abroad. After dinner I went to the theatre, and there saw Love's Mistress done by them, which I do not like in some things as well as their acting in Salisbury Court. At night home and found my wife come home, and among other things she hath got her teeth new done by La Roche, and are indeed now pretty handsome, and I was much pleased with it. So to bed. 12th. At the office about business all the morning, so to the Exchange, and there met with Nick Osborne lately married, and with him to the Fleece, where we drank a glass of wine. So home, where I found Mrs. Hunt in great trouble about her husband's losing of his place in the excise. From thence to Guildhall, and there set my hand to the book before Colonel King for my sea pay, and blessed be God. They have cast me at midshipman's pay, which do make my heart very glad. So, home, and there had Sir W. Batten and my lady and all their company and Captain Brown and his wife to a collation at my house till it was late, and then to bed. 13th. Early up in the morning to read the Seaman's Grammar and Dictionary, I lately have got, which do please me exceeding well. At the office all the morning, dined at home, and Mrs. Turner, the Joyce, and Mr. Armiger, and my father and mother with me, where they stand till I was weary of their company and so away. Then up to my chamber, and there set papers and things in order, and so to bed. 14th. With Sir W. Batten and Pen to Mr. Coventry's, and there had a dispute about my claim to the place of purveyor of petty provisions, and at last to my content did conclude to have my hand to all the bills for these provisions and Mr. Turner to purvey them, because I would not have him to lose the place. Then to my lord's, and so with Mr. Creed to an alehouse, where he told me a long story of his amours at Portsmouth to one of Mrs. Boat's daughters, which was very pleasant. Dined with my lord and lady, and so with Mr. Creed to the theatre, and there saw King and No King, well acted. Thence with him to the Cock alehouse at Temple Bar, where he did ask my advice about his amours, and I did give him it, which was to inquire into the condition of his competitor, who is a son of Mr. Gaudens, and that I promised to do for him, and he to make what use he can of it to his advantage. Home and to bed. 15th. At the office all the morning. At noon Sir Williams both and I at a great fish dinner at the Dolphin, given us by 2 tax merchants, and very merry we were till night, and so home. This day my wife and Paul went to see my Lady Kingston, her brother's lady. 16th. Early at Sir W. M. Penn's, and there before Mr. Turner did reconcile the business of the purveyance between us two. Then to Whitehall to my lord's, and dined with him, and so to Whitefriars and saw the Spanish curate, in which I had no great content. So home, and was very much troubled that will. Stayed out late, and went to bed early, intending not to let him come in, but by and by he comes and I did let him in, and he did tell me that he was at Guildhall helping to pay off the seamen, and cast the books late. Which since I found to be true. So to sleep, being in bed when he came. 17th, Lord's Day. At church in the morning, a stranger preached a good honest and painful sermon. My wife and I dined upon a chine of beef at Sir W. Batten's, so to church again. Then home, and put some papers in order. Then to supper at Sir W. Batten's again, where my wife by chance fell down and hurt her knees exceedingly. So home and to bed. 18th. This morning early Sir W. Batten went to Rochester, where he expects to be chosen Parliament man. At the office all the morning, dined at home and with my wife to Westminster, where I had business with the Commissioner for paying the seamen about my lord's pay, and my wife at Mrs. Hunt's. I called her home, and made inquiry at Greatorex's and in other places to hear of Mr. Barlow, thinking to hear that he is dead, but I cannot find it so, but the contrary. Home and called at my Lady Batten's, and supped there, and so home. This day an ambassador from Florence was brought into the town in state. Good hopes given me today that Mrs. Davis is going away from us, her husband going shortly to Ireland. Yesterday it was said was to be the day that the Princess Henrietta was to marry the Duc d'Anjou in France. This day I found in the newsbook that Roger Pepys is chosen at Cambridge for the town, the first place that we hear of to have made their choice yet. To bed with my head and mind full of business, which do a little put me out of order, and I do find myself to become more and more thoughtful about getting of money than ever heretofore. 19th. We met at the office this morning about some particular business, and then I to Whitehall, and there dined with my lord, and after dinner Mr. Creed and I to Whitefriars, where we saw the bondman acted most excellently, and though I have seen it often, yet I am every time more and more pleased with Betterton's action. From thence with him and young Mr. Jones to Pennell's in Fleet Street, and there we drank and talked a good while, and so I home and to bed. 20th. At the office all the morning, dined at home and Mr. Creed and Mr. Shepley with me, and after dinner we did a good deal of business in my study about my lord's accounts to be made up and presented to our office. That done to Whitehall to Mr. Coventry, where I did some business with him, and so with Sir W. Penn, who I found with Mr. Coventry teaching of him upon the map to understand Jamaica, point 287. By water in the dark home, and so to my Lady Batten's where my wife was, and there we sat and eat and drank till very late, and so home to bed. The great talk of the town is the strange election that the City of London made yesterday for Parliament men, viz. Fowke, Love, Jones, and, men that are so far from being Episcopal that they are thought to be Anabaptists. And chosen with a great deal of zeal, in spite of the other party that thought themselves very strong, calling out in the hall, no bishops. No Lord Bishops. It do make people to fear it may come to worse, by being an example to the country to do the same. And indeed the bishops are so high, that very few do love them. 21st. Up very early, and to work and study in my chamber, and then to Whitehall to my lord, and there did stay with him a good while discoursing upon his accounts. Here I stayed with Mr. Creed all the morning, and at noon dined with my lord, who was very merry, and after dinner we sang and fiddled a great while. Then I by water, Mr. Shepley, Pinckney, and others going part of the way, home, and then hard at work setting my papers in order, and writing letters till night, and so to bed. This day I saw the Florence ambassador go to his audience, the weather very foul, and yet he and his company very gallant. After I was abed Sir W. Penn sent to desire me to go with him tomorrow morning to meet Sir W. Batten coming from Rochester. 22nd, this morning I rose early, and my Lady Batten knocked at her door that comes into one of my chambers, and called me to know whether I and my wife were ready to go. So my wife got her ready, and about 8 o'clock I got a horseback, and my lady and her 2 daughters, and Sir W. Penn into coach, and so over London Bridge, and thence to Dartford. The day very pleasant, though the way bad. Here we met with Sir W. Batten, and some company along with him, who had assisted him in his election at Rochester, and so we dined and were very merry. At 5 o'clock we set out again in a coach home, and were very merry all the way. At Deptford we met with Mr. Newborn, and some other friends and their wives in a coach to meet us, and so they went home with us, and at Sir W. Batten's we supped, and thence to bed, my head aching mightily through the wine that I drank today. 23d. All the morning at home putting papers in order, dined at home, and then out to the Red Bull, where I had not been since plays come up again. But coming too soon I went out again and walked all up and down the Charterhouse Yard and Aldersgate Street. At last came back again and went in, where I was led by a seaman that knew me, but is here as a servant, up to the tiring room, where strange the confusion and disorder that there is among them in fitting themselves, especially here. Where the clothes are very poor, and the actors but common fellows. At last into the pit, where I think there was not above 10 more than myself, and not 100 in the whole house. And the play, which is called All's Lost by Lust, poorly done. And with so much disorder, among others, that in the music room the boy that was to sing a song, not singing it right, his master fell about his ears and beat him so, that it put the whole house in an uproar. Thence homewards, and at the Mitre met my uncle White, and with him Lieutenant, called Baron, who told us how Crofton, the great Presbyterian minister that had lately preached so highly against bishops, is clapped up this day into the Tower. Which do please some, and displease others exceedingly. Home and to bed. 24th, Lord's Day. My wife and I to church, and then home with Sir W. Batten and my lady to dinner, where very merry, and then to church again, where Mr. Mills made a good sermon. Home again, and after a walk in the garden Sir W. Batten's 2 daughters came and sat with us a while, and I then up to my chamber to read. 25th, Lady Day. This morning came workmen to begin the making of me a new pair of stairs up out of my parlour, which, with other work that I have to do, I doubt will keep me this 2 months and so long I shall be all in dirt, but the work do please me very well. To the office, and there all the morning, dined at home, and after dinner comes Mr. Salisbury to see me, and shewed me a face or two of his painting, and indeed I perceive that he will be a great master. I took him to Whitehall with me by water, but he would not by any means be moved to go through bridge, and so we were fain to go round by the Old Swan. To my lord's, and there I shewed him the King's picture, which he intends to copy out in little. After that I and Captain Ferrers to Salisbury Court by water, and saw part of the Queen's Masque. Then I to Mrs. Turner, and there stayed talking late. The Turner being in a great chafe, about being disappointed of a room to stand in at the coronation. Then to my father's, and there stayed talking with my mother and him late about my dinner tomorrow. So homewards and took up a boy that had a lantern, that was picking up of rags, and got him to light me home, and had great discourse with him how he could get sometimes 3 or 4 bushels of rags in a day, and got 3d. a bushel for them, and many other discourses, what and how many ways there are for poor children to get their livings honestly. So home and I to bed at 12 o'clock at night, being pleased well with the work that my workmen have begun today. 26th. Up early to do business in my study. This is my great day that 3 years ago I was cut of the stone, and, blessed be God, I do yet find myself very free from pain again. All this morning I stayed at home looking after my workmen to my great content about my stairs, and at noon by coach to my father's, where Mrs. Turner, the Joyce, Mr. Morris, Mr. Armiger, Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, and his wife, my father and mother, and myself and my wife. Very merry at dinner. Among other things, because Mrs. Turner and her company eat no flesh at all this Lent, and I had a great deal of good flesh which made their mouths water. After dinner Mrs. Pierce and her husband and I and my wife to Salisbury Court, where coming late he and she light of Colonel Boone that made room for them, and I and my wife sat in the pit, and there met with Mr. Lewis and Tom Whitten, and saw the bondman done to admiration. So home by coach, and after a view of what the workmen had done today I went to bed. 27th. Up early to see my workmen at work. My brother Tom comes to me, and among other things I looked over my old clothes and did give him a suit of black stuff clothes and a hat and some shoes. At the office all the morning, where Sir G. Carteret comes, and there I did get him to promise me some money upon a bill of exchange, whereby I shall secure myself of L60 which otherwise I should not know how to get. At noon I found my stairs quite broke down, that I could not get up but by a ladder, and my wife not being well she kept her chamber all this day. To the Dolphin to a dinner of Mr. Harris's, where Sir Williams both and my Lady Batten, and her 2 daughters, and other company, were a great deal of mirth, and there stayed till 11 o'clock at night. And in our mirth I sang and sometimes fiddled, there being a noise of fiddlers there, and at last we fell to dancing, the first time that ever I did in my life, which I did wonder to see myself to do. At last we made Mingo, Sir W. Batten's black, and Jack, Sir W. Penn's, dance, and it was strange how the first did dance with a great deal of seeming skill. Home, where I found my wife all day in her chamber. So to bed. 28th, up early among my workmen, then Mr. Creed coming to see me I went along with him to Sir Robert Slingsby, he being newly master of that title by being made a baronet, to discourse about Mr. Creed's accounts to be made up, and from thence by coach to my cousin Thomas Pepys, to borrow L1000 for my lord, which I am to expect an answer to tomorrow. So to my lord's, and there stayed and dined, and after dinner did get my lord to view Mr. Shepley's accounts as I had examined them, and also to sign me a bond for my L500. Then with Mr. Shepley to the theatre and saw Rollo ill acted. That done to drink a cup of ale and so by coach to London, and having set him down in Cheapside I went home, where I found a great deal of work done today. And also L70 paid me by the treasurer upon the bill of exchange that I have had hopes of so long, so that, my heart in great content. I went to bed. 29th, up among my workmen with great pleasure. Then to the office, where I found Sir W. Penn sent down yesterday to Chatham to get 2 great ships in readiness presently to go to the East Indies upon some design against the Dutch, we think, at Goa, but it is a great secret yet. Dined at home, came Mr. Shepley and more, and did business with both of them. After that to Sir W. Batten's, where great store of company at dinner. Among others my schoolfellow, Mr. Christmas, where very merry, and hither came letters from above for the fitting of 2 other ships for the East Indies in all haste, and so we got orders presently for the Hampshire and Nonsuch. Then home and there put some papers in order, and not knowing what to do, the house being so dirty, I went to bed. 30th. At the office we and Sir W. Ryder to advise what sort of provisions to get ready for these ships going to the Indies. Then the comptroller and I by water to Mr. Coventry, and there discoursed upon the same thing. So to my cuz. Though. Pepys, and got him to promise me L1000 to lend my lord upon his and my uncle Robert's and my security. So to my lord's, and there got him to sign a bond to him, which I also signed too, and he did sign counter security to us both. Then into London up and down and drank a pint of wine with Mr. Creed, and so home and sent a letter and the bonds to my uncle to sign for my lord. This day I spoke with Dr. Castle about making up the dividend for the last quarter, and agreed to meet about it on Monday. 31st, Sunday. At church, where a stranger preached like a fool. From thence home and dined with my wife, she staying at home, being unwilling to dress herself, the house being all dirty. To church again, and after sermon I walked to my father's, and to Mrs. Turner's, where I could not woo the to give me a lesson upon the harpsichon and was angry at it. So home and finding Will abroad at Sir W. Batten's talking with the people there, Sir W. And my lady being in the country, I took occasion to be angry with him, and so to prayers and to bed. April 1661. April 1st, 1661. This day my waiting at the Privy Seal comes in again. Up early among my workmen. So to the once, and went home to dinner with Sir W. Batten, and after that to the Goat Tavern by Charing Cross to meet Dr. Castle, where he and I drank a pint of wine and talked about Privy Seal business. Then to the Privy Seal office and there found Mr. Moore, but no business yet. Then to Whitefriars, and there saw part of Rule a Wife and Have a Wife, which I never saw before, but do not like it. So to my father, and there finding a discontent between my father and mother about the maid, which my father likes and my mother dislikes, I stayed till 10 at night, persuading my mother to understand herself, and that in some high words. Which I was sorry for, but she is grown, poor woman, very froward. So leaving them in the same discontent I went away home, it being a brave moonshine, and to bed. 2d among my workmen early and then along with my wife and Paul to my father's by coach there to have them lie a while till my house be done. I found my mother alone weeping upon my last night's quarrel and so left her, and took my wife to Charing Cross and there left her to see her mother who is not well. So I into St. James's Park, where I saw the Duke of York playing at Palomiel 288 the first time that ever I saw the sport. Then to my lord's, where I dined with my lady, and after we had dined in comes my lord and Ned Pickering hungry, and there was not a bit of meat left in the house, the servants having eat up all, at which my lord was very angry. And at last got something dressed. Then to the Privy Seal, and signed some things, and so to Whitefriars and saw, the little T.F., which is a very merry and pretty play, and the little boy do very well. Then to my father's, where I found my mother and my wife in a very good mood, and so left them and went home. Then to the Dolphin to Sir W. Batten, and Penn, and other company, among others Mr. Delabar. Where strange how these men, who at other times are all wise men, do now, in their drink, betwit and reproach one another with their former conditions, and their actions as in public concernments, till I was ashamed to see it. But parted all friends at 12 at night after drinking a great deal of wine. So home and alone to bed. 3rd, up among my workmen, my head aching all day from last night's debauch. To the office all the morning, and at noon dined with Sir W. Batten and Penn, who would needs have me drink 2 draughts of sack today to cure me of last night's disease, which I thought strange but I think find it true. 289. Then home with my workmen all the afternoon, at night into the garden to play on my flageolet, it being moonshine, where I stayed a good while, and so home and to bed. This day I hear that the Dutch have sent the king a great present of money, which we think will stop the match with Portugal, and judge this to be the reason that our so great haste in sending the 2 ships to the East Indies is also stayed. 4th. To my workmen, then to my lord's, and there dined with Mr. Shepley. After dinner I went in to my lord and there we had a great deal of musique, and then came my cousin Tom Pepys and there did accept of the security which we gave him for his L1000 that we borrow of him, and so the money to be paid next week. Then to the Privy Seal, and so with Mr. Moore to my father's, where some friends did sup there and we with them and late went home, leaving my wife still there. So to bed. 5th, up among my workmen and so to the office, and then to Sir W. Penn's with the other Sir William and Sir John Lawson to dinner, and after that, with them to Mr. Lucy's, a merchant, where much good company, and there drank a great deal of wine, and in discourse fell to talk of the weight of people, which did occasion some wagers, and where, among others, I won half a piece to be spent. Then home, and at night to Sir W. Batten's, and there very merry with a good barrel of oysters, and this is the present life I lead. Home and to bed. 6th. Up among my workmen, then to Whitehall, and there at Privy Seal and elsewhere did business, and among other things met with Mr. Townsend, who told of his mistake the other day, to put both his legs through one of his knees of his breeches, and went so all day. Then with Mr. Creed and Moore to the Leg in the palace to dinner which I gave them, and after dinner I saw the girl of the house, being very pretty, go into a chamber, and I went in after her and kissed her. Then by water, Creed and I, to Salisbury Court and there saw Love's Quarrel, acted the first time, but I do not like the design or words. So calling at my father's, where they and my wife well, and so home and to bed. 7th, Lord's Day. All the morning at home making up my accounts, God forgive me, to give up to my Lord this afternoon. Then about 11 o'clock out of doors towards Westminster and put in at Paul's, where I saw our minister, Mr. Mills, preaching before my Lord Mayor. So to Whitehall, and there I met with Dr. Fuller of Twickenham, newly come from Ireland, and took him to my Lord's, where he and I dined. And he did give my Lord and me a good account of the condition of Ireland, and how it come to pass, through the joining of the Fanatiques and the Presbyterians, that the latter and the former are in their declaration put together under the names of Fanatiques. After dinner, my Lord and I and Mr. Shepley did look over our accounts and settle matters of money between us, and my Lord did tell me much of his mind about getting money and other things of his family, and then to my father's, where I found Mr. Hunt and his wife at supper with my father and mother and my wife, where after supper I left them and so home, and then I went to Sir W. Batten's and resolved of a journey tomorrow to Chatham, and so home and to bed. 8th. Up early, my Lady Batten knocking at her door that comes into one of my chambers. I did give directions to my people and workmen, and so about 8 o'clock we took barge at the Tower, Sir William Batten and his lady, Mrs. Turner, Mr. Fowler and I. A very pleasant passage and so to Gravesend, where we dined, and from thence a coach took them and me, and Mr. Fowler with some others came from Rochester to meet us, on horseback. At Rochester, where alight at Mr. Alcock's and there drank and had good sport, with his bringing out so many sorts of cheese. Then to the Hill House at Chatham, where I never was before, and I found a pretty pleasant house and am pleased with the arms that hang up there. Here we supped very merry, and late to bed, Sir William telling me that old Edgebarrow, his predecessor, did die and walk in my chamber, did make me somewhat afeard, but not so much as for mirth's sake I did seem. So to bed in the treasurer's chamber. 9th. And lay and slept well till 3 in the morning, and then waking, and by the light of the moon I saw my pillow, which overnight I flung from me, stand upright, but not bethinking myself what it might be, I was a little afeard. But sleep overcame all, and so lay till high morning, at which time I had a candle brought me and a good fire made, and in general it was a great pleasure all the time I stayed here to see how I am respected and honored by all people. And I find that I begin to know now how to receive so much reverence, which at the beginning I could not tell how to do. Sir William and I by coach to the dock, and there viewed all the storehouses and the old goods that are this day to be sold, which was great pleasure to me, and so back again by coach home, where we had a good dinner. And among other strangers that come, there was Mr. Hempson and his wife, a pretty woman, and speaks Latin, Mr. Allen and 2 daughters of his, both very tall and the youngest very handsome, so much as I could not forbear to love her exceedingly, having, among other things, the best hand that ever I saw. After dinner, we went to fit books and things, Tom Hayter being this morning come to us, for the sale, by an inch of candle, and very good sport we and the ladies that stood by had, to see the people bid. Among other things sold there was all the States Arms, which Sir W. Batten bought, intending to set up some of the images in his garden, and the rest to burn on the coronation night. The sale being done, the ladies and I and Captain Pett and Mr. Castle took barge, and down we went to see the Sovereign, which we did, taking great pleasure therein, singing all the way, and, among other pleasures, I put my lady, Mrs. Turner, Mrs. Hempson, and the 2 Misses Allens into the lantern, and I went in and kissed them, demanding it as a fee due to a principal officer, with all which we were exceeding merry, and drunk some bottles of wine in neat's tongue, and then back again home, and so supped, and after much mirth to bed. 10th. In the morning to see the dock houses. First, Mr. Petts, the builder, and there was very kindly received, and among other things he did offer my Lady Batten a parrot, the best I ever saw, that knew Mingo so soon as it saw him, having been bred formerly in the house with them. But for talking and singing I never heard the like. My lady did accept of it, then to see Commissioner Pett's house, he and his family being absent. And here I wondered how my Lady Batten walked up and down with envious looks to see how neat and rich everything is, and indeed both the house and garden is most handsome, saying that she would get it, for it belonged formerly to the surveyor of the navy. Then on board the Prince, now in the dock, and indeed it has one and no more rich cabins for carved work, but no gold in her. After that back home, and there eat a little dinner. Then to Rochester, and there saw the cathedral, which is now fitting for use, and the organ then tuning. Then away thence, observing the great doors of the church, which, they say, was covered with the skins of the Danes 290, and also had much mirth at a tomb, on which was, Come sweet Jesu, and I read, Come sweet Moll, and at which Captain Pett and I had good laughter. So to the Salutation Tavern, where Mr. Alcock and many of the town came and entertained us with wine and oysters and other things, and hither comes Sir John Minns to us, who is come today to see the Henery, in which he intends to ride as vice-admiral in the narrow seas all this summer. Here much mirth, but I was a little troubled to stay too long, because of going to Hempson's, which afterwards we did, and found it in all things a most pretty house, and rarely furnished, only it had a most ill access on all sides to it, which is a greatest fault that I think can be in a house. Here we had, for my sake, 2 fiddles, the one a bass viol, on which he that played well some lyra lessons, but both together made the worst musique that ever I heard. We had a fine collation, but I took little pleasure in that, for the illness of the musique and for the intentness of my mind upon Mrs. Rebecca Allen. After we had done eating, the ladies went to dance, and among the men we had, I was forced to dance too, and did make an ugly shift. Mrs. R. Allen danced very well, and seems the best humoured woman that ever I saw. About 9 o'clock Sir William and my lady went home, and we continued dancing an hour or 2, and so broke up very pleasant and merry, and so walked home, I leading Mrs. Rebecca, who seemed, I know not why, in that and other things, to be desirous of my favours and would in all things show me respects. Going home, she would needs have me sing, and I did pretty well and was highly esteemed by them. So to Captain Allen's, where we were last night, and heard him play on the harpsicon, and I find him to be a perfect good musician, and there, having no mind to leave Mrs. Rebecca, what with talk and singing, her father and I, Mrs. Turner and I stayed there till 2 o'clock in the morning and was most exceeding merry, and I had the opportunity of kissing Mrs. Rebecca very often. Among other things Captain Pett was saying that he thought that he had got his wife with child since I came thither. Which I took hold of and was merrily asking him what he would take to have it said for my honor that it was of my getting. He merrily answered that he would if I would promise to be godfather to it if it did come within the time just, and I said that I would. So that I must remember to compute it when the time comes. 11th. At 2 o'clock, with very great mirth, we went to our lodging and to bed, and lay till 7, and then called up by Sir W. Batten, so I arose and we did some business, and then came Captain Allen, and he and I withdrew and sang a song or two, and among others took pleasure in Go and Be Hanged, That's Goodbye. The young ladies come too, and so I did again please myself with Mrs. Rebecca, and about 9 o'clock, after we had breakfasted, we set forth for London, and indeed I was a little troubled to part with Mrs. Rebecca, for which God forgive me. Thus we went away through Rochester, calling and taking leave of Mr. Alcock at the door, Captain Cuttance going with us. We baited at Dartford, and thence to London, but of all the journeys that ever I made this was the merriest, and I was in a strange mood for mirth. Among other things, I got my lady to let her maid, Mrs. N., to ride all the way on horseback, and she rides exceeding well, and so I called her my clerk, that she went to wait upon me. I met 2 little schoolboys going with pitchers of ale to their schoolmaster to break up against Easter, and I did drink of some of one of them and give him 2 pence. By and by we come to 2 little girls keeping cows, and I saw one of them very pretty, so I had a mind to make her ask my blessing, and telling her that I was her godfather, she asked me innocently whether I was not Ned Wooding. And I said that I was, so she kneeled down and very simply called, Pray, godfather, pray to God to bless me, which made us very merry, and I gave her 2 pence. In several places, I asked women whether they would sell me their children, but they denied me all, but said they would give me one to keep for them, if I would. Mrs. And then I rode under the man that hangs upon Shooter's Hill, 291, and a filthy sight it was to see how his flesh is shrunk to his bones. So home and I found all well, and a deal of work done since I went. I sent to see how my wife do, who is well, and my brother John come from Cambridge. To Sir W. Batten's and there supped, and very merry with the young ladles. So to bed very sleepy for last night's work, concluding that it is the pleasantest journey in all respects that ever I had in my life. 12th. Up among my workmen, and about 7 o'clock comes my wife to see me and my brother John with her, who I am glad to see, but I sent them away because of going to the office, and there dined with Sir W. Batten, all fish dinner, it being Good Friday. Then home and looking over my workmen, and then into the city and saw in what forwardness all things are for the coronation, which will be very magnificent. Then back again home and to my chamber, to set down in my diary all my late journey, which I do with great pleasure. And while I am now writing comes one with a ticket to invite me to Captain Robert Blake's burial, for whose death I am very sorry, and do much wonder at it, he being a little while since a very likely man to live as any I knew. Since my going out of town, there is one Alexander Ross taken and sent to the counter by Sir Thomas Allen, for counterfeiting my hand to a ticket, and we this day at the office have given order to Mr. Smith to prosecute him. To bed. 13th. To Whitehall by water from Tor Wharf, where we could not pass the ordinary way, because they were mending of the great stone steps against the coronation. With Sir W. Penn, then to my lord's, and thence with Captain Cuttance and Captain Clark to drink our morning draught together, and before we could get back again my lord was gone out. So to Whitehall again and, met with my lord above with the Duke. And after a little talk with him, I went to the banquet house, and there saw the King heal, the first time that ever I saw him do it, which he did with great gravity, and it seemed to me to be an ugly office and a simple one. That done to my lord's and dined there, and so by water with Parson Turner towards London, and upon my telling of him of Mr. Moore to be a fit man to do his business with Bishop Wren, about which he was going, he went back out of my boat into another to Whitehall, and so I forwards home and thereby and by took coach with Sir W. Penn and Captain Turn and went to the burial of Captain Robert Blake, at Wapping, and there had each of us a ring, but it being dirty, we would not go to church with them, but with our coach we returned home, and there stayed a little. And then he and I alone to the Dolphin, Sir W. Batten being this day gone with his wife to Walthamstow to keep Easter, and there had a supper by ourselves, we both being very hungry, and staying there late drinking I became very sleepy, and so we went home and I to bed. 14th, Easter. Lord's Day. In the morning towards my father's, and by the way heard Mr. Jackham, at Ludgate, upon these words, Christ loved you and therefore let us love one another, and made a lazy sermon, like a Presbyterian. Then to my father's and dined there, and Dr. Fairbrother, lately come to town, with us. After dinner I went to the Temple and there heard Dr. Griffith, a good sermon for the day, so with Mr. Moore, whom I met there, to my lord's, and there he shewed me a copy of my Lord Chancellor's patent for Earl, and I read the preamble, which is very short, modest, and good. Here my lord saw us and spoke to me about getting Mr. Moore to come and govern his house while he goes to sea, which I promised him to do and did afterwards speak to Mr. Moore, and he is willing. Then hearing that Mr. Barnwell was come, with some of my lord's little children, yesterday to town, to see the coronation, I went and found them at the Goat, at Charing Cross, and there I went and drank with them a good while. Whom I found in very good health and very merry then to my father's, and after supper seemed willing to go home, and my wife seeming to be so too I went away in a discontent, but she, poor wretch, followed me as far in the rain and dark as Fleet Bridge to fetch me back again, and so I did, and lay with her tonight, which I have not done these 8 or 10 days before. 15th. From my father's, it being a very foul morning for the King and Lords to go to Windsor, I went to the office and there met Mr. Coventry and Sir Ropt Slingsby, but did no business, but only appoint to go to Deptford together tomorrow. Mr. Coventry being gone, and I having at home laid up L200 which I had brought this morning home from Alderman Backwell's, I went home by coach with Sir R. Slingsby and dined with him, and had a very good dinner. His lady seems a good woman and very desirous they were to hear this noon by the post how the election has gone at Newcastle, wherein he is concerned, but the letters are not come yet. To my uncle White's, and after a little stay with them he and I to Mr. Rawlinson's, and there stayed all the afternoon, it being very foul, and had a little talk with him what good I might make of these ships that go to Portugal by venturing some money by them, and he will give me an answer to it shortly. So home and sent for the barber, and after that to bed. 16th. So soon as word was brought me that Mr. Coventry was come with the barge to the Tor, I went to him, and found him reading of the Psalms in shorthand, which he is now busy about, and had good sport about the long marks that are made there for sentences in divinity, which he is never like to make use of. Here he and I sat till the comptroller came and then we put off for Deptford, where we went on board the King's pleasure boat that Commissioner Pett is making, and indeed it will be a most pretty thing. From thence to Calmer Pett's lodging, and there had a good breakfast, and in came the 2 Sir WMS, from Walthamstow, and so we sat down and did a great deal of public business about the fitting of the fleet that is now going out. That done we went to the Globe and there had a good dinner, and by took barge again and so home. By the way they would have me sing, which I did to Mr. Coventry, who went up to Sir William Batten's, and there we stayed and talked a good while, and then broke up and I home, and then to my father's and there lay with my wife. 17th. By land and saw the arches, which are now almost done and are very fine, and I saw the picture of the ships and other things this morning, set up before the East India House, which are well done. So to the office, and that being done I went to dinner with Sir W. Batten, and then home to my workmen, and saw them go on with great content to me. Then comes Mr. Allen of Chatham, and I took him to the Mitre and there did drink with him, and did get of him the song that pleased me so well there the other day, of Shitten come Shites the beginning of love. His daughters are to come to town tomorrow, but I know not whether I shall see them or no. That done I went to the Dolphin by appointment and there I met Sir WMS both and Mr. Castle, and did eat a barrel of oysters and 2 lobsters, which I did give them, and were very merry. Here we had great talk of Mr. Warren's being knighted by the king, and Sir W.B. seemed to be very much incensed against him. So home. 18th. Up with my workmen, and then about 9 o'clock took horse with both the Sir Williams for Walthamstow, and there we found my lady and her daughters all. And a pleasant day it was, and all things else, but that my lady was in a bad mood, which we were troubled at, and had she been noble she would not have been so with her servants, when we came thither, and this Sir W. Penn took notice of, as well as I. After dinner we all went to the church stile, and there eat and drank, and I was as merry as I could counterfeit myself to be. Then, it raining hard, we left Sir W. Batten, and we too returned and called at Mr. and drank some brave wine there, and then homewards again, and in our way met with 2 country fellows upon 1 horse, which I did, without much ado, give the way to, but Sir W. Penn would not, but struck them and they him, and so passed away, but they giving him some high words, he went back again and struck them off their horse, in a simple fury, and without much honour, in my mind, and so came away home, and I sat with him a good while talking, and then home and to bed. 19th. Among my workmen and then to the office, and after that dined with Sir W. Batten, and then home, where Sir W. Warren came, and I took him and Mr. Shepley and more with me to the Mitre, and there I cleared with Warren for the deals I bought lately for my lord of him, and he went away, and we stayed afterwards a good while and talked, and so parted. It being so foul that I could not go to Whitehall to see the Knights of the Bath made today, which do trouble me mightily. So home, and having stayed a while till Will came in, with whom I was vexed for staying abroad, he comes and then I went by water to my father's, and then after supper to bed with my wife. 20th. Here comes my boy to tell me that the Duke of York had sent for all the principal officers, and to come to him today. So I went by water to Mr. Coventry's, and there stayed and talked a good while with him till all the rest come. We went up and saw the Duke dress himself, and in his night habit he is a very plain man. Then he sent us to his closet, where we saw among other things 2 very fine chests, covered with gold and Indian varnish, given him by the East India Company of Holland. The Duke comes. And after he had told us that the fleet was designed for Algiers, which was kept from us till now, we did advise about many things as to the fitting of the fleet, and so went away. And from thence to the Privy Seal, where little to do, and after that took Mr. Creed and more and gave them their morning draught, and after that to my lord's, where Sir W. Penn came to me, and dined with my lord. After dinner he and others that dined there went away, and then my lord looked upon his pages and footmen's liveries, which are come home today, and will be handsome, though not gaudy. Then with my lady and my lady right to Whitehall. And in the banqueting house saw the king create my lord chancellor and several others, earls, and Mr. Crewe and several others, barons, the first being led up by heralds and 5 old earls to the king, and there the patent is read, and the king puts on his vest, and sword, and coronet, and gives him the patent. And then he kisseth the king's hand, and rises and stands covered before the king. And the same for the barons, only he is led up but by 3 of the old barons, and are girt with swords before they go to the king. That being done, which was very pleasant to see their habits, I carried my lady back, and I found my lord angry, for that his page had let my lord's new beaver be changed for an old hat. Then I went away, and with Mr. Creed to the exchange and bought some things, as gloves and band strings, and so back to the cockpit, and there, by the favour of one Mr. Bowman, he and I got in, and there saw the king and Duke of York and his duchess, which is a plain woman, and like her mother, my lady chancellor. And so saw, the humorsome lieutenant acted before the king, but not very well done. But my pleasure was great to see the manner of it, and so many great beauties, but above all Mrs. Palmer, with whom the king do discover a great deal of familiarity. So Mr. Creed and I, the play being done, went to Mrs. Harper's, and there sat and drank, it being about 12 at night. The ways being now so dirty, and stopped up with the rails which are this day set up in the streets, I would not go home, but went with him to his lodging at Mr. Ware's, and there lay all night. 21st, Lord's Day. In the morning we were troubled to hear it rain as it did, because of the great show tomorrow. After I was ready I walked to my father's and there found the late maid to be gone and another come by my mother's choice, which my father do not like, and so great difference there will be between my father and mother about it. Here dined Dr. Thus Pepys and Dr. Fairbrother, and all our talk about tomorrow's show, and our trouble that it is like to be a wet day. After dinner comes in my cuz. Snow and his wife, and I think stay there till the show be over. Then I went home, and all the way is so thronged with people to see the triumphal arches, that I could hardly pass for them. So home, people being at church, and I got home unseen, and so up to my chamber and saw done these last 5 or 6 days' diaries. My mind a little troubled about my workmen, which, being foreigners 292 are like to be troubled by a couple of lazy rogues that worked with me the other day, that are citizens, and so my work will be hindered, but I must prevent it if I can. 22d. King's going from Ye Tower to Whitehall. 293. Up early and made myself as fine as I could, and put on my velvet coat, the first day that I put it on, though made half a year ago. And being ready, Sir W. Batten, my lady, and his 2 daughters and his son and wife, and Sir W. Penn and his son and I, went to Mr. Young's, the flagmaker, in Cornhill, 294, and there we had a good room to ourselves, with wine and good cake, and saw the show very well. In which it is impossible to relate the glory of this day, expressed in the clothes of them that rid, and their horses and horses' clothes, among others, my Lord Sandwich's. Embroidery and diamonds were ordinary among them. The Knights of the Bath was a brave sight of itself, and their esquires, among which Mr. Armiger was an esquire to one of the knights. Remarkable were the 2 men that represent the 2 Dukes of Normandy in Aquitaine. The bishops come next after barons, which is the higher place, which makes me think that the next Parliament they will be called to the House of Lords. My Lord Monk rode bare after the king, and led in his hand a spare horse, as being master of the horse. The king, in a most rich embroidered suit and cloak, looked most noble. Wadlow 295 the vintner, at the Devil. In Fleet Street, did lead a fine company of soldiers, all young comely men, in white doublets. There followed the Vice-Chamberlain, Sir G. Carteret, a company of men all like Turks, but I know not yet what they are for. The streets all gravelled, and the houses hung with carpets before them, made brave show, and the ladies out of the windows, one of which over against us I took much notice of, and spoke of her, which made good sport among us. So glorious was the show with gold and silver, that we were not able to look at it, our eyes at last being so much overcome with it. Both the King and the Duke of York took notice of us, as he saw us at the window. The show being ended, Mr. Young did give us a dinner, at which we were very merry, and pleased above imagination at what we have seen. Sir W. Batten going home, he and I called and drunk some mum 296 and laid our wager about my Lady Falconbridge's name 297, which he says not to be merry, and so I won above 20s. So home, where Will and the boys stayed and saw the show upon Tor Hill, and Jane at T. Pepys's, the Turner, and my wife at Charles Glasscock's, in Fleet Street. In the evening by water to Whitehall to my lord's, and there I spoke with my lord. He talked with me about his suit, which was made in France, and cost him L200, and very rich it is with embroidery. I lay with Mr. Shepley, and Coronation Day. 23d, about 4 I rose and got to the Abbey, where I followed Sir J. Denham, the surveyor, with some company that he was leading in. And with much ado, by the favour of Mr. Cooper, his man, did get up into a great scaffold across the north end of the Abbey, where with a great deal of patience I sat from past 4 till 11 before the king came in. And a great pleasure it was to see the Abbey raised in the middle, all covered with red, and a throne, that is a chair, and footstool on the top of it, and all the officers of all kinds, so much as the very fiddlers, in red vests. At last comes in the Dean and Prebends of Westminster, with the bishops, many of them in cloth of gold copes, and after them the nobility, all in their parliament robes, which was a most magnificent sight. Then the Duke, and the King with a sceptre, carried by my Lord Sandwich, and sword and Mon 298 before him, and the crown too. The King in his robes, bareheaded, which was very fine. And after all had placed themselves, there was a sermon and the service, and then in the choir at the high altar, the King passed through all the ceremonies of the Coronacon, which to my great grief I and most in the abbey could not see. The crown being put upon his head, a great shout begun, and he came forth to the throne, and there passed more ceremonies, as taking the oath, and having things read to him by the bishop. And his lords, who put on their caps as soon as the King put on his crown, 299 and bishops come, and kneeled before him. And 3 times the King at arms went to the 3 open places on the scaffold, and proclaimed, that if any one could show any reason why Charles Stuart should not be King of England, that now he should come and speak. And a general pardon also was read by the Lord Chancellor, and medals flung up and down by my Lord Cornwallis, of silver, but I could not come by any. But so great a noise that I could make but little of the musique. And indeed, it was lost to every body. But I had so great a lust to that I went out a little while before the King had done all his ceremonies, and went round the abbey to Westminster Hall, all the way within rails, and 10,000 people, with the ground covered with blue cloth, and scaffolds all the way. Into the hall I got, where it was very fine with hangings and scaffolds one upon another full of brave ladies, and my wife in one little one, on the right hand. Here I stayed walking up and down, and at last upon one of the side stalls I stood and saw the King come in with all the persons, but the soldiers, that were yesterday in the cavalcade. And a most pleasant sight it was to see them in their several robes. And the King came in with his crown on, and his sceptre in his hand, under a canopy borne up by 6 silver staves, carried by barons of the Cinque Ports, 300 and little bells at every end. And after a long time, he got up to the farther end, and all set themselves down at their several tables, and that was also a brave sight, and the King's first course carried up by the Knights of the Bath. And many fine ceremonies there was of the heralds leading up people before him, and bowing, and my Lord of Albemarle's going to the kitchen and eat a bit of the first dish that was to go to the King's table. But, above all, was these 3 lords, Northumberland, and Suffolk, and the Duke of Ormond, coming before the courses on horseback, and staying so all dinner time, and at last to bring up, Dymock, the King's champion, all in armour on horseback, with his spear and target carried before him. And the herald proclaims, that if any dare deny Charles Stuart to be lawful King of England, here was a champion that would fight with him. 301 And with these words, the champion flings down his gauntlet, and all this he do 3 times in his going up towards the King's table. At last when he is come, the King drinks to him, and then sends him the cup which is of gold, and he drinks it off, and then rides back again with the cup in his hand. I went from table to see the bishops and all others at their dinner, and was infinitely pleased with it. And at the Lord's table, I met with William Howe, and he spoke to my Lord for me, and he did give me 4 rabbits and a pullet, and so I got it and Mr. Creed and I got Mr. Michel to give us some bread, and so we at a stall eat it, as everybody else did what they could get. I took a great deal of pleasure to go up and down, and look upon the ladies, and to hear the musique of all sorts, but above all, the 24 violins. About 6 at night they had dined, and I went up to my wife, and there met with a pretty lady, Mrs. Franklin, a doctor's wife, a friend of Mr. Bowyer's, and kissed them both, and by took them down to Mr. Bowyer's. And strange it is to think, that these 2 days have held up fair till now that all is done, and the King gone out of the hall. And then it fell a raining and thundering and lightning as I have not seen it do for some years, which people did take great notice of, God's blessing of the work of these 2 days, which is a foolery to take too much notice of such things. I observed little disorder in all this, but only the King's footman had got hold of the canopy, and would keep it from the barons of the Cinque Ports 302 which they endeavoured to force from them again. But could not do it till my Lord Duke of Albemarle caused it to be put into Sir R. Pye's hand till tomorrow to be decided. At Mr. Bowyer's, a great deal of company, some I knew, others I did not. Here we stayed upon the leads and below till it was late, expecting to see the fireworks, but they were not performed tonight, only the city had a light like a glory round about it with bonfires. At last I went to King Street, and there sent Crockford to my father's and my house, to tell them I could not come home tonight, because of the dirt, and a coach could not be had. And so after drinking a pot of ale alone at Mrs. Harper's I returned to Mr. Bowyer's, and after a little stay more I took my wife and Mrs. Franklin, who I proffered the civility of lying with my wife at Mrs. Hunt's tonight, to Axyard, in which at the further end there were 3 great bonfires, and a great many great gallants, men and women. And they laid hold of us, and would have us drink the king's health upon our knees, kneeling upon a faggot, which we all did, they drinking to us one after another. Which we thought a strange forleak. But these gallants continued thus a great while, and I wondered to see how the ladies did tipple. At last I sent my wife and her bedfellow to bed, and Mr. Hunt and I went in with Mr. Thornbury, who did give the company all their wine, he being yeoman of the wine cellar to the king, to his house. And there, with his wife and 2 of his sisters, and some gallant sparks that were there, we drank the king's health, and nothing else, till one of the gentlemen fell down stark drunk, and there lay spewing, and I went to my lord's pretty well. But no sooner a bed with Mr. Shepley but my head began to hum, and I to vomit, and if ever I was foxed it was now, which I cannot say yet, because I fell asleep and slept till morning. Only when I waked I found myself wet with my spewing. Thus did the day end with joy everywhere, and blessed be God, I have not heard of any mischance to any body through it all, but only to Serged Glynn, whose horse fell upon him yesterday, and is like to kill him, which people do please themselves to see how just God is to punish the rogue at such a time as this. He being now one of the king's sergeants, and rode in the cavalcade with Maynard, to whom people wished the same fortune. There was also this night in King Street, a woman, had her eye put out by a boy's flinging a firebrand into the coach. Now, after all this, I can say that, besides the pleasure of the sight of these glorious things, I may now shut my eyes against any other objects, nor for the future trouble myself to see things of state and show, as being sure never to see the like again in this world. 24th, waked in the morning with my head in a sad taking through the last night's drink, which I am very sorry for, so rose and went out with Mr. Creed to drink our morning draught, which he did give me in chocolate 303 to settle my stomach. And after that I to my wife, who lay with Mrs. Franklin at the next door to Mrs. Hunt's, and they were ready, and so I took them up in a coach, and carried the ladies to Paul's, and there set her down, and so my wife and I home, and I to the office. That being done my wife and I went to dinner to Sir W. Batten, and all our talk about the happy conclusion of these last solemnities. After dinner home, and advised with my wife about ordering things in my house, and then she went away to my father's to lie, and I stayed with my workmen, who do please me very well with their work. At night, set myself to write down these 3 days' diary, and while I am about it, I hear the noise of the chambers 304 and other things of the fireworks, which are now playing upon the Thames before the king. And I wish myself with them, being sorry not to see them. So to bed. 25th. All the morning with my workmen with great pleasure to see them near coming to an end. At noon Mr. Moore and I went to an ordinary at the King's Head in Tor Street, and there had a dirty dinner. Afterwards home and having done some business with him, in comes Mr. Shepley and Pierce the surgeon, and they and I to the Mitre and there stayed a while and drank, and so home and after a little rending to bed. 26th. At the office all the morning, and at noon dined by myself at home on a piece of meat from the cook's, and so at home all the afternoon with my workmen, and at night to bed. Having some thoughts to order my business so as to go to Portsmouth the next week with Sir Robert Slingsby. 27th. In the morning to my lord's, and there dined with my lady, and after dinner with Mr. Creed and Captain Ferrers to the theatre to see The Chances, and after that to the Cock Ale House, where we had a harp and violin played to us, and so home by coach to Sir W. Batten's, who seems so inquisitive when my house will be made an end of that I am troubled to go thither. So home with some trouble in my mind about it. 28th, Lord's Day. In the morning to my father's, where I dined, and in the afternoon to their church, where come Mrs. Turner and Mrs. Edward Pepys, and several other ladies, and so I went out of the pew into another. And after sermon home with them, and there stayed a while and talked with them and was sent for to my father's, where my cousin Angier and his wife, of Cambridge, to whom I went, and was glad to see them, and sent for wine for them. And they supped with my father. After supper my father told me of an odd passage the other night in bed between my mother and him, and she would not let him come to bed to her out of jealousy of him and an ugly wench that lived there lately. The most ill-favoured slut that ever I saw in my life, which I was ashamed to hear that my mother should be become such a fool, and my father bid me to take notice of it to my mother, and to make peace between him and her. All which do trouble me very much. So to bed to my wife. 29th, up and with my father towards my house, and by the way met with Lieutenant Lambert, and with him to the Dolphin in Tower Street and drank our morning draught, he being much troubled about his being offered a fourth-rate ship to be lieutenant of her now he has been 2 years lieutenant in a first-rate. So to the office, where it is determined that I should go tomorrow to Portsmouth. So I went out of the office to Whitehall presently, and there spoke with Sir W. Penn and Sir George Carteret and had their advice as to my going, and so back again home, where I directed Mr. Hayter what to do in order to our going tomorrow, and so back again by coach to Whitehall and there eat something in the buttery at my lord's with John Goods and Ned Osgood. And so home again, and gave order to my workmen what to do in my absence. At night to Sir W. Batten's, and by his and Sir W. Penn's persuasion I sent for my wife from my father's, who came to us to Mrs. Turner's, where we were all at a collation tonight till 12 o'clock, there being a gentlewoman there that did play well and sang well to the harpsichon, and very merry we were. So home and to bed, where my wife had not lain a great while. 30th. This morning, after order given to my workmen, my wife and I and Mr. Creed took coach, and in Fish Street took up Mr. Hayter and his wife, who through her mask seemed at first to be an old woman, but afterwards I found her to be a very pretty modest black woman. We got a small bait at Leatherhead, and so to Godlyman, where we lay all night, and were very merry, having this day no other extraordinary rencontre, but my hat falling off my head at Newington into the water, by which it was spoiled. And I ashamed of it. I am sorry that I am not at London, to be at Hyde Park tomorrow, among the great gallants and ladies, which will be very fine. May 1661. May 1st, up early, and baited at Petersfield, in the room which the king lay in lately at his being there. Here very merry, and played us and our wives at bowls. Then we set forth again, and so to Portsmouth, seeming to me to be a very pleasant and strong place. And we lay at the Red Lion, where Hazelrig and Scott and Walton did hold their council, when they were here, against Lambert and the Committee of Safety. Several officers of the yard came to see us tonight, and merry we were, but troubled to have no better lodgings. 2nd, up, and Mr. Creed and I to walk round the town upon the walls. Then to our inn, and there all the officers of the yard to see me with great respect, and I walked with them to the dock and saw all the stores, and much pleased with the sight of the place. Back and brought them all to dinner with me, and treated them handsomely, and so after dinner by water to the yard, and there we made the sale of the old provisions. Then we and our wives all to see the Montague, which is a fine ship, and so to the town again by water, and then to see the room where the Duke of Buckingham was killed by Felton, 1628. So to our lodging, and to supper and to bed. Tonight came Mr. Stevens to town to help us to pay off the Fox. 3rd. Early to walk with Mr. Creed up and down the town, and it was in his and some others' thoughts to have got me made free of the town, but the mayor, it seems, unwilling, and so they could not do it. Then to the pay house, and there paid off the ship, and so to a short dinner, and then took coach, leaving Mrs. Hayter there to stay with her husband's friends, and we to Petersfield, having nothing more of trouble in all my journey, but the exceeding unmannerly and most epicure-like palate of Mr. Creed. Here my wife and I lay in the room the Queen lately lay at her going into France. 4th. Up in the morning and took coach, and so to Guildford, where we lay at the Red Lion, the best inn, and lay in the room the King lately lay in, where we had time to see the hospital, built by Archbishop Abbot, and the free school. And were civilly treated by the maester. So to supper, and to bed, being very merry about our discourse with the drawers concerning the minister of the town, with a red face and a girdle. So to bed, where we lay and sleep well. 5th, Lord's Day. Mr. Creed and I went to the red-faced parson's church, and heard a good sermon of him, better than I looked for. Then home, and had a good dinner, and after dinner fell in some talk in divinity with Mr. Stevens that kept us till it was past church time. Anon we walked into the garden, and there played the fool a great while, trying who of Mr. Creed or I could go best over the edge of an old fountain well, and I won a quart of sack of him. Then to supper in the banquet house, and there my wife and I did talk high, she against and I for Mrs. Pierce, that she was a beauty, till we were both angry. Then to walk in the fields, and so to our quarters, and to bed. 6th. Up by 4 o'clock and took coach. Mr. Creed rode, and left us that we know not whither he went. We went on, thinking to be at home before the officers rose, but finding we could not we stayed by the way and eat some cakes, and so home, where I was much troubled to see no more work done in my absence than there was, but it could not be helped. I sent my wife to my father's, and I went and sat till late with my Lady Batten, both the Sir Williams being gone this day to pay off some ships at Deptford. So home and to bed without seeing of them. I hear tonight that the Duke of York's son is this day dead, which I believe will please everybody, and I hear that the Duke and his lady themselves are not much troubled at it. 7th. In the morning to Mr. Coventry, Sir G. Carteret, and my lords to give them an account of my return. My lady, I find, is, since my going, gone to the wardrobe. Then with Mr. Creed into London, to several places about his and my business, being much stopped in our way by the city trainbands, who go in much solemnity and pomp this day to muster before the King and the Duke. And shops in the city are shut up everywhere all this day. He carried me to an ordinary by the Old Exchange, where we come a little too late, but we had very good cheer for our 18d. A piece, and an excellent droll too, my host, and his wife so fine a woman. And sung and played so well that I stayed a great while and drunk a great deal of wine. Then home and stayed among my workmen all day, and took order for things for the finishing of their work, and so at night to Sir W. Batten's, and there supped and so home and to bed, having sent my lord a letter tonight to excuse myself for not going with him tomorrow to the Hope, whither he is to go to see in what condition the fleet is in. 8th. This morning came my brother John to take his leave of me, he being to return to Cambridge tomorrow, and after I had chid him for going with my will the other day to Deptford with the principal officers, I did give him some good counsel and 20s in money, and so he went away. All this day I stayed at home with my workmen without eating anything, and took much pleasure to see my work go forward. At night comes my wife not well from my father's, having had a foretooth drawn out today, which do trouble me, and the more because I am now in the greatest of all my dirt. My will also return tonight pretty well, he being gone yesterday not very well to his father's. Today I received a letter from my uncle, to beg an old fiddle of me for my cousin Perkin, the miller, whose mill the wind hath lately broke down, and now he hath nothing to live by but fiddling. And he must needs have it against Whitsuntide to play to the country girls. But it vexed me to see how my uncle writes to me, as if he were not able to buy him one. But I intend tomorrow to send him one. At night I set down my journal of my late journey to this time, and so to bed. My wife not being well and I very angry with her for her coming hither in that condition. 9th. With my workmen all the morning, my wife being ill and in great pain with her old pain, which troubled me much because that my house is in this condition of dirt. In the afternoon I went to Whitehall and there spoke with my lord at his lodgings, and there being with him my Lord Chamberlain, I spoke for my old waterman Payne, to get into White's place, who was waterman to my Lord Chamberlain. And is now to go master of the barge to my lord to sea, and my lord chamberlain did promise that Payne should be entertained in White's place with him. From thence to Sir G. Carteret, and there did get his promise for the payment of the remainder of the bill of Mr. Creed's, wherein of late I have been so much concerned, which did so much rejoice me that I meeting with Mr. Child took him to the Swan Tavern in King Street, and there did give him a tankard of white wine and sugar, 305, and so I went by water home and set myself to get my lord's accounts made up, which was till 9 at night before I could finish. And then I walked to the wardrobe, being the first time I was there since my lady came thither, who I found all alone, and so she shewed me all the lodgings as they are now fitted, and they seem pretty pleasant. By and by comes in my lord, and so, after looking over my accounts, I returned home, being a dirty and dark walk. So to bed. 10th. At the office all the morning, and the afternoon among my workmen with great pleasure, because being near an end of their work. This afternoon came Mr. Blackburn and Creed to see me, and I took them to the Dolphin, and there drank a great deal of Rhenish wine with them and so home, having some talk with Mr. Blackburn about his kinsman my will, and he did give me good satisfaction in that it is his desire that his kinsman should do me all service, and that he would give him the best counsel he could to make him good. Which I begin of late to fear that he will not because of the bad company that I find that he do begin to take. This afternoon Mr. Hayter received for me the L225 due upon Mr. Creed's bill in which I am concerned so much, which do make me very glad. At night to Sir W. Batten and sat a while. So to bed. 11th. This morning I went by water with Payne, Mr. Moore being with me, to my Lord Chamberlain at Whitehall, and there spoke with my lord, and he did accept of Payne for his waterman, as I had lately endeavoured to get him to be. After that Mr. Cooling did give Payne an order to be entertained, and so I left him and Mr. Moore, and I went to Gray's Inn, and there to a barber's, where I was trimmed, and had my hair cut, in which I am lately become a little curious, finding that the length of it do become me very much. So, calling at my father's, I went home, and there stayed and saw my workmen follow their work, which this night is brought to a very good condition. This afternoon Mr. Shepley, Moore, and Creed came to me all about their several accounts with me, and we did something with them all, and so they went away. This evening Mr. Hayter brought my last quarter's salary, of which I was very glad, because I have lost my first bill for it, and so this morning was forced to get another signed by 3 of my fellow officers for it. All this evening till late setting my accounts and papers in order, and so to bed. 12th. My wife had a very troublesome night this night and in great pain, but about the morning her swelling broke, and she was in great ease presently as she useth to be. So I put an event, which Dr. William sent me yesterday, into the hold to keep it open till all the matter be come out, and so I question not that she will soon be well again. I stayed at home all this morning, being the Lord's day, making up my private accounts and setting papers in order. At noon went with my Lady Montague at the wardrobe, but I found it so late that I came back again, and so dined with my wife in her chamber. After dinner I went a while to my chamber to set my papers right. Then I walked forth towards Westminster and at the Savoy heard Dr. Fuller preach upon David's words, I will wait with patience all the days of my appointed time until my change comes, but methought it was a poor dry sermon. And I am afeard my former high esteem of his preaching was more out of opinion than judgment. From thence homewards, but met with Mr. Creed, with whom I went and walked in Gray's Inn walks, and from thence to Islington, and there eat and drank at the house my father and we were wont of old to go to. And after that walked homeward, and parted in Smithfield, and so I home, much wondering to see how things are altered with Mr. Creed, who, 12 months ago, might have been got to hang himself almost as soon as go to a drinking house on a Sunday. 13th. All the morning at home among my workmen. At noon Mr. Creed and I went to the ordinary behind the Exchange, where we lately were, but I do not like it so well as I did. So home with him and to the office, where we sat late, and he did deliver his accounts to us. The office being done I went home and took pleasure to see my work draw to an end. 14th. Up early and by water to Whitehall to my lord, and there had much talk with him about getting some money for him. He told me of his intention to get the muster master's place for Mr. Pierce, the purser, who he has a mind to carry to sea with him, and spoke very slightingly of Mr. Creed, as that he had no opinion at all of him, but only he was forced to make use of him because of his present accounts. Thence to drink with Mr. Shepley and Mr. Pinckney, and so home and among my workmen all day. In the evening Mr. Shepley came to me for some money, and so he and I to the Mitre, and there we had good wine and a gammon of bacon. My uncle White, Mr. Talbot, and others were with us, and we were pretty merry. So at night home and to bed. Finding my head grow weak nowadays if I come to drink wine, and therefore hope that I shall leave it off of myself, which I pray God I could do. 15th. With my workmen all day till the afternoon, and then to the office, where Mr. Creed's accounts were passed. Home and found all my joiner's work now done, but only a small job or two, which pleased me very well. This afternoon there came 2 men with an order from a committee of lords to demand some books of me out of the office, in order to the examining of Mr. Hutchinson's accounts, but I give them a surly answer, and they went away to complain, which put me into some trouble with myself, but I resolved to go tomorrow myself to these lords and answer them. To bed, being in great fear because of the shavings which lay all up and down the house and cellar, for fear of fire. 16th, up early to see whether the work of my house be quite done, and I found it to my mind. Stayed at home all the morning, and about 2 o'clock went in my velvet coat by water to the Savoy, and there, having stayed a good while, I was called into the Lords, and there, quite contrary to my expectations, they did treat me very civilly. Telling me that what they had done was out of zeal to the King's service, and that they would join with the governors of the chest with all their hearts, since they knew that there was any, which they did not before. I give them very respectful answer and so went away to the theatre, and there saw the latter end of The Maid's Tragedy, which I never saw before, and methinks it is too sad and melancholy. Thence homewards, and meeting Mr. Creed I took him by water to the wardrobe with me, and there we found my lord newly gone away with the Duke of Ormond and some others, whom he had had to the collation. And so we, with the rest of the servants in the hall, sat down and eat of the best cold meats that ever I eat on in all my life. From thence I went home, Mr. Moore with me to the waterside, telling me how kindly he is used by my lord and my lady since his coming hither as a servant, and to bed. 17th. All the morning at home. At noon Lieutenant Lambert came to me, and he and I to the Exchange, and thence to an ordinary over against it, where to our dinner we had a fellow play well upon the bagpipes and whistle like a bird exceeding well. And I had a fancy to learn to whistle as he do, and did promise to come some other day and give him an angel to teach me. To the office, and sat there all the afternoon till 9 at night. So home to my musique, and my wife and I sat singing in my chamber a good while together, and then to bed. 18th. Towards Westminster, from the Tor, by water, and was fain to stand upon one of the piers about the bridge 306 before the men could drag their boat through the lock, and which they could not do till another was called to help them. Being through bridge I found the Thames full of boats and galleys, and upon inquiry found that there was a wager to be run this morning. So spying of Payne in a gully, I went into him, and there stayed, thinking to have gone to Chelsea with them. But upon the start, the wager boats fell foul one of another, till at last one of them gives over, pretending foul play, and so the other row away alone, and all our sport lost. So, I went ashore, at Westminster. And to the hall I went, where it was very pleasant to see the hall in the condition it is now with the judges on the benches at the further end of it, which I had not seen all this term till now. Thence with Mr. Spicer, Creed and some others to drink. And so away homewards by water with Mr. Creed, whom I left in London going about business and I home, where I stayed all the afternoon in the garden reading Faber Fortuny with great pleasure. So home to bed. 19th, Lord's Day, I walked in the morning towards Westminster, and seeing many people at York House, I went down and found them at Mass, it being the Spanish ambassadors. And so I go into one of the galleries, and there heard 2 Masses done, I think, not in so much state as I have seen them heretofore. After that into the garden, and walked a turn or two, but found it not so fine a place as I always took it for by the outside. Thence to my lord's, and there spake with him about business, and then he went to Whitehall to dinner, and Captain Ferrers and Mr. Howe and myself to Mr. Wilkinson's at the Crown, and though he had no meat of his own, yet we happened to find our cook Mr. Robinson there, who had a dinner for himself and some friends, and so he did give us a very fine dinner. Then to my lord's, where we went and sat talking and laughing in the drawing-room a great while. All our talk about their going to see this voyage, which Captain Ferrers is in some doubt whether he shall go or no, but swears that he would go, if he were sure never to come back again, and I, giving him some hopes, he grew so mad with joy that he fell dancing and leaping like a madman. Now it fell out so that the balcone windows were open, and he went to the rail and made an offer to leap over, and asked what if he should leap over there. I told him I would give him L40 if he did not go to sea. With that thought I shut the doors, and Howe hindered him all we could, yet he opened them again, and, with a vault, leaps down into the garden, the greatest and most desperate frolic that ever I saw in my life. I run to see what was become of him, and we found him crawled upon his knees, but could not rise, so we went down into the garden and dragged him to the bench, where he looked like a dead man, but could not stir. And, though he had broke nothing, yet his pain in his back was such as he could not endure. With this, my lord, who was in the little new room, come to us in amaze, and bid us carry him up, which, by our strength, we did, and so laid him in East's bed, by the door, where he lay in great pain. We sent for a doctor and chirurgeon, but none to be found, till by chance comes in Dr. Clerk, who is afeard of him. So we sent to get a lodging for him, and I went up to my lord, where Captain Cook, Mr. Gibbons, and others of the king's musicians were come to present my lord with some songs and symphonies, which were performed very finely. Which being done I took leave and supped at my father's, where was my cousin Beck come lately out of the country. I am troubled to see my father so much decay of a sudden, as he do both in his seeing and hearing, and as much to hear of him how my brother Tom do grow disrespectful to him and my mother. I took leave and went home, where to prayers, which I have not had in my house a good while, and so to bed. 20th. At home all the morning, paid L50 to one Mr. Grant for Mr. Barlow, for the last half year, and was visited by Mr. Anderson, my former chamber fellow at Cambridge, with whom I parted at the Hague, but I did not go forth with him, only gave him a morning draught at home. At noon Mr. Creed came to me, and he and I to the Exchange, and so to an ordinary to dinner, and after dinner to the Mitre, and there sat drinking while it rained very much. Then to the office, where I found Sir Williams both, choosing of masters for the new fleet of ships that is ordered to be set forth, and Penn seeming to be in an ugly humour, not willing to gratify one that I mentioned to be put in, did vex me. We sat late, and so home. Mr. Moore came to me when I was going to bed, and sat with me a good while talking about my lord's business and our own, and so good night. 21st, up early, and, with Sir R. Slingsby, and Major Waters the deaf gentleman, his friend, for company's sake, to the victualling office, the first time that I ever knew where it was. And there stayed while he read a commission for inquiry into some of the king's lands and houses thereabouts, that are given his brother. And then we took boat to Woolwich, where we stayed and gave order for the fitting out of some more ships presently. And then to Deptford, where we stayed and did the same. And so took barge again, and were overtaken by the king in his barge, he having been down the river with his yacht this day for pleasure to try it. And, as I hear, Commissioner Petts do prove better than the Dutch one, and that his brother built. While we were upon the water, one of the greatest showers of rain fell that ever I saw. The comptroller and I landed with our barge at the Temple, and from thence I went to my father's, and there did give order about some clothes to be made, and did buy a new hat, cost between 20 and 30 shillings, at Mr. Holden's. So home. 22nd. To Westminster, and there missed of my lord, and so about noon I and Howe by water to the wardrobe, where my lord and all the officers of the wardrobe dined, and several other friends of my lord, at a venison pasty. Before dinner, my Lady Wright and my Lady Jem sang songs to the harpsichon. Very pleasant and merry at dinner. And then I went away by water to the office, and there stayed till it was late. At night before I went to bed the barber came to trim me and wash me, and so to bed, in order to my being clean tomorrow. 23rd. This day I went to my lord, and about many other things at Whitehall, and there made even my accounts with Mr. Shepley at my lord's, and then with him and Mr. Moore and John Bowles to the Rhenish wine house, and there came Jonas Moore, the mathematician, to us, and there he did by discourse make us fully believe that England and France were once the same continent, by very good arguments. And spoke very many things, not so much to prove the scripture false as that the time therein is not well computed nor understood. From thence home by water, and there shifted myself into my black silk suit, the first day I have put it on this year, and so to my Lord Mayor's by coach, with a great deal of honourable company, and great entertainment. At table I had very good discourse with Mr. Ashmole, wherein he did assure me that frogs and many insects do often fall from the sky, ready formed. Dar. Bates's singularity in not rising up nor drinking the king's nor other healths at the table was very much observed. 307. From thence we all took coach, and to our office, and there sat till it was late, and so I home and to bed by daylight. This day was kept a holy day through the town, and it pleased me to see the little boys walk up and down in procession with their broomstaffs in their hands, as I had myself long ago gone. 308. 24th. At home all the morning making up my private accounts, and this is the first time that I do find myself to be clearly worth L500 in money, besides all my goods in my house, and in the afternoon at the office late, and then I went to the wardrobe, where I found my lord at supper, and therefore I walked a good while till he had done, and I went in to him, and there he looked over my accounts. And they were committed to Mr. Moore to see me paid what remained due to me. Then down to the kitchen to eat a bit of bread and butter, which I did, and there I took one of the maids by the chin, thinking her to be Susan, but it proved to be her sister, who is very like her. From thence home. 25th. All the morning at home about business. At noon to the Temple, where I stayed and looked over a book or two at Playford's, and then to the theatre, where I saw a piece of The Silent Woman, which pleased me. So homewards, and in my way bought The Bondman in Paul's Churchyard, and so home, where I found all clean, and the hearth and range, as it is now enlarged, set up, which pleases me very much. 26th, Lord's Day. Lay long in bed. To church and heard a good sermon at our own church, where I have not been a great many weeks. Dined with my wife alone at home, pleasing myself in that my house do begin to look as if at last it would be in good order. This day the Parliament received the communion of Dr. Gunning at St. Margaret's, Westminster. In the afternoon both the Sir Williams came to church, where we had a dull stranger. After church home, and so to the Mitre, where I found Dr. Burnet, the first time that ever I met him, to drink with him, and my uncle White, and there we sat and drank a great deal, and so I to Sir W. Batten's, where I have on purpose made myself a great stranger, only to get a high opinion a little more of myself in them. Here I heard how Mrs. Brown, Sir W. Batten's sister, is brought to bed, and I to be one of the godfathers, which I could not nor did deny. Which, however, did trouble me very much to be at charge to no purpose, so that I could not sleep hardly all night, but in the morning I bethought myself, and I think it is very well I should do it. Sir W. Batten told me how Mr. Prynne, among the 2 or 3 that did refuse today to receive the sacrament upon their knees, was offered by a mistake the drink afterwards, which he did receive, being denied the drink by Dr. Gunning, unless he would take it on his knees. And after that by another the bread was brought him, and he did take it sitting, which is thought very preposterous. Home and to bed. 27th. To the wardrobe, and from thence with my Lord Sandwich and Hinchinbroke to the Lord's house by boat at Westminster, and there I left them. Then to the lobby, and after waiting for Sir G. Downing's coming out, to speak with him about the giving me up of my bond for my honesty when I was his clerk, but to no purpose, I went to clerk's at the Leg, and there I found both Mr. Pierces, Mr. Ralt, formerly too great a man to meet upon such even terms, and there we dined very merry, there coming to us Captain Ferrers, this being the first day of his going abroad since his leap a week ago, which I was greatly glad to see. By water to the office, and there sat late, Sir George Carteret coming in, who among other things did inquire into the naming of the maesters for this fleet, and was very angry that they were named as they are. And above all to see the maester of the Adventure, for whom there is some kind of difference between Sir W. Penn and me, turned out, who has been in her list. The office done, I went with the comptroller to the coffee house, and there we discoursed of this, and I seem to be fond of him, and indeed I find I must carry fair with all as far as I see it safe. But I have got of him leave to have a little room from his lodgings to my house, of which I am very glad, besides I do open him a way to get lodgings himself in the office, of which I should be very glad. Home and to bed. 28th. This morning to the wardrobe, and thence to a little alehouse hard by, to drink with John Bowies, who is now going to Hinchinbroke this day. Thence with Mr. Shepley to the Exchange about business, and there, by Mr. Rawlinson's favour, got into a balcone over against the Exchange, and there saw the hangman burn, by vote of Parliament, 2 old acts, the one for constituting us a Commonwealth, and the others I have forgot. Which still do make me think of the greatness of this late turn, and what people will do tomorrow against what they all, through profit or fear, did promise and practice this day. Then to the Mitre with Mr. Shepley, and there dined with D. Rawlinson and some friends of his very well. So home, and then to Cheapside about buying a piece of plate to give away tomorrow to Mrs. Brown's child. So to the Star in Cheapside, where I left Mr. Moore telling L5 out for me, who I found in a great strait for my coming back again, and so he went his way at my coming. Then home, where Mr. Cook I met and he paid me 30s, an old debt of his to me. So to Sir W. Penn's, and there sat alone with him till 10 at night in talk with great content, he telling me things and persons that I did not understand in the late times, and so I home to bed. My cousin John Holcroft, whom I have not seen many years, this morning came to see me. 29th, King's birthday. Rose early and having made myself fine, and put 6 spoons and a porringer of silver in my pocket to give away today, Sir W. Penn and I took coach, and, the weather and ways being foul, went to Walthamstow, and being come there heard Mr. Radcliffe, my former schoolfellow at Paul's, who is yet a mere boy, preach upon, nay, let him take all, since my lord the king is returned, and he reads all, and his sermon very simple, but I looked for new matter. Back to dinner to Sir William Batten's, and then, after a walk in the fine gardens, we went to Mrs. Brown's, where Sir W. Penn and I were godfathers, and Mrs. Jordan and Shipman godmothers to her boy. And there, before and after the christening, we were with the woman above in her chamber, but whether we carried ourselves well or ill, I know not, but I was directed by young Mrs. Batten. One passage of a lady that eat wafers with her dog did a little displease me. I did give the midwife 10s. And the nurse 5s. And the maid of the house 2s. But for as much I expected to give the name to the child, but did not, it being called John, I forbore then to give my plate till another time after a little more advice. All being done, we went to Mrs. Shipman's, who is a great butter woman, and I did see there the most of milk and cream, and the cleanest that ever I saw in my life. After we had filled our bellies with cream, we took our leaves and away. In our way, we had great sport to try who should drive fastest, Sir W. Batten's coach, or Sir W. Penn's chariot, they having 4, and we 2 horses, and we beat them. But it cost me the spoiling of my clothes and velvet coat with dirt. Being come home I to bed, and give my breeches to be dried by the fire against tomorrow. 30th. To the wardrobe and there, with my lord, went into his new barge to try her, and found her a good boat, and like my lord's contrivance of the door to come out round and not square as they used to do. Back to the wardrobe with my lord, and then with Mr. Moore to the Temple, and thence to Greatorex, who took me to Arundel House, and there showed me some fine flowers in his garden, and all the fine statues in the gallery, which I formerly had seen, and is a brave sight, and thence to a blind dark cellar, where we had 2 bottles of good ale, and so after giving him direction for my silver side table, I took boat at Arundel stairs, and put in at Milford. So home and found Sir Williams both and my lady going to Deptford to christen Captain Ruth's child, and would have had me with them, but I could not go to the office, where Sir R. Slingsby was, and he and I into his and my lodgings to take a view of them, out of a desire he has to have mine of me to join to his, and give me Mr. Turner's. To the office again, where Sir G. Carteret came and sat a while, he being angry for Sir William's making of the maisters of this fleet upon their own heads without a full table. Then the comptroller and I to the coffee house, and there sat a great while talking of many things. So home and to bed. This day, I hear, the Parliament have ordered a bill to be brought in for the restoring the bishops to the House of Lords, which they had not done so soon but to spite Mr. Prynne, who is every day so bitter against them in his discourse in the House. 31st. I went to my father's thinking to have met with my cousin John Holcroft, but he came not, but to my great grief I found my father and mother in a great deal of discontent one with another. And indeed my mother is grown now so pettish that I know not how my father is able to bear with it. I did talk to her so as did not indeed become me, but I could not help it, she being so unsufferably foolish and simple, so that my father, poor man, is become a very unhappy man. There I dined, and so home and to the office all the afternoon till 9 at night, and then home and to supper and to bed. Great talk now how the Parliament intend to make a collection of free gifts to the King through the kingdom. But I think it will not come to much. June 1661. June 1st. Having taken our leaves of Sir W. Batten and my lady, who are gone this morning to keep their Whitsuntide, Sir W. Penn and I and Mr. Gauden by water to Woolwich, and there went from ship to give order for and take notice of their forwardness to go forth, and then to Deptford and did the like, having dined at Woolwich with Captain Poole at the tavern there. From Deptford we walked to Redriff, calling at the halfway house, and there come into a room where there was infinite of new cakes placed that are made against Whitsuntide, and there we were very merry. By water home, and there did businesses of the office. Among others got my lord's imprest of L1000 and Mr. Creed's of L10,000 against this voyage their bills signed. Having wrote letters into the country and read some things I went to bed. 2nd, Whit Sunday. The barber having done with me, I went to church, and there heard a good sermon of Mr. Mills, fit for the day. Then home to dinner, and then to church again, and going home I found Greatorex, whom I expected today at dinner, come to see me, and so he and I in my chamber drinking of wine and eating of anchovies an hour or two. Discoursing of many things in mathematics, and among others he showed me how it comes to pass the strength that levers have, and he showed me that what is got as to matter of strength is lost by them as to matter of time. It rained very hard, as it hath done of late so much that we begin to doubt a famine, and so he was forced to stay longer than I desired. At night after prayers to bed. 3rd. To the wardrobe, where discoursing with my lord, he did instruct me as to the business of the wardrobe, in case, in his absence, Mr. Townsend should die, and told me that he do intend to join me and Mr. Moore with him as to the business, now he is going to sea, and spoke to me many other things, as to one that he do put the greatest confidence in, of which I am proud. Here I had a good occasion to tell him, what I have had long in my mind, that, since it has pleased God to bless me with something, I am desirous to lay out something for my father, and so have pitched upon Mr. Young's place in the wardrobe, which I desired he would give order in his absence, if the place should fall that I might have the refusal. Which my lord did freely promise me, at which I was very glad, he saying that he would do that at the least. So I saw my lord into the barge going to Whitehall, and I and Mr. Creed home to my house, whither my father and my cousin Scott came to dine with me, and so we dined together very well, and before we had done in comes my father Bowyer and my mother and 4 daughters, and a young gentleman and his sister. Their friends, and there stayed all the afternoon, which cost me great store of wine, and were very merry. By and by I am called to the office, and there stayed a little. So home again, and took Mr. Creed and left them, and so he and I to the Tor, to speak for some ammunition for ships for my lord. And so he and I, with much pleasure, walked quite round the Tor, which I never did before. So home, and after a walk with my wife upon the leads, I and she went to bed. This morning I and Dr. Pierce went over to the beer at the bridge foot, thinking to have met my Lord Hinchinbroke and his brother setting forth for France. But they being not come, we went over to the wardrobe, and there found that my Lord Abbot Montague being not at Paris, my Lord hath a mind to have them stay a little longer before they go. 4th. The comptroller came this morning to get me to go see a house or two near our office, which he would take for himself or Mr. Turner, and then he would have me have Mr. Turner's lodgings and himself mine and Mr. Davis's. But the houses did not like us, and so that design at present is stopped. Then he and I by water to the bridge, and then walked over the bankside till we came to the Temple, and so I went over and to my father's, where I met with my cousin J. Holcroft, and took him and my father and my brother Tom to the Bear Tavern and gave them wine, my cousin being to go into the country again tomorrow. From thence to my Lord Crewe's to dinner with him, and had very good discourse about having of young noblemen and gentlemen to think of going to sea, as being as honourable service as the land war. And among other things he told us how, in Queen Elizabeth's time, one young nobleman would wait with a trencher at the back of another till he came to age himself. And witnessed in my young Lord of Kent, that then was, who waited upon my Lord Bedford at table, when a letter came to my Lord Bedford that the earldom of Kent was fallen to his servant, the young lord. And so he rose from table, and made him sit down in his place, and took a lower for himself, for so he was by place to sit. From thence to the theatre and saw Harry the Fourth, a good play. That done I went over the water and walked over the fields to Southwark, and so home and to my lute. At night to bed. 5th. This morning did give my wife L4 to lay out upon lace and other things for herself. I to wardrobe and so to Whitehall and Westminster, where I dined with my lord and Ned Dickering alone at his lodgings. After dinner to the office, where we sat and did business, and Sir W. Penn and I went home with Sir R. Slingsby to Bowles in his ally, and there had good sport, and afterwards went in and drank and talked. So home Sir William and I, and it being very hot weather I took my flageolet and played upon the leads in the garden, where Sir W. Penn came out in his shirt into his leads, and there we stayed talking and singing, and drinking great draughts of claret, and eating botargo 309 and bread and butter till 12 at night, it being moonshine, and so to bed, very near fuddled. 6th. My head hath ached all night, and all this morning, with my last night's debauch. Called up this morning by Lieutenant Lambert, who is now made captain of the Norwich, and he and I went down by water to Greenwich, in our way observing and discoursing upon the things of a ship, he telling me all I asked him. Which was of good use to me. There we went and eat and drank and heard music at the Globe, and saw the simple motion that is there of a woman with a rod in her hand keeping time to the music while it plays, which is simple, methinks. Back again by water, calling at Captain Lambert's house, which is very handsome and neat, and a fine prospect at top. So to the office, where we sat a little, and then the captain and I again to Bridewell to Mr. Holland's, where his wife also, a plain dowdy, and his mother was. Here I paid Mrs. Holland the money due from me to her husband. Here came two young gentlewomen to see Mr. Holland, and one of them could play pretty well upon the violin, but, good God! How these ignorant people did cry her up for it! We were very merry. I stayed and supped there, and so home and to bed. The weather very hot, this night I left off my waistcoat. 7th. To my lord's at Whitehall, but not finding him I went to the wardrobe and there dined with my lady, and was very kindly treated by her. After dinner to the office, and there till late at night. So home, and to Sir William Batten's, who is come this day from Chatham with my lady, who is and has been much troubled with the toothache. Here I stayed till late, and so home and to bed. 8th. To Whitehall to my lord, who did tell me that he would have me go to Mr. Townsend, whom he had ordered to discover to me the whole mystery of the wardrobe, and none else but me, and that he will make me deputy with him for fear that he should die in my lord's absence, of which I was glad. Then to the cooks with Mr. Shepley and Mr. Creed, and dined together, and then I went to the theatre and there saw Bartholomew Fair, the first time it was acted now a days. It is a most admirable play and well acted, but too much profane and abusive. From thence, meeting Mr. Creed at the door, he and I went to the tobacco shop under Temple Bar Gate, and there went up to the top of the house and there sat drinking Lambeth ale a good while. Then away home, and in my way called upon Mr. Rawlinson, my uncle White being out of town, for his advice to answer a letter of my uncle Robert, wherein he do offer me a purchase to lay some money upon, that joins upon some of his own lands. And plainly telling me that the reason of his advice is the convenience that it will give me as to his estate, of which I am exceeding glad, and am advised to give up wholly the disposal of my money to him, let him do what he will with it. Which I shall do. So home and to bed. 9th, Lord's Day. This day my wife put on her black silk gown, which is now laced all over with black gimp lace, as the fashion is, in which she is very pretty. She and I walked to my lady's at the wardrobe, and there dined and was exceeding much made of. After dinner I left my wife there, and I walked to Whitehall, and then went to Mr. Pierce's and sat with his wife a good while, who continues very pretty, till he came, and then he and I, and Mr. Simons, dancing master, that goes to sea with my lord, to the Swan Tavern, and there drank, and so again to Whitehall, and there met with Dean Fuller, and walked a great while with him. Among other things discoursed of the liberty the bishop, by name the of Galloway, takes to admit into orders any body that will, among others, Roundtree, a simple mechanique that was a parson, formerly in the Fleet. He told me he would complain of it. By and by we went and got a sculler, and landing him at Worcester House, I and W. Howe, who came to us at Whitehall, went to the wardrobe, where I met with Mr. Townsend, who is very willing he says to communicate anything for my lord's advantage to me as to his business. I went up to Jane Shore's tour, and there W. Howe and I sang, and so took my wife and walked home, and so to bed. After I came home a messenger came from my lord to bid me come to him tomorrow morning. 10th. Early to my lord's, who privately told me how the king had made him ambassador in the bringing over the Queen. 310. That he is to go to Algiers, and to settle the business, and to put the fleet in order there, and so to come back to Lisbon with 3 ships, and there to meet the fleet that is to follow him. He sent for me, to tell me that he do entrust me with the seeing of all things done in his absence as to this great preparation, as I shall receive orders from my Lord Chancellor and Mr. Edward Montague. At all which my heart is above measure glad. For my lord's honour, and some profit to myself, I hope. By and by, out with Mr. Shepley Walden, Parliament man for Huntingdon, Ralt, Mackworth, and Alderman Backwell, to a house hard by, to drink Lambeth ale. So I back to the wardrobe, and there found my lord going to Trinity House, this being the solemn day of choosing master, and my lord is chosen, so he dines there today. I stayed and dined with my lady. But after we were set, comes in some persons of condition, and so the children and I rose and dined by ourselves, all the children and I, and were very merry and they mighty fond of me. Then to the office, and there sat a while. So home and at night to bed, where we lay in Sir R. Slingsby's lodgings in the dining room there in one green bed, my house being now in its last work of painting and whiting. 11th. At the office this morning, Sir G. Carteret with us. And we agreed upon a letter to the Duke of York, to tell him the sad condition of this office for want of money, how men are not able to serve us more without some money. And that now the credit of the office is brought so low, that none will sell us any thing without our personal security given for the same. All the afternoon abroad about several businesses, and at night home and to bed. 12th. Wednesday, a day kept between a fast and a feast, the bishops not being ready enough to keep the fast for foul weather before fair weather came, and so they were forced to keep it between both. 311. I to Whitehall, and there with Captain Ralt and Ferrers we went to Lambeth to drink our morning draught, where at the Three Mariners, a place noted for their ale, we went and stayed a while very merry, and so away. And wanting a boat, we found Captain Bunn going down the river, and so we went into his boat having a lady with him, and he landed them at Westminster and me at the bridge. At home all day with my workmen, and doing several things, among others writing the letter resolved of yesterday to the Duke. Then to Whitehall, where I met my lord, who told me he must have L300 laid out in cloth, to give in Barbary, as presents among the Turks. At which occasion of getting something I was very glad. Home to supper, and then to Sir R. Slingsby, who with his brother and I went to my lord's at the Wardrobe, and there stayed a great while, but he being now taking his leave of his friends stayed out late, and so they went away. Anon came my lord in, and I stayed with him a good while, and then to bed with Mr. Moore in his chamber. 13th. I went up and down to Alderman Backwell's, but his servants not being up, I went home and put on my grey cloth suit and faced white coat, made of one of my wife's petticoats, the first time I have had it on. And so in a riding garb back again and spoke with Mr. Shaw at the Alderman's, who offers me L300 if my lord pleases to buy this cloth with, which pleased me well. So to the Wardrobe and got my lord to order Mr. Creed to imprest so much upon me to be paid by Alderman Backwell. So with my lord to Whitehall by water, and he having taken leave of the king, comes to us at his lodgings and from thence goes to the garden stairs and there takes barge, and at the stairs was met by Sir R. Slingsby, who there took his leave of my lord, and I heard my lord thank him for his kindness to me, which Sir Robert answered much to my advantage. I went down with my lord in the barge to Deptford, and there went on board the Dutch yacht and stayed there a good while, how not being come with my lord's things, which made my lord very angry. By and by he comes and so we set sail, and anon went to dinner, my lord and we very merry, and after dinner I went down below and there sang, and took leave of Howe, Captain Ralt, and the rest of my friends, then went up and took leave of my lord, who give me his hand and parted with great respect. So went and Captain Ferrers with me into our wherry, and my lord did give 5 guns, all they had charged, which was the greatest respect my lord could do me, and of which I was not a little proud. So with a sad and merry heart I left them sailing pleasantly from Erith, hoping to be in the Downs tomorrow early. We toward London in our boat. Pulled off our stockings and bathed our legs a great while in the river, which I had not done some years before. By and by we come to Greenwich, and thinking to have gone on the king's yacht, the king was in her, so we passed by, and at Woolwich went on shore, in the company of Captain Poole of Jamaica and young Mr. Kennersley, and many others, and so to the tavern where we drank a great deal both wine and beer. So we parted hence and went home with Mr. Falconer, who did give us cherries and good wine. So to boat, and young Poole took us on board the Charity and gave us wine there, with which I had full enough, and so to our wherry again, and there fell asleep till I came almost to the Tower, and there the captain and I parted. And I home and with wine enough in my head, went to bed. 14th. To Whitehall to my lord's, where I found Mr. Edward Montague and his family come to lie during my lord's absence. I sent to my house by my lord's order his ship 312 and Triangle Virginal. So to my father's, and did give him order about the buying of this cloth to send to my lord. But I could not stay with him myself, for having got a great cold by my playing the fool in the water yesterday I was in great pain, and so went home by coach to bed, and went not to the office at all, and by keeping myself warm. I broke wind and so came to some ease. Rose and eat some supper, and so to bed again. 15th. My father came and drank his morning draught with me, and sat with me till I was ready, and so he and I about the business of the cloth. By and by I left him and went and dined with my lady, who, now my lord is gone, is come to her poor housekeeping again. Then to my father's, who tells me what he has done, and we resolved upon 2 pieces of scarlet, 2 of purple, and 2 of black, and L50 in linen. I home, taking L300 with me home from Alderman Backwell's. After writing to my lord to let him know what I had done I was going to bed, but there coming the purser of the king's yacht for victuals presently, for the Duke of York is to go down tomorrow, I got him to promise stowage for these things there. And so I went to bed, bidding Will go and fetch the things from the carriers hither, which about 12 o'clock were brought to my house and laid there all night. 16th, Lord's Day. But no purser coming in the morning for them, and I hear that the Duke went last night, and so I am at a great loss what to do, and so this day, though the Lord's Day, stayed at home, sending Will up and down to know what to do. Sometimes thinking to continue my resolution of sending by the carrier to be at Deal on Wednesday next, sometimes to send them by sea by a vessel on purpose, but am not yet come to a resolution. But am at a very great loss and trouble in mind what in the world to do herein. The afternoon, while Will was abroad, I spent in reading The Spanish Gypsy, a play not very good, though commended much. At night resolved to hire a Margate hoy, who would go away tomorrow morning, which I did, and sent the things all by him, and put them on board about 12 this night, hoping to have them as the wind now serves in the Downs tomorrow night. To bed with some quiet of mind, having sent the things away. 17th, visited this morning by my old friend Mr. C.H. Carter, who stayed and went to Westminster with me, and there we parted, and I to the wardrobe and dined with my lady. So home to my painters, who are now about painting my stairs. So to the office, and at night we all went to Sir W. Penn's, and there sat and drank till 11 at night, and so home and to bed. 18th. All this morning at home vexing about the delay of my painters, and about 4 in the afternoon my wife and I by water to Captain Lambert's, where we took great pleasure in their turret garden, and seeing the fine needleworks of his wife. The best I ever saw in my life, and afterwards had a very handsome treat and good musique that she made upon the harpsicon, and with a great deal of pleasure stayed till 8 at night, and so home again. There being a little pretty witty child that is kept in their house that would not let us go without her, and so fell a crying by the waterside. So home, where I met Jack Cole, who stayed with me a good while, and is still of the old good humour that we were of at school together, and I am very glad to see him. He gone, I went to bed. 19th. All the morning almost at home, seeing my stairs finished by the painters, which pleases me well. So with Mr. Moore to Westminster Hall, it being term, and then by water to the wardrobe, where very merry, and so home to the office all the afternoon, and at night to the Exchange to my uncle White about my intention of purchasing at Brampton. So back again home and at night to bed. Thanks be to God I am very well again of my late pain, and tomorrow hope to be out of my pain of dirt and trouble in my house, of which I am now become very weary. One thing I must observe here while I think of it, that I am now become the most negligent man in the world as to matters of news, insomuch that, nowadays, I neither can tell any, nor ask any of others. 20th. At home the greatest part of the day to see my workmen make an end, which this night they did to my great content. 21st. This morning going to my father's I met him, and so he and I went and drank our morning draught at the Samson in Paul's churchyard, and eat some gammon of bacon, and then parted, having bought some green say 313 for curtains in my parlour. Home, and so to the Exchequer, where I met with my uncle White, and home with him to dinner, where among others, my aunt being out of town, Mr. Norbury and I did discourse of his wife's house and land at Brampton, which I find too much for me to buy. Home, and in the afternoon to the office, and much pleased at night to see my house begin to be clean after all the dirt. 22nd. Abroad all the morning about several businesses. At noon went and dined with my Lord Crewe, where very much made of by him and his lady. Then to the theatre, The Alchemist, 314, which is a most incomparable play. And that being done I met with little Llewellyn and Blurton, who took me to a friend's of theirs in Lincoln's Inn Fields, one Mr. Hodges, where we drank great store of Rhenish wine and were very merry. So I went home, where I found my house now very clean, which was great content to me. 23rd, Lord's Day. In the morning to church, and my wife not being well, I went with Sir W. Batten home to dinner, my lady being out of town, where there was Sir W. Penn, Captain Allen and his daughter Rebecca, and Mr. Hempson and his wife. After dinner to church all of us and had a very good sermon of a stranger, and so I and the young company to walk first to Gray's and Walks, where great store of gallants, but above all the ladies that I there saw, or ever did see, Mrs. Frances Butler, Monsieur l'Impertinent's sister, is the greatest beauty. Then we went to Islington, where at the great house I entertained them as well as I could, and so home with them, and so to my own home and to bed. Paul, who went this day to a child's christening of Kate Joyce's, stayed out all night at my father's, she not being well. 24th, Midsummer Day. We kept this a holiday, and so went not to the office at all. All the morning at home. At noon my father came to see my house now it is done, which is now very neat. He and I and Dar. Williams, who is come to see my wife, whose sore belly is now grown dangerous as she thinks, to the ordinary over against the Exchange, where we dined and had great wrangling with the master of the house when the reckoning was brought to us. He setting down exceeding high everything. I home again and to Sir W. Batten's, and there sat a good while. So home. 25th, up this morning to put my papers in order that are come from my lord's, so that now I have nothing there remaining that is mine, which I have had till now. This morning came Mr. Goodgrim 3:15 to me, recommended by Mr. Mage, with whom I agreed presently to give him 20s. Entrance, which I then did, and 20s. A month more to teach me to sing, and so we began, and I hope I have come to something in it. His first song is La Cruda la Bella. He gone my brother Tom comes, with whom I made even with my father and the 2 drapers for the cloths I sent to sea lately. At home all day. In the afternoon came Captain Allen and his daughter Rebecca and Mr. Hempson, and by both Sir Williams, who sat with me till it was late, and I had a very gallant collation for them. At night to bed. 26th. To Westminster about several businesses, then to dine with my lady at the Wardrobe, taking Dean Fuller along with me, then home, where I heard my father had been to find me about special business. So I took coach and went to him, and found by a letter to him from my aunt that my uncle Robert is taken with a dizziness in his head, so that they desire my father to come down to look after his business, by which we guess that he is very ill. And so my father do think to go tomorrow. And so God's will be done. Back by water to the office, there till night, and so home to my musique and then to bed. 27th. To my father's, and with him to Mr. Starling's to drink our morning draught, and there I told him how I would have him speak to my uncle Robert, when he comes thither, concerning my buying of land, that I could pay ready money L600 and the rest by L150 per annum. To make up as much as will by L50 per annum, which I do, though I not worth above L500 ready money, that he may think me to be a greater saver than I am. Here I took my leave of my father, who is going this morning to my uncle upon my aunt's letter this week that he is not well and so needs my father's help. At noon home, and then with my Lady Batten, Mrs. Rebecca Allen, Mrs. Thompson, and 2 coaches of us, we went and saw Bartholomew Fair, acted very well, and so home again and stayed at Sir W. Batten's late, and so home to bed. This day Mr. Holden sent me a bever, which cost me L45s.316. 28th. At home all the morning practicing to sing, which is now my great trade, and at noon to my lady and dined with her. So back and to the office, and there sat till 7 at night, and then Sir W. Penn and I in his coach went to Moorfields, and there walked, and stood, and saw the wrestling, which I never saw so much of before, between the north and west countrymen. So home, and this night had our bed set up in our room that we called the nursery, where we lay, and I am very much pleased with the room. 29th. By a letter from the Duke complaining of the delay of the ships that are to be got ready, Sir Williams both and I went to Deptford and there examined into the delays, and were satisfied. So back again home and stayed till the afternoon, and then I walked to the Bell at the Maypole in the Strand, and thither came to me by appointment Mr. Chetwynd, Gregory, and Hartlib, so many of our old club, and Mr. Kipps, where we stayed and drank and talked with much pleasure till it was late, and so I walked home and to bed. Mr. Chetwynd by chewing of tobacco is become very fat and sallow, whereas he was consumptive, and in our discourse he fell commending of Hooker's Ecclesiastical Polity, as the best book, and the only one that made him a Christian. Which puts me upon the buying of it, which I will do shortly. 30th, Lord's Day. To church, where we observe the trade of briefs is come now up to so constant a course every Sunday, that we resolve to give no more to them. 317. A good sermon, and then home to dinner, my wife and I all alone. After dinner Sir William's both and I by water to Whitehall, where having walked up and down, at last we met with the Duke of York, according to an order sent us yesterday from him. To give him an account where the fault lay in the not sending out of the ships, which we find to be only the wind hath been against them, and so they could not get out of the river. Hence I to graze and walk, all alone, and with great pleasure seeing the fine ladies walk there. Myself humming to myself, which nowadays is my constant practice since I begun to learn to sing, the trillo, and found by use that it do come upon me. Home very weary and to bed, finding my wife not sick, but yet out of order, that I fear she will come to be sick. This day the Portuguese ambassador came to Whitehall to take leave of the king. He being now going to end all with the Queen, and to send her over. The weather now very fair and pleasant, but very hot. My father gone to Brampton to see my uncle Robert, not knowing whether to find him dead or alive. Myself lately under a great expense of money upon myself in clothes and other things, but I hope to make it up this summer by my having to do in getting things ready to send with the next fleet to the Queen. Myself in good health, but mighty apt to take cold, so that this hot weather I am fain to wear a cloth before my belly. July 1661. July 1st. This morning I went up and down into the city, to buy several things, as I have lately done, for my house. Among other things, a fair chest of drawers for my own chamber, and an Indian gown for myself. The first cost me 33s. The other 34s. Home and dined there, and Theodore Goodgrum, my singing master, with me, and then to our singing. After that to the office, and then home. Second, to Westminster Hall and there walked up and down, it being term time. Spoke with several, among others my cousin Roger Pepys, who was going up to the Parliament House, and inquired whether I had heard from my father since he went to Brampton, which I had done yesterday, who writes that my uncle is by fits stupid, and like a man that is drunk, and sometimes speechless. Home, and after my singing master had done, took coach and went to Sir William Davenant's opera, this being the 4th day that it hath begun, and the 1st that I have seen it. Today was acted the 2nd part of The Siege of Rhodes. We stayed a very great while for the King and the Queen of Bohemia. And by the breaking of a board over our heads, we had a great deal of dust fell into the ladies' necks and the men's hair, which made good sport. The King being come, the scene opened, which indeed is very fine and magnificent, and well acted, all but the eunuch, who was so much out that he was hissed off the stage. Home and wrote letters to my lord at sea, and so to bed. 3rd. To Westminster to Mr. Edward Montague about business of my lord's, and so to the wardrobe, and there dined with my lady, who is in some mourning for her brother, Mr. Samuel Crew, who died yesterday of the spotted fever. So home through Duck Lane, to inquire for some Spanish books, but found none that pleased me. So to the office, and that being done to Sir W. Batten's with the comptroller, where we sat late talking and disputing with Mr. Mills the parson of our parish. This day my Lady Batten and my wife were at the burial of a daughter of Sir John Lawson's, and had rings for themselves and their husbands. Home and to bed. 4th. At home all the morning. In the afternoon I went to the theatre, and there I saw Claricilla, the first time I ever saw it, well acted. But strange to see this house, that used to be so thronged, now empty since the opera begun. And so will continue for a while, I believe. Called at my father's, and there I heard that my uncle Robert 318 continues to have his fits of stupefaction every day for 10 or 12 hours together. From thence to the Exchange at night, and then went with my uncle White to the Mitre and were merry, but he takes it very ill that my father would go out of town to Brampton on this occasion and would not tell him of it. which I endeavoured to remove but could not. Here Mr. Batersby the apothecary was, who told me that if my uncle had the emerods 319, which I think he had, and that now they are stopped, he will lay his life that bleeding behind by leeches will cure him, but I am resolved not to meddle in it. Home and to bed. 5th. At home, and in the afternoon to the office, and that being done all went to Sir W. Batten's and there had a venison pasty, and were very merry. At night home and to bed. 6th. Waked this morning with news, brought me by a messenger on purpose, that my uncle Robert is dead, and died yesterday, so I rose sorry in some respect, glad in my expectations in another respect. So I made myself ready, went and told my uncle White, my lady, and some others thereof, and bought me a pair of boots in St. Martin's, and got myself ready, and then to the post-house and set out about 11 and 12 o'clock, taking the messenger with me that came to me, and so we rode and got well by 9 o'clock to Brampton, where I found my father well. My uncle's corps in a coffin standing upon joint stools in the chimney in the hall, but it begun to smell, and so I caused it to be set forth in the yard all night, and watched by 2 men. My aunt I found in bed in a most nasty ugly pickle, made me sick to see it. My father and I lay together tonight, I greedy to see the will, but did not ask to see it till tomorrow. 7th, Lord's Day. In the morning my father and I walked in the garden and read the will. Where, though he gives me nothing at present till my father's death, or at least very little, yet I am glad to see that he hath done so well for us, all, and well to the rest of his kindred. After that done, we went about getting things, as rib bands and gloves, ready for the burial. Which in the afternoon was done, where, it being Sunday, all people far and near come in. And in the greatest disorder that ever I saw, we made shift to serve them what we had of wine and other things, and then to carry him to the church, where Mr. Taylor buried him, and Mr. Turners preached a funeral sermon, where he spoke not particularly of him anything, but that he was one so well known for his honesty, that it spoke for itself above all that he could say for it. And so made a very good sermon. Home with some of the company who supped there, and things being quiet, at night to bed. 8th, 9th, Loth, 11th, 12th, 13th. I fell to work, and my father to look over my uncle's papers and clothes, and continued all this week upon that business, much troubled with my aunt's base, ugly humours. We had news of Tom Trice's putting in a caveat against us, in behalf of his mother, to whom my uncle hath not given anything, and for good reason therein expressed, which troubled us also. But above all, our trouble is to find that his estate appears nothing as we expected, and all the world believes, nor his papers so well sorted as I would have had them, but all in confusion, that break my brains to understand them. We missed also the surrenders of his copperhold land, without which the land would not come to us, but to the heir at law, so that what with this, and the badness of the drink and the ill opinion I have of the meat, and the biting of the gnats by night and my disappointment in getting home this week, and the trouble of sorting all the papers, I am almost out of my wits with trouble, only I appear the more contented, because I would not have my father troubled. The latter end of the week Mr. Phillips comes home from London, and so we advised with him and have the best counsel he could give us, but for all that we were not quiet in our minds. 14th, Lord's Day. At home, and Robert Barnwell with us, and dined, and in the evening my father and I walked round Portholme and viewed all the fields, which was very pleasant. Thence to Hinchingbroke, which is now all in dirt, because of my lord's building, which will make it very magnificent. Back to Brampton, and to supper and to bed. 15th. Up by 3 o'clock this morning, and rode to Cambridge, and was there by 7 o'clock, where, after I was trimmed, I went to Christ College and found my brother John at 8 o'clock in bed, which vexed me. Then to King's College Chapel, where I found the scholars in their surplices at the service with the organs, which is a strange sight to what it used in my time to be here. Then with Dr. Fairbrother, whom I met there, to the Rose Tavern, and called for some wine, and there met fortunately with Mr. Turner of our office, and sent for his wife, and were very merry, they being come to settle their son here, and sent also for Mr. Sanchi, of Magdalen, with whom and other gentlemen, friends of his, We were very merry, and I treated them as well as I could, and so at noon took horse again, having taken leave of my cousin Angier, and rode to Impington, where I found my old uncle 320 sitting all alone, like a man out of the world, he can hardly see. But all things else he do pretty livelily. Then with Dr. John Pepys and him, I read over the will, and had their advice therein, who, as to the sufficiency thereof confirmed me, and advised me as to the other parts thereof. Having done there, I rode to Gravely with much ado to inquire for a surrender of my uncle's in some of the copyholders' hands there, but I can hear of none, which puts me into very great trouble of mind. And so with a sad heart rode home to Brampton, but made myself as cheerful as I could to my father, and so to bed. 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th. These 4 days we spent in putting things in order, letting of the crop upon the ground, agreeing with Stanks to have a care of our business in our absence, and we think ourselves in nothing happy but in lighting upon him to be our bailey. In riding to Offord and Sturtlow, and up and down all our lands, and in the evening walking, my father and I about the fields talking, and had advice from Mr. Moore from London, by my desire, that the 3 witnesses of the will being all legatees, will not do the will any wrong. Tonight Sergeant Bernard, I hear, is come home into the country. To supper and to bed. My aunt continuing in her base, hypocritical tricks, which both Jane Perkin, of whom we make great use, and the maid do tell us every day of. 20th, up to Huntingdon this morning to Sir Robert Bernard, with whom I met Jasper Trice. So Sir Robert caused us to sit down together and began discourse very fairly between us, so I drew out the will and showed him, and, he, spoke between us as well as I could desire, but could come to no issue till Tom Trice comes. Then Sir Robert and I fell to talk about the money due to us upon surrender from Pigot, L164, which he tells me will go with debts to the heir at law, which breaks my heart on the other side. Here I stayed and dined with Sir Robert Bernard and his lady, my Lady Digby, a very good woman. After dinner I went into the town and spent the afternoon, sometimes with Mr. Phillips, sometimes with Dr. Simcox, Mr. Vinter, Robert Ethel, and many more friends, and at last Mr. Davenport, Phillips, Jasper Trice, myself and others at Mother, over against the Crown we sat and drank ale and were very merry till 9 at night, and so broke up. I walked home, and there found Tom Trice come, and he and my father gone to Goody Gorham's, where I found them and Jasper Trice got before me, and Mr. Green, and there had some calm discourse, but came to no issue, and so parted. So home and to bed, being now pretty well again of my left hand, which lately was stung and very much swelled. 21st, Lord's Day. At home all the morning, putting my papers in order against my going tomorrow and doing many things else to that end. Had a good dinner, and Stanks and his wife with us. To my business again in the afternoon, and in the evening came the 2 Trices, Mr. Green, and Mr. Phillips, and so we began to argue. At last it came to some agreement that for our giving of my Aunt L10 she is to quit the house, and for other matters they are to be left to the law, which do please us all, and so we broke up, pretty well satisfied. Then came Mr. Barnwell and J. Bowles and supped with us, and after supper away, and so I having taken leave of them and put things in the best order I could against tomorrow I went to bed. Old William Luff having been here this afternoon and paid up his bond of L20, and I did give him into his hand my uncle's surrender of Sturtlow to me before Mr. Phillips, or Barnwell, and Mr. Pigot, which he did acknowledge to them my uncle did in his lifetime deliver to him. 22nd, up by 3, and going by 4 on my way to London. But the day proves very cold, so that having put on no stockings but thread ones under my boots, I was fain at Bigglesworth to buy a pair of coarse woolen ones, and put them on. So by degrees till I come to Hatfield before 12 o'clock, where I had a very good dinner with my hostess, at my Lord of Salisbury's inn, and after dinner though weary I walked all alone to the vineyard, which is now a very beautiful place again. And coming back I met with Mr. Looker, my lord's gardener, a friend of Mr. Eglin's, who showed me the house, the chapel with brave pictures, and, above all, the gardens, such as I never saw in all my life. Nor so good flowers, nor so great gooseberries, as big as nutmegs. Back to the inn, and drank with him, and so to horse again, and with much ado got to London, and set him up at Smithfield. So called at my uncle Fenner's, my mother's, my lady's, and so home, in all which I found all things as well as I could expect. So weary and to bed. 23rd, put on my mourning. Made visits to Sir W. Penn and Batten. Then to Westminster, and at the Hall stayed talking with Mrs. Michelle a good while, and in the afternoon, finding myself unfit for business, I went to the theatre, and saw Brenneralt, I never saw before. It seemed a good play, but ill acted. Only I sat before Mrs. Palmer, the King's mistress, and filled my eyes with her, which much pleased me. Then to my father's, where by my desire I met my uncle Thomas, and discoursed of my uncle's will to him, and did satisfy him, as well as I could. So to my uncle White's, but found him out of doors, but my aunt I saw and stayed a while, and so home and to bed. Troubled to hear how proud and idle Paul is grown, that I am resolved not to keep her. 24th. This morning my wife in bed tells me of our being robbed of our silver tankard, which vexed me all day for the negligence of my people to leave the door open. My wife and I by water to Whitehall, where I left her to her business, and I to my cousin Thomas Pepys, and discoursed with him at large about our business of my uncle's will. He can give us no light at all into his estate, but upon the whole tells me that he do believe that he has left but little money, though something more than we have found, which is about L500. Here came Sir G. Lane by chance, seeing a bill upon the door to hire the house, with whom my cousin I walked all up and down, and indeed it is a very pretty place, and he do intend to leave the agreement for the house, which is L400 fine. And L46 rent a year to me between them. Then to the wardrobe, but come too late, and so dined with the servants. And then to my lady, who do shew my wife and me the greatest favour in the world, in which I take great content. Home by water and to the office all the afternoon, which is a great pleasure to me again, to talk with persons of quality and to be in command, and I give it out among them that the estate left me is L200 a year in land, besides moneys. Because I would put an esteem upon myself. At night home and to bed after I had set down my journals ever since my going from London this journey to this house. This afternoon I hear that my man will hath lost his clock with my tankard, at which I am very glad. 25th. This morning came my box of papers from Brampton of all my uncle's papers, which will now set me at work enough. At noon I went to the Exchange, where I met my uncle White, and found him so discontented about my father, whether that he takes it ill that he has not been acquainted with things, or whether he takes it ill that he has nothing left him. I cannot tell, for which I am much troubled, and so stayed not long to talk with him. Thence to my mother's, where I found my wife and my Aunt Bell and Mrs. Ramsay, and great store of tattle there was between the old women and my mother, who thinks that there is, God knows what fallen to her, which makes me mad, but it was not a proper time to speak to her of it, and so I went away with Mr. Moore, and he and I to the theatre, and saw The Jovial Crew, the first time I saw it, and indeed it is as merry and the most innocent play that ever I saw, and well performed. From thence home, and wrote to my father and so to bed. Full of thoughts to think of the trouble that we shall go through before we come to see what will remain to us of all our expectations. 26th. At home all the morning, and walking met with Mr. Hill of Cambridge at Pope's Head Alley with some women with him whom he took and me into the tavern there, and did give us wine, and would fain seem to be very knowing in the affairs of state. And tells me that yesterday put a change to the whole state of England as to the church. For the king now would be forced to favour presbytery, or the city would leave him, but I heed not what he says, though upon inquiry I do find that things in the Parliament are in a great disorder. Home at noon and there found Mr. Moore, and with him to an ordinary alone and dined, and there he and I read my uncle's will, and I had his opinion on it, and still find more and more trouble like to attend it. Back to the office all the afternoon, and that done home for all night. Having the beginning of this week made a vow to myself to drink no wine this week, finding it to unfit me to look after business, and this day breaking of it against my will, I am much troubled for it, but I hope God will forgive me. 27th. To Westminster, where at Mr. Montague's chamber I heard a Frenchman play, a friend of Monsieur Escar's, upon the guitar, most extreme well, though at the best methinks it is but a bauble. From thence to Westminster Hall, where it was expected that the Parliament was to have been adjourned for 2 or 3 months, but something hinders it for a day or 2. In the lobby I spoke with Mr. George Montague, and advised about a ship to carry my Lord Hinchingbroke and the rest of the young gentlemen to France, and they have resolved of going in a hired vessel from Rye, and not in a man of war. He told me in discourse that my Lord Chancellor is much envied, and that many great men, such as the Duke of Buckingham and my Lord of Bristol, do endeavour to undermine him, and that he believes it will not be done. For that the King, though he loves him not in the way of a companion, as he do these young gallants that can answer him in his pleasures, yet cannot be without him, for his policy in service. From thence to the wardrobe, where my wife met me, it being my Lord of Sandwich's birthday, and so we had many friends here, Mr. Townsend and his wife, and Captain Ferrers' lady and Captain Isham, and were very merry, and had a good venison pasty. Mr. Pargeter, the merchant, was with us also. After dinner Mr. Townsend was called upon by Captain Cook, so we 3 went to a tavern hard by, and there he did give us a song or 2. And without doubt he hath the best manner of singing in the world. Back to my wife, and with my Lady Jem and Paul by water through bridge, and showed them the ships with great pleasure, and then took them to my house to show it them, my lady their mother having been lately all alone to see it and my wife, in my absence in the country. And we treated them well, and were very merry. Then back again through bridge, and set them safe at home, and so my wife and I by coach home again, and after writing a letter to my father at Brampton, who, poor man, is there all alone, and I have not heard from him since my coming from him. Which troubles me. To bed. 28th, Lord's Day. This morning as my wife and I were going to church, comes Mrs. Ramsay to see us, so we sent her to church, and we went too, and came back to dinner, and she dined with us and was welcome. To church again in the afternoon, and then come home with us Sir W. Penn, and drank with us, and then went away, and my wife after him to see his daughter that is lately come out of Ireland. I stayed at home at my book. She came back again and tells me that whereas I expected she should have been a great beauty, she is a very plain girl. This evening my wife gives me all my linen, which I have put up, and intend to keep it now in my own custody. To supper and to bed. 29th. This morning we began again to sit in the mornings at the office, but before we sat down, Sir R. Slingsby and I went to Sir R. Ford's to see his house, and we find it will be very convenient for us to have it added to the office if he can be got to part with it. Then we sat down and did business in the office. So home to dinner, and my brother Tom dined with me, and after dinner he and I alone in my chamber had a great deal of talk, and I find that unless my father can forbear to make profit of his house in London and leave it to Tom, he has no mind to set up the trade anywhere else, and so I know not what to do with him. After this I went with him to my mother, and there told her how things do fall out short of our expectations, which I did, though it be true, to make her leave off her spending, which I find she is nowadays very free in. Building upon what is left to us by my uncle to bear her out in it, which troubles me much. While I was here word is brought that my Aunt Fenner is exceeding ill, and that my mother is sent for presently to come to her, also that my cousin Charles Glascock, though very ill himself, is this day gone to the country to his brother John Glascock, who is dying there. Home. 30th. After my singing master had done with me this morning, I went to Whitehall and Westminster Hall, where I found the King expected to come and adjourn the Parliament. I found the 2 houses at a great difference, about the Lords challenging their privileges not to have their houses searched, which makes them deny to pass the House of Commons bill for searching for pamphlets and seditious books. Thence by water to the wardrobe, meeting the King upon the water going in his barge to adjourn the House, where I dined with my lady, and there met Dr. Thomas Pepys, who I found to be a silly talking fellow, but very good-natured. So home to the office, where we met about the business of Tangier this afternoon. That done, at home I found Mr. Moore, and he and I walked into the city and there parted. To Fleet Street to find when the assizes begin at Cambridge and Huntingdon, in order to my going to meet with Roger Pepys for counsel. So in Fleet Street I met with Mr. Salisbury, who is now grown in less than 2 years' time so great a limner, that he is become excellent, and gets a great deal of money at it. I took him to Hercules Pillars to drink, and there came Mr. Hoare, whom I formerly have known, a friend of his to him, who is a very ingenious fellow, and there I sat with them a good while, and so home and wrote letters late to my lord and to my father, and then to bed. 31st. Singing master came to me this morning, then to the office all the morning. In the afternoon I went to the theatre, and there I saw The Tamer Tamed, well done. And then home, and prepared to go to Walthamstow tomorrow. This night I was forced to borrow L40 of Sir W. Batten. August 1661. August 1st. This morning Sir Williams both, and my wife and I and Mrs. Margaret Penn, this first time that I have seen her since she came from Ireland, went by coach to Walthamstow, gossiping to Mrs. Brown, where I did give her 6 silver spoons 3.21 for her boy. Here we had a venison pasty, brought hot from London, and were very merry. Only I hear how nurse's husband has spoken strangely of my Lady Batten, how she was such a man's whore, who indeed is known to leave her estate, which we would fain have reconciled today. But could not, and indeed I do believe that the story is true. Back again at night home. 2d at the office all the morning. At noon Dr. Thus Pepys dined with me, and after dinner my brother Tom came to me, and then I made myself ready to get a horseback for Cambridge. So I set out and rode to Ware, this night, in the way having much discourse with a fellmonger, 3.22 a Quaker, who told me what a wicked man he had been all his lifetime till within this 2 years. Here I lay, and 3rd. Got up early the next morning and got to Barkway, where I stayed and drank, and there met with a letter carrier of Cambridge, with whom I rode all the way to Cambridge, my horse being tired, and myself very wet with rain. I went to the Castle Hill, where the judges were at the assizes, and I stayed till Roger Pepys rose and went with him, and dined with his brother, the doctor, and Claxton at Trinity Hall. Then parted, and I went to the Rose, and there with Mr. Peckhell, Sanchi, and others, sat and drank till night and were very merry, only they tell me how high the old doctors are in the university over those they found there, though a great deal better scholars than themselves. For which I am very sorry, and, above all, Dr. Gunning. At night I took horse, and rode with Roger Pepys and his 2 brothers to Impington, and there with great respect was led up by them to the best chamber in the house, and there slept. 4th, Lord's Day. Got up, and by walked into the orchard with my cousin Roger, and there plucked some fruit, and then discoursed at large about the business I came for, that is, about my uncle's will, in which he did give me good satisfaction. But tells me I shall meet with a great deal of trouble in it. However, in all things he told me what I am to expect and what to do. To church, and had a good plain sermon, and my uncle Talbot went with us, and at our coming in the country people all rose with so much reverence. And when the parson begins, he begins right worshipful and dearly beloved to us. Home to dinner, which was very good, and then to church again, and so home and to walk up and down and so to supper, and after supper to talk about public matters, wherein Roger Pepys, who I find a very sober man, and one whom I do now honor more than ever before for this discourse sake only, told me how basely things have been carried in Parliament by the young men, that did labor to oppose all things that were moved by serious men. That they are the most profane swearing fellows that ever he heard in his life, which makes him think that they will spoil all, and bring things into a war again if they can. So to bed. 5th. Early to Huntingdon, but was fain to stay a great while at Stanton because of the rain, and there borrowed a coat of a man for 6d, and so he rode all the way, poor man, without any. Stayed at Huntingdon for a little, but the judges are not come hither, so I went to Brampton, and there found my father very well, and my aunt gone from the house, which I am glad of, though it costs us a great deal of money, viz. L10. Here I dined, and after dinner took horse and rode to Yelling, to my cousin Nightingale's, who hath a pretty house here, and did learn of her all she could tell me concerning my business. And has given me some light by her discourse how I may get a surrender made for Gravely lands. Hence to Gravely, and there at an alehouse met with Chancellor and Jackson, one of my tenants for cotton closes, and another with whom I had a great deal of discourse, much to my satisfaction. Hence back again to Brampton and after supper to bed, being now very quiet in the house, which is a content to us. 6th, up early and went to Mr. Phillips, but lost my labour, he lying at Huntingdon last night, so I went back again and took horse and rode thither, where I stayed with us Trice and Mr. Phillips drinking till noon, and then Tom Trice and I to Brampton, where he to Goody Gorham's and I home to my father, who could discern that I had been drinking, which he did never see or hear of before. So I eat a bit of dinner and went with him to Gorham's, and there talked with Tom Trice, and then went and took horse for London, and with much ado, the ways being very bad, got to Baldwick, and there lay and had a good supper by myself. The landlady being a pretty woman, but I durst not take notice of her, her husband being there. Before supper I went to see the church, which is a very handsome church, but I find that both here, and everywhere else that I come, the Quakers do still continue, and rather grow than lessen. To bed. 7th. Called up at 3 o'clock, and was a horseback by 4, and as I was eating my breakfast I saw a man riding by that road a little way upon the road with me last night. And he being going with venison in his panyards to London, I called him in and did give him his breakfast with me, and so we went together all the way. At Hatfield we bait and walked into the great house through all the courts. And I would fain have stolen a pretty dog that followed me, but I could not, which troubled me. To horse again, and by degrees with much ado got to London, where I found all well at home and at my father's and my lady's, but no news yet from my lord where he is. At my lady's, whither I went with Dean Fuller, who came to my house to see me just as I was come home, I met with Mr. Moore, who told me at what a loss he was for me, for tomorrow is a seal day at the Privy Seal, and it being my month, I am to wait upon my Lord Roberts, Lord Privy Seal, at the Seal. Home and to bed. 8th. Early in the morning to Whitehall, but my Lord Privy Seal came not all the morning. At noon Mr. Moore and I to the Wardrobe to dinner, where my lady and all merry and well. Back again to the Privy Seal. But my lord comes not all the afternoon, which made me mad and gives all the world reason to talk of his delaying of business, as well as of his severity and ill-using of the clerks of the Privy Seal. In the evening I took Mons. Escar and Mr. Moore and Dr. Pierce's brother, the soldier, to the tavern next the Savoy, and there stayed and drank with them. Here I met with Mr. Mage, and discoursing of musique Mons. Escar spoke so much against the English and in praise of the French that made him mad, and so he went away. After a stay with them a little longer we parted and I home. 9th. To the office, where word is brought me by a son-in-law of Mr. Pierce's, the purser, that his father is a-dying and that he desires that I would come to him before he dies. So I rose from the table and went, where I found him not so ill as I thought that he had been ill. So I did promise to be a friend to his wife and family if he should die, which was all he desired of me, but I do believe he will recover. Back again to the office, where I found Sir G. Carteret had a day or two ago invited some of the officers to dinner today at Deptford. So at noon, when I heard that he was coming, I went out, because I would see whether he would send to me or no to go with them. But he did not, which do a little trouble me till I see how it comes to pass. Although in other things I am glad of it because of my going again today to the Privy Seal. I dined at home, and having dined news is brought by Mr. Hayter that his wife is now falling into labor, so he is come for my wife, who presently went with him. I to Whitehall, where, after 4 o'clock, comes my Lord Privy Seal, and so we went up to his chamber over the gate at Whitehall, where he asked me what deputicon I had from my lord. I told him none. But that I am sworn my lord's deputy by both of the secretaries, which did satisfy him. So he caused Mr. Moore to read over all the bills as is the manner, and all ended very well. So that I see the lion is not so fierce as he is painted. That being done Mons. Escar, who all this afternoon had been waiting at the Privy Seal for the warrant for L5000 for my Lord of Sandwich's preparation for Portugal, and I took some wine with us and went to visit La Belle Pierce, who we find very big with child. And a pretty lady, one Mrs. Clifford, with her, where we stayed and were extraordinary merry. From thence I took coach to my father's, where I found him come home this day from Brampton, as I expected, very well, and after some discourse about business and it being very late I took coach again home, where I hear by my wife that Mrs. Hayter is not yet delivered, but continues in her pains. So to bed. 10th. This morning came the maid that my wife hath lately hired for a chambermaid. She is very ugly, so that I cannot care for her, but otherwise she seems very good. But however she do come about 3 weeks hence, when my wife comes back from Brampton, if she go with my father. By and by came my father to my house, and so he and I went and found out my uncle White at the coffee house. And there did agree with him to meet the next week with my uncle Thomas and read over the captain's will before them both for their satisfaction. Having done with him I went to my lady's and dined with her, and after dinner took the 2 young gentlemen and the 2 ladies and carried them and Captain Ferrers to the theatre, and shewed them The Merry Devil of Edmonton. Which is a very merry play, the first time I ever saw it, which pleased me well. And that being done I took them all home by coach to my house and there gave them fruit to eat and wine. So by water home with them, and so home myself. 11th, Lord's Day. To our own church in the forenoon, and in the afternoon to Clerkenwell Church, only to see the 2 323 Fair Bottlers. 324 and I happened to be placed in the pew where they afterwards came to sit, but the pew by their coming being too full, I went out into the next, and there sat, and had my full view of them both, but I am out of conceit now with them. Colonel Dillon being come back from Ireland again, and do still court them, and comes to church with them, which makes me think they are not honest. Hence to Gray's Inn walks, and there stayed a good while, where I met with Ned Pickering, who told me what a great match of hunting of a stag the king had yesterday. And how the king tired all their horses, and come home with not above 2 or 3 able to keep pace with him. So to my father's, and there supped, and so home. 12th. At the office this morning. At home in the afternoon, and had noticed that my Lord Hinchingbroke is fallen ill, which I fear is with the fruit that I did give them on Saturday last at my house, so in the evening I went thither and there found him very ill. And in great fear of the smallpox. I supped with my lady, and did consult about him, but we find it best to let him lie where he do. And so I went home with my heart full of trouble for my Lord Hinchinabroke's sickness, and more for my Lord Sandwich's himself, whom we are now confirmed is sick ashore at Alicante, who, if he should miscarry, God knows in what condition would his family be. I dined today with my Lord Crewe, who is now at Sir H. Wright's, while his new house is making fit for him, and he is much troubled also at these things. 13th. To the Privy Seal in the morning, then to the wardrobe to dinner, where I met my wife, and found my young lord very ill. So my lady intends to send her other 3 sons, Sidney, Oliver, and John, to my house, for fear of the smallpox. After dinner I went to my father's, where I found him within, and went up to him, and there found him settling his papers against his removal, and I took some old papers of difference between me and my wife and took them away. After that Paul being there I spoke to my father about my intention not to keep her longer for such and such reasons, which troubled him and me also, and had like to have come to some high words between my mother and me, who is become a very simple woman. By and by comes in Mrs. Cordery to take her leave of my father, thinking he was to go presently into the country, and will have us to come and see her before he do go. Then my father and I went forth to Mr. Rawlinson's, where afterwards comes my uncle Thomas and his 2 sons, and then my uncle White by appointment of us all, and there we read the will and told them how things are. And what our thoughts are of kindness to my uncle Thomas if he do carry himself peaceable, but otherwise if he persist to keep his caveat up against us. So he promised to withdraw it, and seemed to be very well contented with things as they are. After a while drinking, we paid all and parted, and so I home, and there found my lady's 3 sons come, of which I am glad that I am in condition to do her and my lord any service in this kind. But my mind is yet very much troubled about my lord of Sandwich's health, which I am afeard of. 14th. This morning Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Penn and I waited upon the Duke of York in his chamber, to give him an account of the condition of the navy for lack of money, and how our own very bills are offered upon the exchange, to be sold at 20 in the 100 loss. He is much troubled at it, and will speak to the king in council of it this morning. So I went to my lady's and dined with her, and found my Lord Hinchingbroke somewhat better. After dinner Captain Ferrers and I to the theatre, and there saw The Alchemist, and there I saw Sir W. Penn, who took us when the play was done and carried the captain to Paul's and set him down, and me home with him, and he and I to the Dolphin, but not finding Sir W. Batten there, we went and carried a bottle of wine to his house, and there sat a while and talked, and so home to bed. At home I found a letter from Mr. Creed of the 15th of July last, that tells me that my lord is rid of his pain, which was wind got into the muscles of his right side, and his fever, and is now in hopes to go aboard in a day or 2, which do give me mighty great comfort. 15th. To the Privy Seal and Whitehall, up and down, and at noon Sir W. Penn carried me to Paul's, and so I walked to the wardrobe and dined with my lady, and there told her, of my lord's sickness, of which though it hath been the town talk this fortnight, she had heard nothing, and recovery, of which she was glad. Though hardly persuaded of the latter. I found my Lord Hinchingbroke better and better, and the worst past. Thence to the opera, which begins again today with The Wits, never acted yet with scenes, and the King and Duke and Duchess were there, who dined today with Sir H. Finch, reader at the Temple, in great state, and indeed it is a most excellent play, and admirable scenes. So home and was overtaken by Sir W. Penn in his coach, who has been this afternoon with my Lady Batten, and at the theatre. So I followed him to the Dolphin, where Sir W. Batten was, and there we sat a while, and so home after we had made shift to fuddle Mr. Falconer of Woolwich. So home. 16th. At the office all the morning, though little to be done. Because all our clerks are gone to the burial of Tom Whitten, one of the controller's clerks, a very ingenious, and a likely young man to live, as any in the office. But it is such a sickly time both in city and country everywhere, of a sort of fever, that never was heard of almost, unless it was in a plague time. Among others, the famous Tom Fuller is dead of it, and Dr. Nichols, Dean of Paul's. And my Lord General Monk is very dangerously ill. Dined at home with the children and were merry, and my father with me, who after dinner he and I went forth about business. Among other things we found one Dr. John Williams at an alehouse, where we stayed till past 9 at night, in Shoe Lane, talking about our country business, and I found him so well acquainted with the matters of Gravely that I expect he will be of great use to me. So by link home. I understand my Aunt Fenner is upon the point of death. 17th. At the Privy Seal, where we had a seal this morning. Then met with Ned Pickering, and walked with him into St. James's Park, where I had not been a great while, and there found great and very noble alterations. And, in our discourse, he was very forward to complain and to speak loud of the lewdness and beggary of the court, which I am sorry to hear, and which I am afeard will bring all to ruin again. So he and I to the wardrobe to dinner, and after dinner Captain Ferrers and I to the opera, and saw The Wits again, which I like exceedingly. The Queen of Bohemia was here, brought by my Lord Craven. So the captain and I and another to the Devil Tavern and drank, and so by coach home. Troubled in mind that I cannot bring myself to mind my business, but to be so much in love of plays. We have been at a great loss a great while for a vessel that I sent about a month ago with things of my lord's to Lynn, and cannot till now hear of them, but now we are told that they are put into Sol Bay, but to what purpose I know not. 18th, Lord's Day. To our own church in the morning and so home to dinner, where my father and Dr. Tom Pepys came to me to dine, and were very merry. After dinner I took my wife and Mr. Sydney to my lady to see my Lord Hinchingbroke, who is now pretty well again, and sits up and walks about his chamber. So I went to Whitehall, and there hear that my Lord General Monk continues very ill, so I went to La Belle Pierce and sat with her, and then to walk in St. James's Park, and saw great variety of fowl which I never saw before, and so home. At night fell to read in Hooker's Ecclesiastical Polity, which Mr. Moore did give me last Wednesday very handsomely bound, and which I shall read with great pains and love for his sake. So to supper and to bed. 19th. At the office all the morning. At noon the children are sent for by their mother my Lady Sandwich to dinner, and my wife goes along with them by coach, and she to my father's and dines there, and from thence with them to see Mrs. Cordery, who do invite them before my father goes into the country, and thither I should have gone too, but that I am sent for to the Privy Seal, and there I found a thing of my Lord Chancellor's 325 to be sealed this afternoon. And so I am forced to go to Worcester House, where several lords are met in council this afternoon. And while I am waiting there, in comes the king in a plain common riding suit and velvet cap, in which he seemed a very ordinary man to one that had not known him. Here I stayed till at last, hearing that my Lord Privy Seal had not the seal here, Mr. Moore and I hired a coach and went to Chelsea, and there at an alehouse sat and drank and passed the time till my Lord Privy Seal came to his house, and so we to him and examined and sealed the thing, and so homewards. But when we came to look for our coach we found it gone, so we were fain to walk home afoot and saved our money. We met with a companion that walked with us, and coming among some trees near the neat houses, he began to whistle, which did give us some suspicion, but it proved that he that answered him was Mr. Marsh, the lutenist, and his wife, and so we all walked to Westminster together, in our way drinking a while at my cost, and had a song of him, but his voice is quite lost. So walked home, and there I found that my lady do keep the children at home, and lets them not come any more hither at present, which a little troubles me to lose their company. This day my Aunt Fenner died. 20th. At the office in the morning and all the afternoon at home to put my papers in order. This day we come to some agreement with Sir R. Ford for his house to be added to the office to enlarge our quarters. 21st. This morning by appointment I went to my father, and after a morning draught he and I went to Dr. Williams, but he not within we went to Mrs. Terry, a daughter of Mr. Whately's, who lately offered a proposal of her sister for a wife for my brother Tom, and with her we discoursed about and agreed to go to her mother this afternoon to speak with her, and in the meantime went to Will Joyce's and to an alehouse, and drank a good while together, he being very angry that his father Fenner will give him and his brother no more for mourning than their father did give him and my aunt at their mother's death. And a very troublesome fellow I still find him to be, that his company ever wearies me. From thence about 2 o'clock to Mrs. Whately's, but she being going to dinner we went to Whitehall and there stayed till past 3, and here I understand by Mr. Moore that my Lady Sandwich is brought to bed yesterday of a young lady, and is very well. So to Mrs. Whately's again, and there were well received, and she desirous to have the thing go forward, only is afeard that her daughter is too young and portion not big enough, but offers L200 down with her. The girl is very well favoured, and a very child, but modest, and one I think will do very well for my brother, so parted till she hears from Hatfield from her husband, who is there, but I find them very desirous of it, and so am I. Hence home to my father's, and I to the wardrobe, where I supped with the ladies, and here their mother is well and the young child, and so home. 22nd, to the Privy Seal, and sealed. So home at noon, and there took my wife by coach to my uncle Fenner's, where there was both at his house and the sessions, great deal of company, but poor entertainment, which I wonder at. And the house so hot, that my uncle White, my father and I were fain to go out, and stay at an alehouse a while to cool ourselves. Then back again and to church, my father's family being all in mourning, doing him the greatest honour, the world believing that he did give us it, so to church, and stayed out the sermon, and then with my Aunt White, my wife. And Paul and I to her house by coach, and there stayed and supped upon a Westphalia ham, and so home and to bed. 23rd. This morning I went to my father's, and there found him and my mother in a discontent, which troubles me much, and indeed she is become very simple and unquiet. Hence he and I to Dr. Williams, and found him within, and there we sat and talked a good while, and from him to Tom Trice's to an alehouse near, and there sat and talked, and finding him fair we examined my uncle's will before him and Dr. Williams, and had them sign the copy and so did give T. Trice the original to prove, so he took my father and me to one of the judges of the court, and there we were sworn, and so back again to the alehouse and drank and parted. Dr. Williams and I to a cook's where we eat a bit of mutton, and away, I to W. Joyce's, where by appointment my wife was, and I took her to the opera, and shewed her the Wits, which I had seen already twice, and was most highly pleased with it. So with my wife to the wardrobe to see my lady, and then home. 24th. At the office all the morning and did business. By and by we are called to Sir W. Batten's to see the strange creature that Captain Holmes hath brought with him from Guinea. It is a great baboon, but so much like a man in most things, that though they say there is a species of them, yet I cannot believe but that it is a monster god of a man she-baboon. I do believe that it already understands much English, and I am of the mind it might be taught to speak or make signs. Hence the comptroller and I to Sir Rode Ford's and viewed the house again, and are come to a complete end with him to give him L 200 per annum for it. Home and there met Captain Isham inquiring for me to take his leave of me, he being upon his voyage to Portugal, and for my letters to my lord which are not ready. But I took him to the Mitre and gave him a glass of sack, and so adieu, and then straight to the opera, and there saw Hamlet, Prince of Denmark, done with scenes very well, but above all, Betterton 326 did the prince's part beyond imagination. Hence homeward, and met with Mr. Spong and took him to the Samson in Paul's churchyard, and there stayed till late, and it rained hard, so we were fain to get home wet and so to bed. 25th, Lord's Day. At church in the morning, and dined at home alone with my wife very comfortably, and so again to church with her, and had a very good and pungent sermon of Mr. Mills, discoursing the necessity of restitution. Home, and I found my Lady Batten and her daughter to look something askew upon my wife, because my wife do not buckle to them, and is not solicitous for their acquaintance, which I am not troubled at all. By and by comes in my father, he intends to go into the country tomorrow, and he and I among other discourse at last called Paul up to us, and there in great anger told her before my father that I would keep her no longer. And my father he said he would have nothing to do with her. At last, after we had brought down her high spirit, I got my father to yield that she should go into the country with my mother and him, and stay there a while to see how she will demean herself. That being done, my father and I to my uncle White's, and there supped, and he took his leave of them, and so I walked with him, as far as Paul's and there parted, and I home, my mind at some rest upon this making an end with Paul, who do trouble me exceedingly. 26th. This morning before I went out I made even with my maid Jane, who has this day been my maid 3 years, and is this day to go into the country to her mother. The poor girl cried, and I could hardly forbear weeping to think of her going, for though she be grown lazy and spoilt by Paul's coming, yet I shall never have one to please us better in all things, and so harmless, while I live. So I paid her her wages and gave her 2s. over, and bade her adieu, with my mind full of trouble at her going. Hence to my father, where he and I and Thomas together setting things even, and casting up my father's accounts, and upon the whole I find that all he hath in money of his own due to him in the world is but L45. And he owes about the same sum, so that I cannot but think in what a condition he had left my mother if he should have died before my uncle Robert. Hence to Tom Trice for the probate of the will and had it done to my mind, which did give my father and me good content. From thence to my lady at the wardrobe and thence to the theatre, and saw the Antipodes, wherein there is much mirth, but no great matter else. Hence with Mr. Bostock whom I met there, a clerk formerly of Mr. Phelps, to the Devil Tavern, and there drank and so away. I to my uncle Fenner's, where my father was with him at an alehouse, and so we three went by ourselves and sat talking a great while about a broker's daughter that he do propose for a wife for Tom, with a great portion, but I fear it will not take. But he will do what he can. So we broke up, and going through the street we met with a mother and son, friends of my father's man, Ned's, who are angry at my father's putting him away, which troubled me and my father, but all will be well as to that. We have news this morning of my uncle Thomas and his son Thomas being gone into the country without giving notice thereof to anybody, which puts us to a stand, but I fear them not. At night at home I found a letter from my Lord Sandwich, who is now very well again of his fever, but not yet gone from Alicante, where he lay sick, and was twice let blood. This letter dated the July 22nd last, which puts me out of doubt of his being ill. In my coming home I called in at the Crane Tavern at the Stocks by appointment, and there met and took leave of Mr. Fanshawe, who goes tomorrow, and Captain Isham toward their voyage to Portugal. Here we drank a great deal of wine, I too much and Mr. Fanshawe till he could hardly go. So we took leave one of another. 27th. This morning to the Wardrobe, and there took leave of my Lord Hinchingbroke and his brother, and saw them go out by coach toward Rye in their way to France, whom God bless. Then I was called up to my lady's bedside, where we talked an hour about Mr. Edward Montague's disposing of the L5000 for my Lord's departure for Portugal, and our fears that he will not do it to my Lord's honour, and less to his profit, which I am to inquire a little after. Hence to the office, and there sat till noon, and then my wife and I by coach to my cousin, Thos. Pepys, the executor, to dinner, where some ladies and my father and mother, were very merry, but methinks he makes but poor dinners for such guests, though there was a poor venison pasty. Hence my wife and I to the theatre, and there saw the jovial crew, where the King, Duke and Duchess, and Madame Palmer, were, and my wife, to her great content, had a full sight of them all the while. The play full of mirth. Hence to my father's, and there stayed to talk a while, and so by foot home by moonshine. In my way and at home, my wife making a sad story to me of her brother Balty's condition, and would have me to do something for him, which I shall endeavour to do. But am afeard to meddle therein for fear I shall not be able to wipe my hands of him again, when I once concern myself for him. I went to bed, my wife all the while telling me his case with tears, which troubled me. 28th. At home all the morning setting papers in order. At noon to the Exchange, and there met with Dr. Williams by appointment, and with him went up and down to look for an attorney, a friend of his, to advise with about our bond of my Aunt Pepys of L200, and he tells me absolutely that we shall not be forced to pay interest for the money yet. I do doubt it very much. I spent the whole afternoon drinking with him and so home. This day I counterfeited a letter to Sir W. Penn, as from the thief that stole his tankard lately, only to abuse and laugh at him. 29th. At the office all the morning, and at noon my father, mother, and my Aunt Bell, the first time that ever she was at my house, come to dine with me, and were very merry. After dinner the two women went to visit my Aunt White, and my father about other business, and I abroad to my bookseller, and there stayed till 4 o'clock, at which time by appointment I went to meet my father at my uncle Fenner's. So thither I went and with him to an alehouse, and there came Mr. Evans, the tailor, whose daughter we have had a mind to get for a wife for Tom, and then my father, and there we sat a good while and talked about the business. In fine he told us that he hath not to accept against us or our motion, but that the estate that God hath blessed him with is too great to give where there is nothing in present possession but a trade in house, and so we friendly ended. There parted, my father and I together, and walked a little way, and then at Holborn he and I took leave of one another, he being to go to Brampton, to settle things against my mother comes, tomorrow morning. So I home. 30th. At noon my wife and I met at the Wardrobe, and there dined with the children, and after dinner up to my lady's bedside, and talked and laughed a good while. Then my wife and I to Drury Lane to the French comedy, which was so ill done, and the scenes and company and everything else so nasty and out of order and poor, that I was sick all the while in my mind to be there. Here my wife met with a son of my Lord Somerset, whom she knew in France, a pretty man, and showed him no great countenance, to avoid further acquaintance. That done, there being nothing pleasant but the foolery of the farce, we went home. 31st. At home and the office all the morning, and at noon comes Llewellyn to me, and he and I to the tavern, and after that to Bartholomew Fair, and thereupon his motion to a pitiful alehouse, where we had a dirty slut or two come up that were whores. But my very heart went against them, so that I took no pleasure but a great deal of trouble in being there and getting from thence for fear of being seen. From hence he and I walked towards Ludgate and parted. I back again to the fair all alone, and there met with my ladies Jemima and Paulina, with Mr. Pickering and Mademoiselle, at seeing the monkeys dance, which was much to see, when they could be brought to do so, but it troubled me to sit among such nasty company. After that with them into Christ's Hospital, and there Mr. Pickering bought them some fairings, and I did give every one of them a bauble, which was the little globes of glass with things hanging in them, which pleased the ladies very well. After that home with them in their coach, and there was called up to my lady, and she would have me stay to talk with her, which I did I think a full hour. And the poor lady did with so much innocency tell me how Mrs. Crisp had told her that she did intend, by means of a lady that lies at her house, to get the king to be godfather to the young lady that she is in childbed now of. But to see in what a manner my lady told it me, protesting that she sweat in the very telling of it, was the greatest pleasure to me in the world to see the simplicity and harmlessness of a lady. Then down to supper with the ladies, and so home, Mr. Moore, as he and I cannot easily part, leading me as far as Fenchurch Street to the Mitre, where we drank a glass of wine and so parted, and I home and to bed. Thus ends the month. My maid Jane newly gone, and Paul left now to do all the work till another maid comes, which shall not be till she goes away into the country with my mother. Myself and wife in good health. My Lord Sandwich in the straits and newly recovered of a great sickness at Alicante. My father gone to settle at Brampton, and myself under much business and trouble for to settle things in the estate to our content. But what is worst, I find myself lately too much given to seeing of plays, and expense, and pleasure, which makes me forget my business, which I must labor to amend. No money comes in, so that I have been forced to borrow a great deal for my own expenses, and to furnish my father, to leave things in order. I have some trouble about my brother Tom, who is now left to keep my father's trade, in which I have great fears that he will miscarry for want of brains and care. At court things are in very ill condition, there being so much emulation, poverty, and the vices of drinking, swearing, and loose amours, that I know not what will be the end of it, but confusion. And the clergy so high, that all people that I meet with do protest against their practice. In short, I see no content or satisfaction anywhere, in any one sort of people. The benevolence 327 proves so little, and an occasion of so much discontent everywhere, that it had never been set up. I think to subscribe L20. We are at our office quiet, only for lack of money all things go to rack. Our very bills offer to be sold upon the exchange at 10% loss. We are upon getting Sir R. Ford's house added to our office. But I see so many difficulties will follow in pleasing of one another in the dividing of it, and in becoming bound personally to pay the rent of L200 per annum, that I do believe it will yet scarce come to pass. The season very sickly everywhere of strange and fatal fevers. September 1661. September 1st, Lord's Day. Last night being very rainy, the rain broke into my house, the gutter being stopped, and spoiled all my ceilings almost. At church in the morning, and dined at home with my wife. After dinner to Sir W. Batten's, where I found Sir W. Penn and Captain Holmes. Here we were very merry with Sir W. Penn about the loss of his tankard, though all be but a cheat, and he do not yet understand it, but the tankard was stole by Sir W. Batten, and the letter, as from the thief, wrote by me, which makes very good sport. Here I stayed all the afternoon, and then Captain Holmes and I by coach to Whitehall. In our way, I found him by discourse, to be a great friend of my lord's, and he told me there was many did seek to remove him, but they were old seamen, such as Sir J. Minns, but he would name no more, though I do believe Sir W. Batten is one of them that do envy him, but he says he knows that the king do so love him, and the Duke of York too, that there is no fear of him. He seems to be very well acquainted with the king's mind, and with all the several factions at court, and spoke all with so much frankness, that I do take him to be my lord's good friend, and one able to do him great service, being a cunning fellow. And one, by his own confession to me, that can put on two several faces, and look his enemies in the face with as much love as his friends. But, good God! What an age is this, and what a world is this! That a man cannot live without playing the knave and dissimulation. At Whitehall we parted, and I to Mrs. Pierce's, meeting her and Madam Clifford in the street, and there stayed talking and laughing with them a good while, and so back to my mother's, and there supped, and so home and to bed. Second, in the morning to my cousin Nas. Pepys, executor, and there talked with him about my uncle Thomas, his being in the country, but he could not advise me to anything therein, not knowing what the other has done in the country, and so we parted. And so to Whitehall, and there my Lord Privy Seal, who has been out of town this week, not being yet come, we can have no seal, and therefore meeting with Mr. Battersby the apothecary in Fenchurch Street to the King's apothecary's chamber in Whitehall, and there drank a bottle or two of wine, and so he and I by water towards London. I landed at Blackfriars and so to the Wardrobe and dined, and then back to Whitehall with Captain Ferrers, and there walked, and thence to Westminster Hall, where we met with Mr. Pickering, and so all of us to the Rhenish Wine House, Priors, where the master of the house is laying out some money in making a cellar with an arch in his yard, which is very convenient for him. Here we stayed a good while, and so Mr. Pickering and I to Westminster Hall again, and there walked an hour or two talking, and though he be a fool, yet he keeps much company, and will tell all he sees or hears, and so a man may understand what the common talk of the town is. And I find by him that there are endeavours to get my lord out of play at sea, which I believe Mr. Coventry and the Duke do think will make them more absolute, but I hope, for all this, they will not be able to do it. He tells me plainly of the vices of the court, and how the pox is so common there, and so I hear on all hands that it is as common as eating and swearing. From him by water to the bridge, and thence to the Mitre, where I met my uncle and Aunt White come to see Mrs. Rawlinson, in her husband's absence out of town, and so I stayed with them and Mr. Lucas and other company, very merry, and so home, where my wife has been busy all the day making of pies, and had been abroad and bought things for herself. And tells that she met at the change with my young ladies of the wardrobe and there helped them to buy things, and also with Mr. Somerset, who did give her a bracelet of rings, which did a little trouble me, though I know there is no hurt yet in it, but only for fear of further acquaintance. So to bed. This night I sent another letter to Sir W. Penn to offer him the return of his tankard upon his leaving of 30s. At a place where it should be brought. The issue of which I am to expect. 3rd. This day some of us commissioners went down to Deptford to pay off some ships, but I could not go, but stayed at home all the morning setting papers to rights, and this morning Mr. Howell, our turner, sent me 2 things to file papers on very handsome. Dined at home, and then with my wife to the Wardrobe, where my lady's child was christened, my Lord Crewe and his lady, and my Lady Montague, my lord's mother-in-law, were the witnesses, and named Catherine 328, the Queen-elect's name. But to my and all our trouble, the parson of the parish christened her, and did not sign the child with the sign of the cross. After that was done, we had a very fine banquet, the best I ever was at, and so, there being very little company, we by and by broke up, and my wife and I to my mother, who I took a liberty to advise about her getting things ready to go this week into the country to my father, and she, being become nowadays very simple, took it very ill, and we had a great deal of noise and wrangling about it. So home by coach. 4th. In the morning to the Privy Seal to do some things of the last month, my Lord Privy Seal having been some time out of town. Then my wife came to me to Whitehall, and we went and walked a good while in St. James's Park to see the brave alterations, and so to Wilkinson's, the cook's, to dinner, where we sent for Mrs. Sarah and there dined and had oysters, the first I have eat this year, and were pretty good. After dinner by agreement to visit Mrs. Simon's, but she is abroad, which I wonder at, and so missing her my wife again to my mother's, calling at Mrs. Pierce's, who we found brought to bed of a girl last night, and there stayed and drank, and she resolves to be going tomorrow without fail. Many friends come in to take their leave of her, but a great deal of stir I had again tonight about getting her to go to see my Lady Sandwich before she goes, which she says she will do tomorrow. So I home. 5th. To the Privy Seal this morning about business, in my way taking leave of my mother, who goes to Brampton today. But doing my business at the Privy Seal pretty soon, I took boat and went to my Uncle Fenner's, and there I found my mother and my wife and Paul, of whom I had this morning at my own house taken leave, and given her 20s. And good counsel how to carry herself to my father and mother, and so I took them, it being late, to Beard's, where they were stayed for, and so I put them into the wagon, and saw them going presently, Paul crying exceedingly. Then in with my wife, my Aunt Bell and Charles Pepys, whom we met there, and drank, and so to my Uncle Fenner's to dinner, in the way meeting a French footman with feathers, who was in quest of my wife, and spoke with her privately. But I could not tell what it was, only my wife promised to go to some place tomorrow morning, which do trouble my mind how to know whither it was, where both his sons and daughters were, and there we were merry and dined. After dinner news was brought that my Aunt Kite, the butcher's widow in London, is sick ready to die and sends for my uncle and me to come to take charge of things, and to be entrusted with the care of her daughter. But I through want of time to undertake such a business, I was taken up by Anthony Joyce, which came at last to very high words, which made me very angry. And I did not think that he would ever have been such a fool to meddle with other people's business, but I saw he spoke worse to his father than to me and therefore I bore it the better, but all the company was offended with him. So we parted angry he and I, and so my wife and I to the fair, and I showed her the Italians dancing the ropes, and the women that do strange tumbling tricks and so by foot home vexed in my mind about Anthony Joyce. 6th. This morning my Uncle Fenner by appointment came and drank his morning draught with me, and from thence he and I go to see my Aunt Kite, my wife holding her resolution to go this morning as she resolved yesterday. And though there could not be much hurt in it, yet my own jealousy put 100 things into my mind, which did much trouble me all day, whom we found in bed and not like to live as we think. And she told us her mind was that if she should die she should give all she had to her daughter, only L5 apiece to her second husband's children, in case they lived to come out of their apprenticeships. And that if her daughter should die before marrying, then L10 to be divided between Sarah Kite's children and the rest as her own daughter shall dispose of it, and this I set down that I may be able to swear in case there should be occasion. From thence to an alehouse while it rained, which kept us there I think above 2 hours, and at last we were fain to go through the rainy street home, calling on his sister Utbeck and drank there. Then I home to dinner all alone, and thence my mind being for my wife's going abroad much troubled and unfit for business, I went to the theatre, and saw Elder Brother, ill acted, that done, meeting here with Sir G. Askew, Sir Theophilus Jones, and another knight, with Sir W. Penn, we to the Ship Tavern, and there stayed and were merry till late at night, and so got a coach, and Sir W. M. And I home, where my wife had been long come home, but I seemed very angry, as indeed I am, and did not all night show her any countenance, neither before nor in bed, and so slept and rose discontented. 7th. At the office all the morning. At noon Mr. Moore dined with me, and then in comes W.M. Joyce to answer a letter of mine I wrote this morning to him about a maid of his that my wife had hired, and she sent us word that she was hired to stay longer with her master, which mistake he came to clear himself of, and I took it very kindly. So I having appointed the young ladies at the wardrobe to go with them to a play today, I left him and my brother Tom who came along with him to dine, and my wife and I took them to the theatre, where we seated ourselves close by the King and Duke of York, and Madame Palmer, which was great content. And, indeed, I can never enough admire her beauty. And here was Bartholomew Fair, with the puppet show, acted today, which had not been these 40 years, it being so satirical against Puritanism, they durst not till now, which is strange they should already dare to do it. And the King do countenance it, but I do never a whit like it the better for the puppets, but rather the worse. Thence home with the ladies, it being by reason of our staying a great while for the king's coming, and the length of the play, near 9 o'clock before it was done, and so in their coach home, and still in discontent with my wife, to bed. And rose so this morning also. 8th, Lord's Day. To church, it being a very wet night last night and today, dined at home, and so to church again with my wife in the afternoon, and coming home again found our new maid Doll asleep, that she could not hear to let us in. So that we were fain to send the boy in at a window to open the door to us. So up to my chamber all alone, and troubled in mind to think how much of late I have addicted myself to expense and pleasure, that now I can hardly reclaim myself to look after my great business of settling gravely business. Until now almost too late. I pray God give me grace to begin now to look after my business, but it always was, and I fear will ever be, my foible that after I am once got behindhand with business, I am hard to set to it again to recover it. In the evening I begun to look over my accounts, and upon the whole I do find myself, by what I can yet see, worth near L600, for which God be blessed, which put me into great comfort. So to supper and to bed. 9th. To the Privy Seal in the morning, but my lord did not come, so I went with Captain Morris at his desire into the king's privy kitchen to Mr. Sayres, the master cook, and there we had a good slice of beef or two to our breakfast, and from thence he took us into the wine cellar where, by my troth, we were very merry, and I drank too much wine. And all along had great and particular kindness from Mr. Sayres, but I drank so much wine that I was not fit for business, and therefore at noon I went and walked in Westminster Hall a while, and thence to Salisbury Court Playhouse, where was acted the first time, "'Tis Pity She's a Whore." A simple play and ill acted, only it was my fortune to sit by a most pretty and most ingenious lady, which pleased me much. Thence home, and found Sir Williams both and much more company gone to the Dolphin to drink the 30s. That we got the other day of Sir W. Penn about his tankard. Here was Sir R. Slingsby, Holmes, Captain Allen, Mr. Turner, his wife and daughter, my Lady Batten, and Mrs. Martha, and an excellent company of fiddlers, so we exceeding merry till late, and then we begun to tell Sir W. Penn the business, but he had been drinking today, and so is almost gone, that we could not make him understand it, which caused us more sport. But so much the better, for I believe when he do come to understand it he will be angry, he has so talked of the business himself and the letter up and down that he will be ashamed to be found abused in it. So home and to bed. 10th. At the office all the morn, dined at home. Then my wife into Wood Street to buy a chest, and thence to buy other things at my uncle Fenner's, though by reason of rain we had ill walking, thence to my brother Tom's, and there discoursed with him about business. And so to the wardrobe to see my lady, and after supper with the young ladies, bought a link and carried it myself till I met one that would light me home for the link. So he light me home with his own, and then I did give him mine. This night I found Mary, my cousin W., Joyce's maid, come to me to be my cook maid, and so my house is full again. So to bed. 11th. Early to my cousin Thomas Trice to discourse about our affairs, and he did make demand of the L200 and the interest thereof. But for the L200 I did agree to pay him, but for the other I did desire to be advised. So from him to Dr. Williams, who did carry me into his garden, where he hath abundance of grapes, and did show me how a dog that he hath do kill all the cats that come thither to kill his pigeons, and do afterwards bury them. And do it with so much care that they shall be quite covered, that if but the tip of the tail hangs out he will take up the cat again, and dig the hole deeper. Which is very strange. And he tells me that he do believe that he hath killed above 100 cats. After he was ready we went up and down to inquire about my affairs and then parted, and to the wardrobe, and there took Mr. Moore to Tom Trice, who promised to let Mr. Moore have copies of the bond and my aunt's deed of gift, and so I took him home to my house to dinner, where I found my wife's brother, Balty, as fine as hands could make him, and his servant, a Frenchman, to wait on him. And come to have my wife to visit a young lady which he is a servant to, and have hoped to trepan and get for his wife. I did give way for my wife to go with him, and so after dinner they went, and Mr. Moore and I out again, he about his business and I to Dr. Williams, to talk with him again, and he and I walking through Lincoln's Fields observed at the opera a new play, Twelfth Night, 329 was acted there, and the king there. So I, against my own mind and resolution, could not forbear to go in, which did make the play seem a burthen to me, and I took no pleasure at all in it. And so after it was done went home with my mind troubled for my going thither, after my swearing to my wife that I would never go to a play without her. So that what with this and things going so cross to me as to matters of my uncle's estate, makes me very much troubled in my mind, and so to bed. My wife was with her brother to see his mistress today, and says she is young, rich, and handsome, but not likely for him to get. 12th. Though it was an office day, yet I was forced to go to the Privy Seal, at which I was all the morning, and from thence to my lady's to dinner at the Wardrobe. And in my way upon the Thames, I saw the King's new pleasure boat that is come now for the King to take pleasure in above bridge, and also 2 gundelows 330 that are lately brought, which are very rich and fine. After dinner I went into my lady's chamber where I found her up now out of her childbed, which I was glad to see, and after an hour's talk with her I took leave and to Tom Trice again. And sat talking and drinking with him about our business a great while. I do find I am likely to be forced to pay interest for the L200. By and by in comes my Uncle Thomas, and as he was always a close cunning fellow, so he carries himself to me, and says nothing of what his endeavours are, though to my trouble I know that he is about recovering of gravely. But neither I nor he began any discourse of the business. From thence to Dr. Williams, at the little blind alehouse in Shoe Lane, at the Gridiron, a place I am ashamed to be seen to go into, and there with some bland counsel of his we discuss our matters. But I find men of so different minds that by my troth I know not what to trust to. It being late I took leave, and by link home and called at Sir W. Batten's, and there hear that Sir W. Penn do take our jest of the tankard very ill, which Pam sorry for. 13th. This morning I was sent for by my Uncle Fenner to come and advise about the burial of my aunt, the butcher, who died yesterday, and from thence to the Anchor, by Doctors' Commons, and there Dr. Williams and I did write a letter for my purpose to Mr. Sedgwick, of Cambridge, about gravely business, and after that I left him and an attorney with him and went to the Wardrobe, where I found my wife, and thence she and I to the water to spend the afternoon in pleasure. And so we went to Old George's, and there eat as much as we would of a hot shoulder of mutton, and so to boat again and home. So to bed, my mind very full of business and trouble. 14th. At the office all the morning, at noon to the Change, and then home again. To dinner, where my Uncle Fenner by appointment came and dined with me, thinking to go together to my Aunt Kite's that is dead, but before we had dined comes Sir R. Slingsby and his lady, and a great deal of company, to take my wife and I out by barge to shew them the King's and Duke's yachts. So I was forced to leave my uncle and brother Tom at dinner and go forth with them, and we had great pleasure, seeing all 4 yachts, viz., these 2 and the 2 Dutch ones. And so home again, and after writing letters by post, to bed. 15th, Lord's Day. To my Aunt Kite's in the morning to help my Uncle Fenner to put things in order against anon for the burial, and at noon home again. And after dinner to church, my wife and I, and after sermon with my wife to the burial of my Aunt Kite, where besides us and my Uncle Fenner's family, there was none of any quality, but poor rascally people. So we went to church with the corps, and there had service read at the grave, and back again with Peg Kite who will be, I doubt, a troublesome carrion to us executors, but if she will not be ruled, I shall fling up my executorship. After that home, and will Joyce along with me where we sat and talked and drank and ate an hour or 2, and so he went away and I up to my chamber and then to prayers and to bed. 16th. This morning I was busy at home to take in my part of our freight of coals, which Sir G. Carteret, Sir R. Slingsby, and myself sent for, which is 10 chaldron, 8 of which I took in, and with the other to repay Sir W. Penn what I borrowed of him a little while ago. So that from this day I should see how long 10 chaldron of coals will serve my house, if it pleased the Lord to let me live to see them burned. In the afternoon by appointment to meet Dr. Williams and his attorney, and they and I to Tom Trice, and there got him in discourse to confess the words that he had said that his mother did desire him not to see my uncle about her L200 bond while she was alive. Here we were at high words with T. Trice and then parted, and we to Standings, in Fleet Street, where we sat and drank and talked a great while about my going down to Gravely Court 331 which will be this week, whereof the doctor had notice in a letter from his sister this week. In the middle of our discourse word was brought me from my brothers that there is a fellow come from my father out of the country, on purpose to speak to me, so I went to him and he made a story how he had lost his letter. But he was sure it was for me to go into the country, which I believed, and thought it might be to give me notice of Gravely Court, but I afterwards found that it was a rogue that did use to play such tricks to get money of people. But he got none of me. At night I went home, and there found letters from my father informing me of the court, and that I must come down and meet him at Impington, which I presently resolved to do. 17th. And the next morning got up, telling my wife of my journey, and she with a few words got me to hire her a horse to go along with me. So I went to my lady's and elsewhere to take leave, and of Mr. Townsend did borrow a very fine side saddle for my wife. And so after all things were ready, she and I took coach to the end of the town towards Kingsland, and there got upon my horse and she upon her pretty mare that I hired for her, and she rides very well. By the mare at one time falling she got a fall, but no harm, so we got to Ware, and there supped, and to bed very merry and pleasant. 18th. The next morning up early and begun our march. The way about Puckridge 332 very bad, and my wife, in the very last dirty place of all, got a fall, but no hurt, though some dirt. At last she begun, poor wretch, to be tired, and I to be angry at it, but I was to blame. For she is a very good companion as long as she is well. In the afternoon we got to Cambridge, where I left my wife at my cousin Angier's while I went to Christ's College, and there found my brother in his chamber, and talked with him. And so to the barber's, and then to my wife again, and remounted for Impington, where my uncle received me and my wife very kindly. And by in comes my father, and we supped and talked and were merry, but being weary and sleepy my wife and I to bed without talking with my father anything about our business. 19th. Up early, and my father and I alone into the garden, and there talked about our business, and what to do therein. So after I had talked and advised with my coz Claxton, and then with my uncle by his bedside, we all horsed away to Cambridge, where my father and I, having left my wife at the beer with my brother, went to Mr. Sedgwick, the steward of Gravely, and there talked with him, but could get little hopes from anything that he would tell us. But at last I did give him a fee, and then he was free to tell me what I asked, which was something, though not much comfort. From thence to our horses, and with my wife went and rode through Sturbridge 333 but the fair was almost done. So we did not light there at all, but went back to Cambridge, and there at the beer we had some herrings, we and my brother, and after dinner set out for Brampton, where we come in very good time, and found all things well. And being somewhat weary, after some talk about tomorrow's business with my father, we went to bed. 20th. Will Stanks and I set out in the morning betimes for Gravely, where to an alehouse and drank, and then, going towards the court-house, met my uncle Thomas and his son Thomas, with Bradley, the rogue that had betrayed us, and one young, a cunning fellow, who guides them. There passed no unkind words at all between us, but I seemed fair and went to drink with them. I said little till by and by that we come to the court, which was a simple meeting of a company of country rogues, with the steward, and 2 fellows of Jesus College, that are lords of the town where the jury were sworn. And I producing no surrender, though I told them I was sure there is and must be one somewhere, they found my uncle Thomas heir at law, as he is, and so, though I did tell him and his son that they would find themselves abused by these fellows, and did advise them to forbear being admitted this court, which they could have done, but that these rogues did persuade them to do it now, my uncle was admitted, and his son also, in reversion after his father. Which he did well in to secure his money. The father paid a year and a half for his fine, and the son half a year, in all L48, besides about L3 fees. So that I do believe the charges of his journeys, and what he gives those 2 rogues, and other expenses herein, cannot be less than L70, which will be a sad thing for them if a surrender be found. After all was done, I openly wished them joy in it, and so rode to Offord with them, and there parted fairly without any words. I took occasion to bid them money for their half-acre of land, which I had a mind to do that in the surrender I might secure pigots, which otherwise I should be forced to lose. So with thanks home and supped, and after telling my father how things went, I went to bed with my mind in good temper, because I see the matter and manner of the court and the bottom of my business, wherein I was before and should always have been ignorant. 21st. All the morning pleasing myself with my father, going up and down the house and garden with my father and my wife, contriving some alterations. After dinner, there coming this morning my Aunt Haynes and her son from London, that is to live with my father, I rode to Huntingdon, where I met Mr. Phillips, and there put my Bugden 334 matter in order against the court, and so to Hinchingbroke, where Mr. Barnwell shewed me the condition of the house, which is yet very backward, and I fear will be very dark in the cloister when it is done. So home and to supper and to bed, very pleasant and quiet. 22nd, Lord's Day. Before church time walking with my father in the garden contriving. So to church, where we had common prayer, and a dull sermon by one Mr. Case, who yet I heard sing very well. So to dinner, and busy with my father about his accounts all the afternoon, and people came to speak with us about business. Mr. Barnwell at night came and supped with us. So after setting matters even with my father and I, to bed. 23rd. Up, and sad to hear my father and mother wrangle as they used to do in London, of which I took notice to both, and told them that I should give over care for anything unless they would spend what they have with more love and quiet. So, John Bowles coming to see us before we go, we took horse and got early to Baldwick, where there was a fair, and we put in and eat a mouthful of pork, which they made us pay 14d. for, which vexed us much. And so away to Stevenage, and stayed till ashore was over, and so rode easily to Welling, where we supped well, and had 2 beds in the room and so lay single. And still remember it that of all the nights that ever I slept in my life I never did pass a night with more epicurism of sleep. There being now and then a noise of people stirring that waked me, and then it was a very rainy night, and then I was a little weary, that what between waking and then sleeping again, one after another, I never had so much content in all my life. And so my wife says it was with her. 24th. We rose, and set forth, but found a most sad alteration in the road by reason of last night's rains, they being now all dirty and washy, though not deep. So we rode easily through, and only drinking at Holloway, at the sign of a woman with cakes in one hand and a pot of ale in the other, which did give good occasion of mirth, resembling her to the maid that served us. We got home very timely and well, and finding there all well, and letters from C, that speak of my lord's being well, and his action, though not considerable of any side, at Algiers, I went straight to my lady, and there sat and talked with her, and so home again, and after supper we to bed somewhat weary, hearing of nothing ill since my absence but my brother Tom, who is pretty well though again. 25th. By coach with Sir W. Penn to Covent Garden. By the way, upon my desire, he told me that I need not fear any reflection upon my lord for their ill success at Argier, for more could not be done than was done. I went to my cousin, Thos. Pepys, there, and talked with him a good while about our country business, who is troubled at my uncle Thomas's folly, and so we parted, and then meeting Sir R. Slingsby in St. Martin's Lane, he and I in his coach through the Mews, which is the way that now all coaches are forced to go, because of a stop at Charing Cross, by reason of a drain there to clear the streets. To Whitehall, and there to Mr. Coventry, and talked with him, and thence to my Lord Crewe's and dined with him, where I was used with all imaginable kindness both from him and her. And I see that he is afraid that my Lord's Reputicon will a little suffer in common talk by this late success, but there is no help for it now. The Queen of England, as she is now owned and called, I hear doth keep open court, and distinct at Lisbon. Hence, much against my nature and will, yet such is the power of the devil over me I could not refuse it, to the theatre, and saw, The Merry Wives of Windsor, ill done. And that ended, with Sir W. Penn and Sir G. Moore to the tavern, and so home with him by coach, and after supper to prayers and to bed. In full quiet of mind as to thought, though full of business, blessed be God. 26th. At the office all the morning, so dined at home, and then abroad with my wife by coach to the theatre to shew her, King and No King, it being very well done. And so by coach, though hard to get it, being rainy, home. So to my chamber to write letters and the journal for these 6 last days past. 27th. By coach to Whitehall with my wife, where she went to see Mrs. Pierce, who was this day churched, her month of childbed being out. I went to Mrs. Montague and other businesses, and at noon met my wife at the wardrobe. And there dined, where we found Captain Country, my little captain that I loved, who carried me to the Sound, come with some grapes and melons 335 from my lord at Lisbon, the first that ever I saw any, and my wife and I eat some. And took some home. But the grapes are rare things. Here we stayed, and in the afternoon comes Mr. Edud Montague, by appointment this morning, to talk with my lady and me about the provisions fit to be bought, and sent to my lord along with him. And told us, that we need not trouble ourselves how to buy them, for the king would pay for all, and that he would take care to get them, which put my lady and me into a great deal of ease of mind. Here we stayed and supped too, and, after my wife had put up some of the grapes in a basket for to be sent to the king, we took coach and home, where we found a hampire of melons sent to me also. 28th. At the office in the morning, dined at home, and then Sir W. Penn and his daughter and I and my wife to the theatre, and there saw, Father's Own Son, a very good play, and the first time I ever saw it, and so at night to my house, and there sat and talked and drank and merrily broke up, and to bed. 29th, Lord's Day. To church in the morning, and so to dinner, and Sir W. Penn and daughter, and Mrs. Poole, his kinswoman, Captain Poole's wife, came by appointment to dinner with us, and a good dinner we had for them, and were very merry, and so to church again, and then to Sir W. Penn's and there supped, where his brother, a traveller, and one that speaks Spanish very well, and a merry man, supped with us, and what at dinner and supper I drink I know not how, of my own accord, so much wine, that I was even almost foxed. And my head ached all night. So home and to bed, without prayers, which I never did yet, since I came to the house, of a Sunday night, I being now so out of order that I durst not read prayers, for fear of being perceived by my servants in what case I was. So to bed. 30th. This morning up by moonshine, at 5 o'clock, to Whitehall, to meet Mr. Moore at the Privy Seal, but he not being come as appointed, I went into King Street to the Red Lion, to drink my morning draught, and there I heard of a fray between the 2 ambassadors of Spain and France. And that, this day, being the day of the entrance of an ambassador from Sweden, they intended to fight for the precedence. Our king, I heard, ordered that no Englishman should meddle in the business, 336, but let them do what they would. And to that end all the soldiers in the town were in arms all the day long, and some of the train bands in the city, and a great bustle through the city all the day. Then I to the Privy Seal, and there Mr. Moore and a gentleman being come with him, we took coach, which was the business I come for, to Chelsea, to my Lord Privy Seal, and there got him to seal the business. Here I saw by daylight 2 very fine pictures in the gallery, that a little while ago I saw by night, and did also go all over the house, and found it to be the prettiest contrived house that ever I saw in my life. So to coach back again. And at Whitehall light, and saw the soldiers and people running up and down the streets. So I went to the Spanish ambassadors and the French, and there saw great preparations on both sides. But the French made the most noise and vaunted most, the other made no stir almost at all, so that I was afraid the other would have had too great a conquest over them. Then to the wardrobe, and dined there, and then abroad and in Cheapside here that the Spanish hath got the best of it, and killed 3 of the French coach horses and several men, and is gone through the city next to our king's coach. At which, it is strange to see how all the city did rejoice. And indeed we do naturally all love the Spanish, and hate the French. But I, as I am in all things curious, presently got to the waterside, and there took oars to Westminster Palace, thinking to have seen them come in thither with all the coaches, but they being come and returned, I ran after them with my boy after me through all the dirt and the streets full of people. Till at last, at the Mews, I saw the Spanish coach go, with 50 drawn swords at least to guard it, and our soldiers shouting for joy. And so I followed the coach, and then met it at York House, where the ambassador lies. And there it went in with great state. So then I went to the French house, where I observe still, that there is no man in the world of a more insolent spirit where they do well, nor before they begin a matter, and more abject if they do miscarry, than these people are. For they all look like dead men, and not a word among them, but shake their heads. The truth is, the Spaniards were not only observed to fight most desperately, but also they did outwit them. First in lining their own harness with chains of iron that they could not be cut, then in setting their coach in the most advantageous place, and to appoint men to guard every one of their horses, and others for to guard the coach. And others the coachman. And, above all, in setting upon the French horses and killing them, for by that means the French were not able to stir. There were several men slain of the French, and 1 or 2 of the Spaniards, and 1 Englishman by a bullet. Which is very observable, the French were at least 4 to 1 in number, and had near 100 case of pistols among them, and the Spaniards had not 1 gun among them, which is for their honor for ever, and the others disgrace. So, having been very much daubed with dirt, I got a coach, and home where I vexed my wife in telling of her this story, and pleading for the Spaniards against the French. So ends this month. Myself and family in good condition of health, but my head full of my lord's and my own and the office business. Where we are now very busy about the business of sending forces to Tangier 337 the fleet to my lord of Sandwich, who is now at Lisbon to bring over the Queen, who do now keep a court as Queen of England. The business of Argier hath of late troubled me, because my lord hath not done what he went for, though he did as much as any man in the world could have done. The want of money puts all things, and above all things the nary, out of order. And yet I do not see that the king takes care to bring in any money, but thinks of new designs to lay out money. October 1661. October 1st. This morning my wife and I lay long in bed, and among other things fell into talk of music, and desired that I would let her learn to sing, which I did consider, and promised her she should. So before I rose, word was brought me that my singing master, Mr. Goodgrum, was come to teach me, and so she rose and this morning began to learn also. To the office, where busy all day. So to dinner and then to the office again till night, and then to my study at home to set matters and papers in order, which, though I can hardly bring myself to do, yet do please me much when it is done. So eat a bit of bread and cheese, and to bed. 2nd, all this morning at Peg Kite's with my uncle Fenner, and 2 friends of his, appraising her goods that her mother has left. But the slut is like to prove so troublesome that I am out of heart with troubling myself in her business. After we had done we all went to a cook's shop in Bishopsgate Street and dined, and then I took them to the tavern and did give them a quart of sack, and so parted. I home and then took my wife out, and in a coach of a gentlewoman's that had been to visit my Lady Batten and was going home again our way, we went to the theatre, but coming late and sitting in an ill place. I never had so little pleasure in a play in my life, yet it was the first time that ever I saw it, Victoria Corombona. Methinks a very poor play. Then at night troubled to get my wife home, it being very dark, and so we were forced to have a coach. So to supper and to bed. 3rd. At the office all the morning, dined at home, and in the afternoon Mr. Moore came to me, and he and I went to Tower Hill to meet with a man, and so back all 3 to my house, and there I signed a bond to Mr. Battersby, a friend of Mr. Moore's, who lends me L50, the first money that ever I borrowed upon bond for my own occasion, and so I took them to the Mitre na Portugal Milan with me. There sat and discoursed in matters of religion till night with great pleasure, and so parted, and I home, calling at Sir W. Batten's, where his son and his wife were, who had yesterday been at the play where we were, and it was good sport to hear how she talked of it with admiration like a fool. So home, and my head was not well with the wine that I drank today. 4th. By coach to Whitehall with Sir W. Penn. So to Mr. Montague, where his man, Mons. Escar, makes a great complaint against the English, that they did help the Spaniards against the French the other day. And that their ambassador do demand justice of our king, and that he do resolve to be gone for France the next week, which I, and all that I met with, are very glad of. Thence to Paternoster Row, where my will did receive the L50 I borrowed yesterday. I to the wardrobe to dinner, and there stayed most of the afternoon very merry with the ladies. Then Captain Ferrers and I to the theatre, and there came too late, so we stayed and saw a bit of Victoria, which pleased me worse than it did the other day. So we stayed not to see it out, but went out and drank a bottle or two of China ale, and so home, where I found my wife vexed at her people for grumbling to eat Suffolk cheese, which I also am vexed at. So to bed. 5th. At the office all the morning, then dined at home, and so stayed at home all the afternoon putting up my lord's model of the Royal James, which I borrowed of him long ago to hang up in my room. And at night Sir W. Penn and I alone to the Dolphin, and there eat some bloat herrings 338 and drank good sack. Then came in Sir W. Warren and another and stayed a while with us, and then Sir Arnold Brames, with whom we stayed late until we had drank too much wine. So home and I to bed pleased at my afternoon's work in hanging up the ship. So to bed. 6th, Lord's Day. To church in the morning, Mr. Mills preached, who, I expect, should take in snuff, anger, that my wife not come to his child's christening the other day. The winter coming on, many of parish ladies are come home and appear at church again. Among others, the 3 sisters the Thornberrys, a very fine, and the most zealous people that ever I saw in my life, even to admiration, if it were true zeal. There was also my pretty black girl, Mrs. Dekins, and Mrs. Margaret Penn, this day come to church in a new flowered satin suit that my wife helped to buy her the other day. So me to dinner, and to church in the afternoon to St. Gregory's, by Paul's, where I saw Mr. Moose in the gallery and went up to him and heard a good sermon of Dr. Buck's, one I never heard before, a very able man. So home, and in the evening I went to my Valentine, her father and mother being out of town, to fetch her to supper to my house, and then came Sir W. Penn and would have her to his, so with much sport I got them all to mine, and we were merry, and so broke up and to bed. 7th. Up in the morning and to my uncle Fenner's, thinking to have met Peg Kite about her business but she comes not, so I went to Dr. Williams, where I found him sick in bed and was sorry for it. So about business all day, troubled in my mind till I can hear from Brampton, how things go on at Sturtlow, at the court, which I was cleared in at night by a letter, which tells me that my cousin Tom was there to be admitted, in his father's name. As heir at law, but that he was opposed, and I was admitted by proxy, which put me out of great trouble of mind. 8th. At the office all the morning. After office done, went and eat some Colchester oysters with Sir W. Batten at his house, and there, with some company, dined and stayed there talking all the afternoon, and late after dinner took Mrs. Martha out by coach, and carried her to the theatre in a frolic, to my great expense, and there shewed her part of the Beggar's Bush, without much pleasure, but only for a frolic, and so home again. 9th. This morning went out about my affairs, among others to put my Theorbo out to be mended, and then at noon home again, thinking to go with Sir Williams both to dinner by invitation to Sir W. Ryder's, but at home I found Mrs. Pierce, La Belle, and Madam Clifford, with whom I was forced to stay, and made them the most welcome I could. And I was, God knows, very well pleased with their beautiful company, and after dinner took them to the theatre, and shewed them the chances. And so saw them both at home and back to the Fleece Tavern, in Covent Garden, where Llewellyn and Blurton, and my old friend Frank Bagg, was to meet me, and there stayed till late very merry. Frank Bagg tells me a story of Mrs. Pepys that lived with my Lady Harvey, Mr. Montague's sister, a good woman, that she had been very ill, and often asked for me, that she is in good condition, and that nobody could get her to make her will. But that she did still inquire for me, and that now she is well she desires to have a chamber at my house. Now I do not know whether this is a trick of Bagg's, or a good will of hers to do something for me. But I will not trust her, but told him I should be glad to see her, and that I would be sure to do all that I could to provide a place for her. So by coach home late. 10th. At the office all the morning, dined at home, and after dinner Sir W. Penn and my wife and I to the theatre, she first going into Covent Garden to speak a word with a woman to inquire of her mother, and I in the meantime with Sir W. Penn's coach staying at W. Joyce's, where the King came today, and there was The Traitor most admirably acted, and a most excellent play it is. So home, and intended to be merry, it being my 6th wedding night, but by a late bruise. I am in so much pain that I eat my supper and in pain to bed, yet my wife and I pretty merry. 11th, all day in bed with a cataplasm. And at night rose a little, and to bed again in more ease than last night. This noon there came my brother and Dr. Tom and Snow to dinner, and by themselves were merry. 12th. In bed the greatest part of this day also, and my swelling in some measure gone. I received a letter this day from my father, that Sir R. Bernard do a little fear that my uncle has not observed exactly the custom of Brampton in his will about his lands there, which puts me to a great trouble in mind, and at night wrote to him and to my father about it, being much troubled at it. 13th, Lord's Day. Did not stir out all day, but rose and dined below, and this day left off half skirts and put on a waistcoat, and my false tabby waistcoat with gold lace, and in the evening there came Sir W. Batten to see me, and sat and supped very kindly with me, and so to prayers and to bed. 14th. This morning I ventured by water abroad to Westminster, but lost my labour, for Mr. Montague was not in town. So to the wardrobe, and there dined with my lady, which is the first time I have seen her dine abroad since her being brought to bed of my Lady Catherine. In the afternoon Captain Ferrers and I walked abroad to several places, among others to Mr. Pym's, my lord's tailor's, and there he went out with us to the Fountain Tavern and did give us store of wine, and it being the Duke of York's birthday, we drank the more to his health. But, Lord! What a sad story he makes of his being abused by a doctor of physique who is in one part of the tenement wherein he dwells. It would make one laugh, though I see he is under a great trouble in it. Thence home by link and found a good answer from my father that Sir R. Bernard do clear all things as to us and our title to Brampton, which puts my heart in great ease and quiet. 15th. At the office all the morning, and in the afternoon to Paul's churchyard to a blind place, where Mrs. Goldsborough was to meet me, who dare not be known where she lives, to treat about the difference which remains between my uncle and her. But, Lord! To hear how she talks and how she rails against my uncle would make one mad. But I seemed not to be troubled at it, but would indeed gladly have an agreement with her. So I appoint Mr. Moore and she another against Friday next to look into our papers and to see what can be done to conclude the matter. So home in much pain by walking too much yesterday. Which much troubles me. 16th. In bed till 12 o'clock. This morning came several maids to my wife to be hired, and at last she pitched upon one Nell, whose mother, an old woman, came along with her, but would not be hired under half a year, which I am pleased at their drollness. This day dined by appointment with me, Dr. Thos. Pepys and my coz, Snow, and my brother Tom, upon a fin of ling and some sounds, neither of which did I ever know before, but most excellent meat they are both, that in all my life I never eat the like fish. So after dinner came in W. Joyce and eat and drank and were merry. So up to my chamber, and put all my papers, at rights, and in the evening our maid Mary, who was with us upon trial for a month, did take leave of us, going as we supposed to be married, for the maid liked us and we her, but all she said was that she had a mind to live in a tradesman's house where there was but one maid. So to supper and to bed. 17th. At the office all the morning, at noon my wife being gone to my cuz Snow's with Dr. Thomas Pepys and my brother Tom to a venison pasty, which proved a pasty of salted pork. By appointment I went with Captain David Lambert to the Exchequer, and from thence by appointment he and I were to meet at a cook's shop to dine. But before I went to him Captain Cock, a merchant I had not long known, took me to the Sun Tavern and gave me a glass of sack, and being a man of great observation and repute, did tell me that he was confident that the Parliament, when it comes the next month to sit again, would bring trouble with it, and inquire how the King had disposed of offices and money, before they will raise more. Which, I fear, will bring all things to ruin again. Thence to the Cooks and there dined with Captain Lambert and his father-in-law, and had much talk of Portugal, from whence he is lately come, and he tells me it is a very poor dirty place. I mean the city and court of Lisbon, that the King is a very rude and simple fellow, and, for reviling of somebody a little while ago, and calling of him cuckold, was run into with a sword and had been killed, had he not told them that he was their king. That there are there no glass windows, nor will they have any. Which makes sport among our merchants there to talk of an English factor that, being newly come thither, writ into England that glass would be a good commodity to send thither, and that the King has his meat sent up by a dozen of lazy guards and in pipkins, sometimes, to his own table, and sometimes nothing but fruits, and, now and then, half a hen. And now that the Infanta is become our queen, she is come to have a whole hen or goose to her table, which is not ordinary. So home and to look over my papers that concern the difference between Mrs. Goldsborough and us. Which cost me much pains, but contented me much after it was done. So at home all the evening and to supper and to bed. 18th. To Whitehall, to Mr. Montague's, where I met with Mr. Pierce, the purser, to advise about the things to be sent to my lord for the Queen's provision, and was cleared in it, and now there is all haste made, for the fleet's going. At noon to my lord's to dinner, and in the afternoon, leaving my wife there, Mr. Moore and I to Mrs. Goldsborough, who sent for a friend to meet with us, and so we were talking about the difference between us till 10 at night. I find it very troublesome, and have brought it into some hopes of an agreement, I offering to forgive her L10 that is yet due according to my uncle's accounts to us. So we left her friend to advise about it, and I hope to hear of her, for I would not by any means go to law with a woman of so devilish a tongue as she has. So to my lady's, where I left my wife to lie with mademoiselle all night, and I by link home and to bed. This night lying alone, and the weather cold, and having this last 7 or 8 days been troubled with a tumour, which is now abated by a poultice of a good handful of bran with half a pint of vinegar and a pint of water boiled till it be thick, and then a spoonful of honey put to it and so spread in a cloth and laid to it. I first put on my waistcoat to lie in all night this year, and do not intend to put it off again till spring. I met with complaints at home that my wife left no victuals for them all this day. 19th. At the office all the morning, and at noon Mr. Coventry, who sat with us all the morning, and Sir G. Carteret, Sir W. Penn, and myself. By coach to Captain Marsh's, at Limehouse, to a house that hath been their ancestors for this 250 years, close by the Limehouse which gives the name to the place. Here they have a design to get the King to hire a dock for the herring busses, which is now the great design on foot, to lie up in. We had a very good and handsome dinner, and excellent wine. I not being neat in clothes, which I find a great fault in me, could not be so merry as otherwise, and at all times I am and can be, when I am in good habit. Which makes me remember my father Osborne's rule for a gentleman to spare in all things rather than in that. So by coach home, and so to write letters by post, and so to bed. 20th, Lord's Day. At home in bed all the morning to ease my late tumour, but up to dinner and much offended in mind at a proud trick my man will hath got, to keep his hat on in the house, but I will not speak of it to him today. But I fear I shall be troubled with his pride and laziness, though in other things he is good enough. To church in the afternoon, where a sleepy presbyter preached, and then to Sir W. Batten who is to go to Portsmouth tomorrow to wait upon the Duke of York, who goes to take possession and to set in order the garrison there. Supped at home and to bed. 21st. Early with Mr. Moore by coach to Chelsea, to my Lord Privy Seal's, but have missed of coming time enough, and having taken up Mr. Pargeter, the goldsmith, who is the man of the world that I do most know and believe to be a cheating rogue, we drank our morning draught there together of cake and ale, and did make good sport of his losing so much by the king's coming in. He having bought much of crown lands, of which, God forgive me, I am very glad. At Whitehall, at the Privy Seal, did with Sir W. Penn take advice about passing of things of his there that concern his matters of Ireland. Thence to the wardrobe and dined, and so against my judgment and conscience, which God forgive, for my very heart knows that I offend God in breaking my vows herein, to the opera, which is now newly begun to act again. After some alteration of their scene, which do make it very much worse. But the play, Love and Honor, being the first time of their acting it, is a very good plot, and well done. So on foot home, and after a little business done in my study and supper, to bed. 22nd. At the office all the morning, where we had a deputation from the Duke in his absence, he being gone to Portsmouth, for us to have the whole disposal and ordering of the fleet. In the afternoon about business up and down, and at night to visit Sir R. Slingsby, who is fallen sick of this new disease, an ague and fever. So home after visiting my Aunt White and Mrs. Norbury, who continues still a very pleasant lady, and to supper, and so to bed. 23rd. To Whitehall, and there, to drink our morning, Sir W. Penn and I to a friend's lodging of his, Colonel P.R. Swell, and at noon he and I dined together alone at the Leg in King Street, and so by coach to Chelsea to my Lord Privy Seal's about business of Sir William's, in which we had a fair admittance to talk with my lord, and had his answer. And so back to the opera, and there I saw again Love and Honor, and a very good play it is. And thence home, calling by the way to see Sir Robert Slingsby, who continues ill, and so home. This day all our office is invited against Tuesday next, my Lord Mayor's Day, to dinner with him at Guildhall. This evening Mr. Holliard came and sat with us, and gave us both directions to observe. 24th. At the office all morning, at noon Llewellyn dined with me, and then abroad to Fleet Street, leaving my wife at Tom's while I went out and did a little business. So home again, and went to see Sir Robert Slingsby, who continues ill, and this day has not spoke at all, which makes them all afeard of him. So home. 25th. To Whitehall, and so to dinner at the Wardrobe, where my wife met me, and there we met with a venison pasty, and my lady very merry and very handsome, methought. After dinner my wife and I to the opera, and there saw again Love and Honor, a play so good that it has been acted but 3 times and I have seen them all, and all in this week, which is too much, and more than I will do again a good while. Coming out of the house we met Mrs. Pierce and her comrade Mrs. Clifford, and I seeming willing to stay with them to talk my wife grew angry, and whether she be jealous or no I know not, but she loves not that I should speak of Mrs. Pierce. Home on foot very discontented, in my way I calling at the instrument maker, Hunt's, and there saw my lute, which is now almost done, it being to have a new neck to it and to be made to double strings. So home and to bed. This day I did give my man Will a sound lesson about his forbearing to give us the respect due to a master and mistress. 26th. This morning Sir W. Penn and I should have gone out of town with my Lady Batten, to have met Sir William coming back from Portsmouth. At Kingston, but could not, by reason that my Lord of Peterborough, who is to go Governor of Tangier, came this morning, with Sir G. Carteret, to advise with us about completing of the affairs and preparations for that place. So at the office all the morning, and in the afternoon Sir W. Penn, my wife and I to the theatre, and there saw The Country Captain, the first time it hath been acted this 25 years, a play of my Lord Newcastle's, but so silly a play as in all my life I never saw. And the first that ever I was weary of in my life. So home again, and in the evening news was brought that Sir R. Slingsby, our comptroller, who hath this day been sick a week, is dead. Which put me into so great a trouble of mind, that all the night I could not sleep, he being a man that loved me, and had many qualities that made me to love him above all the officers and commissioners in the navy. Coming home we called at Dan Rawlinson's, and there drank good sack, and so home. 27th, Lord's Day. At church in the morning, where in the pew both Sir Williams and I had much talk about the death of Sir Robert, which troubles me much. And them in appearance, though I do not believe it, because I know that he was a check to their engrossing the whole trade of the Navy Office. Home to dinner, and in the afternoon to church again, my wife with me, whose mourning is now grown so old that I am ashamed to go to church with her. And after church to see my uncle and Aunt White, and there stayed and talked and supped with them, and were merry as we could be in their company. Among other things going up into their chamber to see their 2 pictures, which I am forced to commend against my judgment, and also she showed us her cabinet, where she had very pretty medals and good jewels. So home and to prayers and to bed. 28th. At the office all the morning, and dined at home, and so to Paul's churchyard to Hunt's, and there found my Theorbo done, which pleases me very well, and costs me 20 excess. To the altering. But now he tells me it is as good a lute as any is in England, and is worth well L10. Hither I sent for Captain Ferrers to me, who comes with a friend of his, and they and I to the theatre, and there saw Argolis and Parthenia, where a woman acted Parthenia, and came afterwards on the stage in men's clothes. And had the best legs that ever I saw, and I was very well pleased with it. Thence to the Ringo alehouse, and thither sent for a beltmaker, and bought of him a handsome belt for second morning, which cost me 24s, and is very neat. 29th. This day I put on my half-cloth black stockings and my new coat of the fashion, which pleases me well, and with my beaver I was, after office was done, ready to go to my Lord Mayor's feast, as we are all invited. But the Sir Williams were both loath to go, because of the crowd, and so none of us went, and I stayed and dined with them, and so home, and in evening, by consent, we met at the Dolphin, where other company came to us, and should have been merry. But their wine was so naught, and all other things out of order, that we were not so, but stayed long at night, and so home and to bed. My mind not pleased with the spending of this day, because I had proposed a great deal of pleasure to myself this day at Guildhall. This Lord Mayor, it seems, brings up again the custom of Lord Mayors going the day of their instalment to Paul's, and walking round about the cross, and offering something at the altar. 30th. All the morning at the office. At noon played on my Theorbo, and much pleased therewith, it is now altered with a new neck. In the afternoon Captain Lambert called me out by appointment, and we walked together to Deptford, and there in his ship, the Norwich, I got him to shew me every hole and corner of the ship, much to my information, and the purpose of my going. So home again, and at Sir W. Batten's heard how he had been already at Sir R. Slingsby's, as we were all invited, and I intended this night to go, and there he finds all things out of order, and no such thing done tonight, but pretending that the corps stinks, they will bury it tonight privately. And so will unbespeak all their guests, and there shall be no funeral, which I am sorry for, that there should be nothing done for the honour of Sir Robert, but I fear he hath left his family in great distraction. Here I stayed till late at cards with my lady Mrs. Martha, and so home. I sent for a bottle or 2 of wine thither. At my coming home I am sorry to find my wife displeased with her maid doll, whose fault is that she cannot keep her peace, but will always be talking in an angry manner, though it be without any reason and to no purpose. Which I am sorry for, and do see the inconvenience that do attend the increase of a man's fortune by being forced to keep more servants, which brings trouble. Sir Henry Vane, Lambert, and others, are lately sent suddenly away from the Tower, prisoners to Scilly, but I do not think there is any plot as is said, but only a pretence, as there was once pretended often against the Cavaliers. 31st. This morning comes Prior of Brampton to me about the house he has to buy of me, but I was forced to be at the office all the morning, and so could not talk with him. And so, after the office was done, and dined at home, I went to my brother Tom's, and there met him. He demanded some abatement, he having agreed with my father for Barton's house, at a price which I told him I could not meddle with, but that as for anything to secure his title to them I was ready, and so we parted. Thence to Sir Robert Bernard, and as his client did ask his advice about my uncle Thomas's case and ours as to Gravely, and in short he tells me that there is little hopes of recovering it or saving his annuity, which do trouble me much. But God's will be done. Hence, with my mind full of trouble, to my uncle Fenner's, when at the alehouse I found him drinking and very jolly and youthsome, and as one that I believe will in a little time get a wife. So home. November 1661. November 1st. I went this morning with Sir W. Penn by coach to Westminster, and having done my business at Mr. Montague's, I went back to him at Whitehall, and from thence with him to the 3-Ton Tavern, at Charing Cross, and there sent for up the master of the house's dinner, and dined very well upon it. And afterwards had him and his fair sister, who is very great with Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Penn in mirth, up to us, and looked over some medals that they shewed us of theirs. And so went away to the theatre, to the Jovial Crew, and from hence home, and at my house we were very merry till late, having sent for his son, Mr. William Penn, 339 lately come from Oxford. And after supper parted, and to bed. 2d. At the office all the morning, where Sir John Minns, our new comptroller, was fetched by Sir William Penn and myself from Sir William Batten's, and led to his place in the office. The first time that he had come hither, and he seems a good fair condition man, and one that I am glad hath the office. After the office done, I to the wardrobe, and there dined, and in the afternoon had an hour or two's talk with my lady with great pleasure. And so with the 2 young ladies by coach to my house, and gave them some entertainment, and so late at night sent them home with Captain Ferrers by coach. This night my boy Wainman, as I was in my chamber, I overheard him let off some gunpowder. And hearing my wife chide him below for it, and a noise made, I call him up, and find that it was powder that he had put in his pocket, and a match carelessly with it, thinking that it was out, and so the match did give fire to the powder. And had burnt his side and his hand that he put into his pocket to put out the fire. But upon examination, and finding him in a lie about the time and place that he bought it, I did extremely beat him, and though it did trouble me to do it, yet I thought it necessary to do it. So to write by the post, and to bed. 3rd, Lord's Day. This day I stirred not out, but took physique, and it did work very well, and all the day as I was at leisure I did read in Fuller's Holy War, which I have of late bought. And did try to make a song in the praise of a liberal genius, as I take my own to be, to all studies and pleasures, but it not proving to my mind I did reject it and so proceeded not in it. At night my wife and I had a good supper by ourselves of a pullet hashed, which pleased me much to see my condition come to allow ourselves a dish like that, and so at night to bed. 4th. In the morning, being very rainy, by coach with Sir W. Penn and my wife to Whitehall, and sent her to Mrs. Bunt's, and he and I to Mr. Coventry's about business, and so sent for her again, and all 3 home again, only I to the Mitre, Mr. Rawlinson's, where Mr. Pierce, the purser, had got us a most brave chine of beef, and a dish of marrowbones. Our company my uncle White, Captain Lambert, one Captain Davies, and Purser Barter, Mr. Rawlinson, and ourselves, and very merry. After dinner I took coach, and called my wife at my brother's, where I left her, and to the opera, where we saw, the Bondman, which of old we both did so dote on, and do still. Though to both our thinking not so well acted here, having too great expectations, as formerly at Salisbury Court. But for Betterton he is called by us both the best actor in the world. So home by coach, I lighting by the way at my uncle White's and stayed there a little, and so home after my wife, and to bed. 5th. At the office all the morning. At noon comes my brother Tom and Mr. Armiger to dine with me, and did, and we were very merry. After dinner, I having drunk a great deal of wine, I went away, seeming to go about business with Sir W. Penn, to my Lady Batten's, Sir William being at Chatham, and there sat a good while, and then went away. Before I went I called at home to see whether they were gone, and found them there, and Armiger inviting my wife to go to a play. And like a fool would be courting her, but he is an ass, and lays out money with Tom, otherwise I should not think him worth half this respect I shew him. To the Dolphin, where he and I and Captain Cock sat late and drank much, seeing the boys in the streets flying their crackers, this day being kept all the day very strictly in the city. At last broke up, and called at my Lady Batten's again and would have gone to cards, but Sir W. Penn was so fuddled that we could not try him to play, and therefore we parted, and I home and to bed. 6th, going forth this morning I met Mr. Davenport and a friend of his, one Mr. Frobisher, to drink their morning draught with me, and I did give it them in good wine, and anchovies, and pickled oysters, and took them to the Sun in Fish Street, there did give them a barrel of good ones, and a great deal of wine, and sent for Mr. W. Bernard, Sir Robert's son, a grocer thereabouts, and were very merry, and cost me a good deal of money, and at noon left them, and with my head full of wine, and being invited by a note from Llewellyn, that came to my hands this morning in bed. I went to Nick Osborne's at the victualling office, and there saw his wife, who he has lately married, a good sober woman, and new come to their home. We had a good dish or two of marrowbones and another of neat's tongues to dinner, and that being done I bade them adieu and hastened to Whitehall, calling Mr. Moore by the way, to my Lord Privy Seal, who will at last force the clerks to bring in a table of their fees, which they have so long denied, but I do not join with them, and so he is very respectful to me. So he desires me to bring in one which I observe in making of fees, which I will speedily do. So back again, and endeavoured to speak with Tom Trice, who I fear is hatching some mischief, but could not, which vexed me, and so I went home and sat late with pleasure at my lute and so to bed. 7th. This morning came one Mr. Hill, sent by Mr. Hunt, the instrument maker, to teach me to play on the theorbo, but I do not like his playing nor singing, and so I found a way to put him off. So to the office. And then to dinner, and got Mr. Pett the commissioner to dinner with me, he and I alone, my wife not being well, and so after dinner parted. And I to Tom Trice, who in short shewed me a writ he had ready for my father, and I promised to answer it. So I went to Dr. Williams, who is now pretty well got up after his sickness, and after that to Mr. Moore to advise, and so returned home late on foot, with my mind cleared, though not satisfied. I met with letters at home from my lord from Leasebone, which speak of his being well, and he tells me he had seen at the court there the day before he wrote this letter, the Juego de Toro. 340. So fitted myself for bed. Coming home I called at my uncle Fenner's, who tells that Peg Kite now hath declared she will have the beggarly rogue the weaver, and so we are resolved neither to meddle nor make with her. 8th. This morning up early, and to my Lord Chancellor's with a letter to him from my lord, and did speak with him, and he did ask me whether I was son to Mr. Talbot Pepys or no, with whom he was once acquainted in the Court of Requests, and spoke to me with great respect. Thence to Westminster Hall, it being term time, and there met with Commissioner Pett, and so at noon he and I by appointment to the Sun in New Fish Street, where Sir J. Minns, Sir W. Batten, and we all were to dine, at an invitation of Captain Stokes and Captain Clerk, and were very merry, and by discourse I found Sir J. Minns a fine gentleman and a very good shoaler. After dinner to the wardrobe, and thence to Dr. Williams, who went with me, the first time that he has been abroad a great while, to the 6 clerk's office to find me a clerk there able to advise me in my business with Tom Trice, and after I had heard them talk, and had given me some comfort, I went to my brother Tom's, and took him with me to my cuz. Turner at the Temple, and had his opinion that I should not pay more than the principal L200, with which I was much pleased, and so home. 9th. At the office all the morning. At noon Mr. Davenport, Phillips, and Mr. W.M. Bernard and Frobisher, came by appointment and dined with me, and we were very merry. After dinner I to the wardrobe, and there stayed talking with my lady all the afternoon till late at night. Among other things my lady did mightily urge me to lay out money upon my wife, which I perceived was a little more earnest than ordinary, and so I seem to be pleased with it, and do resolve to bestow a lace upon her. And what with this and other talk, we were exceeding merry. So home at night. 10th, Lord's Day. At our own church in the morning, where Mr. Mills preached. Thence alone to the wardrobe to dinner with my lady, where my lady continues upon yesterday's discourse still for me to lay out money upon my wife, which I think it is best for me to do for her honour and my own. Last night died Archibald, my lady's butler and Mrs. Sarah's brother, of a dropsy, which I am troubled at. In the afternoon went and sat with Mr. Turner in his pew at St. Gregory's, where I hear our Queen Catherine, the first time by name as such, publicly prayed for, and heard Dr. Buck upon, Woe unto thee, Chorazin, and where he started a difficulty, which he left to another time to answer, about why God should give means of grace to those people which he knew would not receive them, and deny to others which he himself confesses, if they had had them, would have received them, and they would have been effectual too. I would I could hear him explain this, when he do come to it. Thence home to my wife, and took her to my Aunt White's, and there sat a while with her, my uncle being at Catherine Hill, and so home, and I to Sir W. Batten's, where Captain Cock was, and we sent for 2 bottles of Canary to the Rose, which did do me a great deal of hurt, and did trouble me all night, and, indeed, came home so out of order that I was loath to say prayers tonight as I am used ever to do on Sundays, which my wife took notice of and people of the house, which I was sorry for. 11th. To the wardrobe, and with Mr. Townsend and Moore to the Saracen's Head to a barrel of oysters, and so Mr. Moore and I to Tom Trice's, with whom I did first set my hand to answer to a writ of his this term. Thence to the wardrobe to dinner, and there by appointment met my wife, who had by my direction brought some laces for my lady to choose one for her. And after dinner I went away, and left my wife and ladies together, and all their work was about this lace of hers. Captain Ferrers and I went together, and he carried me the first time that ever I saw any gaming house, to one, entering into Lincoln's Inn Fields, at the end of Bell Yard, where strange the folly of men to lay and lose so much money. And very glad I was to see the manner of a gamester's life, which I see is very miserable, and poor, and unmanly. And thence he took me to a dancing school in Fleet Street, where we saw a company of pretty girls dance, but I do not in myself like to have young girls exposed to so much vanity. So to the wardrobe, where I found my lady had agreed upon a lace for my wife of L6, which I seemed much glad of that it was no more, though in my mind I think it too much. And I pray God keep me so to order myself and my wife's expenses that no inconvenience in purse or honour follow this my prodigality. So by coach home. 12th. At the office all the morning. Dined at home alone. So abroad with Sir W. Penn. My wife and I to Bartholomew Fair, with puppets which I had seen once before, and ate play without puppets often, but though I love the play as much as ever I did, yet I do not like the puppets at all, but think it to be a lessening to it. Thence to the Greyhound in Fleet Street, and there drank some raspberry sack and eat some sausages, and so home very merry. This day Holmes come to town. And we do expect hourly to hear what usage he hath from the Duke and the King about this late business of letting the Swedish ambassador go by him without striking his flag. 341. 13th. By appointment, we all went this morning to wait upon the Duke of York, which we did in his chamber, as he was dressing himself in his riding suit to go this day by sea to the Downs. He is in mourning for his wife's grandmother, which is thought a great piece of fondness. 342. After we had given him our letter relating the bad condition of the navy for want of money, he referred it to his coming back and so parted, and I to Whitehall and to see La Belle Pierce, and so on foot to my Lord Crew's, where I found him come to his new house, which is next to that he lived in last. Here I was well received by my lord and Sir Thomas, with whom I had great talk, and he tells me in good earnest that he do believe the Parliament, which comes to sit again the next week, will be troublesome to the court and clergy. Which God forbid. But they see things carried so by my Lord Chancellor and some others, that get money themselves, that they will not endure it. From thence to the theatre, and there saw father's own son again, and so it raining very hard I went home by coach, with my mind very heavy for this my expenseful life, which will undo me, I fear, after all my hopes, if I do not take up. For now I am coming to lay out a great deal of money in clothes for my wife, I must forbear other expenses. To bed, and this night began to lie in the little green chamber, where the maids lie, but we could not a great while get Nell to lie there, because I lie there and my wife, but at last, when she saw she must lie there or sit up, she, with much ado, came to bed. 4th. At the office all the morning. At noon I went by appointment to the Sun in Fish Street to a dinner of young Mr. Bernard's for myself, Mr. Phillips, Davenport, Weaver, and where we had a most excellent dinner, but a pie of such pleasant variety of good things, as in all my life I never tasted. Hither came to me Captain Lambert to take his leave of me, he being this day to set sail for the Straits. We drank his farewell and a health to all our friends, and were very merry, and drank wine enough. Hence to the Temple to Mr. Turner about drawing up my bill in Chancery against T. Trice, and so to Salisbury Court, where Mrs. Turner is come to town tonight, but very ill still of an ague, which I was sorry to see. So to the wardrobe and talked with my lady, and so home and to bed. 15th. At home all the morning, and at noon with my wife to the wardrobe to dinner, and there, did shew herself to my lady in the handkercher that she bought the lace for the other day, and indeed it is very handsome. Here I left my wife and went to my Lord Privy Seal to Whitehall, and there did give him a copy of the fees of the office as I have received them, and he was well pleased with it. So to the opera, where I met my wife and Captain Ferrers and Mademoiselle Leblanc, and there did see the second part of The Siege of Rhodes, very well done. And so by coach set her home, and the coach driving down the hill through Thames Street, which I think never any coach did before from that place to the bridge foot, but going up Fish Street Hill his horses were so tired that they could not be got to go up the hill, though all the street boys and men did beat and whip them. At last I was fain to send my boy for a link, and so light out of the coach till we got to another at the corner of Fenchurch Street, and so home, and to bed. 16th. At the office all the morning. Dined at home, and so about my business in the afternoon to the Temple, where I found my Chancery bill drawn against T. Trice, which I read and like it, and so home. 17th, Lord's Day. To our own church, and at noon, by invitation, Sir W. Penn dined with me, and I took Mrs. Hester, my Lady Batten's kinswoman, to dinner from church with me, and we were very merry. So to church again, and heard a simple fellow upon the praise of church music, and exclaiming against men's wearing their hats on in the church, but I slept part of the sermon. Till latter prayer and blessing and all was done without waking, which I never did in my life. So home, and by comes my uncle White and my aunt and Mr. Norbury and his lady, and we drank hard and were very merry till supper time, and then we parted, my wife and I being invited to Sir W. Penn's, where we also were very merry, and so home to prayers and to bed. 18th. By coach with Sir W. Penn, my wife and I toward Westminster, but seeing Mr. Moore in the street I light and he and I went to Mr. Battersby's the minister, in my way I putting in at St. Paul's, where I saw the choristers in their surplices going to prayers, and a few idle poor people and boys to hear them, which is the first time I have seen them, and am sorry to see things done so out of order, and there I received L50 more, which make up L100 that I now have borrowed of him, and so I did burn the old bond for L50, and paying him the use of it did make a new bond for the whole L100. Here I dined and had a good dinner, and his wife a good pretty woman. There was a young parson at the table that had got himself drunk before dinner, which troubled me to see. After dinner to Mr. Bowers at Westminster for my wife, and brought her to the theatre to see Phil Astor, which I never saw before, but I found it far short of my expectations. So by coach home. 19th. At the office all the morning, and coming home found Mr. Hunt with my wife in the chamber alone, which God forgive me did trouble my head, but remembering that it was washing and that there was no place else with a fire for him to be in, it being also cold weather, I was at ease again. He dined with us, and after dinner took coach and carried him with us as far as my cousin Scott's, where we set him down and parted, and my wife and I stayed there at the christening of my cousin's boy, where my cousin Samuel Pepys, of Ireland, and I were godfathers, and I did name the child Samuel. There was a company of pretty women there in the chamber, but we stayed not, but went with the minister into another room and eat and drank, and at last, when most of the women were gone, Sam and I went into my cousin Scott, who was got off her bed. And so we stayed and talked and were very merry, my she-cousin, Stradwick, being godmother. And then I left my wife to go home by coach, and I walked to the temple about my law business, and there received a subpoena for T. Trice. I carried it myself to him at the usual house at Doctors' Commons and did give it him, and so home and to bed. It cost me 20s, between the midwife and the 2 nurses today. 20th. To Westminster Hall by water in the morning, where I saw the King going in his barge to the Parliament House, this being the first day of their meeting again. And the bishops, I hear, do take their places in the Lord's house this day. I walked long in the hall, but hear nothing of news, but what Ned Pickering tells me, which I am troubled at, that Sir J. Minns should send word to the King, that if he did not remove all my Lord Sandwich's captains out of this fleet, he believed the King would not be master of the fleet at its coming again, and so do endeavour to bring disgrace upon my lord. But I hope all that will not do, for the King loves him. Hence by water to the wardrobe, and dined with my lady Wright being there too, whom I find to be a witty but very conceited woman and proud. And after dinner Mr. Moore and I to the Temple, and there he read my bill and likes it well enough, and so we came back again, he with me as far as the lower end of Cheapside, and there I gave him a pint of sack and parted, and I home. And went seriously to look over my papers touching T. Trice, and I think I have found some that will go near to do me more good in this difference of hours than all I have before. So to bed with my mind cheery upon it, and lay long reading Hobbes' His Liberty and Necessity, and a little but very shrewd piece, and so to sleep. 21st. In the morning again at looking over my last night's papers, and by comes Mr. Moore, who finds that my papers may do me much good. He stayed and dined with me, and we had a good sirloin of roast beef, the first that ever I had of my own buying since I kept house, and after dinner he and I to the Temple, and there showed Mr. Smallwood my papers, who likes them well, and so I left them with him, and went with Mr. Moore to Gray's Inn to his chamber, and there he shewed me his old Camden's Britannica, which I intend to buy of him, and so took it away with me, and left it at St. Paul's churchyard to be bound, and so home and to the office all the afternoon. It being the first afternoon that we have sat, which we are now to do always, so long as the Parliament sits, who this day have voted the King L 120,000,343 to be raised to pay his debts. And after the office with Sir W. Batten to the Dolphin, and drank and left him there, and I again to the Temple about my business, and so on foot home again and to bed. 22nd within all the morning, and at noon with my wife, by appointment to dinner at the Dolphin, where Sir W. Batten, and his lady and daughter met, and Captain Cock and his lady, a German lady, but a very great beauty, and we dined together, at the spending of some wagers won and lost between him and I. And there we had the best musique and very good songs, and were very merry and danced, but I was most of all taken with Madam Cock and her little boy, which in mirth his father had given to me. But after all our mirth comes a reckoning of L4, besides 40s. To the musicians, which did trouble us, but it must be paid, and so I took leave and left them there about 8 at night. And on foot went to the Temple, and then took my cousin Turner's man Roger, and went by his advice to Sergeant Fountaine and told him our case, who gives me good comfort in it, and I gave him 30s. Fee. So home again and to bed. This day a good pretty maid was sent my wife by Mary Bowyer, whom my wife has hired. 23rd. To Westminster with my wife, she to her father's, and about 10 o'clock back again home, and there I to the office a little, and thence by coach with Commissioner Pett to Cheapside to one Saville, a painter, who I intend shall do my picture and my wife's. Thence I to dinner at the Wardrobe, and so home to the office, and there all the afternoon till night, and then both Sir Williams to my house, and in comes Captain Cock, and they to cards. By and by Sir W. Batten and Cock, after drinking a good deal of wine, went away, and Sir W. Penn stayed with my wife and I to supper, very pleasant, and so good night. This day I have a chine of beef sent home, which I bespoke to send, and did send it as a present to my uncle White. 24th, Lord's Day. Up early, and by appointment to St. Clement Danes to church, and there to meet Captain Cock, who had often commended Mr. Alsop, their minister, to me, who is indeed an able man, but as all things else did not come up to my expectations. His text was that all good and perfect gifts are from above. Thence Cock and I to the Sun Tavern behind the Exchange, and there met with others that are come from the same church, and stayed and drank and talked with them a little, and so broke up, and I to the Wardrobe and there dined. And stayed all the afternoon with my lady alone talking, and thence to see Madam Turner, who, poor lady, continues very ill, and I begin to be afraid of her. Thence homewards, and meeting Mr. Yonge, the upholster, he and I to the Mitre, and with Mr. Rawlinson sat and drank a quart of sack, and so I to Sir W. Batten's and there stayed and supped, and so home, where I found an invitation sent my wife and I to my uncle White's on Tuesday next to the chine of beef which I presented them with yesterday. So to prayers and to bed. 25th. To Westminster Hall in the morning with Captain Lambert, and there he did at the Dog give me and some other friends of his foy, he being to set sail today towards the Straits. Here we had oysters and good wine. Having this morning met in the hall with Mr. Sanchy, we appointed to meet at the play this afternoon. At noon, at the rising of the house, I met with Sir W. Penn and Major General Massey 344, who I find by discourse to be a very ingenious man, and among other things a great master in the secrecies of powder and fireworks, and another night to dinner, at the Swan, in the Palace Yard. And our meat brought from the Leg. And after dinner Sir W. Penn and I to the theatre, and there saw, The Country Captain, a dull play, and that being done, I left him with his Taurus 345 and went to the opera, and saw the last act of The Bondman, and there found Mr. Sanchy and Mrs. Mary Archer, sister to the fair Betty, whom I did admire at Cambridge, and thence took them to the Fleece in Covent Garden, there to bid good night to Sir W. Penn, who stayed for me, but Mr. Sanchy could not by any argument get his lady to trust herself with him into the tavern, which he was much troubled at, and so we returned immediately into the city by coach, and at the Mitre in Cheapside there light and drank. And then yet her at her uncle's in the Old Jewry. And so he and I back again thither, and drank till past 12 at night, till I had drank something too much. He all the while telling me his intention to get a girl who is worth 1,000, and many times we had her sister Betty's health, whose memory I love. At last parted, and I well home, only had got cold and was hoarse and so to bed. 27th. This morning our maid Dorothy and my wife parted, which though she be a wench for her tongue not to be borne with, yet I was loath to part with her, but I took my leave kindly of her and went out to Saville's, the painter. And there sat the first time for my face with him. Thence to dinner with my lady, and so after an hour or two's talk in divinity with my lady, Captain Ferrers and Mr. Moore and I to the theatre, and there saw Hamlet very well done, and so I home, and found that my wife had been with my Aunt White and Ferrers to wait on my lady today this afternoon, and there danced and were very merry. And my lady very fond as she is always of my wife. So to bed. 28th. At home all the morning, at noon Will brought me from Whitehall, whither I had sent him, some letters from my Lord Sandwich, from Tangier. Where he continues still, and hath done some execution upon the Turks, and retaken an Englishman from them, of one Mr. Parker's, a merchant in Mark Lane. In the afternoon Mr. Pett and I met at the office. There being none more there than we two, I saw there was not the reverence due to us observed, and so I took occasion to break up and took Mr. Gauden along with me, and he and I, though it rained, were resolved to go, he to my Lord Treasurer's and I to the Chancellor's with a letter from my Lord today. So to a tavern at the end of Mark Lane, and there we stayed till with much ado we got a coach, and so to my Lord Treasurer's and lost our labours, then to the Chancellor's, and there met with Mr. Dugdale, and with him and one Mr. Simon's, I think that belongs to my Lord Hatton, and Mr. Kipps and others, to the Fountain Tavern, and there stayed till 12 at night drinking and singing, Mr. Simon's and one Mr. Agar singing very well. Then Mr. Godden being almost drunk had the wit to be gone, and so I took leave too, and it being a fine moonshine night he and I footed it all the way home, but though he was drunk he went such a pace as I did admire how he was able to go. When I came home I found our new maid Sarah 346 come, who is a tall and a very well-favoured wench, and one that I think will please us. So to bed. 29th. I lay long in bed, till Sir Williams both sent me word that we were to wait upon the Duke of York today, and that they would have me to meet them at Westminster Hall, at noon, so I rose and went thither. And there I understand that they are gone to Mr. Coventry's lodgings, in the old Palace Yard, to dinner, the first time I knew he had any, and there I met them too and Sir G. Carteret, and had a very fine dinner, and good welcome, and discourse. And so, by water, after dinner to Whitehall to the Duke, who met us in his closet. And there he did discourse to us the business of homes, and did desire of us to know what hath been the common practice about making of foreign ships to strike sail to us, which they did all do as much as they could. But I could say nothing to it, which I was sorry for. So indeed I was forced to study a lie, and so after we were gone from the Duke, I told Mr. Coventry that I had heard Mr. Selden often say, that he could prove that in Henry VII's time, he did give commission to his captains to make the King of Denmark's ships to strike to him in the Baltic. From thence Sir W. Penn and I to the theatre, but it was so full that we could hardly get any room, so he went up to one of the boxes, and I into the 18d places, and there saw Love at First Sight, a play of Mr. Killigrew's, and the first time that it hath been acted since before the troubles, and great expectation there was, but I found the play to be a poor thing, and so I perceive everybody else do. So home, calling at Paul's churchyard for a mare clausum, having it in my mind to write a little matter, what I can gather, about the business of striking sail, and present it to the Duke. Which I now think will be a good way to make myself known. So home and to bed. 30th. In the morning to the Temple, Mr. Phillips and Dr. Williams about my several law matters, and so to the wardrobe to dinner, and after dinner stole away, my lady not dining out of her chamber, and so home and then to the office all the afternoon, and that being done Sir W. Batten and I and Captain Cock got a bottle of sack into the office, and there we sat late and drank and talked, and so home and to bed. I am this day in very good health, only got a little cold. The Parliament has sat a pretty while. The old condemned judges of the late King have been brought before the Parliament, and like to be hanged. I am deep in chancery against Tom Trice, God give a good issue. And myself under great trouble for my late great expending of money vainly, which God stop for the future. This is the last day for the old States coin 347 to pass in common payments, but they say it is to pass in public payments to the King 3 months still. December 1661. December 1st, Lord's Day. In the morning at church and heard Mr. Mills. At home dined and with me by appointment Mr. Sanchy, who should have brought his mistress, Mrs. Mary Archer, of Cambridge, but she could not come, but we had a good dinner for him. And so in the afternoon my wife went to church, and he and I stayed at home and drank and talked, and he stayed with me till night and supped with me, when I expected to have seen Jack Cole and Lem Wagstaff, but they did not come. We this day cut a brave collar of brawn from Winchcombe which proves very good, and also opened a glass of gherkins which Captain Cock did give my wife the other day, which are rare things. So at night to bed. There hath lately been great clapping up of some old statesmen, such as Ireton, Moyer, and others, and they say, upon a great plot, but I believe no such thing, but it is but justice that they should be served as they served the poor cavaliers. And I believe it will oftentimes be so as long as I live, whether there be cause or no. This evening my brother Tom was with me, and I did talk again to him about Mr. Townsend's daughter, and I do intend to put the business in hand. I pray God give a good end to it. Second, to Saville the painter's, but he not being well I could do nothing there, and so I returned home, and in my way met Mr. Moore and took him with me home. Where we stayed and talked all the morning, and he dined with me, and after dinner went away to the Privy Seal, this being our first day this month. By and by called on by Mr. Sanchy and his mistress, and with them by coach to the opera, to see The Mad Lover, but not much pleased with the play. That done home all to my house, where they stayed and supped and were merry, and at last late bid good night and so we to bed. 3rd. To the painters and sat and had more of my picture done, but it do not please me, for I fear it will not be like me. At noon from thence to the wardrobe, where dinner not being ready Mr. Moore and I to the Temple about my little business at Mr. Turner's, and so back again, and dinner being half done I went into my lady, where my Lady Wright was at dinner with her. And all our talk about the great happiness that my Lady Wright says there is in being in the fashion and in variety of fashions, in scorn of others that are not so, as citizens' wives and country gentlewomen, which though it did displease me enough, yet I said nothing to it. Thence by water to the office through bridge, being carried by him in oars that the other day rowed in a scull faster than my oars to the Tor, and I did give him 6d. At the office all the afternoon, and at night home to read in Mare Clausum till bedtime, and so to bed, but had a very bad night by dreams of my wife's riding with me and her horse throwing her and breaking her leg, and then I dreamed that I was in such pain that I waked with it, and had a great deal of pain there a very great while till I fell asleep again, and such apprehension I had of it that when I rose and trussed up myself thinking that it had been no dream. Till in the daytime I found myself very well at ease, and remembered that I did dream so, and that Mr. Creed was with me, and that I did complain to him of it, and he said he had the same pain in his left that I had in my right. Which pleased me much to remember. 4th. To Whitehall with both Sir Williams, thence by water, where I saw a man lie dead upon Westminster stairs that had been drowned yesterday. To the Temple, and thence to Mr. Phillips and got my copy of Sturtlow Lands. So back to the 3 Tuns at Charing Cross, and there met the 2 Sir Williams and Colonel Tracewell and Mr. Falconer, and dined there at Sir W. Penn's cost, and after dinner by water to Cheapside to the painters, and there found my wife, and having sat a little she and I by coach to the opera and theatre, but coming too late to both, and myself being a little out of tune we returned. And I settled to read in Mare Clausum till bedtime, and so to bed. 5th. This morning I went early to the painters and there sat for my picture the 4th time, but it do not yet please me, which do much trouble me. Thence to the Treasury Office, where I found Sir W. Batten come before me, and there we sat to pay off the St. George. By and by came Sir W. Penn, and he and I stayed while Sir W. Batten went home to dinner, and then he came again, and Sir W. Penn and I went and dined at my house, and had 2 mince pies sent thither by our order from the messenger Slater, that had dressed some victuals for us, and so we were very merry, and after dinner rode out in his coach, he to Whitehall. And my wife and I to the opera, and saw Hamlet well performed. Thence to the Temple and Mrs. Turner's, who continues still very ill, and so home and to bed. 6th, lay long in bed, and then to Westminster Hall and there walked, and then with Mr. Spicer, Hawley, Washington, and little Mr. Ashwell, my old friends at the Exchequer, to the Dog, and gave them 2 or 3 quarts of wine, and so away to Whitehall, where, at Sir G. Carteret, Sir Williams both and I dined very pleasantly. And after dinner, by appointment, came the governors of the East India Company, to sign and seal the contract between us 348, in the King's name, and them. And that done, we all went to the King's closet, and there spoke with the King and the Duke of York, who promised to be very careful of the India trade to the utmost. So back to Sir G. Carteret and ended our business, and so away homewards, but Sir W. Batten offering to go to the 3 Tuns at Charing Cross, where the pretty maid the daughter of the house is, I was saying that tickled Sir W. Penn. He seemed to take these words very captiously and angrily, which I saw, and seemed indifferent to go home in his coach with them, and so took leave to go to the council chamber to speak with my Lord Privy Seal, which I did. But they did stay for me, which I was pleased at, but no words passed between him and me in all our way home. So home and to bed. 7th. This morning comes Captain Ferrers and the German, Emmanuel Luff, who goes as one of my lord's footmen, though he deserves a much better preferment, to take their leave of me, and here I got the German to play upon my theorbo. Which he did both below and in my wife's chamber, who was in bed. He plays bravely. I find by him that my lute is a most excellent lute. I did give them a mince pie and a collar of brawn and some wine for their breakfast, and were very merry, and sent for Mr. Adamson's neighbor to drink Mr. Shepley's health. At last we all parted, but within a quarter of an hour after they were gone, and my wife and I were talking about buying of a fine scallop which is brought her this morning by a woman to be sold, which is to cost her 45s. In comes the German back again, all in a gore of blood, which I wondered at, and tells me that he is afeard that the captain is killed by the watermen at Tor Stayres. So I presently went thither, and found that upon some rude pressing of the watermen to ply the captain, he struck one of them with his cane, which they would not take, but struck him again, and then the German drew his sword and ran at one of them. But they were both soundly beaten. 349. The captain is, however, got to the boy that carries him and the pages to the Downs, and I went into the alehouse at the Stayres and got them to deliver the captain's feathers, which one from the captain was come to demand, and went home again. And there found my wife dressing of the German's head, and so did, give him a cravat for his neck, and a crown in his purse, and sent him away again. Then came Mr. Moore, and he and I to Westminster and to Worcester House to see Mr. Montague before he goes away, this night, but could not see him, nor do I think he has a mind to see us for fear of our demanding of money of him for anything. So back to Whitehall, and eat a bit of meat at Wilkinson's, and then to the Privy Seal, and sealed there the first time this month. And, among other things that passed, there was a patent for Roger Palmer, Madam Palmer's husband, to be Earl of Castlemaine and Baron of Limbrick in Ireland. But the honour is tied up to the males got of the body of this wife, the Lady Barbary, the reason whereof every body knows. That done, by water to the office, when I found Sir W. Penn had been alone all the night and was just rose, and so I to him, and with him I found Captain Holmes, who had wrote his case, and gives me a copy, as he hath many among his friends, and presented the same to the king in council. Which I shall make use of in my attempt of writing something concerning the business of striking sail, which I am now about. But he do cry out against Sir John Minns, as the veriest knave and rogue and coward in the world, which I was glad to hear, because he has given out bad words concerning my lord, though I am sorry it is so. Here Captain Cox then came in, and he and I stayed a good while, and so good night. Home and wrote by the post to my father, and so to bed. 8th, Lord's Day. In bed all the morning thinking to take physique, but it being a frost my wife would not have me. So to dinner at the Wardrobe, and after a great deal of good discourse with my lady after dinner, and among other things of the great christening yesterday at Mr. Rumbell's, and courtiers and pomp that was there, which I wonder at, I went away up and down into all the churches almost between that place and my house, and so home. And then came my brother Tom, and stayed and talked with me, and I hope he will do very well and get money. So to supper and to bed. This morning as I was in bed, one brings me T. Trice's answer to my bill in Chancery from Mr. Smallwood, which I am glad to see, though I am afraid it will do me hurt. 9th. To Whitehall, and thence to the Rhenish wine house, where I met Mons. Escar and there took leave of him, he being to go this night to the Downs towards Portugal, and so spent all the morning. At noon to dinner to the Wardrobe, where my Lady Wright was, who did talk much upon the worth and the desert of gallantry. And that there was none fit to be courtiers, but such as have been abroad and no fashions. Which I endeavoured to oppose, and was troubled to hear her talk so, though she be a very wise and discreet lady in other things. From thence Mr. Moore and I to the Temple about my law business with my cousin Turner, and there we read over T. Trice's answer to my bill and advised thereupon what to do in his absence, he being to go out of town tomorrow. Thence he and I to Mr. Walpole, my attorney, whom I never saw before, and we all to an alehouse hard by, and there we talked of our business, and he put me into great hopes, but he is but a young man, and so I do not depend so much upon his encouragement. So by coach home, and to supper, and to bed, having stayed up till 12 at night writing letters to my Lord Sandwich and all my friends with him at sea, to send tomorrow by Mons. Escar, who goes tomorrow post to the Downs to go along with the fleet to Portugal. 10th. To Whitehall, and there finding Mons. Escar to be gone, I sent my letters by a porter to the post-house in Southwark to be sent by dispatch to the Downs. So to dinner to my Lord Crew's by coach, and in my way had a stop of above an hour and a half, which is a great trouble this Parliament time, but it cannot be helped. However I got thither before my Lord come from the house, and so dined with him, and dinner done, home to the office, and there sat late and so home. 11th. My brother Tom and then Mr. Moore came to me this morning, and stayed a while with me, and then I went out, and in my way met with Mr. Howell the turner, who invited me to dine this day at Mr. Rawlinson's with some friends of his, officers of the Tor, at a venison pasty, which I promised him, and so I went to the Old Bailey, and there stayed and drank with him, who told me the whole story how Peg Kite has married herself to a weaver. An ugly fellow, to her undoing, of which I am glad that I have nothing to do in it. From thence home and put on my velvet coat, and so to the Mitre to dinner according to my promise this morning, but going up into the room I found at least 12 or more persons, and knew not the face of any of them, so I went down again. And though I met Mr. Yome the upholsterer yet I would not be persuaded to stay, but went away and walked to the Exchequer, and up and down, and was very hungry, and from thence home, when I understand Mr. Howell was come for me to go thither, but I am glad I was not at home, and my wife was gone out by coach to Clerkenwell to see Mrs. Margaret Penn, who is at school there. So I went to see Sir W. Penn, who for this 2 or 3 days has not been well, and he and I after some talk took a coach and went to Moorfields, and there walked, though it was very cold, an hour or 2, and went into an alehouse. And there I drank some ale and eat some bread and cheese, but he would not eat a bit, and so being very merry we went home again. He to his lodgings and I by promise to Sir W. Batten's, where he and my lady have gone out of town, and so Mrs. Martha was at home alone, and Mrs. Moore and there I supped upon some good things left of yesterday's dinner there, where dined a great deal of company, Sir R. Brown and others, and by comes in Captain Cox who promised to be here with me, but he stayed very late, and had been drinking somewhere and was very drunk, and so very capricious. Which I was troubled to see in a man that I took for a very wise and wary man. So I home and left him there, and so to bed. 12th. We lay long in bed, then up and made me ready, and by come will Bowyer and Mr. Gregory, my old Exchequer friend, to see me, and I took them to the Dolphin and there did give them a good morning draught, and so parted, and invited them and all my old Exchequer acquaintance to come and dine with me there on Wednesday next. From thence to the Wardrobe and dined with my lady, where her brother, Mr. John Crew, dined also, and a strange gentlewoman dined at the table as a servant of my lady's. But I knew her not, and so I am afeard that poor mademoiselle was gone, but I since understand that she is come as housekeeper to my lady, and is a married woman. From thence to Westminster to my lord's house to meet my Lord Privy Seal, who appointed to seal there this afternoon, but by word is brought that he is come to Whitehall, and so we are fain to go thither to him. And there we stayed to seal till it was so late that though I got leave to go away before he had done, yet the office was done before I could get thither, and so to Sir W. Penn's, and there sat and talked and drank with him, and so home. 13th. At home all the morning, being by the cold weather, which for these 2 days has been frost, in some pain in my bladder. Dined at home and then with my wife to the painter's, and there she sat the first time to be drawn, while I all the while stood looking on a pretty lady's picture, whose face did please me extremely. At last, he having done, I found that the dead colour of my wife is good, above what I expected, which pleased me exceedingly. So home and to the office about some special business, where Sir Williams both were, and from thence with them to the Steelyard, where my Lady Batten and others came to us, and there we drank and had musique and Captain Cox's company. And he paid all, and so late back again home by coach, and so to bed. 14th. All the morning at home lying in bed with my wife till 11 o'clock. Such a habit we have got this winter of lying long abed. Dined at home, and in the afternoon to the office. There sat late, and so home and to bed. 15th, Lord's Day. To church in the morning, where our young reader begun the first day to read. Sir W. Penn dined with me and we were merry. Again to church and so home, and all alone read till bedtime, and so to prayers and to bed. I have been troubled this day about a difference between my wife and her maid Nell, who is a simple slut, and I am afeard we shall find her a cross-grained wench. I am now full of study about writing something about our making of strangers strike to us at sea, and so am altogether reading Selden and Grotius, and such other authors to that purpose. 16th. Up by 5 o'clock this morning by candlelight, which I have not done for many a day, being called upon by one Mr. Bolland by appointment, who has business to be done with my Lord Privy Seal this morning, and so by coach, calling Mr. Moore at the Wardrobe, to Chelsea, and there did get my Lord to seal it. And so back again to Westminster Hall, and thence to my Lord Sandwich's lodging, where I met my wife, who had been to see Mrs. Hunt, who was brought to bed the other day of a boy, and got a joint of meat thither from the cook's, and she and I and Sarah dined together, and after dinner to the opera, where there was a new play, Cutter of Coleman Street. 350 made in the year 1658, with reflections much upon the late times. And it being the first time, the pay was doubled, and so to save money, my wife and I went up into the gallery, and there sat and saw very well, and a very good play it is. It seems of Cowley's making. From thence by coach home, and to bed. 17th. Up and to the painter's to see how he went forward in our picture. So back again to dinner at home, and then was sent for to the Privy Seal, whither I was forced to go and stay so long and late that I was much vexed. At last we got all done, and then made haste to the office, where they were sat, and there we sat late, and so home to supper and to Selden, Mare Clausum, and so to bed. 18th. At the office upon business extraordinary all the morning, then to my Lady Sandwich's to dinner, whither my wife, who had been at the painter's, came to me, and there dined, and there I left her, and to the Temple my brother and I to see Mrs. Turner, who begins to be better, and so back to my lady's, where much made of, and so home to my study till bedtime, and so to bed. 19th. This morning my wife dressed herself fine to go to the christening of Mrs. Hunt's child, and so she and I in the way in the morning went to the painter's, and there she sat till noon, and I all the while looking over great variety of good prints which he had, and by comes my boy to tell us that Mrs. Hunt has been at our house to tell us that the christening is not till Saturday next. So after the painter had done I did like the picture pretty well, and my wife and I went by coach home, but in the way I took occasion to fall out with my wife very highly about her ribbands being ill-matched and of two colors. And to very high words, so that, like a passionate fool, I did call her whore, for which I was afterwards sorry. But I set her down at home, and went myself by appointment to the Dolphin, where Sir W. Warren did give us all a good dinner, and that being done, to the office, and there sat late, and so home. 20th. Lay long in bed, and then up, and so to the Wardrobe to dinner, and from thence out with Mr. Moore towards my house, and in our way met with Mr. Swan, my old acquaintance, and we to a tavern, where we had enough of his old simple religious talk, and he is still a coxcomb in these things as he ever was, and tells me he is setting out a book called The Unlawful Use of Lawful Things. But a very simple fellow he is, and so I leave him. So we drank and at last parted, and Mr. Moore and I into Cornhill, it being dark night, and in the street and on the Exchange discoursed about dominion of the sea, wherein I am lately so much concerned, and so I home and sat late up reading of Mr. Selden, and so to bed. 21st. To Whitehall to the Privy Seal, where my Lord Privy Seal did tell us he could seal no more this month, for that he goes 30 miles out of town to keep his Christmas. At which I was glad, but only afeared lest any thing of the king's should force us to go after him to get a seal in the country. Thence to Westminster Hall, having by the way drank with Mrs. Sarah and Mrs. Betty at my lord's lodgings, and thence taken by some exchequer men to the Dog, where, being St. Thomas's Day, by custom they have a general meeting at dinner. There I was and all very merry, and there I spoke to Mr. Falconberg to look whether he could out of Doomsday Book, give me anything concerning the sea, and the dominion thereof, which he says he will look after. Thence taking leave to my brothers, and there by appointment met with Prior of Brampton who had money to pay me, but desiring some advice he stays till Monday. So by coach home to the office, where I was vexed to see Sir Williams both seem to think so much that I should be a little out of the way, saying that without their register they were not a committee, which I took in some dudgeon. And see clearly that I must keep myself at a little distance with them and not crouch, or else I shall never keep myself up even with them. So home and wrote letters by the post. This evening my wife come home from christening Mrs. Hunt's son, his name John, and a merchant in Mark Lane came along with her, that was her partner. So after my business was done, and read something in Mr. Selden, I went to bed. 22nd, to church in the morning, where the reader made a boyish young sermon. Home to dinner, and there I took occasion, from the blackness of the meat as it came out of the pot, to fall out with my wife and my maid for their sluttery, and so left the table, and went up to read in Mr. Selden till church time, and then my wife and I to church, and there in the pew, with the rest of the company, was Captain Holmes, in his gold-laced suit, at which I was troubled because of the old business which he attempted upon my wife. So with my mind troubled I sat still, but by and by I took occasion from the rain now holding up, it raining when we came into the church, to put my wife in mind of going to the christening, which she was invited to, of N. Osborne's child, which she did, and so went out of the pew, and my mind was eased. So home after sermon, and there came by appointment Dr. T. Pepys, Will. Joyce, and my brother Tom, and supped with me, and very merry they were, and I seemed to be, but I was not pleased at all with their company. So they being gone we went to bed. 23rd. Early up and by coach, before daylight, to the Wardrobe, and took up Mr. Moore, and he and I to Chelsea to my Lord Privy Seal, and there sealed some things, he being to go out of town for all Christmas tomorrow. So back again to Westminster, and from thence by water to the Treasury Office, where I found Sir W. Penn paying off the Sophia and Griffin, and there I stayed with him till noon, and having sent for some collar of beef and a mince pie, we eat and drank, and so I left him there and to my brother's by appointment to meet Prior, but he came not. So I went and saw Mrs. Turner, who continues weak, and by word was brought me that Prior's man was come to Tom's, and so I went and told out L128 which I am to receive of him. But Prior not coming I went away and left the money by his desire with my brother all night, and they to come to me tomorrow morning. So I took coach, and lighting at my bookseller's in Paul's churchyard, I met with Mr. Crumlum and the second master of Paul's school, and thence I took them to the Star, and there we sat and talked, and I had great pleasure in their company, and very glad I was of meeting him so accidentally. I having omitted too long to go to see him. Here in discourse of books I did offer to give the school what books he would choose of L5. So we parted, and I home, and to Mr. Selden, and then to bed. 24th, home all the morning and dined at home, and in the afternoon to the office. So home. 25th. In the morning to church, where at the door of our pew I was fain to stay, because that the sexton had not opened the door. A good sermon of Mr. Mills. Dined at home all alone, and taking occasion from some fault in the meat to complain of my maid's sluttery, my wife and I fell out, and I up to my chamber in a discontent. After dinner my wife comes up to me and all friends again, and she and I to walk upon the leads, and there Sir W. Penn called us, and we went to his house and supped with him, but before supper Captain Cock came to us half drunk, and began to talk, but Sir W. Penn knowing his humour and that there was no end of his talking, drinks 4 great glasses of wine to him, one after another, healths to the king, and by that means made him drunk, and so he went away, and so we sat down to supper, and were merry. And so after supper home and to bed. 26th. This morning Sir W. Penn and I to the Treasury Office, and there we paid off the Amity, Captain Stokes's ship that was at Guinea, and another ship, and so home, and after dinner Sir William came to me, and he, and his son and Oglider, and I and my wife. By coach to Moorfields to walk. But it was most foul weather, and so we went into an alehouse and there eat some cakes and ale, and a washielbowl 351 woman and girl came to us and sung to us. And after all was done I called my boy, Wayne man, to us to eat some cake that was left, and the woman of the house told us that he had called for 2 cakes and a pot of ale for himself, at which I was angry, and am resolved to correct him for it. So home, and Sir W. Penn and his son and daughter to supper to me to a good turkey, and were merry at cards, and so to bed. 27th. In the morning to my booksellers to bespeak a Stevens's Thesaurus, for which I offer L4, to give to Paul's school. And from thence to Paul's church, and there I heard Dr. Gunning preach a good sermon upon the day, being St. John's Day, and did hear him tell a story, which he did persuade us to believe to be true, that is John and the Virgin Mary did appear to Gregory, a bishop, at his prayer to be confirmed in the faith, which I did wonder to hear from him. Here I met with Mr. Crumlum, and told him of my endeavour to get Stevens's Thesaurus for the school, and so home, and after dinner comes Mr. Falkenberg to see me, and at his desire I sent over for his kinsman Mr. Knightley, the merchant, and so he came over and sat and drank with us, and at his request I went over with him, and there I sat till the evening, and till both Mr. Knightley and Mr. Falkenberg, for whom I sent my boy to get a coach to carry him to Westminster, were both drunk, and so home, but better wine I never drank in all my life. So home, and finding my wife gone to Sir W. Penn's, I went thither, and there I sat and played at cards and supped, and so home and to bed. 28th. At home all the morning. And in the afternoon all of us at the office, upon a letter from the Duke for the making up of a speedy estimate of all the debts of the Navy, which is put into good forwardness. I home and Sir W. Penn to my house, who with his children stayed playing cards late, and so to bed. 29th, Lord's Day. Long in bed with my wife, and though I had determined to go to dine with my wife at my lady's, chiefly to put off dining with Sir W. Penn today because Holmes dined there, yet I could not get a coach time enough to go thither, and so I dined at home, and my brother Tom with me, and then a coach came and I carried my wife to Westminster, and she went to see Mrs. Hunt, and I to the Abbey, and there meeting with Mr. Hooper, he took me in among the choir, and there I sang with them their service, and so that being done, I walked up and down till night for that Mr. Coventry was not come to Whitehall since dinner again. At last I went thither and he was come, and I spoke with him about some business of the office, and so took leave of him, and sent for my wife and the coach, and so to the wardrobe and supped, and stayed very long talking with my lady, who seems to dote every day more and more upon us. So home and to prayers, and to bed. 30th. At the office about this estimate and so with my wife and Sir W. Penn to see our pictures, which do not much displease us, and so back again, and I stayed at the Mitre, whither I had invited all my old acquaintance of the Exchequer to a good chine of beef, which with 3 barrels of oysters and 3 pullets, and plenty of wine and mirth, was our dinner, and there was about 12 of us, among others Mr. Bowyer, the old man, and Mr. Falkenberg, Shadwell, Taylor, Spicer, Woodruff, who by reason of some friend that dined with him came to us after dinner, Servington, and here I made them a foolish promise to give them one this day 12month, and so for ever while I live, but I do not intend it. Mere I stayed as long as I could keep them, and so home to Sir W. Penn, who with his children and my wife has been at a play today and saw D'Amboise, which I never saw. Here we stayed late at supper and playing at cards, and so home and 31st. My wife and I this morning to the painter's, and there she sat the last time, and I stood by and did tell him some little things to do, that now her picture I think will please me very well, and after her, her little black dog sat in her lap. And was drawn, which made us very merry, so home to dinner, and so to the office, and their late finishing our estimate of the debts of the Navy to this day, and it come to near L374,000. So home, and after supper, and my barber had trimmed me, I sat down to end my journal for this year, and my condition at this time, by God's blessing, is thus, my health, only upon catching cold, which brings great pain in my back. As it used to be when I had the stone, is very good, and so my wife's in all respects, my servants, W., Hewer, Sarah, Nell, and Wayne Man, my house at the Navy office. I suppose myself to be worth about L500 clear in the world, and my goods of my house my own, and what is coming to me from Brampton, when my father dies, which God defer. But, by my uncle's death, the whole care and trouble of all, and settling of all lies upon me, which is very great, because of lawsuits, especially that with T. Trice, about the interest of L200, which will, I hope, be ended soon. My chiefest thought is now to get a good wife for Tom, there being one offered by the Joyces, a cousin of theirs, worth L200 in ready money. I am also upon writing a little treatise to present to the Duke, about our privilege in the seas, as to other nations striking their flags to us. But my greatest trouble is, that I have for this last half year been a very great spendthrift in all manner of respects, that I am afeard to cast up my accounts, though I hope I am worth what I say above. But I will cast them up very shortly. I have newly taken a solemn oath about abstaining from plays and wine, which I am resolved to keep according to the letter of the oath which I keep by me. The fleet hath been ready to sail for Portugal, but hath lacked wind this fortnight, and by that means my lord is forced to keep at sea all this winter, till he brings home the Queen, which is the expectation of all now. And the greatest matter of public talk. January 1662. January 1st, waking this morning out of my sleep on a sudden, I did with my elbow hit my wife a great blow over her face and nose, which waked her with pain, at which I was sorry, and to sleep again. Up and went forth with Sir W. Pen by coach towards Westminster, and in my way seeing that the Spanish curate was acted today, I light and let him go alone, and I home again and sent to young Mr. Pen and his sister to go anon with my wife and I to the theatre. That done, Mr. W. Pen came to me and he and I walked out, and to the stationer's, and looked over some pictures and traps for my house, and so home again to dinner, and by came the two young Pens. And after we had eat a barrel of oysters we went by coach to the play, and there saw it well acted, and a good play it is, only Diego the sexton did overdo his part too much. From thence home, and they sat with us till late at night at cards very merry, but the jest was Mr. W. Pen had left his sword in the coach, and so my boy and he run out after the coach, and by very great chance did at the exchange meet with the coach and got his sword again. So to bed. 2nd. An invitation sent us before we were up from my Lady Sandwich's, to come and dine with her, so at the office all the morning, and at noon thither to dinner, where there was a good and great dinner, and the company, Mr. William Montague and his lady, but she seemed so far from the beauty that I expected her from my lady's talk to be, that it put me into an ill humour all the day, to find my expectation so lost, Mr. Wirtball and Townsend and their wives. After dinner, borne by water, and so to the office till night, and then I went forth, by appointment, to meet with Mr. Grant, who promised to meet me at the coffee-house to bring me acquainted with Cooper the great limner in Little, but they deceived me, and so I went home, and there sat at my lute and singing till almost 12 at night, and so to bed. Sir Rickard Fanshawe is come suddenly from Portugal, but nobody knows what his business is. 3rd, lay long in bed, and so up and abroad to several places about petty businesses. Among others to Tom's, who I find great hopes of that he will do well, which I am glad of, and am not now so hasty to get a wife for him as I was before. So to dinner to my Lord Crewe's with him and his lady, and after dinner to Faithorn's, and there bought some pictures of him. And while I was there, comes by the King's Life Guard, he being gone to Lincoln's in this afternoon to see the revels there being, according to an old custom, a prince and all his nobles, and other matters of sport in charge. So home, and up to my chamber to look over my papers and other things, my mind being much troubled for these 4 or 5 days because of my present great expense, and will be so till I cast up and see how my estate stands. And that I am loath to do for fear I have spent too much, and delay it the rather that I may pay for my pictures and my wife's, and the book that I am buying for Paul's school before I do cast up my accompts. 4th. At home most of the morning hanging up pictures, and seeing how my pewter sconces that I have bought will become my stay-res and entry, and then with my wife by water to Westminster, whither she to her father's and I to Westminster Hall. And there walked a turn or two with Mr. Chetwynd, who had a dog challenged of him by another man that said it was his, but Mr. Chetwynd called the dog, and the dog at last would follow him, and not his old master, and so Chetwynd got the dog, and W. Simons, and thence to my wife, who met me at my lord's lodgings, and she and I in Old East to Wilkinson's to dinner, where we had some roast beef and a mutton pie, and a mince pie, but none of them pleased me. After dinner by coach my wife and I home, and I to the office, and there till late, and then I and my wife to Sir W. Penn's to cards and supper, and were merry, and much correspondence there has been between our two families all this Christmas. So home and to bed. 5th, Lord's Day. Left my wife in bed not well, and I to church, and so home to dinner, and dined alone upon some marrow bones, and had a fine piece of roast beef, but being alone I eat none. So after dinner comes in my brother Tom, and he tells me how he hath seen the father and mother of the girl which my cousin Joyce's would have him to have for a wife, and they are much for it, but we are in a great quandary what to do therein. L200 being but a little money. And I hope, if he continues as he begins, he may look out for one with more. To church, and before sermon there was a long psalm, and half another sung out while the sexton gathered what the church would give him for this last year. I gave him 3s. And have the last week given the clerk 2s, which I set down that I may know what to do the next year, if it please the Lord that I live so long. But the jest was, the clerk begins the 25th psalm, which hath a proper tune to it, and then the 116th, which cannot be sung with that tune, which seemed very ridiculous. After church to Sir W. Batten's, where on purpose I have not been this fortnight, and I am resolved to keep myself more reserved to avoid the contempt which otherwise I must fall into, and so home and 6 and talked and supped with my wife. And so up to prayers and to bed, having wrote a letter this night to Sir J. Menace in the Downs for his opinion in the business of striking of flags. 6th, 12th day. This morning I sent my lute to the painter's, and there I stayed with him all the morning to see him paint the neck of my lute in my picture, which I was not pleased with after it was done. Thence to dinner to Sir W. Penn's, it being a solemn feast day with him, his wedding day, and we had, besides a good chine of beef and other good cheer, 18 mince pies in a dish, the number of the years that he hath been married, where Sir W. Batten and his lady, and daughter was, and Colonel Tracewell and Major Holmes, who I perceive would fain get to be free and friends with my wife, but I shall prevent it, and she herself hath also a defiance against him. After dinner they set in to drinking, so that I would stay no longer, but went away home, and Captain Cock, who was quite drunk, comes after me, and there sat a while and so away, and anon I went again after the company was gone. And sat and played at cards with Sir W. Penn and his children, and so after supper home, and there I hear that my man Gull was gone to bed, and upon inquiry I hear that he did vomit before he went to bed, and complained his head ached. And thereupon though he was asleep I sent for him out of his bed, and he rose and came up to me, and I appeared very angry and did tax him with being drunk, and he told me that he had been with Mr. Southern and Homewood at the Dolphin, and drank a quart of sack, but that his head did ache before he went out. But I do believe he has drunk too much, and so I did threaten him to bid his uncle dispose of him some other way, and sent him down to bed and do resolve to continue to be angry with him. So to bed to my wife, and told her what had passed. 7th. Long in bed, and then rose and went along with Sir W. Penn on foot to Stepney to Mrs. Chappell's, who has the pretty boy to her son, and there met my wife and Sir W. Penn's children all, and Mrs. Poole and her boy, and there dined and were very merry, and home again by coach and so to the office. In the afternoon and at night to Sir W. Penn's, there supped and played at cards with them and were merry, the children being to go all away to school again tomorrow. Thence home and to bed. 8th. I rose and went to Westminster Hall, and there walked up and down upon several businesses, and among others I met with Sir W. Penn, who told me that he had this morning heard Sir G. Carteret extremely angry against my man Will, that he is every other day with the Commissioners of Parliament at Westminster, and that his uncle was a rogue, and that he did tell his uncle everything that passes at the office, and Sir William, though he loves the lad, did advise me to part with him, which did with this surprise mightily trouble me, though I was already angry with him, and so to the wardrobe by water, and all the way did examine Will about the business. But did not tell him upon what score, but I find that the poor lad do suspect something. To dinner with my lady, and after dinner talked long with her, and so home, and to Sir W. Batten's, and sat and talked with him, and so home troubled in mind, and so up to my study and read the 2 treaties before Mr. Selden's Mare Clausum, and so to bed. This night come about L100 from Brampton by carrier to me, in holsters from my father, which made me laugh. 9th. At the office all the morning private with Sir G. Carteret, who I expected something from about yesterday's business, but he said nothing, Sir W. Batten, and Sir W. Penn, about drawing up an answer to several demands of my Lord Treasurer, and late at it till 2 o'clock. Then to dinner, and my wife to Sir W. Penn's, and so to the office again and sat till late, and so home, where I found Mr. Armiger below talking with my wife, but being offended with him for his leaving of my brother Tom I shewed him no countenance, but did take notice of it to him plainly, and I perceive he was troubled at it, but I am glad I told him of it. Then, when he was gone, up to write several letters by the post, and so to set my papers and things in order, and to bed. This morning we agreed upon some things to answer to the Duke about the practice of striking of the flags, which will now put me upon finishing my resolution of writing something upon the subject. 10th. To Whitehall, and there spoke with Sir Paul Neale, about a mathematical request of my Lord's to him, which I did deliver to him, and he promised to employ somebody to answer it, something about observation of the moon and stars. But what I did not mind. Here I met with Mr. Moore, who tells me that an injunction is granted in Chancery against T. Trice, at which I was very glad, being before in some trouble for it. With him to Westminster Hall, where I walked till noon talking with one or other, and so to the wardrobe to dinner, where tired with Mr. Pickering's company I returned to Westminster, by appointment, to meet my wife at Mrs. Hunt's to gossip with her, which we did alone, and were very merry, and did give her a cup and spoon for my wife's godchild, and so home by coach, and I late reading in my chamber and then to bed. My wife being angry that I keep the house so late up. 11th. My brother Tom came to me, and he and I to Mr. Turner the draper's, and paid L15 to him for cloth owing to him by my father for his mourning for my uncle, and so to his house, and there invited all the Honeywoods to dinner on Monday next. So to the Exchange, and there all the news is of the French and Dutch joining against us, but I do not think it yet true. So home to dinner, and in the afternoon to the office, and so to Sir W. Batten's, where in discourse I heard the custom of the election of the Dukes of Genoa, who for 2 years are every day attended in the greatest state, and 400 or 500 men always waiting upon him as a king. And when the 2 years are out, and another is chose, a messenger is sent to him, who stands at the bottom of the stairs, and he at the top, and says, Virginia illustrissima serenita esta finita, e pueda andar en casa. Your serenity is now ended. And now you may be going home, and so claps on his hat. And the old Duke, having by custom sent his goods home before, walks away, it may be but with one man at his heels. And the new one brought immediately in his room, in the greatest state in the world. Another account was told us, how in the dukedom of Ragusa, in the Adriatique, a state that is little, but more ancient, they say, than Venice, and is called the mother of Venice, and the Turks lie round about it, that they change all the officers of their guard, for fear of conspiracy, every 24 hours, so that nobody knows who shall be captain of the guard tonight. But 2 men come to a man, and lay hold of him as a prisoner, and carry him to the place, and there he hath the keys of the garrison given him, and he presently issues his orders for that night's watch, and so always from night to night. Sir Win. Ryder told the first of his own knowledge, and both he and Sir W. Batten confirmed the last. Hence home and to read, and so to bed, but very late again. 12th, Lord's Day. To church, where a stranger made a very good sermon. At noon Sir W. Penn and my good friend Dean Fuller, by appointment, and my wife's brother by chance, dined with me very merry and handsomely. After dinner the Dean, my wife and I by Sir W. Penn's coach left us, he to Whitehall, and my wife and I to visit Mrs. Pierce and thence Mrs. Turner, who continues very ill still, and the is also fallen sick, which do trouble me for the poor mother. So home and to read, I being troubled to hear my wife rate though not without cause at her maid Nell, who is a lazy slut. So to prayers and to bed. 13th. All the morning at home, and Mr. Birkinshaw, whom I have not seen a great while, came to see me, who stayed with me a great while talking of music, and I am resolved to begin to learn of him to compose, and to begin tomorrow. He giving of me so great hopes that I shall soon do it. Before 12 o'clock comes, by appointment, Mr. Peter and the Dean, and Colonel Nonnywood, brothers, to dine with me, but so soon that I was troubled at it. But, however, I entertained them with talk and oysters till 1 o'clock, and then we sat down to dinner, not staying for my uncle and Aunt White, at which I was troubled, but they came by and by, and so we dined very merry, at least I seemed so. But the dinner does not please me, unless the Dean and Colonel, whom I found to be pitiful sorry gentlemen, though good-natured, but Mr. Peter above them both, who after dinner did show us the experiment, which I had heard talk of the chimical glasses, which break all to dust by breaking off a little small end, which is a great mystery to me. They being gone, my Aunt White and my wife and I to cards, she teaching of us how to play at gleek, which is a pretty game, but I have not my head so free as to be troubled with it. By and by comes my uncle White back, and so to supper and talk, and then again to cards, when my wife and I beat them 2 games and they us 1, and so good night and to bed. 14th. All the morning at home, Mr. Birkinshaw by appointment yesterday coming to me, and begun composition of music, and he being gone I to settle my papers and things in my chamber, and so after dinner in the afternoon to the office. And thence to my chamber about several businesses of the office and my own, and then to supper and to bed. This day my brave vellum covers to keep pictures in, come in, which pleases me very much. 15th. This morning Mr. Birkinshaw came again, and after he had examined me and taught me something in my work, he and I went to breakfast in my chamber upon a collar of brawn, and after we had eaten, asked me whether we had not committed a fault in eating today. Telling me that it is a fast day ordered by the Parliament, to pray for more seasonable weather. It having hitherto been summer weather, that it is, both as to warmth and every other thing, just as if it were the middle of May or June, which do threaten a plague, as all men think, to follow, for so it was almost the last winter. And the whole year after hath been a very sickly time to this day. I did not stir out of my house all day, but conned my music, and at night after supper to bed. 16th, towards Cheapside. And in Paul's churchyard saw the funeral of my Lord Cornwallis, late steward of the King's house, a bold profane talking man, go by, and thence I to the painters, and there paid him L6 for the 2 pictures, and 30 excess. For the 2 frames. From thence home, and Mr. Holliard and my brother Tom dined with me, and he did give me good advice about my health. In the afternoon at the office, and at night to Sir W. Batten, and there saw him and Captain Cock and Stokes play at cards, and afterwards supped with them. Stokes told us, that notwithstanding the country of Gambo is so unhealthy, yet the people of the place live very long, so as the present king there is 150 years old. Which they count by rains, because every year it rains continually 4 months together. He also told us, that the kings there have above 100 wives apiece, and offered him the choice of any of his wives to lie with, and so he did. Captain Holmes. So home and to bed. 17th. To Westminster with Mr. Moore, and there, after several walks up and down to hear news, I met with Laney, the Frenchman, who told me that he had a letter from France last night, that tells him that my Lord Hinchingbroke is dead. 352 and that he did die yesterday was a night, which do surprise me exceedingly, though we know that he hath been sick these 2 months, so I hardly ever was in my life. But being fearful that my lady should come to hear it too suddenly, he and I went up to my Lord Crewe's, and there I dined with him, and after dinner we told him. And the whole family is much disturbed by it, so we consulted what to do to tell my lady of it. And at last we thought of my going first to Mr. George Montague's to hear whether he had any news of it, which I did, and there found all his house in great heaviness for the death of his son, Mr. George Montague, who did go with our young gentleman into France, and that they hear nothing at all of our young lord. So believing that thence comes the mistake, I returned to my Lord Crewe, in my way in the piazza seeing a house on fire, and all the streets full of people to quench it, and told them of it, which they are much glad of, and conclude, and so I hope, that my lord is well. And so I went to my Lady Sandwich, and told her all, and after much talk I parted thence with my wife, who had been there all the day, and so home to my musique, and then to bed. 18th. This morning I went to Dr. Williams, and there he told me how T. Trice had spoke to him about getting me to meet that our difference might be made up between us by ourselves, which I am glad of, and have appointed Monday next to be the day. Thence to the wardrobe, and there hearing it would be late before they went to dinner, I went and spent some time in Paul's churchyard among some books, and then returned thither, and there dined with my lady and Sir H. Wright and his lady, all glad of yesterday's mistake, and after dinner to the office, and then home and wrote letters by the post to my father, and by comes Mr. Moore to give me an account how Mr. Montague was gone away of a sudden with the fleet, in such haste that he hath left behind some servants, and many things of consequence, and among others, my lord's commission for ambassador. Whereupon he and I took coach, and to Whitehall to my lord's lodgings, to have spoke with Mr. Ralph Montague, his brother, and here we stayed talking with Sarah and the old man. But by and by hearing that he was in Covent Garden, we went thither, and at my Lady Harvey's, his sister, I spoke with him, and he tells me that the commission is not left behind. And so I went thence by the same coach, setting down Mr. Moore, home, and after having wrote a letter to my lord at 12 o'clock at night by post I went to bed. 19th, Lord's Day. To church in the morning, where Mr. Mills preached upon Christ's being offered up for our sins, and there proving the equity with what justice God would lay our sins upon his Son, he did make such a sermon, among other things pleading from God's universal sovereignty over all his creatures, the power he has of commanding what he would of his Son by the same rule as that he might have made us all, and the whole world from the beginning to have been in hell. Arguing from the power the potter has over his clay, that I could have wished he had let it alone. And speaking again, the Father is now so satisfied by our security for our debt, that we might say at the last day as many of us as have interest in Christ's death, Lord, we owe thee nothing, our debt is paid. We are not beholden to thee for anything, for thy debt is paid to thee to the full, which methinks were very bold words. Home to dinner, and then my wife and I on foot to see Mrs. Turner, who continues still sick, and thence into the Old Bailey by appointment to speak with Mrs. Norbury who lies at, it falls out, next door to my uncle Fenner's. But as God would have it, we having no desire to be seen by his people, he having lately married a midwife that is old and ugly, and that hath already brought home to him a daughter and 3 children, we were let in at a back door. And here she offered me the refusal of some lands of hers at Brampton, if I have a mind to buy, which I answered her I was not at present provided to do. She took occasion to talk of her sister White's making much of the Whites, who for namesake only my uncle do shew great kindness to, so I fear may do us that are nearer to him a great deal of wrong, if he should die without children. Which I am sorry for. Thence to my uncle White's, and there we supped and were merry, though my uncle hath lately lost 200 or 300 at sea, and I am troubled to hear that the Turks do take more and more of our ships in the straits. And that our merchants here in London do daily break, and are still likely to do so. So home, and I put in at Sir W. Batten's, where Major Holmes was, and in our discourse and drinking I did give Sir J. Mena's health, which he swore he would not pledge, and called him knave and coward, upon the business of Holmes with the Swedish ship lately, which we all and I particularly did desire him to forbear, he being of our fraternity. Which he took in great dudgeon, and I was vexed to hear him persist in calling him so, though I believe it to be true, but however he is to blame and I am troubled at it. So home and to prayers, and to bed. 20th. This morning Sir Win. Batten and Pen and I did begin the examining the treasurer's accounts, the first time ever he had passed in the office, which is very long, and we were all at it till noon, and then to dinner, he providing a fine dinner for us. And we eat it at Sir W. Batten's, where we were very merry, there being at table the treasurer and we three, Mr. Waith, Ferrer, Smith, Turner, and Mr. Morris, the wine cooper, who this day did divide the 2 butts, which we 4 did send for, of sherry from Calais, and mine was put into a hogshead, and the vessel filled up with 4 gallons of Malaga wine. But what it will stand us in I know not, but it is the first great quantity of wine that I ever bought. And after dinner to the office all the afternoon till late at night, and then home, where my aunt and Uncle White and Mrs. and White came to play at cards, at Gleek which she taught me and my wife last week, and so to supper, and then to cards and so good night. Then I to my practice of musique and then at 12 o'clock to bed. This day the workmen began to make me a cellar door out of the backyard, which will much please me. 21st. To the finishing of the treasurer's accounts this morning, and then to dinner again, and were merry as yesterday, and so home, and then to the office till night, and then home to write letters, and to practice my composition of musique. And then to bed. We have heard nothing yet how far the fleet hath got toward Portugal, but the wind being changed again, we fear they are stopped, and may be beat back again to the coast of Ireland. 22d. After musique practice, to Whitehall, and thence to Westminster, in my way calling at Mr. George Montague's, to condole him the loss of his son, who was a fine gentleman, and it is no doubt a great discomfort to our 2 young gentlemen, his companions in France. After this discourse he told me, among other news, the great jealousies that are now in the Parliament House. The Lord Chancellor, it seems, taking occasion from this late plot to raise fears in the people, did project the raising of an army forthwith, besides the constant militia, thinking to make the Duke of York general thereof. But the House did, in very open terms, say, they were grown too wise to be fooled again into another army, and said they had found how that man that hath the command of an army is not beholden to any body to make him king. There are factions, private ones at court, about Madame Palmer, but what it is about I know not. But it is something about the king's favour to her now that the queen is coming. He told me, too, what sport the king and court do make at Mr. Edward Montague's leaving his things behind him. But the Chancellor, taking it a little more seriously, did openly say to my Lord Chamberlain, that had it been such a gallant as my Lord Mandeville his son, it might have been taken as a frolic. But for him that would be thought a grave coxcomb, it was very strange. Thence to the hall, where I heard the House had ordered all the king's murderers, that remain, to be executed, but Fleetwood and Downes. So to the wardrobe and there dined, meeting my wife there, who went after dinner with my lady to see Mr. George Montague's lady, and I to have a meeting by appointment with thou. Trice and Dyar. Williams in order to a treating about the difference between us, but I find there is no hopes of ending it but by law, and so after a pint or 2 of wine we parted. So to the wardrobe for my wife again, and so home, and after writing and doing some things to bed. 23rd. All the morning with Mr. Birkinshaw, and after him Mr. Moore in discourse of business, and in the afternoon by coach by Inviticon to my uncle Fenner's, where I found his new wife, a pitiful, old, ugly, ill-bred woman in a hat, a midwife. Here were many of his, and as many of her relations, sorry, mean people. And after choosing our gloves, we all went over to the Three Crane Tavern, and though the best room in the house, in such a narrow dog-hole we were crammed, and I believe we were near 40, that it made me loathe my company in victuals. And a sorry poor dinner it was too. After dinner, I took aside the two Joyces, and took occasion to thank them for their kind thoughts for a wife for Tom, but that considering the possibility there is of my having no child, and what then I shall be able to leave him. I do think he may expect in that respect a wife with more money, and so desired them to think no more of it. Now the jest was Anthony mistakes and thinks that I did all this while encourage him, from my thoughts of favour to Tom, to pursue the match till Will Joyce tells him that he was mistaken. But how he takes it I know not, but I endeavoured to tell it him in the most respectful way that I could. This done with my wife by coach to my Aunt White's, where I left her, and I to the office, and that being done to her again, and sat playing at cards after supper till 12 at night, and so by moonshine home and to bed. 24th. This morning came my cousin Samuel Pepys the executor, to speak with me, and I had much talk with him both about matters of money which my Lord Sandwich has of his and I am bond for, as also of my uncle Thomas, who I hear by him do stand upon very high terms. Thence to my painters, and there I saw our pictures in the frames, which please me well. Thence to the wardrobe, where very merry with my lady, and after dinner I seat for the pictures thither, and mine is well liked. But she is much offended with my wife's, and I am of her opinion, that it do much wrong her, but I will have it altered. So home, in my way calling at Pope's Head Alley, and there bought me a pair of scissors and a brass square. So home and to my study and to bed. 25th. At home and the office all the morning. Walking in the garden to give the gardener directions what to do this year, for I intend to have the garden handsome. Sir W. Penn came to me, and did break a business to me about removing his son from Oxford to Cambridge to some private college. I proposed Magdalene, but cannot name a tutor at present, but I shall think and write about it. Thence with him to the Trinity House to dinner, where Sir Richard Brown, one of the clerks of the council, and who is much concerned against Sir N. Crisp's project of making a great Sass 353 in the King's lands about Deptford, to be a wet dock to hold 200 sail of ships. But the ground, it seems, was long since given by the King to Sir Richard, and after the Trinity House men had done their business, the master, Sir William Ryder, came to bid us welcome. And so to dinner, where good cheer and discourse, but I eat a little too much beef, which made me sick, and so after dinner we went to the office, and there in a garden I went in the dark and vomited, whereby I did much ease my stomach. Thence to supper with my wife to Sir W. Penn's, his daughter being come home today, not being very well, and so while we were at supper comes Mr. Moore with letters from my Lord Sandwich, speaking of his lying still at Tangier, looking for the fleet, which, we hope, is now in a good way thither. So home to write letters by the post tonight, and then again to Sir W. Penn's to cards, where very merry, and so home and to bed. 26th, Lord's Day. To church in the morning, and then home to dinner alone with my wife, and so both to church in the afternoon and home again, and so to read and talk with my wife, and to supper and to bed. It having been a very fine clear frosty day, God send us more of them, for the warm weather all this winter makes us fear a sick summer. But thanks be to God, since my leaving drinking of wine, I do find myself much better and do mind my business better, and do spend less money, and less time lost in idle company. 27th. This morning, both Sir Williams nigh by barge to Deptford Yard to give orders in businesses there, and called on several ships, also to give orders, and so to Woolwich, and there dined at Mr. Falconer's of victuals we carried ourselves, and one Mr. Deakins, the father of my Morena, of whom we have lately bought some hemp. That being done we went home again. This morning, going to take water upon Tower Hill, we met with 3 sleds standing there to carry my Lord Monson and Sir H. Mildmay in another, to the gallows and back again, with ropes about their necks, which is to be repeated every year, this being the day of their sentencing the King. 28th. This morning, after my musique practice with Mr. Birkinshaw, with my wife to the painter's, where we stayed very late to have her picture mended, which at last is come to be very like her, and I think well done. But the painter, though a very honest man, I found to be very silly as to matter of skill in shadows, for we were long in discourse, till I was almost angry to hear him talk so simply. So home to dinner and then to the office, and so home for all night. 29th. To Westminster, and at the Parliament door spoke with Mr. Coventry about business, and so to the Wardrobe to dinner, and thence to several places, and so home, where I found Mrs. Penn and Mrs. Ruth and Smith, who played at cards with my wife, and I did give them a barrel of oysters, and had a pullet to supper for them, and when it was ready to come to table, the foolish girl had not the manners to stay and sup with me, but went away. Which did vex me cruelly. So I saw her home, and then to supper, and so to music practice, and to bed. 30th, fast day for the murthering of the late king. I went to church, and Mr. Mills made a good sermon upon David's words, who can lay his hands upon the Lord's anointed and be guiltless. So home and to dinner, and employed all the afternoon in my chamber, setting things and papers to rights, which pleased me very well, and I think I shall begin to take pleasure in being at home and minding my business. I pray God I may, for I find a great need thereof. At night to supper and to bed. 31st. All the morning, after music practice, in my cellar, ordering some altericons therein, being much pleased with my new door into the backyard. So to dinner, and all the afternoon thinking upon business. I did by night set many things in order, which pleased me well, and puts me upon a resolution of keeping within doors and minding my business and the business of the office, which I pray God I may put in practice. At night to bed. February 1662. February 1st. This morning within till 11 o'clock, and then with Commissioner Pett to the office, and he stayed there writing, while I and Sir W. Penn walked in the garden talking about his business of putting his son to Cambridge. And to that end I intend to write tonight to Dr. Fairbrother, to give me an account of Mr. Burton of Magdalene. Thence with Mr. Pett to the painter's, and he likes our pictures very well, and so do I. Thence he and I to the Countess of Sandwich, to lead him to her to kiss her hands, and dined with her, and told her the news, which Sir W. Penn told me today, that express is come from my lord with letters, that by a great storm and tempest the mole of Argier is broken down, and many of their ships sunk into the mole. So that God Almighty hath now ended that unlucky business for us. Which is very good news. After dinner to the office, where we stayed late, and so I home, and late writing letters to my father and Dr. Fairbrother, and an angry letter to my brother John for not writing to me, and so to bed. 2nd, Lord's Day. To church in the morning, and then home and dined with my wife, and so both of us to church again, where we had an Oxford man give us a most impertinent sermon upon cast your bread upon the waters, and so home to read, supper, and to prayers, and then to bed. 3rd. After music practice I went to the office, and there with the two Sir Williams all the morning about business, and at noon I dined with Sir W. Batten with many friends more, it being his wedding day, and among other frolics, it being their 3rd year, they had 3 pies, whereof the middlemost was made of an oval form, in an oval hole within the other 2, which made much mirth. And was called the middle piece. And above all the rest, we had great striving to steal a spoonful out of it, and I remember Mrs. Mills, the minister's wife, did steal one for me and did give it me, and to end all, Mrs. Shipman did fill the pie full of white wine, it holding at least a pint and a half, and did drink it off for a health to Sir William and my lady, it being the greatest draught that ever I did see a woman drink in my life. Before we had dined came Sir G. Carteret, and we went all 3 to the office and did business there till night, and then to Sir W. Batten again, and I went along with my lady and the rest of the gentlewomen to Major Holmes's, and there we had a fine supper, among others, excellent lobsters, which I never eat at this time of the year before. The Major bath good lodgings at the Trinity House. Here we stayed, and at last home, and, being in my chamber, we do hear great noise of mirth at Sir William Batten's, tearing the rib bands from my lady in him. 354. So I to bed. 4th. To Westminster Hall, where it was full term. Here all the morning, and at noon to my Lord Crewe's, where one Mr. Tempter, an ingenious man and a person of honour he seems to be, dined. And, discoursing of the nature of serpents, he told us some that in the waste places of Lancashire do grow to a great bigness, and that do feed upon larks, which they take thus, they observe when the lark is soared to the highest. And do crawl till they come to be just underneath them. And there they place themselves with their mouths uppermost, and there, as is conceived, they do eject poison up to the bird, for the bird do suddenly come down again in its course of a circle, and falls directly into the mouth of the serpent. Which is very strange. He is a great traveller. And, speaking of the tarantula, he says that all the harvest long, about which times they are most busy, there are fiddlers go up and down the fields everywhere, in expectation of being hired by those that are stung. Thence to the office, where late, and so to my chamber and then to bed, my mind a little troubled how to put things in order to my advantage in the office in readiness to the Duke's orders lately sent to us. And of which we are to treat at the office tomorrow morning. This afternoon, going into the office, one met me and did serve a subpoena upon me for one Field, whom we did commit to prison the other day for some ill words he did give the office. The like he had for others, but we shall scour him for it. 5th. Early at the office. Sir G. Carteret, the two Sir Williams and myself all alone reading of the Duke's institutions for the settlement of our office, whereof we read as much as concerns our own duties, and left the other officers for another time. I did move several things for my purpose, and did ease my mind. At noon Sir W. Penn dined with me, and after dinner he and I and my wife to the theatre, and went in, but being very early we went out again to the next door, and drank some Rhenish wine and sugar, and so to the house again. And there saw Rule a Wife and Have a Wife very well done. And here also I did look long upon my Lady Castlemaine, who, notwithstanding her late sickness, continues a great beauty. Home and supped with Sir W. Penn and played at cards with him, and so home and to bed, putting some cataplasm to my which begins to swell again. 6th. At my musique practice, and so into my cellar to my workmen, and I am very much pleased with my Altricon there. About noon comes my Uncle Thomas to me to ask for his annuity, and I did tell him my mind freely. We had some high words, but I was willing to end all in peace, and so I made him dine with me, and I have hopes to work my end upon him. After dinner the barber trimmed me, and so to the office, where I do begin to be exact in my duty there and exacting my privileges, and shall continue to do so. None but Sir W. Batten and me here tonight, and so we broke up early, and I home and to my chamber to put things in order, and so to bed. My swelling I think do begin to go away again. 7th. Among my workmen this morning. By and by water to Westminster with Commissioner Pett, landing my wife at Blackfriars, where I hear the prisoners in the Tower that are to die are come to the Parliament House this morning. To the wardrobe to dinner with my lady. Where a civet cat, parrot, apes, and many other things are come from my lord by Captain Hill, who dined with my lady with us today. Thence to the painters, and am well pleased with our pictures. So by coach home, where I found the joiners putting up my chimney piece in the dining room, which pleases me well, only the frame for a picture they have made so massy and heavy that I cannot tell what to do with it. This evening came my she-cousin Porter to see us, the first time that we had seen her since we came to this end of the town, and after her Mr. Hart, who both stayed with us a pretty while and so went away. By and by, hearing that Mr. Turner was much troubled at what I do in the office, and do give ill words to Sir W. Penn and others of me, I am much troubled in my mind, and so went to bed. Not that I fear him at all, but the natural aptness I have to be troubled at anything that crosses me. 8th. All the morning in the cellar with the colliers, removing the coals out of the old coal hole into the new one, which cost me 8s. The doing. But now the cellar is done and made clean, it do please me exceedingly, as much as anything that was ever yet done to my house. I pray God keep me from setting my mind too much upon it. About 3 o'clock the colliers having done I went up to dinner, my wife having often urged me to come, but my mind is so set upon these things that I cannot but be with the workmen to see things done to my mind. Which if I am not there is seldom done, and so to the office, and thence to talk with Sir W. Penn, walking in the dark in the garden some turns, he telling me of the ill management of our office, and how would the timber merchant and others were very knaves, which I am apt to believe. Home and wrote letters to my father and my brother John, and so to bed. Being a little chillish, intending to take physique tomorrow morning. 9th, Lord's Day. I took physique this day, and was all day in my chamber, talking with my wife about her laying out of L20, which I had long since promised her to lay out in clothes against Easter for herself, and composing some airs, God forgive me. At night to prayers and to bed. 10th, musique practice a good while, then to Paul's churchyard, and there I met with Dr. Fuller's England's Worthies, the first time that I ever saw it. And so I sat down reading in it, till it was 2 o'clock before I thought of the time going, and so I rose and went home to dinner, being much troubled that, though he had some discourse with me about my family and arms, he says nothing at all. Nor mentions us either in Cambridgeshire or Norfolk. But I believe, indeed, our family were never considerable. At home all the afternoon, and at night to bed. 11th. Musique, then my brother Tom came, and spoke to him about selling of Sturtlow, he consents to, and I think will be the best for him, considering that he needs money, and has no mind to marry. Dined at home, and at the office in the afternoon. So home to musique, my mind being full of our ultracons in the garden, and my getting of things in the office settled to the advantage of my clerks, which I found Mr. Turner much troubled at, and myself am not quiet in mind. But I hope by degrees to bring it to it. At night begun to compose songs, and begin with, Gaze not on swans. So to bed. 12th. This morning, till 4 in the afternoon, I spent abroad, doing of many and considerable businesses at Mr. Phillips the lawyer, with Prior, Westminster, my Lord Crew's, wardrobe, and so home about the time of day to dinner with my mind very highly contented with my day's work, wishing I could do so every day. Then to my chamber drawing up writings, in expectation of my uncle Thomas Corning. So to my musique and then to bed. This night I had half a 100 poor Jack 355 sent me by Mr. Addis. 13th. After musique comes my cousin Tom Pepys the executor, and he did stay with me above 2 hours discoursing about the difference between my uncle Thomas and me, and what way there may be to make it up. And I have hopes we may do good of it for all this. Then to dinner, and then came Mr. Kennard, and he and I and Sir W. Penn went up and down his house to view what may be the contrivance and alterations there to the best advantage. So home, where Mr. Blackburn, whom I have not seen a long time, was come to speak with me, and among other discourse he do tell me plain of the corruption of all our treasurer's officers, and that they hardly pay any money under 10%. And that the other day, for a mere assignation of L200 to some counties, they took L15, which is very strange. So to the office till night, and then home and to write by the post about many businesses, and so to bed. Last night died the Queen of Bohemia. 14th, Valentine's Day. I did this day purposely shun to be seen at Sir W. Batten's, because I would not have his daughter to be my Valentine, as she was the last year, there being no great friendship between us now, as formerly. This morning in comes W. Bowyer, who was my wife's Valentine, she having, at which I made good sport to myself, held her hands all the morning, that she might not see the painters that were at work in gilding my chimney-piece and pictures in my dining-room. By and by she and I by coach with him to Westminster, by the way leaving at Tom's and my wife's father's lodgings each of them some poor Jack, and some she carried to my father Bowyer's, where she stayed while I walked in the hall. And there among others met with Serge Pierce, and I took him aside to drink a cup of ale, and he told me the basest thing of Mr. Montague's and his man Escar's going away in debt, that I am troubled and ashamed, but glad to be informed of. He thinks he has left L1000 for my lord to pay, and that he has not laid out L3000 out of the L5000 for my lord's use, and is not able to make an account of any of the money. My wife and I to dinner to the wardrobe, and then to talk with my lady, and so by coach, it raining hard, home, and so to do business and to bed. 15th. With the two Sir Williams to the Trinity House. And there in their society had the business debated of Sir Nicholas Crisp's sass at Deptford. Then to dinner, and after dinner I was sworn a younger brother, Sir W. Ryder being deputy master for my lord of Sandwich. And after I was sworn, all the elder brothers shake me by the hand, it is their custom, it seems. Hence to the office, and so to Sir William Batten's all three, and there we stayed till late talking together in complaint of the treasurer's instruments. Above all Mr. Waith, at whose child's christening our wives and we should have been today, but none of them went, and I am glad of it, for he is a very rogue, so home, and drew up our report for Sir N. Crisp's sass, and so to bed. No news yet of our fleet gone to Tangier, which we now begin to think long. 16th, Lord's Day. To church this morning, and so home and to dinner. In the afternoon I walked to St. Bride's to church, to hear Dr. Jackham preach upon the recovery, and at the request of Mrs. Turner, who came abroad this day, the first time since her long sickness. He preached upon David's words, I shall not die, but live, and declare the works of the Lord, and made a pretty good sermon, though not extraordinary. After sermon I led her home, and sat with her, and there was the doctor got before us. But strange what a command he hath got over Mrs. Turner, who was so careful to get him what he would, after his preaching, to drink, and he, with a cunning gravity, knows how to command, and had it. And among other things told us that he heard more of the common prayer this afternoon, while he stood in the vestry, before he went up into the pulpit, than he had heard this 20 years. Thence to my uncle White to meet my wife, and with other friends of hers and his met by chance we were very merry, and supped, and so home, not being very well through my usual pain got by cold. So to prayers and to bed, and there had a good draught of mulled ale brought me. 17th. This morning, both Sir Williams, myself, and Captain Cock and Captain Tinker of the Converton, which we are going to look upon, being intended to go with these ships fitting for the East Indies, down to Deptford. And thence, after being on shipboard, to Woolwich, and there eat something. The Sir Williams being unwilling to eat flesh, 3:56 Captain Cock and I had a breast of veal roasted. And here I drank wine upon necessity, being ill for want of it, and I find reason to fear that by my too sudden leaving off wine, I do contract many evils upon myself. Going and coming we played at Gleek, and I won 9s. 6d. Clear, the most that ever I won in my life. I pray God it may not tempt me to play again. Being come home again we went to the Dolphin, where Mr. Alcock and my lady Mrs. Martha Batten came to us, and after them many others, as it always is where Sir W. Batten goes, and there we had some pullets to supper. I eat though I was not very well, and after that left them, and so home and to bed. 18th. Lay long in bed, then up to the office, we having changed our days to Tuesday and Saturday in the morning and Thursday at night, and by with Sir W. Penn, Mr. Kennard, and others to survey his house again, and to contrive for the alterations there, which will be handsome I think. After we had done at the office, I walked to the wardrobe, where with Mr. Moore and Mr. Lewis Phillips after dinner we did agree upon the agreement between us and Prior, and I did seal and sign it. Having agreed with Sir W. M. Penn and my wife to meet them at the opera, and finding by my walking in the streets, which were everywhere full of brickbats and tiles flung down by the extraordinary wind the last night, such as hath not been in memory before. Unless at the death of the late Protector, that it was dangerous to go out of doors. And hearing how several persons had been killed today by the fall of things in the streets, and that the pageant in Fleet Street is most of it blown down, and hath broke down part of several houses, among others Dick Brigden's. And that one Lady Sanderson, a person of quality in Covent Garden, was killed by the fall of the house, in her bed, last night, I sent my boy home to forbid them to go forth. But he bringing me word that they are gone, I went thither and there saw, The Law Against Lovers, a good play and well performed, especially the little girls, whom I never saw act before, dancing and singing. And were it not for her, the loss of Roxalana would spoil the house. So home and to musique, and so to bed. 19th, musique practice, thence to the Trinity House to conclude upon our report of Sir N. Crisp's project, who came to us to answer objections, but we did give him no ear, but are resolved to stand to our report, though I could wish we had shown him more justice and had heard him. Thence to the wardrobe and dined with my lady, and talked after dinner as I used to do, and so home and up to my chamber to put things in order to my good content, and so to musique practice. 20th. This morning came Mr. Child to see me, and set me something to my Theorbo, and by come letters from Tangier from my lord, telling me how, upon a great defeat given to the Portuguese there by the Moors, he had put in 300 men into the town. And so he is in possession, of which we are very glad, because now the Spaniards' designs of hindering our getting the place are frustrated. I went with the letter enclosed to my Lord Chancellor to the House of Lords, and did give it him in the house. And thence to the wardrobe with my ladies, and there could not stay dinner, but went by promise to Mr. Saville's, and there sat the first time for my picture in little, which pleaseth me well. So to the office till night and then home. 357. 21st, all the morning putting things in my house in order, and packing up glass to send into the country to my father, and books to my brother John, and then to my Lord Cruz to dinner, and thence to Mr. Louis Philip's chamber, and there at noon with him for business, and received L80 upon Jasper Trice's account, and so home with it, and so to my chamber for all this evening, and then to bed. 22nd. At the office busy all the morning, and thence to dinner to my lady Sandwiches, and thence with Mr. Moore to our attorney, Welpole's, and there found that Godfrey has basely taken out a judgment against us for the L40, for which I am vexed. And thence to buy a pair of stands and a hanging shelf for my wife's chamber, and so home, and thither came Mr. Saville with the pictures, and we hung them up in our dining room. It comes now to appear very handsome with all my pictures. This evening I wrote letters to my father. Among other things acquainting him with the unhappy accident which hath happened lately to my Lord of Dorset's 2 oldest sons, who, with 2 Belasses and 1 Squire Wentworth, were lately apprehended for killing and robbing of a tanner about Newington on Wednesday last, and are all now in Newgate. I am much troubled for it, and for the grief and disgrace it brings to their families and friends. After this, having got a very great cold, I got something warm tonight, and so to bed. 23rd, Lord's Day. My cold being increased, I stayed at home all day, pleasing myself with my dining room, now graced with pictures, and reading of Dr. Fuller's Worthies. So I spent the day, and at night comes Sir W. Penn and supped and talked with me. This day by God's mercy I am 29 years of age, and in very good health, and like to live and get an estate. And if I have a heart to be contented, I think I may reckon myself as happy a man as any is in the world, for which God be praised. So to prayers and to bed. 24th, long with Mr. Birkinshaw in the morning at my musique practice. Finishing my song of Gaze Not on Swans, in 2 parts, which pleases me well, and I did give him L5 for this month or 5 weeks that he hath taught me, which is a great deal of money and troubled me to part with it. Thence to the painter S., and set again for my picture in little, and thence over the water to Southwark to Mr. Birkinshaw's house, and there sat with him all the afternoon, he showing me his great card of the body of musique, which he cries up for a rare thing, and I do believe it cost much pains, but is not so useful as he would have it. Then we sat down and set nulla sit formido, and he has said it very finely. So home and to supper, and then called Will up, and chid him before my wife for refusing to go to church with the maids yesterday, and telling his mistress that he would not be made a slave of, which vexes me. So to bed. 25th. All the morning at the office. At noon with Mr. Moore to the coffee house, where among other things the great talk was of the effects of this late great wind, and I heard one say that he had 5 great trees standing together blown down. And, beginning to lop them, one of them, as soon as the lops were cut off, did, by the weight of the root, rise again and fasten. We have letters from the forest of Dean, that above 1,000 oaks and as many beeches are blown down in one walk there. And letters from my father tell me of L20 hurt done to us at Brampton. This day in the newsbook I find that my Lord Buckhurst and his fellows have printed their case as they did give it in upon examination to a justice of peace, wherein they make themselves a very good tale that they were in pursuit of thieves. And that they took this man for one of them, and so killed him. And that he himself confessed it was the first time of his robbing, and that he did pay dearly for it, for he was a dead man. But I doubt things will be proved otherwise, as they say. Home to dinner, and by comes Mr. Hunt and his wife to see us and stayed a good while with us. Then parted, and I to my study in the office. The first time since the Altericon that I have begun to do business myself there, and I think I shall be well pleased with it. At night home to supper and to bed. 26th, Mr. Birkinshaw with me all the morning composing of musique to This Cursed Jealousy, What Is It, a song of Sir W. Davenant's. After dinner I went to my booksellers, W. Joyce's, and several other places to pay my debts and do business, I being resolved to cast up my accounts within a day or two, for I fear I have run out too far. In coming home I met with a face I knew and challenged him, thinking it had been one of the theatre musicians, and did inquire for a song of him, but finding it a mistake, and that it was a gentleman that comes sometimes to the office. I was much ashamed, but made a pretty good excuse that I took him for a gentleman of Gray's Inn who sings well, and so parted. Home for all night and set things in order and so to bed. 27th. This morning came Mr. Birkinshaw to me and in our discourse I, finding that he cries up his rules for most perfect, though I do grant them to be very good, and the best I believe that ever yet were made. And that I could not persuade him to grant wherein they were somewhat lame, we fell to angry words, so that in a pet he flung out of my chamber and I never stopped him, having intended to put him off today, whether this had happened or no. Because I think I have all the rules that he hath to give. And so there remains not the practice now to do me good, and it is not for me to continue with him at L5 per month. So I settled to put all his rules in fair order in a book, which was my work all the morning till dinner. After dinner to the office till late at night, and so home to write by the post, and so to bed. 28th. The boy failing to call us up as I commanded, I was angry, and resolved to whip him for that and many other faults, today. Early with Sir W. Penn by coach to Whitehall, to the Duke of York's chamber, and there I presented him from my lord a fine map of Tangier, done by one Captain Beckman, a Swede, that is with my lord. We stayed looking it over a great while with the Duke after he was ready. Thence I by water to the painter's, and there sat again for my face in little, and thence home to dinner, and so at home all the afternoon. Then came Mr. Moore and stayed and talked with me, and then I to the office, there being all the Admiralty papers brought hither this afternoon from Mr. Blackburn's, where they have lain all this while ever since my coming into this office. This afternoon Mr. Hayter received half a year's salary for me, so that now there is not owing me but this quarter, which will be out the next month. Home, and to be as good as my word, I bade will get me a rod, and he and I called the boy up to one of the upper rooms of the comptroller's house towards the garden, and there I reckoned all his faults, and whipped him soundly. But the rods were so small that I fear they did not much hurt to him, but only to my arm, which I am already, within a quarter of an hour, not able to stir almost. After supper to bed. March 1662. March 1st. This morning I paid Sir W. Batten L40, which I have owed him this half year, having borrowed it of him. Then to the office all the morning, so dined at home, and after dinner comes my uncle Thomas, with whom I had some high words of difference, but ended quietly, though I fear I shall do no good by fair means upon him. Thence my wife and I by coach, first to see my little picture that is a drawing, and thence to the opera, and there saw Romeo and Juliet, the first time it was ever acted. But it is a play of itself the worst that ever I heard in my life, and the worst acted that ever I saw these people do, and I am resolved to go no more to see the first time of acting, for they were all of them out more or less. Thence home, and after supper and wrote by the post, I settled to what I had long intended, to cast up my accounts with myself, and after much pains to do it and great fear, I do find that I am 1500 in money beforehand in the world. Which I was afraid I was not, but I find that I had spent above L250 this last half year, which troubles me much, but by God's blessing I am resolved to take up, having furnished myself with all things for a great while. And tomorrow to think upon some rules and obligations upon myself to walk by. So with my mind eased of a great deal of trouble, though with no great content to find myself above L100 worse now than I was half a year ago, I went to bed. 2nd, Lord's Day. With my mind much eased, talking long in bed with my wife about our frugal life for the time to come, proposing to her what I could and would do if I were worth L2000, that is, be a knight and keep my coach, which pleased her. 358 And so I do hope we shall hereafter live to save something, for I am resolved to keep myself by rules from expenses. To church in the morning, none in the pew but myself. So home to dinner, and after dinner came Sir William and talked with me till church time, and then to church, where at our going out I was at a loss by Sir W. Penn's putting me upon it whether to take my wife or Mrs. Martha, who alone was there, and I began to take my wife, but he jogged me, and so I took Martha, and led her down before him and my wife. So set her at home, and Sir William and my wife and I to walk in the garden, and anon hearing that Sir G. Carteret had sent to see whether we were at home or no, Sir William and I went to his house, where we waited a good while, they being at prayers, and by we went up to him. There the business was about hastening the East India ships, about which we are to meet tomorrow in the afternoon. So home to my house, and Sir William supped with me, and so to bed. 3rd. All the morning at home about business with my brother Tom, and then with Mr. Moore, and then I set to make some strict rules for my future practice in my expenses, which I did bind myself in the presence of God by oath to observe upon penalty therein set down. And I do not doubt but hereafter to give a good account of my time and to grow rich, for I do find a great deal more of content in these few days, that I do spend well about my business, than in all the pleasure of a whole week. Besides the trouble which I remember I always have after that for the expense of my money. Dined at home, and then up to my chamber again about business, and so to the office about dispatching of the East India ships, where we stayed till 8 at night, and then after I had been at Sir W. Penn's a while discoursing with him and Mr. Kenneth the joiner about the new building in his house, I went home, where I found a vessel of oysters sent me from Chatham, so I fell to eat some and then to supper, and so after the barber had done to bed. I am told that this day the Parliament hath voted 2s. per annum for every chimney in England, as a constant revenue for ever to the Crown. 359. 4th. At the office all the morning, dined at home at noon, and then to the office again in the afternoon to put things in order there, my mind being very busy in settling the office to ourselves, I having now got distinct offices for the other 2. By and by Sir W. Penn and I and my wife in his coach to Moorfields, where we walked a great while, though it was no fair weather and cold. And after our walk we went to the Pope's Head, and eat cakes and other fine things, and so home, and I up to my chamber to read and write, and so to bed. 5th. In the morning to the painter's about my little picture. Thence to Tom's about business, and so to the pewterer's, to buy a poor's box to put my forfeits in, upon breach of my late vows. So to the wardrobe and dined, and thence home and to my office, and there sat looking over my papers of my voyage, when we fetched over the king, and tore so many of these that were worth nothing, as filled my closet as high as my knees. I stayed doing this till 10 at night, and so home and to bed. 6th, up early, my mind full of business, then to the office, where the 2 Sir Williams and I spent the morning passing the victuallers' accounts, the first I have had to do withal. Then home, where my uncle Thomas, by promise and his son Tom, were come to give me his answer whether he would have me go to law or arbitracon with him, but he is unprovided to answer me, and desires 2 days more. I left them to dine with my wife, and myself to Mr. Gauden and the 2 nights at dinner at the Dolphin, and thence after dinner to the office back again till night, we having been these 4 or 5 days very full of business, and I thank God I am well pleased with it. And hope I shall continue of that temper, which God grant. So after a little being at Sir W. Batten's with Sir G. Carteret talking, I went home, and so to my chamber, and then to bed, my mind somewhat troubled about Brampton affairs. This night my new camelot riding coat to my coloured cloth suit came home. More news today of our losses at Brampton by the late storm. 7th. Early to Whitehall to the chapel, where by Mr. Blagrave's means I got into his pew, and heard Dr. Cretan, the great Scotchman, preach before the King, and Duke and Duchess, upon the words of Micah, rule yourselves in dust. He made a most learned sermon upon the words. But, in his application, the most comical man that ever I heard in my life. Just such a man as Hugh Peters, saying that it had been better for the poor Cavalier never to have come with the King into England again. For he that hath the impudence to deny obedience to the lawful magistrate, and to swear to the oath of allegiance, and was better treated nowadays in Newgate, than a poor royalist, that hath suffered all his life for the King, is at Whitehall among his friends. He discoursed much against a man's lying with his wife in Lent, saying that he might be as incontinent during that time with his own wife as at another time in another man's bed. Thence with Mr. Moore to Whitehall and walked a little, and so to the Wardrobe to dinner, and so home to the office about business till late at night by myself, and so home and to bed. 8th. By coach with both Sir Williams to Westminster. This being a great day there in the house to pass the business for chimney money, which was done. In the hall I met with Sergeant Pierce. And he and I to drink a cup of ale at the Swan, and there he told me how my Lady Monk hath disposed of all the places which Mr. Edud Montague hoped to have had, as he was master of the horse to the Queen. Which I am afraid will undo him, because he depended much upon the profit of what he should make by these places. He told me, also, many more scurvy stories of him and his brother Ralph, which troubles me to hear of persons of honour as they are. About 1 o'clock with both Sir Williams and another, one Sir Rich Brains, to the Trinity House, but came after they had dined, so we had something got ready for us. Here Sir W. Batten was taken with a fit of coughing that lasted a great while and made him very ill, and so he went home sick upon it. Sir W. Penn and I to the office, whither afterward came Sir G. Carteret, and we sent for Sir Thos. Allen, one of the aldermen of the city, about the business of one Colonel Appesley, whom we had taken counterfeiting of bills with all our hands and the officers of the yards, so well counterfeited that I should never have mistrusted them. We stayed about this business at the office till 10 at night, and at last did send him with a constable to the counter, and did give warrants for the seizing of accomplice of his, one Blenkinsop. So home and wrote to my father, and so to bed. 9th, Lord's Day. Church in the morning, dined at home, then to church again and heard Mr. Naylor, whom I knew formerly of Kai's College, make a most eloquent sermon. Thence to Sir W. Batten's to see how he did, then to walk an hour with Sir W. Penn in the garden, then he in to supper with me at my house, and so to prayers and to bed. 10th. At the office doing business all the morning, and my wife being gone to buy some things in the city I dined with Sir W. Batten, and in the afternoon met Sir W. Penn at the Treasury office, and there paid off the gift, where late at night, and so called in and eat a bit at Sir W. Batten's again, and so home and to bed, tomorrow being washing day. 11th. At the office all the morning, and all the afternoon rummaging of papers in my chamber, and tearing some and sorting others till late at night, and so to bed, my wife being not well all this day. This afternoon Mrs. Turner and the came to see me, her mother not having been abroad many a day before, but now is pretty well again and has made me one of the first visits. 12th. At the office from morning till night putting of papers in order, that so I may have my office in an orderly condition. I took much pains in sorting and folding of papers. Dined at home, and there came Mrs. Goldsborough about her old business, but I did give her a short answer and sent away. This morning we had news from Mr. Coventry, that Sir G. Downing, like a perfidious rogue, though the action is good and of service to the king, 360 yet he cannot with any good conscience do it, hath taken Oakey, Corbett, and Barkstead at Delft, in Holland, and sent them home in the Blackmore. Sir W. Penn, talking to me this afternoon of what a strange thing it is for Downing to do this, he told me of a speech he made to the Lord States of Holland, telling them to their faces that he observed that he was not received with the respect and observance now, that he was when he came from the traitor and rebel Cromwell, by whom, I am sure, he hath got all he hath in the world, and they know it too. 361. 13th. All day, either at the office or at home, busy about business till late at night. I having lately followed my business much, I find great pleasure in it, and a growing content. 14th. At the office all the morning. At noon Sir W. Penn and I making a bargain with the workman about his house, at which I did see things not so well contracted for as I would have, and I was vexed and made him so too to see me so critical in the agreement. Home to dinner. In the afternoon came the German Dr. Kuffler, 362 to discourse with us about his engine to blow up ships. We doubted not the matter of fact, it being tried in Cromwell's time, but the safety of carrying them in ships. But he do tell us, that when he comes to tell the king his secret, for none but the kings, successively, and their heirs must know it, it will appear to be of no danger at all. We concluded nothing, but shall discourse with the Duke of York tomorrow about it. In the afternoon, after we had done with him, I went to speak with my uncle White and found my aunt to have been ill a good while of a miscarriage. I stayed and talked with her a good while. Thence home, where I found that Sarah the maid had been very ill all day, and my wife fears that she will have an ague, which I am much troubled for. Thence to my lute, upon which I have not played a week or two, and trying over the 2 songs of Nulla, Nulla, and Gaze Not on Swans, which Mr. Birkinshaw set for me a little while ago. I find them most incomparable songs as he has set them, of which I am not a little proud, because I am sure none in the world has them but myself, not so much as he himself that set them. So to bed. 15th. With Sir G. Carteret and both the Sir Williams at Whitehall to wait on the Duke in his chamber, which we did about getting money for the navy and other things. So back again to the office all the morning. Thence to the Exchange to hire a ship for the Madeiras, but could get none. Then home to dinner, and Sir G. Carteret and I all the afternoon by ourselves upon business in the office till late at night. So to write letters and home to bed. Troubled at my maid's being ill. 16th, Lord's Day. This morning, till churches were done, I spent going from one church to another and hearing a bit here and a bit there. So to the wardrobe to dinner with the young ladies, and then into my lady's chamber and talked with her a good while, and so walked to Whitehall, an hour or 2 in the park, which is now very pleasant. Here the king and duke came to see their foul play. The duke took very civil notice of me. So walked home, calling at Tom's, giving him my resolution about my boy's livery. Here I spent an hour walking in the garden with Sir W. Penn, and then my wife and I thither to supper, where his son William is at home not well. But all things, I fear, do not go well with them. They look discontentedly, but I know not what ails them. Drinking of cold small beer here I fell ill, and was forced to go out and vomit, and so was well again and went home by and by to bed. Fearing that Sarah would continue ill, wife and I removed this night to our matted chamber and lay there. 17th. All the morning at the office by myself about setting things in order there, and so at noon to the Exchange to see and be seen, and so home to dinner and then to the office again till night, and then home and after supper and reading a while to bed. Last night the Blackmore Pink 363 brought the 3 prisoners, Barkstead, Oakey, and Corbett, to the Tower, being taken at Delft in Holland. Where, the captain tells me, the Dutch were a good while before they could be persuaded to let them go, they being taken prisoners in their land. But Sir G. Downing would not be answered so, though all the world takes notice of him for a most ungrateful villain for his pains. 18th. All the morning at the office with Sir W. Penn. Dined at home, and Llewellyn and Blurton with me. After dinner to the office again, where Sir G. Carteret and we stayed a while, and then Sir W. Penn and I on board some of the ships now fitting for East Indies and Portugal, to see in what forwardness they are, and so back home again, and I write to my father by the post about Brampton Court, which is now coming on. But that which troubles me is that my father has now got an ague that I fear may endanger his life. So to bed. 19th. All the morning and afternoon at my office putting things in order, and in the evening I do begin to digest my uncle the captain's papers into one book, which I call my Brampton book, for the clearer understanding things how they are with us. So home and supper and to bed. This noon came a letter from T. Pepys, the turner, in answer to one of mine the other day to him, wherein I did check him for not coming to me, as he had promised, with his and his father's resolution about the difference between us. But he writes to me in the very same slighting terms that I did to him, without the least respect at all, but word for word as I did him, which argues a high and noble spirit in him. Though it troubles me a little that he should make no more of my anger, yet I cannot blame him for doing so, he being the elder brother's son, and not depending upon me at all. 20th. At my office all the morning, at noon to the Exchange, and so home to dinner, and then all the afternoon at the office till late at night, and so home and to bed, my mind in good ease when I mind business. Which methinks should be a good argument to me never to do otherwise. 21st. With Sir W. Batten by water to Whitehall, and he to Westminster. I went to see Sarah and my lord's lodgings, which are now all in dirt, to be repaired against my lord's coming from sea with the Queen. Thence to Westminster Hall. And there walked up and down and heard the great difference that hath been between my Lord Chancellor and my Lord of Bristol, about a proviso that my Lord Chancellor would have brought into the bill for conformity. That it shall be in the power of the King, when he sees fit, to dispense with the Act of Conformity. And though it be carried in the House of Lords, yet it is believed it will hardly pass in the Commons. Here I met with Chetwynd, Parry, and several others, and went to a little house behind the Lord's house to drink some wormwood ale, which doubtless was a bawdy house. The mistress of the house having the look and dress, here we stayed till noon and then parted, I by water to the wardrobe to meet my wife, but my lady and they had dined, and so I dined with the servants, and then up to my lady. And there stayed and talked a good while, and then parted and walked into Cheapside, and there saw my little picture, for which I am to sit again the next week. So home, and stayed late writing at my office, and so home and to bed, troubled that now my boy is also fallen sick of an ague we fear. 22nd. At the office all the morning. At noon Sir Williams both and I by water down to the Lewes, Captain Dekins, his ship, a merchantman, where we met the owners, Sir John Lewes and Alderman Lewes, and several other great merchants. Among others one Jeffreys, a merry man that is a fumbler, and he and I called brothers, and he made all the mirth in the company. We had a very fine dinner, and all our wives' healths, with 7 or 9 guns apiece. And exceeding merry we were, and so home by barge again, and I vexed to find Griffin leave the office door open, and had a design to have carried away the screw or the carpet in revenge to him, but at last I would not, but sent for him and chid him. And so to supper and to bed, having drank a great deal of wine. 23rd, Lord's Day. This morning was brought me my boy's fine livery, which is very handsome, and I do think to keep to black and gold lace upon grey, being the colour of my arms, for ever. To church in the morning, and so home with Sir W. Batten, and there eat some boiled great oysters, and so home, and while I was at dinner with my wife I was sick, and was forced to vomit up my oysters again, and then I was well. By and by a coach came to call me by my appointment, and so my wife and I carried to Westminster to Mrs. Hunt's, and I to Whitehall, Worcester House, and to my Lord Treasurer's to have found Sir G. Carteret, but missed in all these places. So back to Whitehall, and there met with Captain Isham, this day come from Lisbon, with letters from the Queen to the King. And he did give me letters which speak that our fleet is all at Lisbon. 364 And that the Queen do not intend to embark sooner than tomorrow come fortnight. So having sent for my wife, she and I to my Lady Sandwich, and after a short visit away home. She home, and I to Sir G. Carteret about business, and so home too, and Sarah having her fit we went to bed. 24th. Early Sir G. Carteret, both Sir Williams and I on board the Experiment, to dispatch her away, she being to carry things to the Madeiras with the East India fleet. Here, Sir W. Penn going to Deptford to send more hands, we stayed till noon talking, and eating and drinking a good ham of English bacon, and having put things in very good order home, where I found Jane, my old maid, come out of the country. And I have a mind to have her again. By and by comes La Belle Pierce to see my wife, and to bring her a pair of perukes of hair, as the fashion now is for ladies to wear, which are pretty, and are of my wife's own hair, or else I should not endure them. After a good while's stay, I went to see if any play was acted, and I found none upon the post, it being Passion Week. So home again, and took water with them towards Westminster. But as we put off with the boat Griffin came after me to tell me that Sir G. Carteret and the rest were at the office, so I intended to see them through the bridge and come back again, but the tide being against us, when we were almost through we were carried back again with much danger, and Mrs. Pierce was much afeard and frightened. So I carried them to the other side and walked to the bier, and sent them away, and so back again myself to the office, but finding nobody there I went again to the Old Swan, and thence by water to the New Exchange, and there found them. And thence by coach carried my wife to Bowes to buy something, and while they were there went to Westminster Hall, and there bought Mr. Grant's Book of Observations upon the weekly bills of mortality, which appear to me upon first sight to be very pretty. So back again and took my wife, calling at my brother Tom's, whom I found full of work, which I am glad of, and thence at the New Exchange and so home, and I to Sir W. Batten's, and supped there out of pure hunger and to save getting anything ready at home, which is a thing I do not nor shall not use to do. So home and to bed. 26th, up early. This being, by God's great blessing, the 4th solemn day of my cutting for the stone this day 4 years, and am by God's mercy in very good health, and like to do well, the Lord's name be praised for it. To the office and Sir G. Carteret all the morning about business. At noon come my good guests, Madam Turner, and Cousin Norton, and a gentleman, one Mr. Lewin of the King's Life Guard, by the same token he told us of one of his fellows killed this morning in a duel. I had a pretty dinner for them, viz., a brace of stewed carps, 6 roasted chickens, and a jowl of salmon, hot, for the first course, a tansy 365 and 2 neat's tongues, and cheese the second. And were very merry all the afternoon, talking and singing and piping upon the flageolet. In the evening they went with great pleasure away, and I with great content and my wife walked half an hour in the garden, and so home to supper and to bed. We had a man cook to dress dinner today, and sent for Jane to help us, and my wife and she agreed at L3 a year, she would not serve under, till both could be better provided, and so she stays with us. And I hope we shall do well if poor Sarah were but rid of her ague. 27th. Early Sir G. Carteret, both Sir Williams nigh by coach to Deptford, it being very windy and rainy weather, taking a cod and some prawns in Fish Street with us. We settled to pay the Guernsey, a small ship, but come to a great deal of money, it having been unpaid ever since before the King came in, by which means not only the King pays wages while the ship has lain still, but the poor men have most of them been forced to borrow all the money due for their wages before they receive it, and that at a dear rate, God knows, so that many of them had very little to receive at the table, which grieved me to see it. To dinner, very merry. Then Sir George to London, and we again to the pay, and that done by coach home again and to the office, doing some business, and so home and to bed. 28th, Good Friday. At home all the morning, and dined with my wife, a good dinner. At my office all the afternoon. At night to my chamber to read and sing, and so to supper and to bed. 29th. At the office all the morning. Then to the wardrobe, and their coming late dined with the people below. Then up to my lady, and stayed 2 hours talking with her about her family business with great content and confidence in me. So calling at several places I went home, where my people are getting the house clean against tomorrow. I to the office and wrote several letters by post, and so home and to bed. 30th, Easter Day. Having my old black suit new furbished, I was pretty neat in clothes today, and my boy, his old suit new trimmed, very handsome. To church in the morning, and so home, leaving the 2 Sir Williams to take the sacrament, which I blame myself that I have hitherto neglected all my life, but once or twice at Cambridge. 366. Dined with my wife, a good shoulder of veal well dressed by Jane, and handsomely served to table, which pleased us much, and made us hope that she will serve our turn well enough. My wife and I to church in the afternoon, and seated ourselves, she below me, and by that means the precedence of the pew, which my Lady Batten and her daughter takes, is confounded. And after sermon she and I did stay behind them in the pew, and went out by ourselves a good while after them, which we judge a very fine project hereafter to avoid contention. So my wife and I to walk an hour or 2 on the leads, which begins to be very pleasant, the garden being in good condition. So to supper, which is also well served in. We had a lobster to supper, with a crab peg pen sent my wife this afternoon, the reason of which we cannot think, but something there is of plot or design in it, for we have a little while carried ourselves pretty strange to them. After supper to bed. 31st. This morning Mr. Coventry and all our company met at the office about some business of the victualling, which being dispatched we parted. I to my Lord Crewe's to dinner, in my way calling upon my brother Tom, with whom I stayed a good while and talked, and find him a man like to do well, which contents me much, were used with much respect, and talking with him about my Lord's debts. And whether we should make use of an offer of Sir G. Carteret to lend my Lady 4 or L 500, he told me by no means, we must not oblige my Lord to him, and by the by he made a question whether it was not my Lord's interest a little to appear to the King in debt. And for people to clamour against him as well as others for their money, that by that means the King and the world may see that he do lay out for the King's honour upon his own main stock, which many he tells me do. That in fine if there be occasion he and I will be bound for it. Thence to Sir Thomas Crewe's lodgings. He hath been ill, and continues so, under fits of apoplexy. Among other things, he and I did discourse much of Mr. Montague's base doings, and the dishonour that he will do my Lord, as well as cheating him of 2 or L 3000, which is too true. Thence to the play, where coming late, and meeting with Sir W. Penn, who had got room for my wife and his daughter in the pit, he and I into one of the boxes, and there we sat and heard the little T.F., a pretty play and well done. Thence home, and walked in the garden with them, and then to the house to supper and sat late talking, and so to bed. April 1662. April 1st. Within all the morning and at the office. At noon my wife and I, having paid our maid Nell her whole wages, who has been with me half a year, and now goes away for altogether, to the wardrobe, where my lady and company had almost dined. We sat down and dined. Here was Mr. Herbert, son to Sir Charles Herbert, that lately came with letters from my Lord Sandwich to the King. After some discourse we remembered one another to have been together at the tavern when Mr. Fanshawe took his leave of me at his going to Portugal with Sir Richard. After dinner he and I and the 2 young ladies and my wife to the playhouse, the opera, and saw, The Maid in the Mill, a pretty good play. In the middle of the play my Lady Paulina, who had taken physique this morning, had need to go forth, and so I took the poor lady out and carried her to the Grange, and there sent the maid of the house into a room to her. And she did what she had a mind to, and so back again to the play. And that being done, in their coach I took them to Islington, and then, after a walk in the fields, I took them to the great cheesecake house and entertained them, and so home, and after an hour's stay with my lady, their coach carried us home. And so weary to bed. 2nd, Mr. Moore came to me, and he and I walked to the Spittal an hour or 2 before my Lord Mayor and the Bluecoat boys come, which at last they did, and a fine sight of charity it is indeed. We got places and stayed to hear a sermon. But, it being a Presbyterian one, it was so long, that after above an hour of it we went away, and I home and dined, and then my wife and I by water to the opera, and there saw, the bondman most excellently acted. And though we had seen it so often, yet I never liked it better than today, Ianthe acting Cleora's part very well now Roxalana is gone. We are resolved to see no more plays till Whitsuntide, we having been 3 days together. Met Mr. Sanchi, Smithies, Gale, and Edlin at the play, but having no great mind to spend money, I left them there. And so home and to supper, and then dispatch business, and so to bed. 3rd. At home and at the office all day. At night to bed. 4th. By barge Sir George, Sir Williams both and I to Deptford, and there fell to pay off the Drake in Hampshire, then to dinner, Sir George to his lady at his house, and Sir William Penn to Woolwich, and Sir W. Batten and I to the tavern, where much company came to us and our dinner, and somewhat short by reason of their taking part away with them. Then to pay the rest of the Hampshire and the Paradox, and were at it till 9 at night, and so by night home by barge safe, and took Tom Hayter with some that the clerks had to carry home along with us in the barge. The rest staying behind to pay tickets, but came home after us that night. So being come home, to bed. I was much troubled today to see a dead man lie floating upon the waters, and had done, they say, these 4 days, and nobody takes him up to bury him, which is very barbarous. 5th. At the office till almost noon, and then broke up. Then came Sir G. Carteret, and he and I walked together alone in the garden, taking notice of some faults in the office, particularly of Sir W. Batten's, and he seemed to be much pleased with me, and I hope will be the ground of a future interest of mine in him, which I shall be glad of. Then with my wife abroad, she to the wardrobe and there dined, and I to the Exchange and so to the wardrobe, but they had dined. After dinner my wife and the 2 ladies to see my Aunt White, and thence met me at home. From thence, after Sir W. Batten and I had viewed our houses with a workman in order to the raising of our roofs higher to enlarge our houses, I went with them by coach first to Moorfields and there walked, and thence to Islington and had a fine walk in the fields there. And so, after eating and drinking, home with them, and so by water with my wife home, and after supper to bed. 6th, Lord's Day. By water to Whitehall, to Sir G. Carteret, to give him an account of the backwardness of the ships we have hired to Portugal, at which he is much troubled. Thence to the chapel, and there, though crowded, heard a very honest sermon before the king by a canon of Christ Church, upon these words, having a form of godliness, but denying, and, among other things, did much insist upon the sin of adultery, which methought might touch the king, and the more because he forced it into his sermon, methinks, besides his text. So up and saw the king at dinner, and thence with Sir G. Carteret to his lodgings to dinner, with him and his lady, where I saluted her, and was well received as a stranger by her. She seems a good lady, and all their discourse, which was very much, was upon their sufferings and services for the king. Yet not without some trouble, to see that some that had been much bound to them, do now neglect them, and others again most civil that have received least from them, and I do believe that he hath been a good servant to the king. Thence to walk in the park, where the king and duke did walk round the park. After I was tired I went and took boat to Milford Stairs, and so to Gray's and Walks, the first time I have been there this year, and it is very pleasant and full of good company. When tired I walked to the wardrobe, and there stayed a little with my lady, and so by water from Paul's Wharf, where my boat stayed for me, home and supped with my wife with Sir W. Penn, and so home and to bed. 7th. By water to Whitehall and thence to Westminster, and stayed at the Parliament door long to speak with Mr. Coventry, which vexed me. Thence to the Lord's house, and stood within the house, while the bishops and lords did stay till the Chancellor's coming, and then we were put out, and they to prayers. There comes a bishop. And while he was rigging himself, he bid his man listen at the door, whereabout in the prayers they were, but the man told him something, but could not tell whereabouts it was in the prayers, nor the bishop neither, but laughed at the conceit. So went in, but, God forgive me. I did tell it by and by to people, and did say that the man said that they were about something of saving their souls, but could not tell whereabouts in the prayers that was. I sent in a note to my Lord Privy Seal, and he came out to me, and I desired he would make another deputy for me, because of my great business of the navy this month, but he told me he could not do it without the king's consent, which vexed me. So to Dr. Castle's, and there did get a promise from his clerk that his master should officiate for me tomorrow. Thence by water to Tom's, and there with my wife took coach and to the Old Exchange, where having bought 6 large Holland bands, I sent her home, and myself found out my uncle White and Mr. Rawlinson, and with them went to the Tatter's house to dinner, and there had a good dinner of cold meat and good wine, but was troubled in my head after the little wine I drank, and so home to my office. And there did promise to drink no more wine but 1 glass a meal till Whitsuntide next upon any score. Mrs. Bowyer and her daughters being at my house I forbore to go to them, having business and my head disturbed, but stayed at my office till night, and then to walk upon the leads with my wife, and so to my chamber and thence to bed. The great talk is, that the Spaniards and the Hollanders do intend to set upon the Portuguese by sea, at Lisbon, as soon as our fleet is come away, and by that means our fleet is not likely to come yet these 2 months or 3. Which I hope is not true. 8th, up very early and to my office, and there continued till noon. So to dinner, and in comes Uncle Fenner and the 2 Joyces. I sent for a barrel of oysters and a breast of veal roasted, and were very merry. But I cannot down with their dull company and impertinent. After dinner to the office again. So at night by coach to Whitehall, and Mr. Coventry not being there I brought my business of the office to him, it being almost dark, and so came away and took up my wife. By the way home and on Ludgate Hill there being a stop I bought 2 cakes, and they were our supper at home. 9th. Sir George Carteret, Sir Williams both and myself all the morning at the office passing the victuallers' accounts, and at noon to dinner at the Dolphin, where a good chine of beef and other good cheer. At dinner Sir George showed me an account in French of the great famine, which is to the greatest extremity in some part of France at this day, which is very strange. 367. So to the Exchange, Mrs. Turner, who I found sick in bed, and several other places about business, and so home. Supper and to bed. 10th. To Westminster with the 2 Sir Williams by water, and did several businesses, and so to the Wardrobe with Mr. Moore to dinner. Yesterday came Colonel Talbot with letters from Portugal, that the Queen is resolved to embark for England this week. Thence to the office all the afternoon. My Lord Windsor came to us to discourse of his affairs, and to take his leave of us. He being to go Governor of Jamaica with this fleet that is now going. Late at the office. Home with my mind full of business. So to bed. 11th, up early to my lute and a song, then about 6 o'clock with Sir W. Penn by water to Deptford. And among the ships now going to Portugal with men and horse, to see them dispatched. So to Greenwich, and had a fine pleasant walk to Woolwich, having in our company Captain Minns, with whom I was much pleased to hear him talk in fine language, but pretty well for all that. Among other things, he and the other captains that were with us tell me that negroes drowned look white and lose their blackness, which I never heard before. At Woolwich, up and down to do the same business. And so back to Greenwich by water, and there while something is dressing for our dinner, Sir William and I walked into the park, where the king hath planted trees and made steps in the hill up to the castle, which is very magnificent. So up and down the house, which is now repairing in the Queen's lodgings. So to dinner at the Globe, and Captain Lambert of the Duke's pleasure boat came to us and dined with us, and were merry, and so home, and I in the evening to the Exchange, and spoke with Uncle White. And so home and walked with my wife on the leads late, and so the barber came to me, and so to bed very weary, which I seldom am. 12th. At the office all the morning, where, among other things, being provoked by some impertinence of Sir W. Batten's, I called him unreasonable man, at which he was very angry and so was I, but I think we shall not much fall out about it. After dinner to several places about business, and so home and wrote letters at my office, and one to Mr. Coventry about business, and at the close did excuse my not waiting on him myself so often as others do for want of leisure. So home and to bed. 13th, Lord's Day. In the morning to Paul's, where I heard a pretty good sermon, and thence to dinner with my lady at the wardrobe. And after much talk with her after dinner, I went to the temple to church, and there heard another, by the same token a boy, being asleep, fell down a high seat to the ground, ready to break his neck, but got no hurt. Thence to Gray's in walks. And there met Mr. Pickering and walked with him 2 hours till 8 o'clock till I was quite weary. His discourse most about the pride of the Duchess of York, and how all the ladies envy my Lady Castlemaine. He intends to go to Portsmouth to meet the Queen this week, which is now the discourse and expectation of the town. So home, and no sooner come but Sir W. Warren comes to me to bring me a paper of Field's, with whom we have lately had a great deal of trouble at the office. Being a bitter petition to the King against our office for not doing justice upon his complaint to us of embezzlement of the King's stores by 1 Turpin. I took Sir William to Sir W. Penn's, who was newly come from Walthamstow, and there we read it and discoursed, but we do not much fear it, the King referring it to the Duke of York. So we drank a glass or 2 of wine, and so home and I to bed, my wife being in bed already. 14th. Being weary last night I lay very long in bed today, talking with my wife, and persuaded her to go to Brampton, and take Sarah with her, next week, to cure her ague by change of air, and we agreed all things therein. We rose, and at noon dined, and then we to the painter's, and there sat the last time for my little picture, which I hope will please me. Then to Paternoster Row to buy things for my wife against her going. So home and walked upon the leads with my wife, and whether she suspected anything or no I know not, but she is quite off of her going to Brampton, which something troubles me. And yet all my design was that I might the freer go to Portsmouth when the rest go to pay off the yards there, which will be very shortly. But I will get off if I can. So to supper and to bed. 15th. At the office all the morning. Dined at home. Again at the office in the afternoon to dispatch letters and so home, and with my wife, by coach, to the New Exchange, to buy her some things. Where we saw some new-fashioned petticoats of sarcenet, with a black broad lace printed round the bottom and before, very handsome, and my wife had a mind to one of them, but we did not then buy one. But thence to Mr. Bowyer's, thinking to have spoke to them for our Sarah to go to Huntsmore for a while to get away her ague, but we had not opportunity to do it, and so home and to bed. 16th, up early and took my physique, it wrought all the morning well. At noon dined, and all the afternoon, Mr. Hayter to that end coming to me, he and I did go about my abstracting all the contracts made in the office since we came into it. So at night to bed. 17th. To Mr. Holliard's in the morning, thinking to be let blood, but he was gone out. So to Whitehall, thinking to have had a seal at Privy Seal, but my lord did not come, and so I walked back home and stayed within all the afternoon, there being no office kept today, but in the evening Sir W. Batten sent for me to tell me that he had this day spoke to the Duke about raising our houses, and he hath given us leave to do it, at which, being glad, I went home merry, and after supper to bed. 18th. This morning sending the boy down into the cellar for some beer I followed him with a cane, and did there beat him for his staying of awards and other faults, and his sister came to me down and begged for him. So I forbore, and afterwards, in my wife's chamber, did there talk to Jane how much I did love the boy for her sake, and how much it do concern to correct the boy for his faults or else he would be undone. So at last she was well pleased. This morning Sir G. Carteret, Sir W. Batten and I met at the office, and did conclude of our going to Portsmouth next week, in which my mind is at a great loss what to do with my wife, for I cannot persuade her to go to Brampton, and I am loath to leave her at home. All the afternoon in several places to put things in order for my going. At night home and to bed. 19th. This morning, before we sat, I went to Aldgate. And at the corner shop, a draper's, I stood, and did see Barkstead, Oakey, and Corbett, drawn towards the gallows at Tyburn, and there they were hanged and quartered. They all looked very cheerful. But I hear they all died defending what they did to the king to be just, which is very strange. So to the office and then home to dinner, and Captain David Lambert came to take his leave of me, he being to go back to Tangier there to lie. Then abroad about business, and in the evening did get a bever, an old one, but a very good one, of Sir W. Batten, for which I must give him something, but I am very well pleased with it. So after writing by the post to bed. 20th, Lord's Day. My intention being to go this morning to Whitehall to hear South, my Lord Chancellor's chaplain, the famous preacher and orator of Oxford, who the last Lord's Day did sink down in the pulpit before the king, and could not proceed, it did rain. And the wind against me, that I could by no means get a boat or coach to carry me. And so I stayed at Paul's, where the judges did all meet, and heard a sermon, it being the first Sunday of the term, but they had a very poor sermon. So to my ladies and dined, and so to Whitehall to Sir G. Carteret, and so to the chapel, where I challenged my pew as clerk of the Privy Seal and had it, and then walked home with Mr. Blagrave to his old house in the fish yard, and there he had a pretty kinswoman that sings, and we did sing some holy things, and afterwards others came in and so I left them, and by water through the bridge, which did trouble me, home. And so to bed. 21st, this morning I attempted to persuade my wife in bed to go to Brampton this week, but she would not, which troubles me, and seeing that I could keep it no longer from her, I told her that I was resolved to go to Portsmouth tomorrow. Sir W. Batten goes to Chatham today, and will be back again to come for Portsmouth after us on Thursday next. I went to Westminster and several places about business. Then at noon dined with my Lord Crewe, and after dinner went up to Sir Thos. Crewe's chamber, who is still ill. He tells me how my Lady Duchess of Richmond and Castlemaine had a falling out the other day, and she calls the latter Jane Shore, and did hope to see her come to the same end that she did. Coming down again to my lord, he told me that news was come that the Queen is landed, at which I took leave, and by coach hurried to Whitehall, the bells ringing in several places, but I found there no such matter, nor anything like it. So I went by appointment to Anthony Joyce's, where I sat with his wife and Matt. Joyce an hour or two, and so her husband not being at home, away I went and in Cheapside spied him and took him into the coach. Home, and there I found my Lady Jemima, and Anne, and Mademoiselle come to see my wife, whom I left, and to talk with Joyce about a project I have of his and my joining. To get some money for my brother Tom and his kinswoman to help forward with her portion if they should marry. I mean in buying of tallow of him at a low rate for the king, and Tom should have the profit, but he tells me the profit will be considerable, at which I was troubled, but I have agreed with him to serve some in my absence. He went away, and then came Mr. Moore and sat late with me talking about business, and so went away and I to bed. 22nd, after taking leave of my wife, which we could hardly do kindly, because of her mind to go along with me, Sir W. Penn and I took coach and so over the bridge to Lambeth, W. Bottom and Tom Hewitt going as clerks to Sir W. Penn, and my will for me. Here we got a dish of buttered eggs, and there stayed till Sir G. Carteret came to us from Whitehall, who brought Dr. Clerk with him, at which I was very glad, and so we set out, and I was very much pleased with his company, and were very merry all the way. We came to Guildford and there passed our time in the garden, cutting asparagus for supper, the best that ever I eat in my life but in the house last year. Supped well, and the doctor and I to bed together, calling cousins from his name and my office. 23d, up early, and to Petersfield, and there dined well, and thence got a countryman to guide us by Havant, to avoid going through the forest. But he carried us much out of the way, and upon our coming we sent away an express to Sir W. Batten to stop his coming, which I did project to make good my oath, that my wife should come if any of our wives came, which my Lady Batten did intend to do with her husband. The doctor and I lay together at Wyard's, the chirurgeon's, in Portsmouth, his wife a very pretty woman. We lay very well and merrily. In the morning, concluding him to be of the eldest blood and house of the clerks, because that all the fleas came to him and not to me. 24th, up and to Sir G. Carteret lodgings at Mrs. Stevens's, where we keep our table all the time we are here. Thence all of us to the pay house. But the books not being ready, we went to church to the lecture, where there was my Lord Ormond and Manchester, and much London company, though not so much as I expected. Here we had a very good sermon upon this text, in love serving one another, which pleased me very well. No news of the Queen at all. So to dinner, and then to the pay all the afternoon. Then W. Penn and I walked to the King's Yard, and there lay at Mr. Tippett's, were exceeding well treated. 25th. All the morning at Portsmouth, at the pay, and then to dinner, and again to the pay, and at night got the doctor to go lie with me, and much pleased with his company. But I was much troubled in my eyes, by reason of the healths I have this day been forced to drink. 26th. Sir George and I, and his clerk Mr. Stevens, and Mr. Holt our guide, over to Gosport, and so rode to Southampton. In our way, besides my Lord Southampton's parks and lands, which in one view we could see L6,000 per annum, we observed a little churchyard, where the graves are accustomed to be all sowed with sage. 368. At Southampton we went to the mayor's and there dined, and had sturgeon of their own catching the last week, which do not happen in 20 years, and it was well ordered. They brought us also some caviar, which I attempted to order, but all to no purpose, for they had neither given it salt enough, nor are the seeds of the roe broke, but are all in berries. The town is one most gallant street, and is walled round with stone, and Bevis's picture upon one of the gates, many old walls of religious houses, and the quay, well worth seeing. After dinner to horse again, being in nothing troubled but the badness of my hat, which I borrowed to save my beaver. Home by night and wrote letters to London, and so with Sir W. Penn to the dock to bed. 27th, Sunday. Sir W. Penn got trimmed before me, and so took the coach to Portsmouth to wait on my Lord Steward to church, and sent the coach for me back again. So I rode to church, and met my Lord Chamberlain upon the walls of the garrison, who owned and spoke to me. I followed him in the crowd of gallants through the Queen's lodgings to chapel, the rooms being all rarely furnished, and escaped hardly being set on fire yesterday. At chapel we had a most excellent and eloquent sermon. And here I spoke and saluted Mrs. Pierce, but being in haste could not learn of her where her lodgings are, which vexes me. Thence took Ned Pickering to dinner with us, and the two Marshes, father and son, dined with us, and very merry. After dinner Sir W. Batten and I, the doctor, and Ned Pickering by coach to the yard, and there on board the Swallow in the dock hear our navy chaplain preach a sad sermon, full of nonsense and false Latin. But prayed for the right honourable the principal officers. 369. After sermon took him to Mr. Tippett's to drink a glass of wine, and so at 4 back again by coach to Portsmouth, and then visited the mayor, Mr. Timbrell, our anchor-smith, who showed us the present they have for the Queen, which is a salt-cellar of silver, the walls Christ all, with 4 eagles and 4 greyhounds standing up at the top to bear up a dish. Which indeed is one of the neatest pieces of plate that ever I saw, and the case is very pretty also. 370. This evening came a merchantman in the harbour, which we hired at London to carry horses to Portugal, but, Lord! What running there was to the seaside to hear what news, thinking it had come from the Queen. In the evening Sir George, Sir W. Penn and I walked round the walls, and thence we too with the doctor to the yard, and so to supper and to bed. 28th. The doctor and I begun philosophy discourse exceeding pleasant. He offers to bring me into the College of Virtuosos 371 and my Lord Brounker's acquaintance, and to show me some anatomy, which makes me very glad. And I shall endeavour it when I come to London. Sir W. Penn much troubled upon letters came last night. Showed me one of Dr. Owen's 372 to his son, 373, whereby it appears his son is much perverted in his opinion by him. Which I now perceive is one thing that hath put Sir William so long off the hooks. By coach to the pay house, and so to work again, and then to dinner, and to it again, and so in the evening to the yard, and supper and bed. 29th. At the pay all the morning, and so to dinner, and then to it again in the afternoon, and after our work was done, Sir G. Carteret, Sir W. Penn and I walked forth, and I spied Mrs. Pierce and another lady passing by. So I left them and went to the ladies, and walked with them up and down, and took them to Mrs. Stevens, and there gave them wine and sweetmeats, and were very merry. And then comes the doctor, and we carried them by coach to their lodging, which was very poor, but the best they could get, and such as made much mirth among us. So I appointed one to watch when the gates of the town were ready to be shut, and to give us notice. And so the doctor and I stayed with them playing and laughing, and at last were forced to bid good night for fear of being locked into the town all night. So we walked to the yard, designing how to prevent our going to London tomorrow, that we might be merry with these ladies, which I did. So to supper and merrily to bed. 30th. This morning Sir G. Carteret came down to the yard, and there we mustered over all the men and determined of some regulations in the yard, and then to dinner, all the officers of the yard with us, and after dinner walked to Portsmouth, there to pay off the success. Which we did pretty early, and so I took leave of Sir W. Penn, he desiring to know whither I went, but I would not tell him. I went to the ladies, and there took them and walked to the mayor's to show them the present, and then to the dock, where Mr. Tippets made much of them, and thence back again, the doctor being come to us to their lodgings, whither came our supper by my appointment, and we very merry, playing at cards and laughing very merry till 12 o'clock at night. And so having stayed so long, which we had resolved to stay till they bade us be gone, which yet they did not do but by consent, we bade them good night, and so passed the guards, and went to the doctor's lodgings, and there lay with him. Our discourse being much about the quality of the lady with Mrs. Pierce, she being somewhat old and handsome, and painted and fine, and had a very handsome maid with her, which we take to be the marks of a bawd. But Mrs. Pierce says she is a stranger to her and met by chance in the coach, and pretends to be a dresser. Her name is Eastwood. So to sleep in a bad bed about 1 o'clock in the morning. This afternoon after dinner comes Mr. Stevenson, one of the burgesses of the town, to tell me that the mayor and burgesses did desire my acceptance of a burgessship, and were ready at the mayor's to make me one. So I went, and there they were all ready, and did with much civility give me my oath, and after the oath, did by custom shake me all by the hand. So I took them to a tavern and made them drink, and paying the reckoning, went away. They having first in the tavern made Mr. Waith also a burgess, he coming in while we were drinking. It cost me a piece in gold to the town clerk, and tens to the bailiffs, and spent a success. May 1662. May 1st. Sir G. Carteret, Sir W. Penn, and myself, with our clerks, set out this morning from Portsmouth very early, and got by noon to Petersfield, several officers of the yard accompanying us so far. Here we dined and were merry. At dinner comes my Lord Carlingford from London, going to Portsmouth, tells us that the Duchess of York is brought to bed of a girl 374, at which I find nobody pleased. And that Prince Rupert and the Duke of Buckingham are sworn of the Privy Council. He himself made a dish with eggs of the butter of the asparagus, which is very fine meat, which I will practice hereafter. To horse again after dinner, and got to Guildford, where after supper I to bed, having this day been offended by Sir W. Penn's foolish talk, and I offending him with my answers. Among others he in discourse complaining of want of confidence, did ask me to lend him a grain or two, which I told him I thought he was better stored with than myself, before Sir George. So that I see I must keep a greater distance than I have done, and I hope I may do it because of the interest which I am making with Sir George. To bed all alone, and my will in the truckle bed. 375. 2nd. Early to coach again and to Kingston, where we baited a little, and presently to coach again and got early to London, and I found all well at home, and Mr. Hunt and his wife had dined with my wife today, and been very kind to my wife in my absence. After I had washed myself, it having been the hottest day that has been this year, I took them all by coach to Mrs. Hunt's, and I to Dr. Clerk's lady, and gave her her letter and token. She is a very fine woman, and what with her person and the number of fine ladies that were with her, I was much out of countenance, and could hardly carry myself like a man among them. But however, I stayed till my courage was up again, and talked to them, and viewed her house, which is most pleasant, and so drank and good night. And so to my lord's lodgings, where by chance I spied my lady's coach, and found her and my lady right there, and so I spoke to them, and they being gone went to Mr. Hunt's for my wife, and so home and to bed. 3rd. Sir W. Penn and I by coach to St. James's, and there to the Duke's chamber, who had been hunting this morning and is come back again. Thence to Westminster, where I met Mr. Moore, and hear that Mr. Watkins is suddenly dead since my going. To dinner to my Lady Sandwich, and Sir Thomas Crewe's children coming thither, I took them and all my lattice to the Tower and showed them the Lions 376 and all that was to be shown, and so took them to my house, and there made much of them. And so saw them back to my lady's. Sir Thomas Crewe's children being as pretty and the best behaved that ever I saw of their age. Thence, at the goldsmith's, took my picture in little 377 which is now done, home with me, and pleases me exceedingly and my wife. So to supper and to bed, it being exceeding hot. 4th, Lord's Day. Lay long talking with my wife, then Mr. Holliard came to me and let me blood, about 16 ounces, I being exceedingly full of blood and very good. I begun to be sick. But lying upon my back I was presently well again, and did give him 5s for his pains, and so we parted, and I, to my chamber to write down my journal from the beginning of my late journey to this house. Dined well, and after dinner, my arm tied up with a black ribbon, I walked with my wife to my brother Tom's, our boy waiting on us with his sword, which this day he begins to wear, to outdo Sir W. Penn's boy, who this day, and 6W. Battens too, begin to wear new livery, but I do take mine to be the neatest of them all. I led my wife to Mrs. Turner's pew, and the church being full, it being to hear a doctor who is to preach a pro-Bacon sermon, I went out to the temple and there walked, and so when church was done went to Mrs. Turner's, and after a stay there, my wife and I walked to Gray's Inn, to observe fashions of the ladies, because of my wife's making some clothes. Thence homewards, and called in at Anthony Joyce's, where we found his wife brought home sick from church, and was in a convulsion fit. So home and to Sir W. Penn's and there supped, and so to prayers at home and to bed. 5th. My arm not being well, I stayed within all the morning, and dined alone at home, my wife being gone out to buy some things for herself, and a gown for me to dress myself in. And so all the afternoon looking over my papers, and at night walked upon the leads, and so to bed. 6th. This morning I got my seat set up on the leads, which pleases me well. So to the office, and thence to the change, but could not meet with my Uncle White. So home to dinner and then out again to several places to pay money and to understand my debts, and so home and walked with my wife on the leads, and so to supper and to bed. I find it a hard matter to settle to business after so much leisure and pleasure. 7th, walked to Westminster, where I understand the news that Mr. Montague is this last night come to the King with news, that he left the Queen and fleet in the Bay of Biscay, coming this wayward, and that he believes she is now at the Isle of Scilly. So at noon to my Lord Crewe's and there dined, and after dinner Sir Thos. Crewe and I talked together, and among other instances of the simple light discourse that sometimes is in the Parliament House, he told me how in the late business of Chymny money, when all occupiers were to pay, it was questioned whether women were under that name to pay, and somebody rose and said that they were not occupiers, but occupied. Thence to Paul's churchyard, where seeing my Lady Sandwich in Carteret, and my wife, who this day made a visit the first time to my Lady Carteret, come by coach, and going to Hyde Park, I was resolved to follow them, and so went to Mrs. Turner's, and thence found her out at the theatre, where I saw the last act of the Knight of the Burning Pestle, which pleased me not at all. And so after the play done, she and the Turner and Mrs. Lewson and I, in her coach to the park. And there found them out, and spoke to them, and observed many fine ladies, and stayed till all were gone almost. And so to Mrs. Turner's, and there supped, and so walked home, and by comes my wife home, brought by my Lady Carteret to the gate, and so to bed. 8th. At the office all the morning doing business alone, and then to the wardrobe, where my lady going out with the children to dinner I stayed not, but returned home, and was overtaken in St. Paul's churchyard by Sir G. Carteret in his coach, and so he carried me to the Exchange, where I stayed a while. He told me that the Queen and the fleet were in Mounts Bay on Monday last, and that the Queen endures her sickness pretty well. He also told me how Sir John Lawson hath done some execution upon the Turks in the Strait, of which I am glad, and told the news the first on the Exchange, and was much followed by merchants to tell it. So home and to dinner, and by to the office, and after the rest gone, my Lady Albemarle being this day at dinner at Sir W. Batten's, Sir G. Carteret comes, and he and I walked in the garden, and, among other discourse, tells me that it is Mr. Coventry that is to come to us as a Commissioner of the Navy, at which he is much vexed, and cries out upon Sir W. Penn, and threatens him highly. And looking upon his lodgings, which are now enlarging, he in passion cried, Guarda mi spada. For, by God, I may chance to keep him in Ireland, when he is there, for Sir W. Penn is going thither with my Lord Lieutenant. But it is my design to keep much in with Sir George, and I think I have begun very well towards it. So to the office, and was there late doing business, and so with my head full of business I to bed. 9th, up into my office, and so to dinner at home, and then to several places to pay my debts, and then to Westminster to Dr. Castle, who discoursed with me about Privy Seal business, which I do not much mind, it being little worth, but by Watkins' S378 late sudden death we are like to lose money. Thence to Mr. de Cretz, and there saw some good pieces that he hath copied of the king's pieces, some of Raphael and Michael Angelo, and I have borrowed an Elizabeth of his copying to hang up in my house, and send it home by will. Thence with Mr. Salisbury, who I met there, into Covent Garden to an alehouse, to see a picture that hangs there, which is offered for 20s, and I offered 14, but it is worth much more money, but did not buy it, I having no mind to break my oath. Thence to see an Italian puppet play that is within the rails there, which is very pretty, the best that ever I saw, and great resort of gallants. So to the Temple and by water home, and so walk upon the leads, and in the dark there played upon my flageolet, it being a fine still evening, and so to supper and to bed. This day I paid Godfrey's debt of 40 and odd pounds. The Duke of York went last night to Portsmouth, so that I believe the Queen is near. 10th. By myself at the office all the morning drawing up instructions for Portsmouth Yard in those things wherein we at our late being there did think fit to reform, and got them signed this morning to send away tonight, the Duke being now there. At noon to the wardrobe, there dined. My lady told me how my Lady Castlemaine do speak of going to lie in at Hampton Court. Which she and all our ladies are much troubled at, because of the King's being forced to show her countenance in the sight of the Queen when she comes. Back to the office and there all afternoon, and in the evening comes Sir G. Carteret, and he and I did hire a ship for Tangier, and other things together, and I find that he do single me out to join with me apart from the rest, which I am much glad of. So home, and after being trimmed, to bed. 11th, Lord's Day. To our church in the morning, where, our minister being out of town, a dull, flat presbyter preached. Dined at home, and my wife's brother with us, we having a good dish of stewed beef of Jane's own dressing, which was well done, and a piece of sturgeon of a barrel sent me by Captain Cock. In the afternoon to Whitehall. And there walked an hour or two in the park, where I saw the King now out of mourning, in a suit laced with gold and silver, which it was said was out of fashion. Thence to the wardrobe. And there consulted with the ladies about our going to Hampton Court tomorrow, and thence home, and after settled business there my wife and I to the wardrobe, and there we lay all night in Captain Ferrers' chambers. But the bed so soft that I could not sleep that hot night. 12th, Mr. Townsend called us up by 4 o'clock, and by 5 the 3 ladies, my wife and I, and Mr. Townsend, his son and daughter, were got to the barge and set out. We walked from Mortlake to Richmond, and so to boat again. And from Teddington to Hampton Court Mr. Townsend and I walked again. And then met the ladies, and were showed the whole house by Mr. Marriott, which is indeed nobly furnished, particularly the Queen's bed, given her by the States of Holland. A looking-glass sent by the Queen Mother from France, hanging in the Queen's chamber, and many brave pictures. So to Mr. Marriott's, and there we rested ourselves and drank. And so to barge again, and there we had good victuals and wine, and were very merry, and got home about 8 at night very well. So my wife and I took leave of my ladies, and home by a hackney coach, the easiest that ever I met with, and so to bed. 14th. All the morning at Westminster and elsewhere about business, and dined at the Wardrobe, and after dinner, sat talking an hour or two alone with my lady. She is afeard that my Lady Castlemaine will keep still with the king, and I am afeard she will not, for I love her well. Thence to my brother's, and finding him in a lie about the lining of my new morning gown, saying that it was the same with the outside, I was very angry with him and parted so. So home after an hour's stay at Paul's Churchyard, and there came Mr. Morlock of Chatham, and brought me a stately cake, and I perceive he has done the same to the rest, of which I was glad, so to bed. 15th. To Westminster, and at the Privy Seal I saw Mr. Coventry's seal for his being commissioner with us, at which I know not yet whether to be glad or otherwise. So doing several things by the way, I walked home, and after dinner to the office all the afternoon. At night, all the bells of the town rung, and bonfires made for the joy of the Queen's arrival, who came and landed at Portsmouth last night. But I do not see much thorough joy, but only an indifferent one, in the hearts of people, who are much discontented at the pride and luxury of the court, and running in debt. 16th, up early, Mr. Hayter and I to the office, and there I made an end of my book of contracts which I have been making an abstract of. Dined at home, and spent most of the day at the office. At night to supper and bed. 17th. Upon a letter this morning from Mr. Moore, I went to my cousin Turner's chamber, and there put him drawing a replication to Tom Trice's answer speedily. So to Whitehall and there met Mr. Moore, and I walked long in Westminster Hall, and thence with him to the Wardrobe to dinner, where dined Mrs. Sanderson, the mother of the maids, and after dinner my lady and she and I on foot to Paternoster Row to buy a petticoat against the Queen's coming for my lady, of plain satin, and other things, and being come back again, we there met Mr. Nathaniel Crewe 379 at the Wardrobe with a young gentleman, a friend and fellow student of his, and of a good family, Mr. Knightley, and known to the Crews, of whom my lady privately told me she hath some thoughts of a match for my Lady Jemima. I like the person very well, and he hath L2000 per annum. Thence to the office, and there we sat, and thence after writing letters to all my friends with my lord at Portsmouth, I walked to my brother Tom's to see a velvet cloak, which I buy of Mr. Moore. It will cost me L8 tens, he bought it for L6 tens, but it is worth my money. So home and find all things made clean against tomorrow, which pleases me well. So to bed. 18th, Whit Sunday. By water to Whitehall, and there to chapel in my pew belonging to me as clerk of the Privy Seal, and there I heard a most excellent sermon of Dr. Hacket, Bishop of Lichfield and Coventry, upon these words, he that drinketh this water shall never thirst. We had an excellent anthem, sung by Captain Cook and another, and brave musique. And then the king came down and offered, and took the sacrament upon his knees, a sight very well worth seeing. Hence with Sir G. Carteret to his lodging to dinner with his lady and one Mr. Brevin, a French divine, we were very merry, and good discourse, and I had much talk with my lady. After dinner, and so to chapel again, and there had another good anthem of Captain Cook's. Thence to the council chamber, where the king and council sat till almost 11 o'clock at night, and I forced to walk up and down the galleries till that time of night. They were reading all the bills over that are to pass tomorrow at the House, before the king's going out of town and proroguing the House. At last the council risen, and Sir G. Carteret telling me what the council hath ordered about the ships designed to carry horse from Ireland to Portugal, which is now altered. I got a coach and so home, sending the boat away without me. At home I found my wife discontented at my being abroad, but I pleased her. She was in her new suit of black sarcenet and yellow petticoat very pretty. So to bed. 19th. Long in bed, sometimes scolding with my wife, and then pleased again, and at last up, and put on my riding cloth suit, and a camelot coat new, which pleases me well enough. To the temple about my replication, and so to my brother Tom's, and there hear that my father will be in town this week. So home, the shops being but some shut and some open. I hear that the House of Commons do think much that they should be forced to huddle over business this morning against the afternoon, for the king to pass their acts, that he may go out of town. 380. But he, I hear since, was forced to stay till almost 9 o'clock at night before he could have done, and then he prorogued them, and so to Guildford, and lay there. Home, and Mr. Hunt dined with me, and were merry. After dinner Sir W. Penn and his daughter, and I and my wife by coach to the theatre, and there in a box saw, The Little Thief, well done. Thence to Moorfields, and walked and eat some cheesecake and gammon of bacon, but when I was come home I was sick, forced to vomit it up again. So my wife walking and singing upon the leads till very late, it being pleasant and moonshine, and so to bed. 10th. Sir W. Penn and I did a little business at the office, and so home again. Then comes Dean Fuller after we had dined, but I got something for him, and very merry we were for an hour or two, and I am most pleased with his company and goodness. At last parted, and my wife and I by coach to the opera, and there saw the second part of The Siege of Rhodes, but it is not so well done as when Roxalana was there, who, it is said, is now owned by my Lord of Oxford. 381. Thence to Tower Wharf, and there took boat, and we all walked to Halfaway House, and there eat and drank, and were pleasant, and so finally home again in the evening, and so good night, this being a very pleasant life that we now lead. And have long done. The Lord be blessed, and make us thankful. But, though I am much against too much spending, yet I do think it best to enjoy some degree of pleasure now that we have health, money, and opportunity, rather than to leave pleasures to old age or poverty, when we cannot have them so properly. 21st. My wife and I by water to Westminster, and after she had seen her father, of whom lately I have heard nothing at all what he does or her mother, she comes to me to my lord's lodgings, where she and I stayed walking in Whitehall Garden. And in the Privy Garden saw the finest smocks and linen petticoats of my Lady Castlemaine's, laced with rich lace at the bottom, that ever I saw, and did me good to look upon them. So to Wilkinson's, she and I and Sarah to dinner, where I had a good quarter of lamb and a salad. Here Sarah told me how the king dined at my Lady Castlemaine's, and supped, every day and night the last week. And that the night that the bonfires were made for joy of the queen's arrival, the king was there, but there was no fire at her door, though at all the rest of the doors almost in the street. Which was much observed, and that the king and she did send for a pair of scales and weighed one another, and she, being with child, was said to be heaviest. But she is now a most disconsolate creature, and comes not out of doors, since the king's going. But we went to the theatre to The French Dancing Master, and there with much pleasure gazed upon her, Lady Castlemaine. But it troubles us to see her look dejectedly and slighted by people already. The play pleased us very well, but Lacy's part, the dancing master, the best in the world. Thence to my brother Tom's, in expectation to have met my father tonight come out of the country, but he is not yet come, but here we found my uncle Fenner and his old wife, whom I had not seen since the wedding dinner, nor cared to see her. They being gone, my wife and I went and saw Mrs. Turner, whom we found not well, and her 2 boys Charles and will come out of the country, grown very plain boys after 3 years being under their father's care in Yorkshire. Thence to Tom's again, and there supped well, my she cousin Scott being there and my father being not come, we walked home and to bed. 22d. This morning comes an order from the Secretary of State, Nicholas, for me to let one Mr. Lee, a counsellor, to view what papers I have relating to passages of the late times, wherein Sir H. Vane's hand is employed, in order to the drawing up his charge, which I did, and at noon he, with Sir W. Penn and his daughter, dined with me, and he to his work again, and we by coach to the theatre and saw Love in a Maze. The play hath little in it but Lacey's part of a country fellow, which he did to admiration. So home, and supped with Sir W. Penn, where Sir W. Batten and Captain Cock came to us, to whom I have lately been a great stranger. This night we had each of us a letter from Captain Teddyman from the Straits, of a peace made upon good terms, by Sir J. Lawson, with the Argier men, which is most excellent news. He hath also sent each of us some anchovies, olives, and musket, but I know not yet what that is, and am ashamed to ask. After supper home, and to bed, resolving to make up this week in seeing plays and pleasure, and so fall to business next week again for a great while. 23rd. At the office good part of the morning, and then about noon with my wife on foot to the wardrobe. My wife went up to the dining room to my Lady Paulina, and I stayed below talking with Mr. Moore in the parley, reading of the King's and Chancellor's late speeches at the proroguing of the Houses of Parliament. And while I was reading, news was brought me that my Lord Sandwich is come and gone up to my lady, which put me into great suspense of joy, so I went up waiting my lord's coming out of my lady's chamber, which by and by he did, and looks very well. And my soul is glad to see him. He very merry, and hath left the King and Queen at Portsmouth, and is come up to stay here till next Wednesday, and then to meet the King and Queen at Hampton Court. So to dinner, Mr. Brown, clerk of the House of Lords, and his wife and brother there also, and my lord mighty merry, among other things, saying that the Queen is a very agreeable lady, and paints still. After dinner I showed him my letter from Teddyman about the news from Argier, which pleases him exceedingly, and he writ one to the Duke of York about it, and sent it express. There coming much company after dinner to my lord, my wife and I slunk away to the opera, where we saw, Wit in a Constable, the first time that it is acted, but so silly a play I never saw I think in my life. After it was done, my wife and I to the puppet play in Covent Garden, which I saw the other day, and indeed it is very pleasant. Here among the fiddlers I first saw a dulcimer 382 played on with sticks knocking of the strings, and is very pretty. So by water home, and supped with Sir William Penn very merry, and so to bed. 24th. To the wardrobe, and there again spoke with my lord, and saw W. Howe, who is grown a very pretty and is a sober fellow. Thence abroad with Mr. Creed, of whom I informed myself of all I had a mind to know. Among other things, the great difficulty my lord hath been in all this summer for lack of good and full orders from the king. And I doubt our lords of the council do not mind things as the late powers did, but their pleasures or profit more. That the juego de toros is a simple sport, yet the greatest in Spain. That the Queen hath given no rewards to any of the captains or officers, but only to my Lord Sandwich, and that was a bag of gold, which was no honourable present, of about 1400 sterling. How recluse the Queen hath ever been, and all the voyage never come upon the deck, nor put her head out of her cabin, but did love my lord's musique, and would send for it down to the stateroom, and she sit in her cabin within hearing of it. That my lord was forced to have some clashing with the Council of Portugal about payment of the portion, before he could get it. Which was, besides Tangier and a free trade in the Indies, 2 millions of crowns, half now, and the other half in 12 months. But they have brought but little money, but the rest in sugars and other commodities, and bills of exchange. That the King of Portugal is a very fool almost, and his mother do all, and he is a very poor prince. After a morning draught at the Star in Cheapside, I took him to the Exchange, thence home, but my wife having dined, I took him to Fish Street, and there we had a couple of lobsters, and dined upon them, and much discourse. And so I to the office, and that being done, Sir W. Penn and I to Deptford by water to Captain Ruth's to see him, he being very sick, and by land home, calling at Halfway House, where we eat and drank. So home and to bed. 25th, Lord's Day. To trimming myself, which I have this week done every morning, with a pumice stone, 383, which I learnt of Mr. Marsh, when I was last at Portsmouth, and I find it very easy, speedy, and cleanly, and shall continue the practice of it. To church, and heard a good sermon of Mr. Woodcock's at our church, only in his latter prayer for a woman in childbed, he prayed that God would deliver her from the hereditary curse of childbearing, which seemed a pretty strange expression. Dined at home, and Mr. Creed with me. This day I had the first dish of peas I have had this year. After discourse he and I abroad, and walked up and down, and looked into many churches, among others Mr. Baxter's at Blackfriars. Then to the wardrobe, where I found my lord takes physic, so I did not see him, but with Captain Ferrers in Mr. George Montague's coach to Charing Cross. And there at the Triumph Tavern he showed me some Portugal lattice, which are come to town before the Queen. They are not handsome, and their farthingales a strange dress. 384. Many ladies and persons of quality come to see them. I find nothing in them that is pleasing, and I see they have learnt to kiss and look freely up and down already, and I do believe will soon forget the recluse practice of their own country. They complain much for lack of good water to drink. So to the wardrobe back on foot and supped with my lady, and so home, and after a walk upon the leads with my wife, to prayers and bed. The King's Guards and some city companies do walk up and down the town these 5 or 6 days. Which makes me think, and they do say, there are some plots in laying. God keep us. 26th, up by 4 o'clock in the morning, and fell to the preparing of some accounts for my Lord of Sandwich. By and by appointment comes Mr. Moore, and, by what appears to us at present, we found that my lord is above L7000 in debt, and that he hath money coming into him that will clear all, and so we think him clear, but very little money in his purse. So to my lord's, and after he was ready, we spent an hour with him, giving him an account thereof. And he having some L6000 in his hands, remaining of the king's, he is resolved to make use of that, and get off of it as well as he can, which I like well of, for else I fear he will scarce get beforehand again a great while. Thence home, and to the Trinity House, where the brethren, who have been at Deptford choosing a new maester, which is Sir J. Minns, notwithstanding Sir W. Batten did contend highly for it, at which I am not a little pleased, because of his proud lady, about 3 o'clock came hither, and so to dinner. I seated myself close by Mr. Prynne, who, in discourse with me, fell upon what records he hath of the lust and wicked lives of the nuns heretofore in England, and showed me out of his pocket one wherein 30 nuns for their lust were ejected of their house, being not fit to live there, and by the Pope's command to be put, however, into other nunneries. I could not stay to end dinner with them, but rose, and privately went out, and by water to my brother's, and thence to take my wife to the Red Bull, where we saw Dr. Faustus, but so wretchedly and poorly done, that we were sick of it. And the worse because by a former resolution it is to be the last play we are to see till Michaelmas. Thence homewards by coach, through Moorfields, where we stood a while, and saw the wrestling. At home, got my lute upon the leads, and there played, and so to bed. 27th. To my lord this morning, and thence to my brother's, where I found my father, poor man, come, which I was glad to see. I stayed with him till noon, and then he went to my cousin Scott's to dinner, who had invited him. He tells me his alterations of the house and garden at Brampton, which please me well. I could not go with him, and so we parted at Ludgate, and I home to dinner, and to the office all the afternoon, and musique in my chamber alone at night, and so to bed. 28th. Up early to put things in order in my chamber, and then to my lord's, with whom I spoke about several things, and so up and down in several places about business with Mr. Creed, among others to Mr. Wotton's the shoemaker, and there drank our morning draught, and then home about noon, and by comes my father by appointment to dine with me, which we did very merrily, I desiring to make him as merry as I can, while the poor man is in town. After dinner comes my uncle White and sat a while and talked with us, and thence we 3 to the Mum house at Leadenhall, and there sat a while. Then I left them, and to the wardrobe, where I found my lord gone to Hampton Court. Here I stayed all the afternoon till late with Creed and Captain Ferrers, thinking whether we should go tomorrow together to Hampton Court, but Ferrers his wife coming in by and by to the house with the young ladies, with whom she had been abroad. She was unwilling to go, whereupon I was willing to put off our going, and so home, but still my mind was hankering after our going tomorrow. So to bed. 29th. At home all the morning. At noon to the wardrobe, and dined with my lady, and after dinner stayed long talking with her. Then homeward, and in Lombard Street was called out of a window by Alderman Backwell, where I went, and saluted his lady, a very pretty woman. Here was Mr. Creed, and it seems they have been under some disorder in fear of a fire at the next door, and had been removing their goods, but the fire was over before I came. Thence home, and with my wife and the 2 maids, and the boy, took boat and to Foxhall 385 where I had not been a great while. To the old spring garden, and there walked long, and the wenches gathered pinks. Here we stayed, and seeing that we could not have anything to eat, but very dear, and with long stay, we went forth again without any notice taken of us, and so we might have done if we had had anything. Thence to the new one, where I never was before, which much exceeds the other. And here we also walked, and the boy crept through the hedge and gathered abundance of roses, and, after a long walk, passed out of doors as we did in the other place, and here we had cakes and powdered beef 386 and ale. And so home again by water with much pleasure. This day, being the King's birthday, was very solemnly observed, and the more, for that the Queen this day comes to Hampton Court. In the evening, bonfires were made, but nothing to the great number that was heretofore at the burning of the rump. So to bed. 30th. This morning I made up my accounts, and find myself declaro worth about L530, and no more, so little have I increased it since my last reckoning, but I confess I have laid out much money in clothes. Upon a sudden motion I took my wife, and Sarah and will by water, with some victuals with us, as low as Gravesend, intending to have gone into the Hope to the Royal James, to have seen the ship and Mr. Shepley, but meeting Mr. Shepley in Ahoy, bringing up my lord's things, she and I went on board, and sailed up with them as far as Halfway Tree, very glad to see Mr. Shepley. Here we saw a little Turk and a Negro, which are intended for pages to the 2 young ladies. Many birds and other pretty novelties there was, but I was afeard of being lousy, and so took boat again, and got to London before them, all the way, coming and going, reading in the Wallflower, with great pleasure. So home, and thence to the wardrobe, where Mr. Shepley was come with the things. Here I stayed talking with my lady, who is preparing to go tomorrow to Hampton Court. So home, and at 10 o'clock at night Mr. Shepley came to sup with me. So we had a dish of mackerel and peas, and so he bid us good night, going to lie on board the Hoy, and I to bed. 31st, lay long in bed, and so up to make up my journal for these 2 or 3 days past. Then came Anthony Joyce, who duns me for money for the tallow which he served in lately by my desire, which vexes me, but I must get at him the next by my promise. By and by to Whitehall, hearing that Sir G. Carteret was come to town, but I could not find him, and so back to Tom's, and thence I took my father to my house, and there he dined with me, discoursing of our businesses with Uncle Thomas and T. Trice. After dinner he departed and I to the office where we met, and that being done I walked to my brother's and the wardrobe and other places about business, and so home, and had Sarah to comb my head clean. Which I found so foul with powdering and other troubles, that I am resolved to try how I can keep my head dry without powder. And I did also in a sudden fit cut off all my beard, which I had been a great while bringing up, only that I may with my pumice stone do my whole face, as I now do my chin, and to save time, which I find a very easy way and gentile. So she also washed my feet in a bath of herbs, and so to bed. This month ends with very fair weather for a great while together. My health pretty well, but only wind do now and then torment me, extremely. The Queen is brought a few days since to Hampton Court, and all people say of her to be a very fine and handsome lady, and very discreet, and that the King is pleased enough with her which, I fear, will put Madame Castlemaine's nose out of joint. The court is wholly now at Hampton. A peace with Argier is lately made, which is also good news. My father is lately come to town to see us, and though it has cost and will cost more money, yet I am pleased with the Alterians on my house at Brampton. My Lord Sandwich is lately come with the Queen from sea, very well and in good repute. Upon an audit of my estate I find myself worth about L530 de claro. The Act for Uniformity is lately printed, 387, which, it is thought, will make mad work among the Presbyterian ministers. People of all sides are very much discontented. Some thinking themselves used, contrary to promise, too hardly, and the other, that they are not rewarded so much as they expected by the king. God keep us all. I have by a late oath obliged myself from wine and plays, of which I find good effect. June 1662. June 1st, Lord's Day. At church in the morning. A stranger made a very good sermon. Dined at home, and Mr. Spong came to see me, so he and I sat down a little to sing some French psalms, and then comes Mr. Shepley and Mr. Moore, and so we to dinner, and after dinner to church again, where a presbyter made a sad and long sermon, which vexed me, and so home, and so to walk on the leads, and supper, and to prayers and bed. 2nd. Up early about business and then to the wardrobe with Mr. Moore, and spoke to my lord about the exchange of the Cruzados 388 into sterling money, and other matters. So to my father at Tom's, and after some talk with him away home, and by comes my father to dinner with me, and then by coach, setting him down in Cheapside, my wife and I to Mrs. Clark's at Westminster, the first visit that ever we both made her yet. We found her in a dishabille, intending to go to Hampton Court tomorrow. We had much pretty discourse, and a very fine lady she is. Thence by water to Salisbury Court, and Mrs. Turner not being at home, home by coach, and so after walking on the leads and supper to bed. This day my wife put on her slashed waistcoat, which is very pretty. 3rd. Up by 4 o'clock and to my business in my chamber, to even accounts with my lord and myself, and very fain I would become master of L1000, but I have not above L530 toward it yet. At the office all the morning, and Mr. Coventry brought his patent and took his place with us this morning. Upon our making a contract, I went, as I used to do, to draw the heads thereof, but Sir W. Penn most basely told me that the comptroller is to do it, and so begun to employ Mr. Turner about it, at which I was much vexed, and begun to dispute, and what with the letter of the Duke's orders, and Mr. Barlow's letter, and the practice of our predecessors, which Sir G. Carteret knew best when he was comptroller, it was ruled for me. What Sir J. Minns will do when he comes I know not, but Sir W. Penn did it like a base rascal, and so I shall remember him while I live. After office done, I went down to the Tor Wharf, where Mr. Creed and Shepley was ready with 3 chests of the Cruzados, being about L6000, ready to bring to shore to my house, which they did, and put it in my further cellar, and Mr. Shepley took the key. I to my father and Dr. Williams and Tom Trice, by appointment, in the Old Bailey, to Short's, the alehouse, but could come to no terms with T. Trice. Thence to the wardrobe, where I found my lady come from Hampton Court, where the Queen hath used her very civilly, and my lady tells me is a most pretty woman, at which I am glad. Yesterday, Sir R. Ford told me, the aldermen of the city did attend her in their habits, and did present her with a gold cup and L1000 in gold therein. But, he told me, that they are so poor in their chamber, that they were fain to call 2 or 3 aldermen to raise fines to make up this sum, among which was Sir W. Warren. Home and to the office, where about 8 at night comes Sir G. Carteret and Sir W. Batten, and so we did some business, and then home and to bed, my mind troubled about Sir W. Penn, his playing the rogue with me today, as also about the charge of money that is in my house, which I had forgot. But I made the maids to rise and light a candle, and set it in the dining room, to scare away thieves, and so to sleep. 4th, up early, and Mr. Moore comes to me and tells me that Mr. Barnwell is dead, which troubles me something, and the more for that I believe we shall lose Mr. Shepley's company. By and by Sir W. Batten and I by water to Woolwich, and there saw an experiment made of Sir R. Ford's Holland's yarn, about which we have lately had so much stir, and I have much concerned myself for our ropemaker, Mr. Hughes, who has represented it as bad, and we found it to be very bad, and broke sooner than, upon a fair trial, 5 threads of that against 4 of Riga yarn. And also that some of it had old stuff that had been tarred, covered over with new hemp, which is such a cheat as hath not been heard of. I was glad of this discovery, because I would not have the king's workmen discouraged, as Sir W. Batten do most basely do, from representing the faults of merchants' goods, where there is any. After eating some fish that we had bought upon the water at Falconer's, we went to Woolwich, and there viewed our frames of our houses, and so home, and I to my lord's, who I find resolved to buy Brampton Manor of Sir Peter Ball. 389, at which I am glad. Thence to Whitehall, and showed Sir G. Carteret the cheat, and so to the wardrobe, and there stayed and supped with my lady. My lord eating nothing, but writes letters tonight to several places, he being to go out of town tomorrow. So late home and to bed. 5th. To the wardrobe, and there my lord did inquire my opinion of Mr. Moore, which I did give to the best advantage I could, and by that means shall get him joined with Mr. Townsend in the wardrobe business. He did also give me all Mr. Shepley's and Mr. Moore's accounts to view, which I am glad of, as being his great trust in me, and I would willingly keep up a good interest with him. So took leave of him, he being to go this day, and to the office, where they were just sat down, and I showed them yesterday's discovery, and have got Sir R. Ford to be my enemy by it. But I care not, for it is my duty, and so did get his bill stopped for the present. To dinner, and found Dr. Thus Pepys at my house, but I was called from dinner by a note from Mr. Moore to Alderman Backwell's, to see some thousands of my lord's cruzados weighed, and we find that 3,000 come to about L530 or 40 generally. Home again and found my father there, we talked a good while and so parted. We met at the office in the afternoon to finish Mr. Gauden's accounts, but did not do them quite. In the evening with Mr. Moore to Backwell's with another 1,200 cruzados and saw them weighed, and so home and to bed. 6th. At my office all alone all the morning, and the smith being with me about other things, did open a chest that hath stood ever since I came to the office, in my office, and there we found a model of a fine ship, which I long to know whether it be the king's or Mr. Turner's. At noon to the wardrobe by appointment to meet my father, who did come and was well treated by my lady, who tells me she has some thoughts to send her 2 little boys to our house at Brampton. But I have got leave for them to go along with me and my wife to Hampton Court tomorrow or Sunday. Thence to my brother Tom's, where we found a letter from Paul that my mother is dangerously ill in fear of death, which troubles my father and me much, but I hope it is otherwise, the letter being 4 days old since it was writ. Home and at my office, and with Mr. Hayter set things in order till evening, and so home and to bed by daylight. This day at my father's desire I lent my brother Tom L20, to be repaid out of the proceeds of Sturtlow when we can sell it. I sent the money all in new money by my boy from Alderman Backwell's. 7th. To the office, where all the morning, and I find Mr. Coventry is resolved to do much good, and to inquire into all the miscarriages of the office. At noon with him and Sir W. Batten to dinner at Trinity House, where, among others, Sir J. Robinson, Lieutenant of the Tower, was, who says that yesterday Sir H. Vane had a full hearing at the King's Bench, and is found guilty. And that he did never hear any man argue more simply than he in all his life, and so others say. My mind in great trouble whether I should go as I intended to Hampton Court tomorrow or no. At last resolved the contrary, because of the charge thereof, and I am afraid now to bring in any accounts for journeys, and so will others I suppose be, because of Mr. Coventry's prying into them. Thence sent for to Sir G. Carteret, and there talked with him a good while. I perceive, as he told me, were it not that Mr. Coventry had already feathered his nest in selling of places, he do like him very well, and hopes great good from him. But he complains so of lack of money, that my heart is very sad, under the apprehension of the fall of the office. At my office all the afternoon, and at night hear that my father is gone into the country, but whether to Richmond as he intended, and thence to meet us at Hampton Court on Monday, I know not, or to Brampton. At which I am much troubled. In the evening home and to bed. 8th, Lord's Day. Lay till church time in bed, and so up and to church, and there I found Mr. Mills come home out of the country again, and preached but a lazy sermon. Home and dined with my wife, and so to church again with her. Thence walked to my lady's, and there supped with her, and Mary, among other things, with the parrot which my lord hath brought from the sea, which speaks very well, and cries Paul so pleasantly, that made my lord give it my lady Paulina. But my lady, her mother, do not like it. Home, and observe my man will to walk with his cloak flung over his shoulder, like a ruffian, which, whether it was that he might not be seen to walk along with the footboy, I know not, but I was vexed at it. And coming home, and after prayers, I did ask him where he learned that immodest garb, and he answered me that it was not immodest, or some such slight answer, at which I did give him 2 boxes on the ears, which I never did before. And so was after a little troubled at it. 9th. Early up and at the office with Mr. Hayter, making my alphabet of contracts, upon the dispatch of which I am now very intent, for that I am resolved much to inquire into the price of commodities. Dined at home, and after dinner to Greatorex's, and with him and another stranger to the tavern, but I drank no wine. He recommended Bond, of our end of the town, to teach me to measure timber, and some other things that I would learn, in order to my office. Thence back again to the office, and there tea. Hayter and I did make an end of my alphabet, which did much please me. So home to supper and to bed. 10th. At the office all the morning, much business, and great hopes of bringing things, by Mr. Coventry's means, to a good condition in the office. Dined at home, Mr. Hunt with us. To the office again in the afternoon, but not meeting, as was intended, I went to my brothers and booksellers, and other places about business, and paid off all for books to this day, and do not intend to buy any more of any kind a good while. Though I had a great mind to have bought the King's works, as they are new printed in folio, and present it to my lord. But I think it will be best to save the money. So home and to bed. 390. 11th. At the office all the morning, Sir W. Batten, Sir W. Penn, and I about the victuallers' accounts. Then home to dinner and to the office again all the afternoon, Mr. Hayter and I writing over my alphabet fair, in which I took great pleasure to rule the lines and to have the capital words wrote with red ink. So home and to supper. This evening Saville the painter came and did varnish over my wife's picture and mine, and I paid him for my little picture L3, and so am clear with him. So after supper to bed. This day I had a letter from my father that he is got down well, and found my mother pretty well again. So that I am vexed with all my heart at Paul for writing to him so much concerning my mother's illness, which I believe was not so great, so that he should be forced to hasten down on the sudden back into the country without taking leave, or having any pleasure here. 12th. This morning I tried on my riding cloth suit with close knees, the first that ever I had, and I think they will be very convenient, if not too hot to wear any other open knees after them. At the office all the morning, where we had a full board, viz., Sir G. Carteret, Sir John Menace, Sir W. Batten, Mr. Coventry, Sir W. Penn, Mr. Pett, and myself. Among many other businesses, I did get a vote signed by all, concerning my issuing of warrants, which they did not smell the use I intend to make of it. But it is to plead for my clerks to have their right of giving out all warrants, at which I am not a little pleased. But a great difference happened between Sir G. Carteret and Mr. Coventry, about passing the victualler's account, and whether Sir George is to pay the victualler his money, or the exchequer, Sir George claiming it to be his place to save his threepences. It ended in anger, and I believe will come to be a question before the King and Council. I did what I could to keep myself unconcerned in it, having some things of my own to do before I would appear high in anything. Thence to dinner, by Mr. Gauden's invitation, to the Dolphin, where a good dinner, but what is to myself a great wonder, that with ease I passed the whole dinner without drinking a drop of wine. After dinner to the office, my head full of business, and so home, and it being the longest day in the year, 391, I made all my people go to bed by daylight. But after I was abed and asleep, a note came from my brother Tom to tell me that my cousin and Pepys, of Worcestershire, her husband is dead, and she married again, and her second husband in town, and intends to come and see me tomorrow. 13th. Up by 4 o'clock in the morning, and read Cicero's second oration against Catiline, which pleased me exceedingly, and more I discern therein than ever I thought was to be found in him. But I perceive it was my ignorance, and that he is as good a writer as ever I read in my life. By and by to Sir G. Carteret, to talk with him about yesterday's difference at the office. And offered my service to look into any old books or papers that I have, that may make for him. He was well pleased therewith, and did much inveigh against Mr. Coventry, telling me how he had done him service in the Parliament, when Prynne had drawn up things against him for taking of money for places, that he did at his desire, and upon his letters, keep him off from doing it. And many other things he told me, as how the king was beholden to him, and in what a miserable condition his family would be, if he should die before he hath cleared his accounts. Upon the whole, I do find that he do much esteem of me, and is my friend, and I may make good use of him. Thence to several places about business, among others to my brother's, and there Tom Benear the barber trimmed me. Thence to my lady's, and there dined with her, Mr. Laxton, Gibbons, and Goldgroove with us, and after dinner some musique, and so home to my business, and in the evening my wife and I, and Sarah and the boy, a most pleasant walk to Halfway House, and so home and to bed. 14th. Up by 4 o'clock in the morning and upon business at my office. Then we sat down to business, and about 11 o'clock, having a room got ready for us, we all went out to the Tower Hill. And there, over against the scaffold, made on purpose this day, saw Sir Henry Vane brought point 392. A very great press of people. He made a long speech, many times interrupted by the sheriff and others there. And they would have taken his paper out of his hand, but he would not let it go. But they caused all the books of those that writ after him to be given the sheriff, and the trumpets were brought under the scaffold that he might not be heard. Then he prayed, and so fitted himself, and received the blow, but the scaffold was so crowded that we could not see it done. But Boorman, who had been upon the scaffold, came to us and told us, that first he began to speak of the irregular proceeding against him, that he was, against Magna Carta, denied to have his exceptions against the indictment allowed. And that there he was stopped by the sheriff. Then he drew out his paper of notes, and begun to tell them first his life. That he was born a gentleman, that he was bred up and had the quality of a gentleman, and to make him in the opinion of the world more a gentleman, he had been, till he was 17 years old, a good fellow. But then it pleased God to lay a foundation of grace in his heart, by which he was persuaded, against his worldly interest, to leave all preferment and go abroad, where he might serve God with more freedom. Then he was called home, and made a member of the Long Parliament, where he never did, to this day, any thing against his conscience, but all for the glory of God. Here he would have given them an account of the proceedings of the Long Parliament, but they so often interrupted him, that at last he was forced to give over, and so fell into prayer for England in general, then for the churches in England, and then for the city of London, and so fitted himself for the block, and received the blow. He had a blister, or issue, upon his neck, which he desired them not hurt. He changed not his color or speech to the last, but died justifying himself and the cause he had stood for. And spoke very confidently of his being presently at the right hand of Christ, and in all things appeared the most resolved man that ever died in that manner, and showed more of heat than cowardice, but yet with all humility and gravity. One asked him why he did not pray for the king. He answered, "Nay," says he, "you shall see I can pray for the king, I pray God bless him." The king had given his body to his friends. And, therefore, he told them that he hoped they would be civil to his body when dead, and desired they would let him die like a gentleman and a Christian, and not crowded and pressed as he was. So to the office a little, and so to the Trinity House all of us to dinner, and then to the office again all the afternoon till night. So home and to bed. This day, I hear, my Lord Peterborough is come unexpected from Tangier, to give the king an account of the place, which, we fear, is in none of the best condition. We had also certain news today that the Spaniard is before Lisbon with 13 sail, 6 Dutch, and the rest his own ships, which will, I fear, be ill for Portugal. I read a letter of all this day's proceedings to my lord, at Hinchingbroke, who, I hear, is very well pleased with the work there. 15th, Lord's Day. To church in the morning and home to dinner, where come my brother Tom and Mr. Fisher, my cousin, Nan Pepys's second husband, who, I perceive, is a very good-humoured man, an old cavalier. I made as much of him as I could, and were merry, and am glad she hath light of so good a man. They gone, to church again. But my wife not being dressed as I would have her, I was angry, and she, when she was out of doors in her way to church, returned home again vexed. But I to church, Mr. Mills, an ordinary sermon. So home, and found my wife and Sarah gone to a neighbour church, at which I was not much displeased. By and by she comes again, and, after a word or two, good friends. And then her brother came to see her, and he being gone she told me that she believed he was married and had a wife worth 500 to him, and did inquire how he might dispose the money to the best advantage. But I forbore to advise her till she could certainly tell me how things are with him, being loath to meddle too soon with him. So to walk upon the leads, and to supper, and to bed. 16th, up before 4 o'clock, and after some business took Will forth, and he and I walked over the Tower Hill, but the gate not being open we walked through St. Catherine's and Ratcliffe, I think it is, by the waterside above a mile before we could get a boat, and so over the water in a scull, which I have not done a great while, and walked finally to Deptford, where I saw in what forwardness the work is for Sir W. Batten's house and mine, and it is almost ready. I also, with Mr. Davis, did view my cousin Joyce's tallow, and compared it with the Irish tallow we bought lately, and found ours much more white, but as soft as it. Now what is the fault, or whether it be or no a fault, I know not. So walked home again as far as over against the Tor, and so over and home, where I found Sir W. Penn and Sir John Minns discoursing about Sir John Minns's house and his coming to live with us, and I think he intends to have Mr. Turner's house and he to come to his lodgings, which I shall be very glad of. We 3 did go to Mr. Turner's to view his house, which I think was to the end that Sir John Minns might see it. Then by water with my wife to the Wardrobe, and dined there. And in the afternoon with all the children by water to Greenwich, where I showed them the King's yacht, the house, and the park, all very pleasant, and so to the tavern, and had the music of the house, and so merrily home again. Will and I walked home from the Wardrobe, having left my wife at the Tower Wharf coming by, whom I found gone to bed not very well. So to bed. 17th, up, and Mr. Mayland comes to me and borrowed 30s. Of me to be paid again out of the money coming to him in the James and Charles for his late voyage. So to the office, where all the morning. So home to dinner, my wife not being well, but however dined with me. So to the office, and at Sir W. Batten's, where we all met by chance and talked, and they drank wine, but I forbore all their healths. Sir John Minns, I perceive, is most excellent company. So home and to bed betimes by daylight. 18th, up early. And after reading a little in Cicero, I made me ready and to my office, where all the morning very busy. At noon Mr. Creed came to me about business, and he and I walked as far as Lincoln's Inn Fields together. After a turn or two in the walks we parted, and I to my Lord Crews and dined with him, where I hear the courage of Sir H. Vane at his death is talked on everywhere as a miracle. Thence to Somerset House to Sir J. Winter's chamber by appointment, and met Mr. Pett, where he and I read over his last contract with the King for the Forest of Dean, whereof I took notes because of this new one that he is now in making. That done he and I walked to Lilly's, the painter's, where we saw among other rare things, the Duchess of York, her whole body, sitting in state in a chair, in white satin, and another of the king, that is not finished, most rare things. I did give the fellows something that showed them us, and promised to come some other time, and he would show me Lady Castlemaine's, which I could not then see, it being locked up. Thence to Wright's, the painter's, but, Lord! The difference that is between their two works. Thence to the Temple, and there spoke with my cousin Roger, who gives me little hopes in the business between my Uncle Tom and us. So Mr. Pett, who stayed at his son's chamber, and I by coach to the Old Exchange, and there parted, and I home and at the office till night. My windows at my office are made clean today and a casement in my closet. So home, and after some merry discourse in the kitchen with my wife and maids as I nowadays often do, I being well pleased with both my maids, to bed. 19th. Up by 5 o'clock, and while my man was getting himself ready to come up to me I took and played upon my lute a little. So to dress myself, and to my office to prepare things against we meet this morning. We sat long today, and had a great private business before us about contracting with Sir W. Ryder, Mr. Cutler, and Captain Cock, for 500 ton of hemp, which we went through, and I am to draw up the conditions. Home to dinner, where I found Mr. Moore, and he and I cast up our accounts together and evened them, and then with the last chest of cruzados to Alderman Backwell's, by the same token his lady going to take coach stood in the shop. And having a gilded glass full of perfumed comfits given her by Don Duarte de Silva, the Portugal merchant, that is come over with the Queen, I did offer it a taste, and so she poured some out into my hand, and, though good, yet pleased me the better coming from a pretty lady. So home and at the office preparing papers and things, and indeed my head has not been so full of business a great while, and with so much pleasure, for I begin to see the pleasure it gives. God give me health. So to bed. 20th. Up by 4 or 5 o'clock, and to the office, and there drew up the agreement between the King and Sir John Winter about the Forest of Dean. And having done it, he came himself. I did not know him to be the Queen's secretary before, but observed him to be a man of fine parts, and we read it and both liked it well. That done, I turned to the Forest of Dean, in Speed's maps, and there he showed me how it lies, and the Leah Bailey, with the great charge of carrying it to Lydny, and many other things worth my knowing. And I do perceive that I am very short in my business by not knowing many times the geographical part of my business. At my office till Mr. Moore took me out and at my house looked over our papers again, and upon our evening accounts did give full discharges one to the other. And in his and many other accounts I perceive I shall be better able to give a true balance of my estate to myself within a day or two than I have been this 12 months. Then he and I to Alderman Backwell's and did the like there, and I gave one receipt for all the money I have received thence upon the receipt of my lord's cruzados. Then I went to the Exchange, and hear that the merchants have a great fear of a breach with the Spaniard, for they think he will not brook our having Tangier, Dunkirk and Jamaica. And our merchants begin to draw home their estates as fast as they can. Then to Pope's Head Ally, and there bought me a pair of tweezers, cost me 14s. The first thing like a bauble I have bought a good while, but I do it with some trouble of mind, though my conscience tells me that I do it with an apprehension of service in my office to have a book to write memorandums in, and a pair of compasses in it. But I confess myself the willinger to do it because I perceive by my accounts that I shall be better by L30 than I expected to be. But by tomorrow night I intend to see to the bottom of all my accounts. Then home to dinner, where Mr. Moore met me. Then he went away, and I to the office and dispatched much business. So in the evening, my wife and I and Jane over the water to the halfway house, a pretty, pleasant walk, but the wind high. So home again and to bed. 21st. Up about 4 o'clock, and settled some private business of my own, then made me ready and to the office to prepare things for our meeting today. By and by we met, and at noon Sir W. Penn and I to the Trinity House, where was a feast made by the wardens, when great good cheer, and much, but ordinary company. The lieutenant of the Tower, upon my demanding how Sir H. Vane died, told me that he died in a passion. But all confess with so much courage as never man died. Thence to the office, where Sir W. Ryder, Captain Cock, and Mr. Cutler came by appointment to meet me to confer about the contract between us and them for 500 tons of hemp. That being done, I did other business and so went home, and there found Mr. Creed, who stayed talking with my wife and me an hour or two, and I put on my riding cloth suit, only for him to see how it is, and I think it will do very well. He being gone, and I hearing from my wife and the maids complaints made of the boy, I called him up, and with my whip did whip him till I was not able to stir, and yet I could not make him confess any of the lies that they tax him with. At last, not willing to let him go away a conqueror, I took him in task again, and pulled off his frock to his shirt, and whipped him till he did confess that he did drink the whey, which he had denied, and pulled a pink. And above all did lay the candlestick upon the ground in his chamber, which he had denied this quarter of a year. I confess it is one of the greatest wonders that ever I met with that such a little boy as he could possibly be able to suffer half so much as he did to maintain a lie. I think I must be forced to put him away. So to bed, with my arm very weary. 22nd, Lord's Day. This day I first put on my slashed doublet, which I like very well. Mr. Shepley came to me in the morning, telling me that he and my lord came to town from Hinchinbroke last night. He and I spent an hour in looking over his account, and then walked to the wardrobe, all the way discoursing of my lord's business. He tells me to my great wonder at Mr. Barnwell is dead L500 in debt to my lord. By and by my lord came from church, and I dined, with some others, with him, he very merry, and after dinner took me aside and talked of state and other matters. By and by to my brother Tom's and took him out with me homewards, calling at the wardrobe to talk a little with Mr. Moore, and so to my house, where I paid him all I owed him, and did make the L20 I lately lent him up to L40, for which he shall give bond to Mr. Shepley, for it is his money. So my wife and I to walk in the garden, where all our talk was against Sir W. Penn, against whom I have lately had cause to be much prejudiced. By and by he and his daughter came out to walk, so we took no notice of them a great while, at last in going home spoke a word or two, and so good night, and to bed. This day I am told of a Portugal lady, at Hampton Court, that hath dropped a child already since the Queen's coming, but the King would not have them searched whose it is, and so it is not commonly known yet. Coming home tonight, I met with Will Swan, who do talk as high for the fanatiques as ever he did in his life, and do pity my Lord Sandwich and me that we should be given up to the wickedness of the world, and that a fall is coming upon us all. For he finds that he and his company are the true spirit of the nation, and the greater part of the nation too, who will have liberty of conscience in spite of this act of uniformity, or they will die. And if they may not preach abroad, they will preach in their own houses. He told me that certainly Sir H. Vane must be gone to heaven, for he died as much a martyr and saint as ever man did. And that the King hath lost more by that man's death, than he will get again a good while. At all which I know not what to think, but, I confess, I do think that the bishops will never be able to carry it so high as they do. 23rd. Up early, this morning, and my people are taking down the hangings and things in my house because of the great dust that is already made by the pulling down of Sir W. Batten's house, and will be by my own when I come to it. To my office, and they're hard at work all the morning. At noon to the Exchange to meet Dr. Williams, who sent me this morning notice of his going into the country tomorrow, but could not find him, but meeting with Frank Moore, my Lord Lambeth's man formerly, we, and 2 or 3 friends of his did go to a tavern, and there they drank. But I nothing but small beer. In the next room one was playing very finely of the dulcimer, which well played I like well, but one of our own company, a talking fellow, did in discourse say much of this act against seamen 393 for their being brought to account. And that it was made on purpose for my Lord Sandwich, who was in debt L100,000, and hath been forced to have pardon oftentimes from Oliver for the same, at which I was vexed at him, but thought it not worth my trouble to oppose what he said. But took leave and went home, and after a little dinner to my office again, and in the evening Sir W. Warren came to me about business, and that being done, discoursing of deals, I did offer to go along with him among his deal ships, which we did to half a score, where he showed me the difference between Dram, Swinsound, Christiania, and others. And told me many pleasant notions concerning their manner of cutting and sawing them by watermills, and the reason how deals become dearer and cheaper, among others. When the snow is not so great as to fill up the values that they may pass from hill to hill over the snow, then it is dear carriage. From on board he took me to his yard, where vast and many places of deals, spars, and bulks, and the difference between which I never knew before, and indeed am very proud of this evening's work. He had me into his house, which is most pretty and neat and well furnished. After a glass, not of wine, for I would not be tempted to drink any, but a glass of mum, I well home by water, but it being late was forced to land at the custom house, and so home and to bed, and after I was a bed. Letters came from the Duke for the fitting out of 4 ships forthwith from Portsmouth, I know not yet for what, so I was forced to make will get them wrote, and signed them in bed and sent them away by express. And so to sleep. 24th, Midsummer Day. Up early and to my office, putting things in order against we sit. There came to me my cousin Harry Alcock, whom I much respect, to desire, by a letter from my father to me, where he had been some days, my help for him to some place. I proposed the sea to him, and I think he will take it, and I hope do well. Sat all the morning, and I bless God I find that by my diligence of late and still, I do get ground in the office every day. At noon to the Change, where I begin to be known also, and so home to dinner, and then to the office all the afternoon dispatching business. At night news is brought me that Field the Rogue hath this day cast me at Guildhall in L30 for his imprisonment, to which I signed his commitment with the rest of the officers, but they having been Parliament men, that he hath begun the law with me. And threatens more, but I hope the Duke of York will bear me out. At night home, and Mr. Spong came to me, and so he and I sat singing upon the leads till almost 10 at night, and so he went away, a pretty, harmless, and ingenious man, and I to bed, in a very great content of mind. Which I hope by my care still in my business will continue to me. 25th, up by 4 o'clock, and put my accounts with my lord into a very good order, and so to my office, where having put many things in order I went to the wardrobe, but found my lord gone to Hampton Court. After discourse with Mr. Shepley we parted, and I into Thames Street, beyond the bridge, and there inquired among the shops the price of tar and oil, and do find great content in it, and hope to save the king money by this practice. So home to dinner, and then to the Change, and so home again, and at the office preparing business against tomorrow all the afternoon. At night walked with my wife upon the leads, and so to supper and to bed. My wife having lately a great pain in her ear, for which this night she begins to take physique, and I have got cold and so have a great deal of my old pain. 26th. Up and took physique, but such as to go abroad with, only to loosen me, for I am bound. So to the office, and there all the morning sitting till noon, and then took Commissioner Pett home to dinner with me, where my stomach was turned when my sturgeon came to table, upon which I saw very many little worms creeping. Which I suppose was through the staleness of the pickle. He being gone, comes Mr. Nicholson, my old fellow student at Magdalene, and we played 3 or 4 things upon the violin and bass, and so parted, and I to my office till night, and there came Mr. Shepley and Creed in order to settling some accounts of my lord tonight, and so to bed. 27th, up early, not quite rid of my pain. I took more physique, and so made myself ready to go forth. So to my lord, who rose as soon as he heard I was there. And in his nightgown and shirt stood talking with me alone 2 hours. I believe, concerning his greatest matters of state and interest. Among other things, that his greatest design is, first, to get clear of all debts to the king for the embassy money, and then a pardon. Then, to get his land settled. And then to discourse and advise what is best for him, whether to keep his sea employment longer or no. For he do discern that the Duke would be willing to have him out, and that by Coventry's means. And here he told me, how the terms at Argier were wholly his, and that he did plainly tell Lawson and agree with him, that he would have the honour of them, if they should ever be agreed to. And that accordingly they did come over hither entitled, Articles concluded on by Sir J. Lawson, according to instructions received from His Royal Highness James Duke of York, and from His Excellency the Earl of Sandwich. Which however was more than needed, but Lawson tells my lord in his letter, that it was not he, but the Council of War that would have His Royal Highness put into the title, though he did not contribute one word to it. But the Duke of York did yesterday propose them to the Council, to be printed with this title, concluded on, by Sir J. Lawson, Knight, and my lord quite left out. Here I find my lord very politique. For he tells me, that he discerns they design to set up Lawson as much as they can and that he do counterplot them by setting him up higher still, by which they will find themselves spoiled of their design, and at last grow jealous of Lawson. This he told me with much pleasure, and that several of the Duke's servants, by name my Lord Berkeley, of Stratton, Mr. Talbot, and others, had complained to my Lord, of Coventry, and would have him out. My Lord do acknowledge that his greatest obstacle is Coventry. He did seem to hint such a question as this, hitherto I have been supported by the King and Chancellor against the Duke. But what if it should come about, that it should be the Duke and Chancellor against the King, which, though he said it in these plain words, yet I could not fully understand it, but may more hereafter. My Lord did also tell me, that the Duke himself at Portsmouth did thank my Lord for all his pains and care, and that he perceived it must be the old captains that must do the business, and that the new ones would spoil all. And that my Lord did very discreetly tell the Duke, though quite against his judgment and inclination, that, however, the King's new captains ought to be borne with a little and encouraged. By which he will oblige that party, and prevent, as much as may be, their envy, but he says that certainly things will go to wrack if ever the old captains should be wholly out, and the new ones only command. Then we fell to talk of Sir J. Minns, of whom my Lord hath a very slight opinion, and that at first he did come to my Lord very displeased and sullen. And had studied and turned over all his books to see whether it had ever been that two flags should ride together in the maintop, but could not find it, nay, he did call his captains on board to consult them. So when he came by my Lord's side, he took down his flag, and all the day did not hoist it again, but next day my Lord did tell him that it was not so fit to ride without a flag, and therefore told him that he should wear it in the foretop. For it seems my Lord saw his instructions, which were that he should not wear his flag in the maintop in the presence of the Duke or my Lord. But that after that my Lord did caress him, and he do believe him as much his friend as his interest will let him. I told my Lord of the late passage between Swan and me, and he told me another lately between Dr. Dell and himself when he was in the country. At last we concluded upon dispatching all his accounts as soon as possible, and so I parted, and to my office, where I met Sir W. Penn, and he desired a turn with me in the garden, where he told me the day now was fixed for his going into Ireland, 394, and that whereas I had mentioned some service he could do a friend of mine there, Samuel Pepys, 395, he told me he would most readily do what I would command him, and then told me we must needs eat a dish of meat together before he went, and so invited me and my wife on Sunday next. To all which I did give a cold consent, for my heart cannot love or have a good opinion of him since his last playing the knave with me, but he took no notice of our difference at all, nor I to him, and so parted, and I by water to Deptford, where I found Sir W. Batten alone paying off the yard 3/4 pay. Thence to dinner, where too great a one was prepared, at which I was very much troubled, and wished I had not been there. After dinner comes Sir J. Minns and some captains with him, who had been at a council of war today, who tell us they have acquitted Captain Hall, who was accused of cowardice in letting of Old Winter, the Argier pirate, go away from him with a prize or two. And also Captain Diamond of the murder laid to him of a man that he had struck, but he lived many months after, till being drunk, he fell into the hold, and there broke his jaw and died. But they say there are such bawdy articles against him as never were heard of. To the pay again, where I left them, and walked to Redriff, and so home, and there came Mr. Creed and Shepley to me, and stayed till night about my Lord's accounts, our proceeding to set them in order, and so parted and I to bed. Mr. Holliard had been with my wife today, and cured her of her pain in her ear by taking out a most prodigious quantity of hard wax that had hardened itself in the bottom of the ear, of which I am very glad. 28th. Up to my lord's and my own accounts, and so to the office, where all the forenoon sitting, and at noon by appointment to the Mitre, where Mr. Shepley gave me and Mr. Creed, and I had my Uncle White with us, a dish of fish. Thence to the office again, and there all the afternoon till night, and so home, and after talking with my wife to bed. This day a genteel woman came to me, claiming kindred of me, as she had once done before, and borrowed tens of me, promising to repay it at night, but I hear nothing of her. I shall trust her no more. Great talk there is of a fear of a war with the Dutch, and we have order to pitch upon 20 ships to be forthwith set out. But I hope it is but a scarecrow to the world, to let them see that we can be ready for them, though, God knows, the king is not able to set out 5 ships at this present without great difficulty, we neither having money, credit, nor stores. My mind is now in a wonderful condition of quiet and content, more than ever in all my life, since my minding the business of my office, which I have done most constantly. And I find it to be the very effect of my late oaths against wine and plays, which, if God please, I will keep constant in, for now my business is a delight to me, and brings me great credit, and my purse increases too. 29th, Lord's Day. Up by 4 o'clock, and to the settling of my own accounts, and I do find upon my monthly balance, which I have undertaken to keep from month to month, that I am worth L650, the greatest sum that ever I was yet master of. I pray God give me a thankful spirit and care to improve and increase it. To church with my wife, who this day put on her green petticoat of flow-red satin, with fine white and gimp lace of her own putting on, which is very pretty. Home with Sir W. Penn to dinner by appointment, and to church again in the afternoon, and then home, Mr. Shepley coming to me about my lord's accounts, and in the evening parted, and we to supper again to Sir W. Penn. Whatever the matter is, he do much fawn upon me, and I perceive would not fall out with me, and his daughter mighty officious to my wife, but I shall never be deceived again by him, but do hate him and his traitorous tricks with all my heart. It was an invitation in order to his taking leave of us today, he being to go for Ireland in a few days. So home and prayers, and to bed. 30th, up betimes, and to my office, where I found Griffin's girl making it clean, but, God forgive me. What a mind I had to her, but did not meddle with her. She being gone, I fell upon boring holes for me to see from my closet into the great office, without going forth, wherein I pleased myself much. So settled to business, and at noon with my wife to the wardrobe, and there dined, and stayed talking all the afternoon with my lord, and about 4 o'clock took coach with my wife and lady, and went toward my house, calling at my Lady Carteret, who was within by chance, she keeping altogether at Deptford for a month or 2, and so we sat with her a little. Among other things told my lady how my Lady Fanshawe is fallen out with her only for speaking in behalf of the French, which my lady wonders at, they having been formerly like sisters, but we see there is no true lasting friendship in the world. Thence to my house, where I took great pride to lead her through the court by the hand, she being very fine, and her page carrying up her train. She stayed a little at my house, and then walked through the garden, and took water, and went first on board the King's pleasure boat, which pleased her much. Then to Greenwich Park. And with much ado she was able to walk up to the top of the hill, and so down again, and took boat, and so through bridge to Blackfriars, and home, she being much pleased with the ramble in every particular of it. So we supped with her, and then walked home, and to bed. Observations. This I take to be as bad a juncture as ever I observed. The king and his new queen minding their pleasures at Hampton Court. All people discontented. Some that the king do not gratify them enough, and the others, fanatiques of all sorts, that the king do take away their liberty of conscience, and the height of the bishops, who I fear will ruin all again. They do much cry up the manner of Sir H. Vane's death, and he deserves it. They clamour against the chimney money, and say they will not pay it without force. And in the meantime, like to have war abroad. And Portugal to assist, when we have not money to pay for any ordinary layings out at home. Myself all in dirt about building of my house, and Sir W. battens a story higher. Into a good way, fallen on minding my business and saving money, which God increase, and I do take great delight in it, and see the benefit of it. In a longing mind of going to see Brampton, but cannot get 3 days' time, do what I can. In very good health, my wife and myself. July 1662. July 1st. To the office, and there we sat till past noon, and then Captain Cuttance and I by water to Deptford, where the Royal James, in which my lord went out the last voyage, though he came back in the Charles, was paying off by Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Penn. So to dinner, where I had Mr. Shepley to dine with us, and from thence I sent to my lord to know whether she should be a first rate, as the men would have her, or a second. He answered that we should forbear paying the officers and such whose pay differed upon the rate of the ship, till he could speak with his Royal Highness. To the pay again after dinner, and seeing of Cooper, the mate of the ship, whom I knew in the Charles, I spoke to him about teaching the mathematiques, and do please myself in my thoughts of learning of him, and bade him come to me in a day or two. Towards evening I left them, and to redrift by land, Mr. Cowley, the clerk of the check, with me, discoursing concerning the abuses of the yard, in which he did give me much light. So by water home, and after half an hour sitting talking with my wife, who was afeard I did intend to go with my lord to fetch the Queen Mother over, in which I did clear her doubts, I went to bed by daylight, in order to my rising early tomorrow. 2nd, up while the chimes went 4, and to put down my journal, and so to my office, to read over such instructions as concern the officers of the yard, for I am much upon seeing into the miscarriages there. By and by appointment, comes Commissioner Pett, and then a messenger from Mr. Coventry, who sits in his boat expecting us, and so we down to him at the Tower, and there took water all, and to Deptford, he in our passage taking notice how much difference there is between the old captains for obedience and order, and the King's new captains, which I am very glad to hear him confess. And there we went into the storehouse, and viewed first the provisions there, and then his books, but Mr. Davis himself was not there, he having a kinswoman in the house dead, for which, when by and by I saw him, he do trouble himself most ridiculously, as if there was never another woman in the world. In which so much laziness, as also in the clerks of the check and survey, which after one another we did examine, as that I do not perceive that there is 1/3 of their duties performed, but I perceive, to my great content, Mr. Coventry will have things reformed. So Mr. Coventry to London, and Pett and I to the Pay, where Sir Williams both were paying off the Royal James still, and so to dinner, and to the Pay again, where I did relieve several of my Lord Sandwich's people, but was sorry to see them so peremptory. And at every word would complain to my lord, as if they shall have such a command over my lord. In the evening I went forth and took a walk with Mr. Davis, and told him what had passed at his office today, and did give him my advice, and so with the rest by barge home and to bed. 3rd. Up by 4 o'clock and to my office till 8 o'clock, writing over 2 copies of our contract with Sir W. Ryder, and, for 500 ton of hemp, which, because it is a secret, I have the trouble of writing over as well as drawing. Then home to dress myself, and so to the office, where another fray between Sir R. Ford and myself about his yarn, wherein I find the board to yield on my side, and was glad thereof, though troubled that the office should fall upon me of disobliging Sir Richard. At noon we all by invitation dined at the Dolphin with the officers of the Ordnance, where Sir W. Compton, Mr. O'Neill, and other great persons, were, and a very great dinner, but I drank as I still do but my allowance of wine. After dinner, was brought to Sir W. Compton a gun to discharge 7 times, the best of all devices that ever I saw, and very serviceable, and not a bauble, for it is much approved of, and many thereof made. Thence to my office all the afternoon as long as I could see, about setting many businesses in order. In the evening came Mr. Lewis to me, and very ingeniously did inquire whether I ever did look into the business of the chest at Chatham. 396 And after my readiness to be informed did appear to him, he did produce a paper, wherein he stated the government of the chest to me, and upon the whole did tell me how it hath ever been abused, and to this day is. And what a meritorious act it would be to look after it, which I am resolved to do, if God bless me, and do thank him very much for it. So home, and after a turn or two upon the leads with my wife, who has lately had but little of my company, since I begun to follow my business, but is contented therewith since she sees how I spend my time, and so to bed. 4th. Up by 5 o'clock, and after my journal put in order, to my office about my business, which I am resolved to follow, for every day I see what ground I get by it. By and by comes Mr. Cooper, mate of the Royal Charles, of whom I intend to learn mathematiques, and do begin with him today, he being a very able man, and no great matter, I suppose, will content him. After an hour's being with him at arithmetic, my first attempt being to learn the multiplication table, then we parted till tomorrow. And so to my business at my office again till noon, about which time Sir W. Warren did come to me about business, and did begin to instruct me in the nature of fine timber and deals, telling me the nature of every sort, and from that we fell to discourse of Sir W. Batten's corruption and the people that he employs, and from one discourse to another of the kind. I was much pleased with his company, and so stayed talking with him all alone at my office till 4 in the afternoon, without eating or drinking all day, and then parted, and I home to eat a bit, and so back again to my office. And toward the evening came Mr. Shepley, who is to go out of town tomorrow, and so he and I with much ado settled his accounts with my lord, which, though they be true and honest, yet so obscure, that it vexes me to see in what manner they are kept. He being gone, and leave taken of him as of a man likely not to come to London again a great while, I eat a bit of bread and butter, and so to bed. This day I sent my brother Tom, at his request, my father's old bass viol which he and I have kept so long, but I fear Tom will do little good at it. 5th. To my office all the morning, to get things ready against our sitting, and by we sat and did business all the morning, and at noon had Sir W. Penn, who I hate with all my heart for his base treacherous tricks, but yet I think it not policy to declare it yet, and his son William, to my house to dinner, where was also Mr. Creed and my cousin Harry Alcock. I having some venison given me a day or two ago, and so I had a shoulder roasted, another baked, and the umbles 397 baked in a pie, and all very well done. We were merry as I could be in that company, and the more because I would not seem otherwise to Sir W. Penn, he being within a day or two to go for Ireland. After dinner he and his son went away, and Mr. Creed would, with all his rhetoric, have persuaded me to have gone to a play. And in good earnest I find my nature desirous to have gone, notwithstanding my promise and my business, to which I have lately kept myself so close, but I did refuse it, and I hope shall ever do so. And above all things it is considerable that my mind was never in my life in so good a condition of quiet as it has been since I have followed my business and seen myself to get greater and greater fitness in my employment, and honor every day more than other. So at my office all the afternoon, and then my mathematiques at night with Mr. Cooper, and so to supper and to bed. 6th, Lord's Day. Lay long in bed today with my wife merry and pleasant, and then rose and settled my accounts with my wife for housekeeping, and do see that my kitchen, besides wine, fire, candle, soap, and many other things, comes to about 30s a week, or a little over. To church, where Mr. Mills made a lazy sermon. So home to dinner, where my brother Tom dined with me, and so my wife and I to church again in the afternoon, and that done I walked to the wardrobe and spent my time with Mr. Creed and Mr. Moore talking about business. So up to supper with my lady, Sandwich, who tells me, with much trouble, that my Lady Castlemaine is still as great with the king, and that the king comes as often to her as ever he did, at which, God forgive me, I am well pleased. It began to rain, and so I borrowed a hat and cloak of Mr. Moore and walked home, where I found Captain Ferrer with my wife, and after speaking a matter of an hour with him he went home and we all to bed. Jack Cole, my old friend, found me out at the wardrobe, and, among other things, he told me that certainly most of the chief ministers of London would fling up their livings, and that, soon or late, the issue thereof would be sad to the king and court. 7th. Up and to my office early, and there all the morning alone till dinner, and after dinner to my office again, and about 3 o'clock with my wife by water to Westminster, where I stayed in the hall while my wife went to see her father and mother. And she returning we by water home again, and by comes Mr. Cooper, so he and I to our mathematiques, and so supper and to bed. My morning's work at the office was to put the new books of my office into order, and writing on the backsides what books they be, and transcribing out of some old books some things into them. 8th. At the office all the morning and dined at home, and after dinner in all haste to make up my accounts with my lord, which I did with some trouble. Because I had some hopes to have made a profit to myself in this account and above what was due to me, which God forgive me in, but I could not, but carried them to my lord, with whom they passed well. So to the wardrobe, where alone with my lord above an hour, and he do seem still to have his old confidence in me, and tells me to boot, that Mr. Coventry hath spoke of me to him to great advantage, wherein I am much pleased. By and by comes in Mr. Coventry to visit my lord, and so my lord and he and I walked together in the great chamber a good while, and I found him a most ingenious man in good company. He being gone I also went home by water, Mr. More with me for discourse sake, and then parted from me, Cooper being there ready to attend me, so he and I to work till it was dark, and then eat a bit and by daylight to bed. 9th. Up by 4 o'clock, and at my multiplication table hard, which is all the trouble I meet withal in my arithmetique. So made me ready and to the office, where all the morning busy, and Sir W. Penn came to my office to take his leave of me, and desiring a turn in the garden, did commit the care of his building to me, and offered all his services to me in all matters of mine. I did, God forgive me, promise him all my service and love, though the rogue knows he deserves none from me, nor do I intend to show him any, but as he dissembles with me, so must I with him. Dined at home, and so to the office again, my wife with me, and while I was for an hour making a hole behind my seat in my closet to look into the office, she was talking to me about her going to Brampton. Which I would willingly have her to do but for the cost of it, and to stay here will be very inconvenient because of the dirt that I must have when my house is pulled down. Then to my business till night, then Mr. Cooper and I to our business, and then came Mr. Mills, the minister, to see me, which he hath but rarely done to me, though every day almost to others of us. But he is a cunning fellow, and knows where the good victuals is, and the good drink, at Sir W. Batten's. However, I used him civilly, though I love him as I do the rest of his coat. So to supper and to bed. 10th. Up by 4 o'clock, and before I went to the office I practiced my arithmetique, and then, when my wife was up, did call her and Sarah, and did make up a difference between them, for she is so good a servant as I am loath to part with her. So to the office all the morning, where very much business, but it vexes me to see so much disorder at our table, that, every man minding a several business, we dispatch nothing. Dined at home with my wife, then to the office again, and being called by Sir W. Batten, walked to the victualler's office, there to view all the several offices and houses to see that they were employed in order to give the council an account thereof. So after having taken an oath or two of Mr. Lewis and Captain Brown and others I returned to the office, and there sat dispatching several businesses alone till night, and so home and by daylight to bed. 11th. Up by 4 o'clock, and hard at my multiplication table, which I am now almost master of, and so made me ready and to my office, where by and by comes Mr. Pett, and then a messenger from Mr. Coventry, who stays in his boat at the Tower for us. So we to him, and down to Deptford first, and there viewed some deals lately served in at a low price, which our officers, like knaves, would untruly value in their worth, but we found them good. Then to Woolwich, and viewed well all the houses and stores there, which lie in very great confusion for want of storehouses, and then to Mr. Ackworth's and Sheldon's to view their books, which we found not to answer the King's service and security at all as to the stores. Then to the rope yard, and there viewed the hemp, wherein we found great corruption, and then saw a trial between Sir R. Ford's yarn and our own, and found great odds. So by water back again. About 5 in the afternoon to Whitehall, and so to St. James's, and at Mr. Coventry's chamber, which is very neat and fine. We had a pretty neat dinner, and after dinner fell to discourse of business and regulation, and do think of many things that will put matters into better order. And upon the whole my heart rejoices to see Mr. Coventry so ingenious, and able, and studious to do good, and with much frankness and respect to Mr. Pett and myself particularly. About 9 o'clock we broke up after much discourse and many things agreed on in order to our business of regulation, and so by water, landing Mr. Pett at the Temple, I went home and to bed. 12th. Up by 5 o'clock, and put things in my house in order to be laid up, against my workmen come on Monday to take down the top of my house, which trouble I must go through now, but it troubles me much to think of it. So to my office, where till noon we sat, and then I to dinner and to the office all the afternoon with much business. At night with Cooper at arithmetic, and then came Mr. Creed about my lord's accounts to even them, and he gone I to supper and to bed. 13th, Lord's Day. I had my old pain all yesterday and this morning, and so kept my bed all this morning. So up and after dinner and some of my people to church, I set about taking down my books and papers and making my chamber fit against tomorrow to have the people come to work in pulling down the top of my house. In the evening I walked to the garden and sent for Mr. Turner, who yesterday did give me occasion of speaking to him about the difference between him and me, and I told him my whole mind, and how it was in my power to do him a discourtesy about his place of petty purveyance. And at last did make him see, I think, that it was his concernment to be friendly to me and what belongs to me. After speaking my mind to him and he to me, we walked down and took boat at the Tower and to Deptford, on purpose to sign and seal a couple of warrants, as justice of peace in Kent, against one Annis, who is to be tried next Tuesday at Maidstone Assizes, for stealing some lead out of Woolwich Yard. Going and coming I did discourse with Mr. Turner about the faults of our management of the business of our office, of which he is sensible, but I believe is a very knave. Come home I found a rabbit at the fire, and so supped well, and so to my journal and to bed. 14th, up by 4 o'clock and to my arithmetic, and so to my office till 8, then to Thames Street along with old Mr. Green, among the tar men, and did instruct myself in the nature and prices of tar, but could not get Stockholm for the use of the office under L10/15 per last, which is a great price. So home, and at noon Dr. T. Pepys came to me, and he and I to the Exchequer, and so back to dinner, where by chance comes Mr. Pierce, the chirurgeon, and then Mr. Battersby, the minister, and then Mr. Dunn, and it happened that I had a haunch of venison boiled, and so they were very welcome and merry, but my simple doctor do talk so like a fool that I am weary of him. They being gone, to my office again, and there all the afternoon, and at night home and took a few turns with my wife in the garden and so to bed. My house being this day almost quite untilled in order to its rising higher. This night I began to put on my waistcoat also. I found the pageant in Cornhill taken down, which was pretty strange. 15th. Up by 4 o'clock, and after doing some business as to settling my papers at home, I went to my office, and there busy till sitting time. So at the office all the morning, where J. Southern, Mr. Coventry's clerk, did offer me a warrant for an officer to sign which I desired, claiming it for my clerk's duty, which however did trouble me a little to be put upon it, but I did it. We broke up late, and I to dinner at home, where my brother Tom and Mr. Cook came and dined with me, but I could not be merry for my business, but to my office again after dinner, and they too and my wife abroad. In the evening comes Mr. Cooper, and I took him by water on purpose to tell me things belonging to ships, which was time well spent, and so home again, and my wife came home and tells me she has been very merry and well pleased with her walk with them. About bedtime it fell a-raining, and the house being all open at top, it vexed me, but there was no help for it. 16th. In the morning I found all my ceilings, spoiled with rain last night, so that I fear they must be all new whited when the work is done. Made me ready and to my office, and by came Mr. Moore to me, and so I went home and consulted about drawing up a fair state of all my lord's accounts, which being settled, he went away, and I fell to writing of it very neatly, and it was very handsome and concisely done. At noon to my lord's with it, but found him at dinner, and some great company with him, Mr. Edward Montague and his brother, and Mr. Coventry, and after dinner he went out with them, and so I lost my labour, but dined with Mr. Moore and the people below, who after dinner fell to talk of Portugal rings, and Captain Ferrers offered 5 or 6 to sell, and I seeming to like a ring made of a cocoanut with a stone done in it, he did offer and would give it me. By and by we went to Mr. Creed's lodging, and there got a dish or 2 of sweetmeats, and I seeing a very neat leaden standish to carry papers, pen, and ink in when one travels, I also got that of him. And that done I went home by water and to finish some of my lord's business, and so early to bed. This day I was told that my Lady Castlemaine, being quite fallen out with her husband, did yesterday go away from him, with all her plate, jewels, and other best things, and is gone to Richmond to a brother of hers. Which, I am apt to think, was a design to get out of town, that the king might come at her the better. But strange it is how for her beauty I am willing to construe all this to the best and to pity her wherein it is to her hurt, though I know well enough she is a whore. 17th. To my office, and by to our sitting, where much business. Mr. Coventry took his leave, being to go with the Duke over for the Queen Mother. I dined at home, and so to my lord's, where I presented him with a true state of all his accounts to last Monday, being the 14th of July, which did please him, and to my great joy I continue in his great esteem and opinion. I this day took a general acquittance from my lord to the same day. So that now I have but very few persons to deal withal for money in the world. Home and found much business to be upon my hands, and was late at the office writing letters by candlelight, which is rare at this time of the year, but I do it with much content and joy. And then I do please me to see that I begin to have people direct themselves to me in all businesses. Very late I was forced to send for Mr. Turner, Smith, Young, about things to be sent down early tomorrow on board the King's pleasure boat, and so to bed with my head full of business, but well contented in mind as ever in my life. 18th. Up very early, and got a top of my house, seeing the design of my work, and like it very well, and it comes into my head to have my dining room wainscoted, which will be very pretty. By and by water to Deptford, to put several things in order, being myself now only left in town, and so back again to the office, and there doing business all the morning and the afternoon also till night. And then comes Cooper for my mathematiques, but, in good earnest, my head is so full of business that I cannot understand it as otherwise I should do. At night to bed, being much troubled at the rain coming into my house, the top being open. 19th. Up early and to some business, and my wife coming to me I stayed long with her discoursing about her going into the country, and as she is not very forward so am I at a great loss whether to have her go or no because of the charge. And yet in some considerations I would be glad she was there, because of the dirtiness of my house and the trouble of having of a family there. So to my office, and there all the morning, and then to dinner, and my brother Tom dined with me only to see me. In the afternoon I went upon the river to look after some tar I am sending down and some coals, and so home again. It raining hard upon the water, I put ashore and sheltered myself, while the king came by in his barge, going down towards the Downs to meet the Queen, the Duke being gone yesterday. But methought it lessened my esteem of a king, that he should not be able to command the rain. Home, and Cooper coming, after I had dispatched several letters, to my mathematiques, and so at night to bed to a chamber at Sir W. Penn's, my own house being so foul that I cannot lie there any longer, and there the chamber lies so as that I come into it over my leads without going about, but yet I am not fully content with it. For there will be much trouble to have servants running over the leads to and fro. 20th, Lord's Day. My wife and I lay talking long in bed, and at last she is come to be willing to stay 2 months in the country, for it is her unwillingness to stay till the house is quite done that makes me at a loss how to have her go or stay. But that which troubles me most is that it has rained all this morning so furiously that I fear my house is all over water, and with that expectation I rose and went into my house and find that it is as wet as the open street. And that there is not one dry footing above nor below in my house. So I fitted myself for dirt, and removed all my books to the office and all day putting up and restoring things, it raining all day long as hard within doors as without. At last to dinner, we had a calf's head and bacon at my chamber at Sir W. Penn's, and there I and my wife concluded to have her go and her 2 maids and the boy, and so there shall be none but Will and I left at home, and so the house will be freer. For it is impossible to have anybody come into my house while it is in this condition, and with this resolution all the afternoon we were putting up things in the further cellar against next week for them to be gone. And my wife and I into the office and there measured a soiled flag that I had found there, and hoped to get it to myself, for it has not been demanded since I came to the office. But my wife is not hasty to have it, but rather to stay a while longer and see the event whether it will be missed or no. At night to my office, and there put down this day's passages in my journal, and read my oaths, as I am obliged every Lord's day. And so to Sir W. Penn's to my chamber again, being all in dirt and foul, and in fear of having catched cold today with dabbling in the water. But what has vexed me today was that by carrying the key to Sir W. Penn's last night, it could not in the midst of all my hurry to carry away my books and things, be found, and at last they found it in the fire that we made last night. So to bed. 21st. Up early, and though I found myself out of order and cold, and the weather cold and likely to rain, yet upon my promise and desire to do what I intended, I did take boat and down to Greenwich, to Captain Cox, who hath a most pleasant seat. And neat. Here I drank wine, and eat some fruit off the trees. And he showed a great rarity, which was 2 or 3 of a great number of silver dishes and plates, which he bought of an ambassador that did lack money, in the edge or rim of which was placed silver and gold medals, very ancient. And I believe wrought, by which, if they be, they are the greatest rarity that ever I saw in my life, and I will show Mr. Crumlum them. Thence to Woolwich to the rope yard, and there looked over several sorts of hemp, and did fall upon my great survey of seeing the working and experiments of the strength and the charge in the dressing of every sort. And I do think have brought it to so great a certainty, as I have done the king great service in it, and do purpose to get it ready against the Duke's coming to town to present to him. I breakfasted at Mr. Falconer's well, and much pleased with my inquiries. Thence to the dock, where we walked in Mr. Sheldon's garden, eating more fruit, and drinking, and eating figs, which were very good, and talking while the Royal James was bringing towards the dock, and then we went out and saw the manner and trouble of docking such a ship. Which yet they could not do, but only brought her head into the dock, and so shored her up till next tide. But, good God! What a deal of company was there from both yards to help to do it, when half the company would have done it as well. But I see it is impossible for the king to have things done as cheap as other men. Thence by water, and by landing at the riverside somewhere among the reeds, we walked to Greenwich, where to Cox's house again and walked in the garden, and then in to his lady, who I find is still pretty. But was now vexed and did speak very discontented and angry to the captain for disappointing a gentleman that he had invited to dinner, which he took like a wise man and said little, but she was very angry. Which put me clear out of countenance that I was sorry I went in. So after I had eat still some more fruit I took leave of her in the garden plucking apricots for preserving, and went away and so by water home, and there Mr. Moore coming and telling me that my lady goes into the country tomorrow, I carried my wife by coach to take her leave of her father, I staying in Westminster Hall, she going away also this week, and thence to my lady's. Where we stayed and supped with her, but found that my lady was truly angry and discontented with us for our neglecting to see her as we used to do, but after a little she was pleased as she was used to be, at which we were glad. So after supper home to bed. 22d among my workmen early, then to the office, and there I had letters from the Downs from Mr. Coventry, who tells me of the foul weather they had last Sunday, that drove them back from near Boulogne, whither they were going for the Queen, back again to the Downs, with the loss of their cables, sails, and masts. But are all safe, only my Lord Sandwich, who went before with the yachts, they know not what is become of him, which do trouble me much, but I hope he got ashore before the storm begun, which God grant. All day at the office, only at home at dinner, where I was highly angry with my wife for her keys being out of the way, but they were found at last, and so friends again. All the afternoon answering letters and writing letters, and at night to Mr. Coventry an ample letter in answer to all his and the Duke's business. Late at night at the office, where my business is great, being now all alone in town, but I shall go through it with pleasure. So home and to bed. 23rd. This morning angry a little in the morning, and my house being so much out of order makes me a little pettish. I went to the office, and there dispatched business by myself, and so again in the afternoon. Being a little vexed that my brother Tom, by his neglect, do fail to get a coach for my wife and maid this week, by which she will not be at Brampton feast, to meet my lady at my father's. At night home, and late packing up things in order to their going to Brampton tomorrow, and so to bed, quite out of sorts in my mind by reason that the weather is so bad, and my house all full of wet. And the trouble of going from one house to another to Sir W. Pens upon every occasion. Besides much disturbed by reason of the talk up and down the town, that my Lord's sandwich is lost, but I trust in God the contrary. 24th. Up early this morning sending the things to the carriers, and my boy, who goes today, though his mistress do not till next Monday. All the morning at the office, Sir W. Batten being come to town last night. I hear, to my great content, that my Lord's sandwich is safe landed in France. Dined at our chamber, where W. Bowyer with us, and after much simple talk with him, I left him, and to my office, where all the afternoon busy till 9 at night, among other things improving my late experiment at Woolwich about hemp. So home and to bed. 25th. At the office all the morning, reading Mr. Holland's Discourse of the Navy, lent me by Mr. Turner, and am much pleased with them, they hitting the very diseases of the Navy, which we are troubled with nowadays. I shall bestow writing of them over and much reading thereof. This morning Sir W. Batten came into the office and desired to speak with me. He began by telling me that he observed a strangeness between him and me of late, and would know the reason of it, telling me he heard that I was offended with merchants coming to his house and making contracts there. I did tell him that as a friend I had spoke of it to Sir W. Penn and desired him to take a time to tell him of it, and not as a backbiter, with which he was satisfied, but I find that Sir W. Penn has played the knave with me, and not told it from me as a friend, but in a bad sense. He also told me that he heard that exceptions were taken at his carrying his wife down to Portsmouth, saying that the king should not pay for it, but I denied that I had spoke of it, nor did I. At last he desired the difference between our wives might not make a difference between us, which I was exceedingly glad to hear, and do see every day the fruit of looking after my business, which I pray God continue me in. For I do begin to be very happy. Dined at home, and so to the office all the afternoon again, and at night home and to bed. 26th. Sir W. Batten, Mr. Pett, and I at the office sitting all the morning. So dined at home, and then to my office again, causing the model hanging in my chamber to be taken down and hung up in my office, for fear of being spoilt by the workmen, and for my own convenience of studying it. This afternoon I had a letter from Mr. Creed, who hath escaped narrowly in the King's yacht, and got safe to the Downs after the late storm. And that there the King do tell him, that he is sure that my Lord is landed at Calais safe, of which being glad, I sent news thereof to my Lord Crewe, and by the post to my lady into the country. This afternoon I went to Westminster. And there hear that the King and Queen intend to come to Whitehall from Hampton Court next week, for all winter. Thence to Mrs. Sarah, and there looked over my Lord's lodgings, which are very pretty. And Whitehall Garden and the bowling alley, where lords and ladies are now at bowls, in brave condition. Mrs. Sarah told me how the falling out between my Lady Castlemaine and her lord was about christening of the child lately, 398 which he would have, and had done by a priest, and, some days after, she had it again christened by a minister. The King, and Lord of Oxford, and Duchess of Suffolk, being witnesses, and christened with a proviso, that it had not already been christened. Since that she left her lord, carrying away everything in the house. So much as every dish, and cloth, and servant but the porter. He is gone discontented into France, they say, to enter a monastery, and now she is coming back again to her house in King Street. But I hear that the Queen did prick her out of the list presented her by the King. 399 desiring that she might have that favour done her, or that he would send her from whence she come, and that the King was angry and the Queen discontented a whole day and night upon it. But that the King hath promised to have nothing to do with her hereafter. But I cannot believe that the King can fling her off so, he loving her too well, and so I writ this night to my lady to be my opinion. She calling her my lady, and the lady I admire. Here I find that my lord hath lost the garden to his lodgings, and that it is turning into a tennis court. Hence by water to the wardrobe to see how all do there, and so home to supper and to bed. 27th, Lord's Day. At church alone in the pew in the morning. In the afternoon by water I carried my wife to Westminster, where she went to take leave of her father, 400 and I to walk in the park, which is now every day more and more pleasant, by the new works upon it. Here meeting with Laud Crisp, I took him to the farther end, and sat under a tree in a corner, and there sung some songs, he singing well, but no skill, and so would sing false sometimes. Then took leave of him, and found my wife at my lord's lodging, and so took her home by water, and to supper in Sir W. Penn's balcony, and Mrs. Keene with us, and then came my wife's brother, and then broke up, and to bed. 28th. Up early, and by 6 o'clock, after my wife was ready, I walked with her to the George, at Holborn Conduit, where the coach stood ready to carry her and her maid to Bugden, but that not being ready, my brother Tom stayed with them to see them gone. And so I took a troubled though willing goodbye, because of the bad condition of my house to have a family in it. So I took leave of her and walked to the waterside, and there took boat for the Tower, hearing that the Queen Mother is come this morning already as high as Woolwich, and that my Lord Sandwich was with her. At which my heart was glad, and I sent the waterman, though yet not very certain of it, to my wife to carry news thereof to my lady. So to my office all the morning abstracting the Duke's instructions in the margin thereof. So home all alone to dinner, and then to the office again, and in the evening Cooper comes, and he being gone, to my chamber a little troubled and melancholy, to my lute late, and so to bed, Will lying there at my feet. And the wench in my house in Will's bed. 29th. Early up, and brought all my money, which is near L300, out of my house into this chamber, and so to the office, and there we sat all the morning, Sir George Carteret and Mr. Coventry being come from sea. This morning among other things I broached the business of our being abused about flags, which I know doth trouble Sir W. Batten, but I care not. At noon being invited I went with Sir George and Mr. Coventry to Sir W. Batten's to dinner, and they're merry, and very friendly to Sir William and he to me, and complies much with me, but I know he envies me, and I do not value him. To the office again, and in the evening walked to Deptford, Cooper with me talking of mathematiques, to send a fellow to prison for cutting of buoy ropes, and to see the difference between the flags sent in nowadays, and I find the old ones, which were much cheaper, to be wholly as good. So I took one of a sort with me, and Mr. Waith accompanying of me a good way, talking of the faults of the navy, I walked to redrift back, and so home by water, and after having done, late, at the office, I went to my chamber and to bed. 30th. Up early, and to my office, where Cooper came to me and begun his lecture upon the body of a ship, which my having of a model in the office is of great use to me, and very pleasant and useful it is. Then by water to Whitehall, and there waited upon my Lord Sandwich, and joyed him, at his lodgings, of his safe coming home after all his danger, which he confesses to be very great. And his people do tell me how bravely my lord did carry himself, while my Lord Crofts did cry, and I perceive it is all the town talk how poorly he carried himself. But the best was of one Mr. Rawlins, a courtier, that was with my lord. And in the greatest danger cried, God damn me, my lord, I won't give you 3d for your place now. But all ends in the honour of the pleasure boats, which, had they not been very good boats, they could never have endured the sea as they did. Thence with Captain Fletcher, of the Gage, in his ship's boat with 8 oars, but every ordinary oars outrowed us, to Woolwich, expecting to find Sir W. Batten there upon his survey, but he is not come, and so we got a dish of steaks at the White Hart, while his clerks and others were feasting of it in the best room of the house, and after dinner playing at shuffleboard. 4:01 and when at last they heard I was there, they went about their survey. But God help the king. What surveys shall be taken after this manner? I after dinner about my business to the rope yard, and there stayed till night, repeating several trials of the strength, weight, waste, and other things of hemp. By which I have furnished myself enough to finish my intended business of stating the goodness of all sorts of hemp. At night home by boat with Sir W. Warren, who I landed by the way, and so being come home to bed. 31st, up early and among my workmen, I ordering my rooms above, which will please me very well. So to my office, and there we sat all the morning, where I begin more and more to grow considerable there. At noon Mr. Coventry and I by his coach to the Exchange together. And in Lombard Street met Captain Brown of the Rosebush, at which he was cruel angry, and did threaten to go today to the Duke at Hampton Court, and get him turned out because he was not sailed. But at the Exchange we resolved of eating a bit together, which we did at the ship behind the Exchange, and so took boat to Billingsgate, and went down on board the Rosebush at Woolwich, and found all things out of order. But after frightening the officers there, we left them to make more haste, and so on shore to the yard, and did the same to the officers of the yard, that the ship was not dispatched. Here we found Sir W. Batten going about his survey, but so poorly and unlike a survey of the navy, that I am ashamed of it, and so is Mr. Coventry. We found fault with many things, and among others the measure of some timber now serving in which Mr. Day the assistant told us of, and so by water home again, all the way talking of the office business and other very pleasant discourse, and much proud I am of getting thus far into his books, which I think I am very much in. So home late, and it being the last day of the month, I did make up my accounts before I went to bed, and found myself worth about L650, for which the Lord God be praised, and so to bed. I drank but 2 glasses of wine this day, and yet it makes my head ache all night, and indisposed me all the next day, of which I am glad. I am now in town only with my man Will and Jane, and because my house is in building, I do lie at Sir W. Penn's house, he being gone to Ireland. My wife, her maid and boy gone to Brampton. I am very well entered into the business and esteem of the office, and do ply it close, and find benefit by it. August 1662. August 1st, up, my head aching, and to my office, where Cooper read me another lecture upon my model very pleasant. So to my business all the morning, which increases by people coming now to me to the office. At noon to the Exchange, where meeting Mr. Creed and more we 3 to a house hard by, which I was not pleased with, to dinner, and after dinner and some discourse ordinary by coach home, it raining hard, and so at the office all the afternoon till evening to my chamber, where, God forgive me, I was sorry to hear that Sir W. Penn's maid Betty was gone away yesterday, for I was in hopes to have had a bout with her before she had gone, she being very pretty. I had also a mind to my own wench, but I dare not for fear she should prove honest and refuse and then tell my wife. I stayed up late, putting things in order for my going to Chatham tomorrow, and so to bed, being in pain, with the little riding in a coach today from the Exchange, which do trouble me. 2nd. Up early, and got me ready in my riding clothes, and so to the office, and there wrote letters to my father and wife against night, and then to the business of my office, which being done, I took boat with Will, and down to Greenwich. Where Captain Cock not being at home I was vexed, and went to walk in the park till he come thither to me, and Will's forgetting to bring my boots in the boat did also vex me, for I was forced to send the boat back again for them. I to Captain Cock's along with him to dinner, where I find his lady still pretty, but not so good a humour as I thought she was. We had a plain, good dinner, and I see they do live very frugally. I eat among other fruit much mulberries, a thing I have not eat of these many years, since I used to be at Ashted, at my cousin Pepys's. After dinner we to boat, and had a pleasant passage down to Gravesend, but it was 9 o'clock before we got thither, so that we were in great doubt what to do, whether to stay there or no. And the rather because I was afeard to ride, because of my pain, but at the Swan, finding Mr. Hemson and Lieutenant Carteret of the Foresight come to meet me, I borrowed Mr. Hemson's horse, and he took another, and so we rode to Rochester in the dark, and there at the Crown Mr. Gregory, Barrow, and others stayed to meet me. So after a glass of wine, we to our barge, that was ready for me, to the Hill House, where we soon went to bed. Before we slept I telling upon discourse Captain Cock the manner of my being cut of the stone, which pleased him much. So to sleep. 3rd, Lord's Day. Up early, and with Captain Cock to the dockyard, a fine walk, and fine weather. Where we walked till Commissioner Pett come to us, and took us to his house, and showed us his garden and fine things, and did give us a fine breakfast of bread and butter, and sweetmeats and other things with great choice, and strong drinks. With which I could not avoid making my head ache, though I drank but little. Thither came Captain Allen of the Foresight, and the officers of the yard to see me. Thence by and by to church, by coach, with the Commissioner, and had a dull sermon. A full church, and some pretty women in it. Among others, Beck Allen, who was a bride-maid to a new married couple that came to church today, and, which was pretty strange, sat in a pew hung with mourning for a mother of the bride's, which methinks should have been taken down. After dinner going out of the church saluted Mrs. Pett, who came after us in the coach to church, and other officers' wives. The Commissioner stayed at dinner with me, and we had a good dinner, better than I would have had, but I saw there was no helping of it. After dinner the Commissioner and I left the company and walked in the garden at the Hill House, which is very pleasant, and there talked of our businesses and matters of the Navy. So to church again, where quite weary, and so after sermon walked with him to the yard up and down and the fields, and saw the place designed for the wet dock. And so to his house, and had a syllabub, and saw his closet, which comes short of what I expected, but there was fine models of ships in it indeed, whose worth I could not judge of. At night walked home to the Hill House, Mr. Barrow with me, talking of the faults of the yard, walking in the fields an hour or two, and so home to supper, and so Captain Cock and I to bed. This day among other stories he told me how despicable a thing it is to be a hangman in Poland, although it be a place of credit. And that, in his time, there was some repairs to be made of the gallows there, which was very fine of stone. But nobody could be got to mend it till the burgomaster, or mayor of the town, with all the companies of those trades which were necessary to be used about those repairs, did go in their habits with flags, in solemn procession to the place. And there the burgomaster did give the first blow with the hammer upon the wooden work. And the rest of the masters of the companies upon the works belonging to their trades, that so workmen might not be ashamed to be employed upon doing of the gallows works. 4th. Up by 4 o'clock in the morning and walked to the dock, where Commissioner Pett and I took barge and went to the guard ships and mustered them, finding them but badly manned. Thence to the Sovereign, which we found kept in good order and very clean, which pleased us well, but few of the officers on board. Thence to the Charles, and were troubled to see her kept so neglectedly by the boatswain Clements, who I always took for a very good officer. It is a very brave ship. Thence to Upnor Castle, and there went up to the top, where there is a fine prospect, but a very small force. So to the yard, and there mustered the whole ordinary, where great disorder by multitude of servants and old decrepit men, which must be remedied. So to all the storehouses and viewed the stores of all sorts and the hemp, where we found Captain Cox, which he came down to see along with me, very bad, and some others. And with much content, God forgive me, I did hear by the clerk of the rope yard how it was by Sir W. Batten's private letter that one parcel of Alderman Barker's was received. At 2 o'clock to dinner to the Hill House, and after dinner dispatched many people's business, and then to the yard again, and looked over Mr. Gregory's and Barrow's houses to see the matter of difference between them concerning an alteration that Barrow would make, which I shall report to the board, but both their houses very pretty, and deserve to be so, being well kept. Then to a trial of several sorts of hemp, but could not perform it here so well as at Woolwich, but we did do it pretty well. So took barge at the dock and to Rochester, and there Captain Cock and I and our 2 men took coach about 8 at night and to Gravesend, where it was very dark before we got thither to the Swan. And there, meeting with Doncaster, an old waterman of mine above bridge, we eat a short supper, being very merry with the drolling, drunken coachman that brought us, and so took water. It being very dark, and the wind rising, and our waterman unacquainted with this part of the river, so that we presently cast upon the Essex shore, but got off again, and so, as well as we could, went on. But I in such fear that I could not sleep till we came to Erith, and there it begun to be calm, and the stars to shine, and so I began to take heart again, and the rest too, and so made shift to slumber a little. Above Woolwich we lost our way, and went back to Blackwell, and up and down, being guided by nothing but the barking of a dog, which we had observed in passing by Blackwell, and so. 5th. Got right again with much ado, after 2 or 3 circles and so on, and at Greenwich set in Captain Cock, and I set forward, hailing to all the king's ships at Deptford. But could not wake any man, so that we could have done what we would with their ships. At last waked one man, but it was a merchant ship, the Royal Catherine, so to the Tower Dock and home, where the girls sat up for me. It was about 3 o'clock, and putting Mr. Bottom out of my bed, went to bed, and lay till 9 o'clock, and so to the office, where we sat all the morning, and I did give some accounts of my service. Dined alone at home, and was glad my house is begun tiling. And to the office again all the afternoon, till it was so dark that I could not see hardly what it is that I now set down when I write this word, and so went to my chamber and to bed, being sleepy. 6th, up early, and, going to my office, met Sir G. Carteret in coming through the yard, and so walked a good while talking with him about Sir W. Batten, and find that he is going down the wind in everybody's esteem, and in that of his honesty by this letter that he wrote to Captain Allen concerning Alderman Barker's hemp. Thence by water to Whitehall, and so to St. James's, but there found Mr. Coventry gone to Hampton Court. So to my lord's. And he is also gone, this being a great day at the council about some business at the council before the king. Here I met with Mr. Pierce, the chirurgeon, who told me how Mr. Edward Montague hath lately had a duel with Mr. Cholmley, that is first gentleman usher to the Queen, and was a messenger from the king to her in Portugal, and is a fine gentleman, but had received many affronts from Mr. Montague, and some unkindness from my lord, upon his score, for which I am sorry. He proved too hard for Montague, and drove him so far backward that he fell into a ditch, and dropped his sword, but with honor would take no advantage over him. But did give him his life, and the world says Mr. Montague did carry himself very poorly in the business, and hath lost his honor for ever with all people in it, of which I am very glad, in hopes that it will humble him. I hear also that he hath sent to my lord to borrow L400, giving his brother Harvey security for it, and that my lord will lend it him, for which I am sorry. Thence home, and at my office all the morning, and dined at home, and can hardly keep myself from having a mind to my wench, but I hope I shall not fall to such a shame to myself. All the afternoon also at my office, and did business. In the evening came Mr. Bland the merchant to me, who has lived long in Spain, and is concerned in the business of Tangier, who did discourse with me largely of it. And after he was gone did send me 3 or 4 printed things that he hath wrote of trade in general and of Tangier particularly, but I do not find much in them. This afternoon Mr. Waith was with me, and did tell me much concerning the chest, which I am resolved to look into, and I perceive he is sensible of Sir W. Batten's carriage, and is pleased to see anything work against him. Who, poor man, is, I perceive, much troubled, and did yesterday morning walk in the garden with me, did tell me he did see there was a design of bringing another man in his room, and took notice of my sorting myself with others. And that we did business by ourselves without him. Part of which is true, but I denied, and truly, any design of doing him any such wrong as that. He told me he did not say it particularly of me, but he was confident there was somebody intended to be brought in, nay, that the train was laid before Sir W. Penn went, which I was glad to hear him say. Upon the whole I see he perceives himself tottering, and that he is suspected, and would be kind to me, but I do my business in the office and neglect him. At night writing in my study a mouse ran over my table, which I shut up fast under my shelves upon my table till tomorrow, and so home and to bed. 7th, up by 4 o'clock and to my office, and by Mr. Cooper comes into our model, which pleases me more and more. At this till 8 o'clock, and so we sat in the office and stayed all the morning, my interest still growing, for which God be praised. This morning I got unexpectedly the reserve for Mr. Cooper to be master of, which was only by taking an opportune time to motion it, which is one good effect of my being constant at the office, that nothing passes without me, and I have the choice of my own time to propose anything I would have. Dined at home, and to the office again at my business all the afternoon till night, and so to supper and to bed. It being become a pleasure to me nowadays to follow my business, and the greatest part may be imputed to my drinking no wine, and going to no plays. 8th. Up by 4 o'clock in the morning, and at 5 by water to Woolwich, there to see the manner of tarring, and all the morning looking to see the several proceedings in making of cordage, and other things relating to that sort of works. Much to my satisfaction. At noon came Mr. Coventry on purpose from Hampton Court to see the same, and dined with Mr. Falconer, and after dinner to several experiments of hemp, and particularly some Milan hemp that is brought over ready dressed. Thence we walked talking, very good discourse all the way to Greenwich, and I do find most excellent discourse from him. Among other things, his rule of suspecting every man that proposes any thing to him to be a knave. Or, at least, to have some ends of his own in it. Being led thereto by the story of Sir John Millicent, that would have had a patent from King James for every man to have had leave to have given him a shilling. And that he might take it of every man that had a mind to give it, and being answered that that was a fair thing, but what needed he a patent for it, and what he would do to them that would not give him. He answered, he would not force them. But that they should come to the Council of State, to give a reason why they would not. Another rule is a proverb that he hath been taught, which is that a man that cannot sit still in his chamber, the reason of which I did not understand him, and he that cannot say no, that is of so good a nature that he cannot deny anything, or cross another in doing anything, is not fit for business. The last of which is a very great fault of mine, which I must amend in. Thence by boat, I being hot, he put the skirt of his cloak about me. And it being rough, he told me the passage of a Frenchman through London Bridge, where, when he saw the great fall, he begun to cross himself and say his prayers in the greatest fear in the world, and soon as he was over, he swore, morbleu. C'est le plus grand plaisir du monde, being the most like a French humour in the world. 402. To Deptford, and there surprised the yard, and called them to a muster, and discovered many abuses, which we shall be able to understand hereafter and amend. Thence walked to Redriff, and so to London Bridge, where I parted with him, and walked home and did a little business, and to supper and to bed. 9th. Up by 4 o'clock or a little after, and to my office, whither by comes Cooper, to whom I told my getting for him the reserve, for which he was very thankful, and fell to work upon our model, and did a good morning's work upon the rigging. And am very sorry that I must lose him so soon. By and by comes Mr. Coventry, and he and I alone sat at the office all the morning upon business. And so to dinner to Trinity House, and thence by his coach towards Whitehall. But there being a stop at the Savoy, we light and took water, and my Lord Sandwich being out of town, we parted there, all the way having good discourse, and in short I find him the most ingenuous person I ever found in my life. And am happy in his acquaintance and my interest in him. Home by water, and did business at my office. Writing a letter to my brother John to dissuade him from being moderator of his year, which I hear is proffered him, of which I am very glad. By and by comes Cooper, and he and I by candlelight at my model, being willing to learn as much of him as is possible before he goes. So home and to bed. 10th, Lord's Day. Being to dine at my brother's, I walked to St. Dunstan's, the church being now finished, and here I heard Dr. Bates, who made a most eloquent sermon, and I am sorry I have hitherto had so low an opinion of the man, for I have not heard a neater sermon a great while, and more to my content. So to Tom's, where Dr. Fairbrother, newly come from Cambridge, met me, and Dr. Thomas Pepys. I framed myself as pleasant as I could, but my mind was another way. Hither came my uncle Fenner, hearing that I was here, and spoke to me about Peg Kite's business of her portion, which her husband demands, but I will have nothing to do with it. I believe he has no mind to part with the money out of his hands, but let him do what he will with it. He told me the new service, Book 403, which is now lately come forth, was laid upon their desk at St. Sepulchre's for Mr. Gouge to read. But he laid it aside, and would not meddle with it, and I perceive the presbyters do all prepare to give over all against Bartholomew Tide. 404. Mr. Herring, being lately turned out at St. Bride's, did read the psalm to the people while they sung at Dr. Bates's, which methought is a strange turn. After dinner to St. Bride's, and there heard one carpenter, an old man, who, they say, hath been a Jesuit priest, and is come over to us. But he preaches very well. So home with Mrs. Turner, and there hear that Mr. Calamy hath taken his farewell this day of his people, and that others will do so the next Sunday. Mr. Turner, the draper, I hear, is knighted, made alderman, and pricked for sheriff, with Sir Thomas Bluddle, for the next year, by the king, and so are called with great honour the king's sheriffs. Thence walked home, meeting Mr. Moore by the way, and he home with me and walked till it was dark in the garden, and so good night, and I to my closet in my office to perfect my journal and to read my solemn vows, and so to bed. 11th. All the morning at the office. Dined at home all alone, and so to my office again, whither Dean Fuller came to see me, and having business about a ship to carry his goods to Dublin, whither he is shortly to return, I went with him to the Hermitage. And the ship happening to be Captain Holland's, I did give orders for them to be well looked after, and thence with him to the custom house about getting a pass for them, and so to the Dolphin Tavern, where I spent 6d. On him, but drank but one glass of wine, and so parted. He tells me that his niece, that sings so well, whom I have long longed to see, is married to one Mr. Boyes, a wholesale man at the 3 Crowns in Cheapside. I to the office again, whither Cooper came and read his last lecture to me upon my model, and so bid me good-bye, he being to go tomorrow to Chatham to take charge of the ship I have got him. So to my business till 9 at night, and so to supper and to bed, my mind a little at ease because my house is now quite tiled. 12th, up early at my office, and I find all people beginning to come to me. Among others Mr. Dean, the assistant of Woolwich, who I find will discover to me the whole abuse that His Majesty suffers in the measuring of timber, of which I shall be glad. He promises me also a model of a ship, which will please me exceedingly, for I do want one of my own. By and by we sat, and among other things Sir W. Batten and I had a difference about his clerk's making a warrant for a maester, which I would not suffer, but got another signed, which he desires may be referred to a full board, and I am willing to it. But though I did get another signed of my own clerk's, yet I will give it to his clerk, because I would not be judged unkind, and though I will stand upon my privilege. At noon home and to dinner alone, and so to the office again, where busy all the afternoon till 2 o'clock at night, and so to supper and to bed, my mind being a little disquieted about Sir W. Batten's dispute today, though this afternoon I did speak with his man Norman at last, and told him the reason of my claim. 13th. Up early, and to my office, where people come to me about business, and by we met on purpose to inquire into the business of the flag makers, where I am the person that do chiefly manage the business against them on the king's part. And I do find it the greatest cheat that I have yet found, they having 8d. per yard allowed them by pretence of a contract, where no such thing appears. And it is 3d. more than was formerly paid, and then I now offer the board to have them done. We did not fully end it, but refer it to another time. At noon calmer. Pet and I by water to Greenwich, and on board the pleasure boats to see what they wanted, they being ordered to sea, and very pretty things I still find them, and so on shore and at the ship had a bit of meat and dined. There waiting upon us a barber of Mr. Pet's acquaintance that plays very well upon the violin. Thence to Lambeth, and there saw the little pleasure boat in building by the king, my Lord Brunkard, and the virtuosos of the town, according to new lines, which Mr. Pett cries up mightily, but how it will prove we shall soon see. So by water home, and busy at my study late, drawing a letter to the yards of reprehension and direction for the board to sign, in which I took great pains. So home and to bed. 14th. Up early and to look on my works, and find my house to go on apace. So to my office to prepare business, and then we met and sat till noon, and then Commissioner Pett and I being invited, went by Sir John Winter's coach sent for us, to the Mitre, in Fenchurch Street, to a venison pasty. Where I found him a very worthy man, and good discourse. Most of which was concerning the forest of Dean, and the timber there, and iron works with their great antiquity, and the vast heaps of cinders which they find, and are now of great value, being necessary for the making of iron at this day. And without which they cannot work, with the age of many trees there left at a great fall in Edward III's time, by the name of forbid trees, which at this day are called vorbid trees. Thence to my office about business till late, and so home and to bed. 15th, up very early, and up about seeing how my work proceeds, and am pretty well pleased therewith, especially my wife's closet will be very pretty. So to the office and they're very busy, and many people coming to me. At noon to the Change, and there hear of some Quakers that are seized on, that would have blown up the prison in Southwark where they are put. So to the Swan, in Old Fish Street, where Mr. Brigden and his father-in-law, Blackberry, of whom we had bought timber in the office, but have not dealt well with us, did make me a fine dinner only to myself. And after dinner comes in a juggler, which shoot us very pretty tricks. I seemed very pleasant, but am no friend to the man's dealings with us in the office. After an hour or two sitting after dinner talking about office business, where I had not spent any time a great while, I went to Paul's Churchyard to my bookseller's. And there I hear that next Sunday will be the last of a great many Presbyterian ministers in town, who, I hear, will give up all. I pray God the issue may be good, for the discontent is great. Home and to my office till 9 at night doing business, and so to bed. My mind well pleased with a letter I found at home from Mr. Coventry, expressing his satisfaction in a letter I writ last night, and sent him this morning, to be corrected by him in order to its sending down to all the yards as a charge to them. 17th, Lord's Day. Up very early, this being the last Sunday that the Presbyterians are to preach, unless they read the New Common Prayer and renounced the Covenant 405, and so I had a mind to hear Dr. Bates's farewell sermon, and walked thither, calling first at my brother's, where I found that he is come home after being a week abroad with Dr. Pepys, nobody knows where, nor I but by chance, that he was gone, which troubles me. So I called only at the door, but did not ask for him, but went to Madam Turner's to know whether she went to church, and to tell her that I would dine with her, and so walked to St. Dunstan's, where, it not being 7 o'clock yet, the doors were not open. And so I went and walked an hour in the Temple Garden, reading my vows, which it is a great content to me to see how I am a changed man in all respects for the better, since I took them, which the God of heaven continue to me, and make me thankful for. At 8 o'clock I went, and crowded in at a back door among others, the church being half full almost before any doors were opened publicly. Which is the first time that I have done so these many years since I used to go with my father and mother, and so got into the gallery, beside the pulpit, and heard very well. His text was, Now the God of peace. The last Hebrews, and the 20th verse, he making a very good sermon, and very little reflections in it to anything of the times. Besides the sermon, I was very well pleased with the sight of a fine lady that I have often seen walk in Gray's Inn Walks, and it was my chance to meet her again at the door going out, and very pretty and sprightly she is. And I believe the same that my wife and I some years since did meet at Temple Bar Gate and have sometimes spoke of. So to Madam Turner's, and dined with her. She had heard Parson Herring take his leave, though he, by reading so much of the Common Prayer as he did, hath cast himself out of the good opinion of both sides. After dinner to St. Dunstan's again. And the church quite crowded before I came, which was just at 1 o'clock, but I got into the gallery again, but stood in a crowd and did exceedingly sweat all the time. He pursued his text again very well. And only at the conclusion told us, after this manner, I do believe that many of you do expect that I should say something to you in reference to the time, this being the last time that possibly I may appear here. You know it is not my manner to speak anything in the pulpit that is extraneous to my text and business, yet this I shall say, that it is not my opinion, fashion, or humor that keeps me from complying with what is required of us. But something which, after much prayer, discourse, and study yet remains unsatisfied, and commands me herein. Wherefore, if it is my unhappiness not to receive such an illumination as should direct me to do otherwise, I know no reason why men should not pardon me in this world, and am confident that God will pardon me for it in the next. And so he concluded. Parson Herring read a psalm and chapters before sermon, and one was the chapter in the Acts, where the story of Ananias and Sapphira is. And after he had done, says he, this is just the case of England at present. God he bids us to preach, and men bid us not to preach, and if we do, we are to be imprisoned and further punished. All that I can say to it is, that I beg your prayers, and the prayers of all good Christians, for us. This was all the exposition he made of the chapter in these very words, and no more. I was much pleased with Dr. Bates's manner of bringing in the Lord's Prayer after his own, thus, in whose comprehensive words we sum up all our imperfect desires. Saying, Our Father, and church being done and it raining, I took a hackney coach and so home, being all in a sweat and fearful of getting cold. To my study at my office, and thither came Mr. Moore to me and walked till it was quite dark. Then I wrote a letter to my Lord Privy Seal as from my Lord for Mr. to be sworn directly by deputy to my Lord, he denying to swear him as deputy together with me. So that I am now clear of it, and the profit is now come to be so little that I am not displeased at my getting off so well. He being gone I to my study and read, and so to eat a bit of bread and cheese and so to bed. I hear most of the presbyters took their leaves today, and that the city is much dissatisfied with it. I pray God keep peace among us, and make the bishops careful of bringing in good men in their rooms, or else all will fly a pieces. For bad ones will not, go, down with the city. 18th, up very early, and up upon my house to see how work goes on, which do please me very well. So about 7 o'clock took horse and rode to Bow, and there stayed at the King's Head, and eat a breakfast of eggs till Mr. Dean of Woolwich came to me, and he and I rid into Waltham Forest, and there we saw many trees of the King's hewing. And he showed me the whole mystery of Off Square 406 wherein the King is abused in the timber that he buys, which I shall with much pleasure be able to correct. After we had been a good while in the wood, we rode to Ilford, and there, while dinner was getting ready, he and I practiced measuring of the tables and other things till I did understand measuring of timber and board very well. So to dinner, and by, being sent for, comes Mr. Cooper, our officer in the forest, and did give me an account of things there, and how the country is backward to come in with their carts. By and by comes one Mr. Marshall, of whom the King has many carriages for his timber, and they stayed and drank with me, and while I am here, Sir W. Batten passed by in his coach, homewards from Colchester, where he had been seeing his son-in-law, Lemon, that lies dying, but I would take no notice of him, but let him go. By and by I got a horseback again and rode to Barking, and there saw the place where they shipped this timber for Woolwich, and so Dean and I home again, and parted at Bow, and I home just before a great shower of rain, as God would have it. I find Dean a pretty able man, and able to do the King's service, but, I think, more out of envy to the rest of the officers of the yard, of whom he complains much, than true love, more than others, to the service. He would fain seem a modest man, and yet will commend his own work and skill, and vie with other persons, especially the pets, but I let him alone to hear all he will say. Whiled away the evening at my office trying to repeat the rules of measuring learnt this day, and so to bed with my mind very well pleased with this day's work. 19th, up betimes and to see how my work goes on. Then Mr. Creed came to me, and he and I walked an hour or two till 8 o'clock in the garden, speaking of our accounts one with another and then things public. Among other things he tells me that my lord has put me into commission with himself and many noblemen others for Tangier, which, if it be, is not only great honor, but may be of profit too, and I am very glad of it. By and by to sit at the office, and Mr. Coventry did tell us of the duel between Mr. German, nephew to my Lord St. Albans, and Colonel Giles Rawlins, the latter of whom is killed, and the first mortally wounded, as it is thought. They fought against Captain Thomas Howard, my Lord Carlisle's brother, and another unknown, who, they say, had armor on that they could not be hurt, so that one of their swords went up to the hilt against it. They had horses ready, and are fled. But what is most strange, Howard sent one challenge, but they could not meet, and then another, and did meet yesterday at the old Pall Mall at St. James's, and would not to the last tell German what the quarrel was, nor do any body know. The court is much concerned in this fray, and I am glad of it, hoping that it will cause some good laws against it. After sitting, Sir G. Carteret and I walked a good while in the garden, who told me that Sir W. Batten had made his complaint to him that some of us had a mind to do him a bad turn, but I do not see that Sir George is concerned for him at all, but rather against him. He professes all love to me, and did tell me how he had spoke of me to my Lord Chancellor, and that if my Lord Sandwich would ask my Lord Chancellor, he should know what he had said of me to him to my advantage, of which I am very glad. And do not doubt that all things will grow better and better every day for me. Dined at home alone, then to my office, and there till late at night doing business, and so home, eat a bit, and to bed. 20th, up early, and to my office, and thence to my Lord Sandwich, whom I found in bed, and he sent for me in. Among other talk, he do tell me that he hath put me into commission with a great many great persons in the business of Tangier, which is a very great honor to me, and may be of good concernment to me. By and by comes in Mr. Coventry to us, whom my lord tells that he is also put into the commission, and that I am there, of which he said he was glad, and did tell my lord that I was indeed the life of this office, and much more to my commendation beyond measure. And that, whereas before he did bear me respect for his sake, he do it now much more for my own, which is a great blessing to me. Sir G. Carteret having told me what he did yesterday concerning his speaking to my Lord Chancellor about me. So that on all hands, by God's blessing, I find myself a very rising man. By and by comes my Lord Peterborough in, with whom we talked a good while, and he is going tomorrow towards Tangier again. I perceive there is yet good hopes of peace with Guyland, 407, which is of great concernment to Tangier. And many other things I heard which yet I understand not, and so cannot remember. My Lord and Lord Peterborough going out to the Solicitor General about the drawing up of this commission, I went to Westminster Hall with Mr. Moore, and there meeting Mr. Townsend, he would needs take me to Fleet Street, to one Mr. Barwell, Squire Sadler to the King, and there we and several other wardrobe men dined. We had a venison pasty, and other good plain and handsome dishes, the mistress of the house a pretty, well-carriaged woman, and a fine hand she hath. And her maid a pretty brown lass. But I do find my nature ready to run back to my old course of drinking wine and staying from my business, and yet, thank God, I was not fully contented with it, but did stay at little ease, and after dinner hastened home by water. And so to my office till late at night. In the evening Mr. Hayward came to me to advise with me about the business of the chest, which I have now a mind to put in practice, though I know it will vex Sir W. Batten, which is one of the ends, God forgive me, that I have in it. So home, and eat a bit, and to bed. 21st, up early, and to my office, and by we sat all the morning. At noon, though I was invited to my uncle Fenner's to dinner to a haunch of venison I sent him yesterday, yet I did not go, but chose to go to Mr. Rawlinson's, where my uncle White and my aunt, and some neighbor couples were at a very good venison pasty. Hither came, after we were set down, a most pretty young lady, only her hands were not white nor handsome, which pleased me well, and I found her to be sister to Mrs. and White that comes to my uncle White's. We were good company, and had a very pretty dinner. And after dinner some talk, I with my aunt and this young lady about their being, at Epsom, from whence they came today, and so home and to my office, and there doing business till past 9 at night, and so home and to bed. But though I drank no wine today, yet how easily was I of my own accord stirred up to desire my aunt and this pretty lady, for it was for her that I did it, to carry them to Greenwich and see the pleasure boats. But my aunt would not go, of which since I am much glad. 22nd, about 3 o'clock this morning I waked with the noise of the rain, having never in my life heard a more violent shower. And then the cat was locked in the chamber, and kept a great mewing, and leapt upon the bed, which made me I could not sleep a great while. Then to sleep, and about 5 o'clock rose, and up to my office, and about 8 o'clock went down to Deptford, and there with Mr. Davis did look over most of his stores. By the same token in the great storehouse, while Captain Baddeley was talking to us, one from a trap-door above let fall unawares a coil of cable, that it was 10,000 to 1 it had not broke Captain Baddeley's neck, it came so near him. But did him no hurt. I went on with looking and informing myself of the stores with great delight, and having done there, I took boat home again and dined, and after dinner sent for some of my workmen and did scold at them so as I hope my work will be hastened. Then by water to Westminster Hall, and there I hear that old Mr. Hales did lately die suddenly in an hour's time. Here I met with Will Bowyer, and had a promise from him of a place to stand tomorrow at his house to see the show. Thence to my lord's, and thither sent for Mr. Creed, who came, and walked together talking about business, and then to his lodgings at Clerk's, the confectioner's, where he did give me a little banquet, and I had like to have begged a parrot for my wife. But he hath put me in a way to get a better from Steventon, at Portsmouth. But I did get of him a draught of Tangier to take a copy by, which pleases me very well. So home by water into my office, where late, and so home to bed. 23d. Up early, and about my works in my house, to see what is done and design more. Then to my office, and by we sat till noon at the office. After sitting, Mr. Coventry and I did walk together a great while in the garden, where he did tell me his mind about Sir G. Carteret having so much the command of the money, which must be removed. And indeed it is the bane of all our business. He observed to me also how Sir W. Batten begins to struggle and to look after his business, which he do indeed a little, but it will come to nothing. I also put him upon getting an order from the Duke for our inquiries into the chest, which he will see done. So we parted, and Mr. Creed by appointment being come, he and I went out together, and at an ordinary in Lombard Street dined together, and so walked down to the Stillyard, and so all along Thames Street. But could not get a boat. I offered 8 shillings for a boat to attend me this afternoon, and they would not, it being the day of the Queen's coming to town from Hampton Court. So we fairly walked it to Whitehall, and through my lord's lodgings we got into Whitehall Garden, and so to the Bowling Green, and up to the top of the new banqueting house there, over the Thames. Which was a most pleasant place as any I could have got. And all the show consisted chiefly in the number of boats and barges, and 2 pageants, one of a king, and another of a queen, with her maids of honor sitting at her feet very prettily, and they tell me the queen is Sir Richard Ford's daughter. Anon come the king and queen in a barge under a canopy with 10,000 barges and boats, I think, for we could see no water for them, nor discern the king nor queen. And so they landed at Whitehall Bridge, and the great guns on the other side went off, but that which pleased me best was, that my Lady Castlemaine stood over against us upon a piece of Whitehall, where I glutted myself with looking on her. But methought it was strange to see her lord and her upon the same place walking up and down without taking notice one of another, only at first entry he put off his hat, and she made him a very civil salute. But afterwards took no notice one of another. But both of them now and then would take their child, which the nurse held in her arms, and dandle it. One thing more. There happened a scaffold below to fall, and we feared some hurt, but there was none, but she of all the great ladies only run down among the common rabble to see what hurt was done, and did take care of a child that received some little hurt. Which methought was so noble. Anon there came one there booted and spurred that she talked long with. And by, she being in her hair, she put on his hat, which was but an ordinary one, to keep the wind off. But methinks it became her mightily, as everything else do. The show being over, I went away, not weary with looking on her, and to my lord's lodgings, where my brother Tom and Dr. Thomas Pepys were to speak with me. So I walked with them in the garden, and was very angry with them both for their going out of town without my knowledge, but they told me the business, which was to see a gentlewoman for a wife for Tom, of Mr. Cook's providing, worth L500, of good education, her name Hobel, and lives near Banbury, demands L40 per annum jointer. Tom likes her, and, they say, had a very good reception, and that Cook hath been very serviceable therein, and that she is committed to old Mr. Young, of the wardrobes, tuition. After I had told them my mind about their folly in going so unadvisedly, I then begun to inquire after the business, and so did give no answer as to my opinion till I have looked farther into it by Mr. Young. By and by, as we were walking in my lord's walk, comes my lord, and so we broke our discourse and went in with him, and after I had put them away I went in to my lord. And he and I had half an hour's private discourse about the discontents of the times, which we concluded would not come to anything of difference, though the presbyters would be glad enough of it. But we do not think religion will so soon cause another war. Then to his own business. He asked my advice there, whether he should go on to purchase more land and to borrow money to pay for it, which he is willing to do, because such a bargain as that of Mr. Buggins, of Stukely, will not be every day to be had, and Brampton is now perfectly granted him by the king, I mean the reversion of it, after the Queen's death, and, in the meantime, he buys it of Sir Peter Ball his present right. Then we fell to talk of navy business, and he concludes, as I do, that he needs not put himself upon any more voyages abroad to spend money, unless a war comes, and that by keeping his family a while in the country, he shall be able to gather money. He is glad of a friendship with Mr. Coventry, and I put him upon increasing it, which he will do, but he, as Mr. Coventry do much cry against the course of our payments and the treasurer to have the whole power in his own hands of doing what he will, but I think will not meddle in himself. He told me also that in the commission for Tangier Mr. Coventry had advised him that Mr. Povey, who intended to be treasurer for 08 and it is intended him, may not be of the commission itself, and my lord I think will endeavour to get him to be contented to be left out of the commission. And it is a very good rule indeed that the treasurer in no office ought to be of the commission. Here we broke off, and I bid him good night, and so with much ado, the streets being at 9 o'clock at night crammed with people going home to the city, for all the borders of the river had been full of people, as the king had come. To a miracle got to the palace yard, and there took boat, and so to the Old Swan, and so walked home, and to bed very weary. 24th, Lord's Day. Slept till 7 o'clock, which I have not done a very great while, but it was my weariness last night that caused it. So rose and to my office till church time, writing down my yesterday's observations, and so to church, where I all alone, and found Will Griffin and Thomas Hewitt got into the pew next to our backs, where our maids sit, but when I come, they went out. So forward some people are to outrun themselves. Here we had a lazy, dull sermon. So home to dinner, where my brother Tom came to me, and both before and after dinner he and I walked all alone in the garden, talking about his late journey in his mistress, and for what he tells me it is like to do well. He being gone, I to church again, where Mr. Mills, making a sermon upon confession, he did endeavour to pull down auricular confession, but did set it up by his bad arguments against it, and advising people to come to him to confess their sins when they had any weight upon their consciences. As much as is possible, which did vex me to hear. So home, and after an hour's being in my office alone, looking over the plates and globes, I walked to my uncle White's, the truth is, in hopes to have seen and been acquainted with the pretty lady that came along with them to dinner the other day to Mr. Rawlinson, but she is gone away. But here I stayed supper, and much company there was, among others, Dr. Burnett, Mr. Cole the lawyer, Mr. Rawlinson, and Mr. Sutton, a brother of my aunt's, that I never saw before. Among other things they tell me that there hath been a disturbance in a church in Friday Street. A great many young people nodding together and crying out, Porridge, 409 often and seditiously in the church, and took the common prayer book, they say, away, and, some say, did tear it, but it is a thing which appears to me very ominous. I pray God avert it. After supper home and to bed. 25th. Up early, and among my workmen when they came, and set them in good order at work on all hands, which, though it at first began angrily, yet I pleased myself afterwards in seeing it put into a good posture, and so I left them. And away by water to Woolwich, calling in my way in Ham Creek, where I have never been before, and there found 2 of the king's ships lie there without any living creature aboard, which troubled me, everything being stole away that can be. Where I stayed seeing a cable of 14 inches laid, in which there was good variety. Then to Mr. Falconer's, and there eat a bit of roast meat off of the spit, and so away to the yard, and there among other things mustered the yard, and did things that I perceive people do begin to value me. And that I shall be able to be of command in all matters, which God be praised for. Then to Mr. Pett's, and there eat some fruit and drank, and so to boat again, and to Deptford, calling there about the business of my house only, and so home, where by appointment I found Mr. Coventry, Sir W. Batten, and Mr. Waith met at Sir W. Batten's, and thither I met, and so agreed upon a way of answering my Lord Treasurer's letter. Here I found Mr. Coventry had got a letter from the Duke, sent us for looking into the business of the chest, of which I am glad. After we had done here I went home, and up among my workmen, and found they had done a good day's work, and so to my office till late ordering of several businesses, and so home and to bed, my mind, God be praised, full of business, but great quiet. 26th, up betimes and among my works and workmen, and with great pleasure seeing them go on merrily, and a good many hands, which I perceive makes good riddance, and so to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon dined alone with Sir W. Batten, which I have not done a great while, but his lady being out of the way I was the willinger to do it, and after dinner he and I by water to Deptford, and there found Sir G. Carteret and my lady at dinner, and so we sat down and eat another dinner of venison with them, and so we went to the pay-house, and there stayed till 2 o'clock at night paying off the Martin and Kinsale, being small but troublesome ships to pay. And so in the dark by water home to the custom-house, and so got a lantern to light us home, there being Mr. Morris the wine cooper with us, he having been at Deptford to view some of the king's casks we have to sell. So to bed. 27th, up and among my workmen, my work going on still very well. So to my office all the morning, and dined again with Sir W. Batten, his lady being in the country. Among other stories, he told us of the mayor of Bristol's reading a pass with the bottom upwards. And a barber that could not read, that flung a letter in the kennel when one came to desire him to read the superscription, saying, Do you think I stand here to read letters? Among my workmen again, pleasing myself all the afternoon there, and so to the office doing business till past 9 at night, and so home and to bed. This afternoon Mrs. Hunt came to see me, and I did give her a musk-melon. Today my hogshead of sherry I have sold to Sir W. Batten, and am glad of my money instead of wine. After I had wrote this at my office, as I have of late altogether done since my wife has been in the country, I went into my house, and while having been making up books at Deptford with other clerks all day, I did not think he was come home. But was in fear for him, it being very late, what was become of him. But when I came home I found him there at his ease in his study, which vexed me cruelly, that he should no more mind me, but to let me be all alone at the office waiting for him. Whereupon I struck him, and did stay up till 12 o'clock at night chiding him for it, and did in plain terms tell him that I would not be served so, and that I am resolved to look out some boy that I may have the bringing up of after my own mind. And which I do intend to do, for I do find that he has got a taste of liberty since he came to me that he will not leave. Having discharged my mind, I went to bed. 28th. I observed that Will, whom I used to call 2 or 3 times in a morning, would now wake of himself and rise without calling. Which though angry I was glad to see. So I rose and among my workmen, in my gown, without a doublet, an hour or 2 or more, till I was afraid of getting an ague, and so to the office, and there we sat all the morning, and at noon Mr. Coventry and I dined at Sir W. Batten's, where I have now dined 3 days together, and so in the afternoon again we sat, which we intend to do 2 afternoons in a week besides our other sitting. In the evening we rose, and I to see how my work goes on, and so to my office, writing by the post and doing other matters, and so home and to bed late. 29th. Up betimes and among my workmen, where I did stay with them the greatest part of the morning, only a little at the office, and so to dinner alone at home, and so to my workmen again. Finding my presence to carry on the work both to my mind and with more haste, and I thank God I am pleased with it. At night, the workmen being gone, I went to my office, and among other businesses did begin tonight with Mr. Lewis to look into the nature of a purser's account, and the business of victualling, in which there is great variety. But I find I shall understand it, and be able to do service there also. So being weary and chill, being in some fear of an ague, I went home and to bed. 30th. Up betimes among my workmen, and so to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon rose and had news that Sir W. Penn would be in town from Ireland, which I much wonder at, he giving so little notice of it, and it troubled me exceedingly what to do for a lodging, and more what to do with my goods, that are all in his house. But at last I resolved to let them lie there till Monday, and so got Griffin to get a lodging as near as he could, which is without a door of our back door upon Tower Hill, a chamber where John Pavis, one of our clerks, do lie in. But he do provide himself elsewhere, and I am to have his chamber. So at the office all the afternoon and the evening till past 2 at night expecting Sir W. Penn's coming, but he not coming tonight I went thither and there lay very well, and like my lodging well enough. My man Will after he had got me to bed did go home and lay there, and my maid Jane lay among my goods at Sir W. Penn's. 31st, Lord's Day. Waked early, but being in a strange house, did not rise till 7 o'clock almost, and so rose and read over my oaths, and whiled away an hour thinking upon businesses till Will came to get me ready, and so got ready and to my office. And thence to church. After sermon home and dined alone. News is brought me that Sir W. Penn is come. But I would take no notice thereof till after dinner, and then sent him word that I would wait on him, but he is gone to bed. So to my office, and there made my monthly accounts, and find myself worth in money about L686/19. 21/2D, for which God be praised. And indeed greatly I hope to thank Almighty God, who do most manifestly bless me in my endeavors to do the duties of my office, I now saving money, and my expenses being little. My wife is still in the country, my house all in dirt. But my work in a good forwardness, and will be much to my mind at last. In the afternoon to church, and there heard a simple sermon of a stranger upon David's words, Blessed is the man that walketh not in the way of the ungodly, and the best of his sermon was the degrees of walking, standing, and sitting, showing how by steps and degrees sinners do grow in wickedness. After sermon to my brother Tom's, who I found has taken physic today, and I talked with him about his country mistress, and read Cook's letter, wherein I am well satisfied, and will appear in promoting it, so back into Mr. Rawlinson's, and there supped with him, and in came my uncle White and my aunt. Our discourse of the discontents that are abroad, among, and by reason of the presbyters. Some were clapped up today, and strict watch is kept in the city by the train bands, and letters of a plot are taken. God preserve us. For all these things bode very ill. So home, and after going to welcome home Sir W. Penn, who was unready, going to bed, I stayed with him a little while, and so to my lodging and to bed. September 1662. September 1st, up betimes at my lodging and to my office and among my workmen, and then with Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Penn by coach to St. James's, this being the first day of our meeting there by the Duke's order. But when we come, we found him going out by coach with his Duchess, and he told us he was to go abroad with the Queen today, to Durden's, it seems, to dine with my Lord Berkeley, where I have been very merry when I was a little boy. So we went and stayed a little at Mr. Coventry's chamber, and I to my Lord Sandwich's, who is gone to wait upon the king and queen today. And so Mr. Paget being there, Will Howe and he played over some things of Locke's that we used to play at sea, that pleased us three well, it being the first music I have heard a great while. So much has my business of late taken me off from all my former delights. By and by water home, and there dined alone, and after dinner with my brother Tom's 2 men I removed all my goods out of Sir W. Penn's house into one room that I have with much ado got ready at my house, and so I am to be quit of any further obligation to him. So to my office, but missing my key, which I had in my hand just now, makes me very angry and out of order, it being a thing that I hate in others, and more in myself, to be careless of keys. I thinking another not fit to be trusted that leaves a key behind their hole. One thing more vexes me, my wife writes me from the country that her boy plays the rogue there, and she is weary of him, and complains also of her maid Sarah, of which I am also very sorry. Being thus out of temper, I could do little at my office, but went home and eat a bit, and so to my lodging to bed. 2nd. Up betimes and got myself ready alone, and so to my office, my mind much troubled for my key that I lost yesterday, and so to my workmen and put them in order, and so to my office, and we met all the morning, and then dined at Sir W. Batten's with Sir W. Penn, and so to my office again all the afternoon, and in the evening wrote a letter to Mr. Cook, in the country, in behalf of my brother Tom, to his mistress, it being the first of my appearing in it, and if she be as Tom sets her out, it may be very well for him. So home and eat a bit, and so to my lodging to bed. 3rd. Up betimes, but now the days begin to shorten, and so whereas I used to rise by 4 o'clock, it is not broad daylight now till after 5 o'clock, so that it is after 5 before I do rise. To my office, and about 8 o'clock I went over to Redriff, and walked to Deptford, where I found Mr. Coventry and Sir W. Penn beginning the pay, it being my desire to be there today because it is the first pay that Mr. Coventry has been at, and I would be thought to be as much with Mr. Coventry as I can. Here we stayed till noon, and by that time paid off the Breda, and then to dinner at the tavern, where I have obtained that our commons is not so large as they used to be, which I am glad to see. After dinner by water to the office, and there we met and sold the Weymouth, Success, and Fellowship Hulkeys, where pleasant to see how backward men are at first to bid. And yet when the candle is going out, how they bawl and dispute afterwards who bid the most first. And here I observed one man cunninger than the rest that was sure to bid the last man, and to carry it. And inquiring the reason, he told me that just as the flame goes out the smoke descends, which is a thing I never observed before, and by that he do know the instant when to bid last, which is very pretty. In our discourse in the boat Mr. Coventry told us how the fanatiques and the presbyters, that did intend to rise about this time, did choose this day as the most auspicious to them in their endeavours against monarchy, it being fatal twice to the king. And the day of Oliver's death. 410. But, blessed be God. All is likely to be quiet, I hope. After the sale I walked to my brother's, in my way meeting with Dr. Fairbrother, of whom I inquired what news in church matters. He tells me, what I heard confirmed since, that it was fully resolved by the King's new council that an indulgence should be granted the presbyters. But upon the Bishop of London's speech 411, who is now one of the most powerful men in England with the King, their minds were wholly turned. And it is said that my Lord Albemarle did oppose him most, but that I do believe is only in appearance. He told me also that most of the presbyters now begin to wish they had complied, now they see that no indulgence will be granted them, which they hoped for. And that the Bishop of London hath taken good care that places are supplied with very good and able men, which is the only thing that will keep all quiet. I took him in the tavern at Puddle Dock, but neither he nor I drank any of the wine we called for, but left it, and so after discourse parted, and Mr. Townsend not being at home I went to my brother's, and there heard how his love matter proceeded, which do not displease me, and so by water to Whitehall to my lord's lodgings, where he being to go to Hinchingbroke tomorrow morning. I stayed and fiddled with Will. How some new tunes very pleasant, and then my lord came in and had much kind talk with him, and then to bed with Mr. Moore there alone. So having taken my leave of my lord before I went to bed, I resolved to rise early and be gone without more speaking to him. 4th. Which I did, and by water betimes to the Tower and so home, where I shifted myself, being to dine abroad, and so being also trimmed, which is a thing I have very seldom done of late, I gat to my office and then met and sit all the morning. And at noon we all to the Trinity House, where we treated, very dearly, I believe, the officers of the ordnance. Where was Sir W. Compton and the rest and the lieutenant of the Tower. We had much and good music, which was my best entertainment. Sir W. M. Compton I heard talk with great pleasure of the difference between the fleet now and in Queen Elizabeth's days, where, in 88, she had but 36 sail great and small, in the world. And 10 rounds of powder was their allowance at that time against the Spaniard. After Sir W. Compton and Mr. Coventry, and some of the best of the rest were gone, I grew weary of staying with Sir Williams both, and the more for that my Lady Batten and her crew, at least half a score, come into the room, and I believe we shall pay size for it. But 'tis very pleasant to see her in her hair under her hood, and how by little and little she would fain be a gallant, but, Lord! The company she keeps about her are like herself, that she may be known by them what she is. Being quite weary I stole from them and to my office, where I did business till 9 at night, and so to my lodgings to bed. 5th. Up by break of day at 5 o'clock, and down by water to Woolwich, in my way saw the yacht lately built by our virtuosos, my Lord Brunkard and others, with the help of Commissioner Pett also, set out from Greenwich with the little Dutch besom, to try for mastery. And before they got to Woolwich the Dutch beat them half a mile, and I hear this afternoon, that, in coming home, it got above 3 miles, which all our people are glad of. Here I stayed and mustered the yard and looked into the storehouses. And so walked all alone to Greenwich, and thence by water to Deptford, and there examined some stores, and did some of my own business in hastening my work there, and so walked to Redriff, being by this time pretty weary and all in a sweat. Took boat there for the Tower, which made me a little fearful, it being a cold, windy morning. So to my lodgings and there rubbed myself clean, and so to Mr. Bland's, the merchant, by invitation, I alone of all our company of this office. Where I found all the officers of the customs, very grave fine gentlemen, and I am very glad to know them, viz. Sir Job Harvey, Sir John Wolstenholme, Sir John Jacob, Sir Nicholas Crisp, Sir John Harrison, and Sir John Shaw, very good company. And among other pretty discourse, some was of Sir Jerome Bowes, ambassador from Queen Elizabeth to the Emperor of Russia. 412 who, because some of the noblemen there would go up the stairs to the Emperor before him, he would not go up till the Emperor had ordered those 2 men to be dragged downstairs, with their heads knocking upon every stair till they were killed. And when he was come up, they demanded his sword of him before he entered the room. He told them, if they would have his sword, they should have his boots too. And so caused his boots to be pulled off, and his nightgown and nightcap and slippers to be sent for, and made the Emperor stay till he could go in his nightdress, since he might not go as a soldier. And lastly, when the Emperor in contempt, to show his command of his subjects, did command one to leap from the window down and broke his neck in the sight of our ambassador, he replied that his mistress did set more by, and did make better use of the necks of her subjects, but said that, to show what her subjects would do for her, he would, and did, fling down his gantlet before the Emperor, and challenged all the nobility there to take it up, in defence of the Emperor against his queen, for which, at this very day, the name of Sir Jerome Bowes is famous and honoured there. After dinner I came home and found Sir John Minns come this day, and I went to him to Sir W. Batten's, where it pleased me to see how jealous Sir Williams both are of my going down to Woolwich and doing my duty as I nowadays do, and of my dining with the Commission of the Customs. So to my office, and there till 9 at night, and so to my lodgings to bed. I this day heard that Mr. Martin Noel is knighted by the King, which I much wonder at, but yet he is certainly a very useful man. 6th. Lay long, that is, till 6 and past before I rose, in order to sweat a little away the cold which I was afraid I might have got yesterday, but I bless God I am well. So up and to my office, and then we met and sat till noon, very full of business. Then Sir John Minns, both Sir Williams and I to the Trinity House, where we had at dinner a couple of venison pasties, of which I eat but little, being almost cloyed, having been at 5 pasties in 3 days, namely, 2 at our own feast. And 1 yesterday, and 2 today. So home and at the office all the afternoon, busy till 9 at night, and so to my lodging and to bed. This afternoon I had my new key and the lock of my office door altered, having lost my key the other day, which vexed me. 7th, Lord's Day. Up betimes and round about by the streets to my office, and walked in the garden and in my office till my man Will rose, and then sent to tell Sir J. Minns that I would go with him to Whitehall, which anon we did, in his coach, and to the chapel, where I heard a good sermon of the Dean of Ely's, upon returning to the old ways, and a most excellent anthem, with symphonies between. Sung by Captain Cook. Then home with Mr. Fox and his lady, and there dined with them, where much company come to them. Most of our discourse was what ministers are flung out that will not conform, and the care of the Bishop of London that we are here supplied with very good men. Thence to my lord's, where nobody at home but a woman that let me in, and Sarah above, whither I went up to her and played and talked with her. After I had talked an hour or 2 with her I went and gave Mr. Hunt a short visit, he being at home alone, and thence walked homewards, and meeting Mr. Pierce, the chirurgeon, he took me into Somerset House. And there carried me into the Queen Mother's presence chamber, where she was with our own Queen sitting on her left hand, whom I did never see before. And though she be not very charming, yet she hath a good, modest, and innocent look, which is pleasing. Here I also saw Madame Castlemaine, and, which pleased me most, Mr. Crofts, the King's bastard, a most pretty spark of about 15 years old, who, I perceive, do hang much upon my Lady Castlemaine, and is always with her, and, I hear, the Queens both of them are mighty kind to him. 413. By and by in comes the King, and anon the Duke and his Duchess, so that, they being all together, was such a sight as I never could almost have happened to see with so much ease and leisure. They stayed till it was dark, and then went away. The King and his Queen, and my Lady Castlemaine and young Crofts, in one coach and the rest in other coaches. Here were great store of great ladies, but very few handsome. The King and Queen were very merry. And he would have made the Queen Mother believe that his Queen was with child, and said that she said so. And the young Queen answered, "You lie," which was the first English word that I ever heard her say, which made the King good sport. And he would have taught her to say in English, "Confess and be hanged." The company being gone I walked home with great content as I can be in for seeing the greatest rarity, and yet a little troubled that I should see them before my wife's coming home, I having made a promise that I would not. Nor did I do it industriously and by design, but by chance only. To my office, to fit myself for waiting on the Duke tomorrow morning with the rest of our company, and so to my lodgings and to bed. 8th. Up betimes and to my office preparing an account to give the Duke this morning of what we have of late done at the office. About 7 o'clock I went forth thinking to go along with Sir John Minns and the rest, and I found them gone, which did vex me, so I went directly to the Old Swan and took boat before them to Sir G. Carteret lodgings at Whitehall, and there staying till he was dressed talking with him, he and I to St. James's, where Sir Williams both and Sir John were come, and so up with Mr. Coventry to the Duke. Who, after he was out of his bed, did send for us in. And, when he was quite ready, took us into his closet, and there told us that he do intend to renew the old custom for the admirals to have their principal officers to meet them once a week, to give them an account what they have done that week. Which I am glad of, and so the rest did tell his Royal Highness that I could do it best for the time past. And so I produced my short notes, and did give him an account of all that we have of late done. And proposed to him several things for his commands, which he did give us, and so dismissed us. The rest to Deptford, I to the Exchequer to meet Mr. Townsend, where I hear he is gone to the Sun Tavern, and there found him with some friends at breakfast, which I eat with him, and so we crossed the water together, and in walking I told him my brother Tom's intentions for a wife, which he would do me all favour into Mr. Young, whose kinswoman he do look after. We took boat again at the Falcon, and there parted, and I to the Old Swan, and so to the Change, and there meeting Sir W. Warren did step to a tavern, and there sat and talked about price of masts and other things, and so broke up into my office to see what business, and so we took water again, and at the Tower I over to Redriff. And there left him in the boat and walked to Deptford, and there up and down the yard speaking with people, and so Sir W. Penn coming out of the payhouse did single me out to tell me Sir J. Min's dislike of my blinding his lights over his stairs, which indeed is very bad, and blocking up the house of office on the leads, which did trouble me. So I went into the payhouse and took an occasion of speaking with him alone, and did give him good satisfaction therein, so as that I am well pleased and do hope now to have my closet on the leads without any more trouble. For he do not object against my having a door upon the leads, but that all my family should not make it a thoroughfare, which I am contented with. So to the pay, and in the evening home in the barge, and so to my office, and after doing some business there to my lodgings, and so to bed. 9th. At my office betimes, and by we sat, and at noon Mr. Coventry, Sir J. Minns, Mr. Pett, and myself by water to Deptford, where we met Sir G. C., Sir W. B., and Sir W. P. at the pay of a ship, and we dined together on a haunch of good venison boiled, and after dinner returned again to the office. And there met several tradesmen by our appointment to know of them their lowest rates that they will take for their several provisions that they sell to us, for I do resolve to know that, and to buy no dearer, that so when we know the lowest rate, it shall be the treasurer's fault, and not ours, that we pay dearer. This afternoon Sir John Minns, Mr. Coventry, and I went into Sir John's lodgings, where he showed us how I have blinded all his lights, and stopped up his garden door, and other things he takes notice of that he resolves to abridge me of, which do vex me so much that for all this evening all night in my bed, so great a fool I am, and little master of my passion, that I could not sleep for the thoughts of my losing the privilege of the leads, and other things which in themselves are small and not worth half the trouble. The more fool am I, and must labour against it for shame, especially I that used to preach up Epictetus's rule. 414. Late at my office, troubled in mind, and then to bed, but could hardly sleep at night. 10th. Up into my house, and there contrived a way how Sir John Minns shall come into the leads, and yet I save part of the closet I hoped for, which, if it will not please him, I am a madman to be troubled at it. To my office, and then at my house among my lazy workmen all day. In the afternoon to the wardrobe to speak with Mr. Townsend, who tells me that he has spoke with Mr. Young about my brother Tom's business, and finds that he has made inquiry of him, and do hear him so well spoken of that he doubts not that the business will take with ordinary endeavours. So to my brothers, and their finding both door and hatch open, I went in and knocked 3 or 4 times, and nobody came to me, which troubled me mightily. At last came Margaret, who complained of Peter, who by and by came in, and I did rattle him soundly for it. I did afterwards take occasion to talk seriously alone with Margaret, who I find a very discreet, good woman, and tells me, upon my demand, that her master is a very good husband, and minds his business well. But his fault is that he has not command over his 2 men, but they do what they list, and care not for his commands, and especially on Sundays they go whither they please, and not to church, which vexes me mightily. And I am resolved to school him soundly for it, it being so much unlike my father, that I cannot endure it in myself or him. So walked home, and in my way at the Exchange found my uncle White, and he and I to an alehouse to drink a cup of beer, and so away, and I home and at the office till 9 o'clock and past, and so to my lodgings. I forgot that last night Mr. Cook came to me to make his peace for inviting my brother lately out of town without my leave, but he do give me such a character of the lady that he has found out for him that I do much rejoice at, and did this night write a letter to her, which he enclosed in one of his, and by the report that I hear of her I confess I am much pleased with the match. 11th, up, but not so soon as I have of late practiced, my little trouble of mind and the shortness of the days making me to lie a little longer than I used to do, but I must make it up by sitting up longer of nights. To my office, whither my brother Tom, whom I chide sufficiently for yesterday's work. So we sat at the office all the morning, some of us at Deptford paying the ordinary there. At noon Sir W. Penn took me to his lodgings to dinner, and after dinner I to my office again, and now and then to see how my work goes on, and so to my office late, and so to my lodgings, and after staying up till past 12 at night, at my music upon my lute. To bed. This night Tom came to show me a civil letter sent him from his mistress. I am pleased well enough with the business. 12th, up betimes and to my office, and up to my workmen, which goes on slowly and troubles me much. Besides, my mind is troubled till I see how Sir John Minns will carry himself to me about my lodgings, for all my fear is that he will get my best chamber from me, for as for the Leeds I care not a farthing for them. At my office all the morning, Mr. Lew is teaching me to understand the method of making up pursers' accounts, which is very needful for me and very hard. Dined at home all in dirt, and my mind weary of being thus out of order, but I hope in God it will away, but for the present I am very melancholy, as I have been a great while. All the afternoon till 9 at night at my office, and then home and eat an egg or two, and so to my lodgings and to bed. This day, by letters from my father, I hear that Captain Ferrers, who is with my lord in the country, was at Brampton, with Mr. Creed, to see him, and that a day or two ago, being provoked to strike one of my lord's footmen, the footman drew his sword, and hath almost cut the fingers of one of his hands off. Which I am sorry for, but this is the vanity of being apt to command and strike. 13th. Up betimes and to my office, and we sat all the morning, and then at noon dined alone at home, and so among my work folks studying how to get my way sure to me to go upon the Leeds, which I fear at last I must be contented to go without, but however, my mind is troubled still about it. We met again in the afternoon to set accounts even between the king and the masters of ships hired to carry provisions to Lisbon, and in the evening Mr. Moore came to me and did lie with me at my lodgings. It is great pleasure to me his company and discourse, and did talk also about my law business, which I must now fall upon minding again, the term coming on apace. So to bed. 14th, Lord's Day. Up very early, and Mr. Moore taking leave of me the barber came and trimmed me, I having him now to come to me again after I have used a pumice stone a good while, not but what I like this where I cannot conveniently have a barber. But here I cannot keep my hair dry without one, and so by water to Whitehall, by the way hearing that the Bishop of London had given a very strict order against boats going on Sundays, and as I come back again. We were examined by the masters of the company in another boat. But I told them who I was. But the door not being open to Westminster Stairs there, called in at the Leg and drank a cup of ale and a toast, which I have not done many a month before, but it served me for my 2 glasses of wine today. Thence to St. James's to Mr. Coventry, and there stayed talking privately with him an hour in his chamber of the business of our office, and found him to admiration good and industrious, and I think my most true friend in all things that are fair. He tells me freely his mind of every man and in every thing. Thence to Whitehall Chapel, where sermon almost done, and I heard Captain Cook's new musique. This the first day of having viols and other instruments to play a symphony between every verse of the anthem, but the musique more full than it was the last Sunday, and very fine it is. 415. But yet I could discern Captain Cook to overdo his part at singing, which I never did before. Thence up into the Queen's presence, and there saw the Queen again as I did last Sunday, and some fine ladies with her, but, my troth, not many. Thence to Sir G. Carteret, and find him to have sprained his foot and is lame, but yet hath been at chapel, and my lady much troubled for one of her daughters that is sick. I dined with them, and a very pretty lady, their kinswoman, with them. My joy is, that I do think I have good hold on Sir George and Mr. Coventry. Sir George told me of a chest of drawers that were given Sir W. B. by Hughes the ropemaker, whom he has since put out of his employment, and now the fellow do cry out upon Sir W. for his cabinet. So home again by water and to church, and from church Sir Williams both and Sir John Minns into the garden, and anon Sir W. Penn and I did discourse about my lodgings and Sir J. Minns, and I did open all my mind to him, and he told me what he had heard, and I do see that I shall hardly keep my best lodging chamber, which troubles me, but I did send for good enough the plasterer, who tells me that it did ever belong to my lodgings, but lent by Mr. Payless to Mr. Smith, and so I will strive hard for it before I lose it. So to supper with them at Sir W. Batten's, and do counterfeit myself well pleased, but my heart is troubled and offended at the whole company. So to my office to prepare notes to read to the Duke tomorrow morning, and so to my lodgings and to bed, my mind a little eased because I am resolved to know the worst concerning my lodgings tomorrow. Among other things Sir W. Penn did tell me of one of my servants looking into Sir J. Minns' window when my Lady Batten lay there, which do much trouble them, and me also, and I fear will wholly occasion my loosing the leads. One thing more he told me of my Jane's cutting off a carpenter's long mustacho, and how the fellow cried, and his wife would not come near him a great while, believing that he had been among some of his wenches. At which I was merry, though I perceive they discourse of it as a crime of hers, which I understand not. 15th. Up betimes to meet with the plasterer and bricklayer that did first divide our lodgings, and they do both tell me that my chamber now in dispute did ever belong to my lodgings, which do put me into good quiet of mind. So by water with Sir W. M. Penn to Whitehall, and, with much ado, was fain to walk over the piles through the bridge, while Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minns were aground against the bridge, and could not in a great while get through. At Whitehall we hear that the Duke of York is gone a-hunting today. And so we returned, they going to the Duke of Albemarle's, where I left them, after I had observed a very good picture or two there, and so home, and there did resolve to give up my endeavours for access to the leads. And to shut up my doors lest the being open might give them occasion of longing for my chamber, which I am in most fear about. So to Deptford, and took my Lady Batten and her daughter and Mrs. Turner along with me, they being going through the garden thither, they to Mr. Unthwaite's and I to the Pay, and then about 3 o'clock went to dinner, Sir W. Penn and I, and after dinner to the Pay again, and at night by barge home all together, and so to my lodgings and to bed, my mind full of trouble about my house. 16th, up and to my workmen, and then to the office, and there we sat till noon. Then to the Exchange, and in my way met with the housekeeper of this office, and he did give me so good an account of my chamber in my house about which I am so much troubled that I am well at ease in my mind. At my office all the afternoon alone. In the evening Sir J. M. and I walked together a good while in the garden, very pleasant, and takes no notice that he do design any further trouble to me about my house. At night eat a bit of bread and cheese, and so to my lodgings and to bed, my mind ill at ease for these particulars, my house in dirt and like to lose my best chamber. My wife writes me from the country that she is not pleased there with my father nor mother, nor any of her servants, and that my boy is turned a very rogue. I have L30 to pay to the Cavaliers, then a doubt about my being forced to leave all my business here, when I am called to the court at Brampton. And lastly, my law businesses, which vex me to my heart what I shall be able to do next term, which is near at hand. 17th. At my office all the morning, and at noon to the Exchange, where meeting Mr. Moore and Mr. Stuckey, of the wardrobe, we to an ordinary to dinner, and after dinner Mr. Moore and I about 3 o'clock to Paul's school, to wait upon Mr. Crumlum, Mr. Moore having a hopeful lad, a kinsman of his, there at school, who we take very luckily, and went up to his chamber with him, where there was also an old fellow student of Mr. Crumlum's, one Mr. Newell, come to see him, of whom he made so much, and of me, that the truth is he with kindness did drink more than I believe he used to do, and did begin to be a little impertinent. The more when after all he would in the evening go forth with us and give us a bottle of wine abroad, and at the tavern met with an acquaintance of his that did occasion impertinent discourse, that though I honour the man, and he do declare abundance of learning and worth, yet I confess my opinion is much lessened of him, and therefore let it be a caution to myself not to love drink, since it has such an effect upon others of greater worth in my own esteem. I could not avoid drinking of 5 glasses this afternoon with him, and after I had parted with him Mr. Moore and I to my house, and after we had eaten something to my lodgings, where the master of the house, a very ordinary fellow, was ready to entertain me and took me into his dining room where his wife was, a pretty and notable lady. Too fine surely for him, and too much wit too. Here I was forced to stay with them a good while and did drink again, there being friends of theirs with them. At last being weary of his idle company, I bid good night and so to my chamber and Mr. Moore, and I to bed, neither of us well pleased with our afternoon's work, merely from our being witnesses of Mr. Crumlum's weakness. This day my boy is come from Brampton, and my wife I think the next week. 18th. At the office all the morning, and at noon Sir G. Carteret, Mr. Coventry, and I by invitation to dinner to Sheriff Meynell's, the great money man. He, Alderman Backwell, and much noble and brave company, with the privilege of their rare discourse, which is great content to me above all other things in the world. And after a great dinner and much discourse, we arose and took leave, and home to the business of my office, where I thank God I take delight, and in the evening to my lodging and to bed. Among other discourse, speaking concerning the great charity used in Catholic countries, Mr. Ashburnham did tell us, that this last year, there being great want of corn in Paris, and so a collection made for the poor, there was 2 pearls brought in, nobody knew from whom, till the Queen, seeing them, knew whose they were. But did not discover it, which were sold for 200,000 crowns. 19th. Up betimes and to my office, and at 9 o'clock, none of the rest going, I went alone to Deptford, and there went on where they left last night to pay Woolwich Yard, and so at noon dined well, being chief at the table. And do not see but every body begins to give me as much respect and honour as any of the rest. After dinner to pay again, and so till 9 at night, my great trouble being that I was forced to begin an ill practice of bringing down the wages of servants, for which people did curse me, which I do not love. At night, after I had eaten a cold pullet, I walked by brave moonshine, with 3 or 4 armed men to guard me, to Redriff, it being a joy to my heart to think of the condition that I am now in. That people should of themselves provide this for me, unspoke to. I hear this walk is dangerous to walk alone by night, and much robbery committed here. So from thence by water home, and so to my lodgings to bed. 20th. Up betimes and to my office, where I found my brother Tom, who tells me that his mistress's mother has wrote a letter to Mr. Lull of her full satisfaction about Tom, of which I was glad, and do think the business will take. All this morning we sat at the office, Sir J. Minns and I. And so dined at home, and among my workmen all the afternoon, and in the evening Tom brought Mr. Lull to me, a friend of his mistress, a serious man, with whom I spoke, and he gives me a good account of her and of their satisfaction in Tom, all which pleases me well. We walked a good while in the garden together, and did give him a glass of wine at my office, and so parted. So to write letters by the post and news of this to my father concerning Tom, and so home to supper and to my lodgings and to bed. Tonight my barber sent me his man to trim me, who did live in King Street in Westminster lately, and tells me that 3 or 4 that I knew in that street, tradesmen, are lately fallen mad, and some of them dead, and the others continue mad. They live all within a door or 2 one of another. 21st, Lord's Day. Got up betimes and walked to St. James's, and there to Mr. Coventry, and sat an hour with him, talking of business of the office with great pleasure, and I do perceive he do speak his whole mind to me. Thence to the park, where by appointment I met my brother Tom and Mr. Cook, and there spoke about Tom's business, and to good satisfaction. The Queen coming by in her coach, going to her chapel at St. James's, the first time it hath been ready for her, I crowded after her, and I got up to the room where her closet is. And there stood and saw the fine altar, ornaments, and the friars in their habits, and the priests come in with their fine copes and many other very fine things. I heard their musique too. Which may be good, but it did not appear so to me, neither as to their manner of singing, nor was it good concord to my ears, whatever the matter was. The Queen very devout, but what pleased me best was to see my dear Lady Castlemaine, who, though a Protestant, did wait upon the Queen to chapel. By and by, after Mass was done, a friar with his cowl did rise up and preach a sermon in Portuguese. Which I not understanding, did go away, and to the King's chapel, but that was done, and so up to the Queen's presence chamber, where she and the King was expected to dine, but she staying at St. James's, they were forced to remove the things to the King's presence chamber, and there he dined alone, and I with Mr. Fox very finely. But I see I must not make too much of that liberty for my honour's sake only, not but that I am very well received. After dinner to Tom's, and so home, and after walking a good while in the garden I went to my Uncle White's, where I found my aunt in mourning and making sad stories for the loss of her dear sister Nichols. Of which I should have been very weary but that pretty Mrs. Margaret White came in and I was much pleased with her company, and so all supper did vex my aunt talking in commendation of the Mass which I had been at today, but excused it afterwards that it was only to make mirth. And so after supper broke up and home, and after putting my notes in order against tomorrow I went to bed. 22nd, up betimes among my workmen, hastening to get things ready against my wife's coming, and so with Sir J. M., Sir W. B., and Sir W. P. by coach to St. James's, and there with the Duke. I did give him an account of all things past of late. But I stood in great pain, having a great fit of the colic, having catched cold yesterday by putting off my stockings to wipe my toes, but at last it lessened, and then I was pretty well again, but in pain all day more or less. Thence I parted from them and walked to Greatorex's, and there with him did overlook many pretty things, new inventions, and have bespoke a weather glass of him. Thence to my Lord Crewe's, and dined with the servants, he having dined. And so, after dinner, up to him, and sat an hour talking with him of public, and my Lord's private businesses, with much content. So to my brother Tom's, where Mr. Cook expected me, and did go with me to see Mr. Young and Mr. Lull in Blackfriars, kindred of Tom's mistress, where I was very well used, and do find things to go in the business to my good content. Thence to Mr. Townsend, and did there talk with Mr. Young himself also, and then home and to my study, and so to my lodgings and to bed. 23rd, up betimes and with my workmen, taking some pleasure to see my work come towards an end, though I am vexed every day enough with their delay. We met and sat all the morning, dined at home alone, and with my workmen all the afternoon, and in the evening by water and land to Deptford to give order for things about my house, and came back again by coach with Sir G. Carteret and Sir W. Batten, who has been at a pay today, and to my office and did some business, and so to supper and to my lodgings, and so to bed. In our coming home Sir G. Carteret told me how in most cabarets in France they have writ upon the walls in fair letters to be read, Dieu t'y regard, as a good lesson to be in every man's mind, and have also, as in Holland, their poor's box. In both which places at the making all contracts and bargains they give so much, which they call God's penny. 24th. Up betimes and among my workmen, and among them all the morning till noon, and then to my Lord Crewe's, and there dined alone with him. And among other things he do advise me by all means to keep my Lord Sandwich from proceeding too far in the business of Tangier. First, for that he is confident the king will not be able to find money for the building the mole, and next, for that it is to be done as we propose it by the reducing of the garrison. And then either my lord must oppose the Duke of York, who will have the Irish regiment under the command of Fitzgerald continued, or else my Lord Peterborough, who is concerned to have the English continued, and he, it seems, is gone back again merely upon my Lord Sandwich's encouragement. Thence to Mr. Wotton, the shoemaker's, and there bought a pair of boots, cost me 30s, and he told me how Bird hath lately broke his leg, while he was fencing in Aglora, upon the stage, and that the new theatre of all will be ready against term. So to my brothers, and there discoursed with him and Mr. Cook about their journey to Tom's mistress again, and I did speak with Mr. Croxton about measuring of silk flags. So by water home and to my workmen, and so at night till late at my office, inditing a letter from Tom to his mistress upon his sending her a watch for a token, and so home and to supper, and to my lodgings and to bed. It is my content that by several hands today I hear that I have the name of good-natured man among the poor people that come to the office. 25th, up betimes and to my workmen, and then to the office, where we sat all the morning. So home to dinner alone and then to my workmen till night, and so to my office till bedtime, and so after supper to my lodgings and to bed. This evening I sat a while at Sir W. Batten's with Sir J. Minns, and where he told us among many other things how in Portugal they scorn to make a seat for a house of office, but they do all in pots and so empty them in the river. I did also hear how the woman, formerly nurse to Mrs. Lemon, Sir W. Batten's daughter, her child was torn to pieces by 2 dogs at Walthamstow this week, and is dead, which is very strange. 26th, up betimes and among my workmen. By and by to Sir W. Batten, who with Sir J. M. are going to Chatham this morning, and I was in great pain till they were gone that I might see whether Sir John do speak anything of my chamber that I am afraid of losing or no. But he did not, and so my mind is a little at more ease. So all day long till night among my workmen, and in the afternoon did cause the partition between the entry and the boys' room to be pulled down to lay it all into one, which I hope will please me and make my coming in more pleasant. Late at my office at night writing a letter of excuse to Sir G. Carteret that I cannot wait upon him tomorrow morning to Chatham as I promised, which I am loath to do because of my workmen and my wife's coming to town tomorrow. So to my lodgings and to bed. 27th. Up betimes and among my workmen, and with great pleasure see the posts in the entry taken down beyond expectation, so that now the boys' room being laid into the entry do make my coming in very handsome. Which was the only fault remaining almost in my house. We sat all the morning, and in the afternoon I got many jobs done to my mind, and my wife's chamber put into a good readiness against her coming, which she did at night, for Will did, by my leave to go, meet her upon the road. And at night did bring me word she was come to my brother's, by my order. So I made myself ready and put things at home in order, and so went thither to her. Being come, I found her and her maid and dog very well, and herself grown a little fatter than she was. I was very well pleased to see her, and after supper to bed, and had her company with great content and much mutual love, only I do perceive that there has been falling out between my mother and she, and a little between my father and she. But I hope all is well again, and I perceive she likes Brampton House and seat better than ever I did myself, and tells me how my lord hath drawn a plot of some alterations to be made there, and hath brought it up, which I saw and like well. I perceive my lord and lady have been very kind to her, and Captain Ferrers so kind that I perceive I have some jealousy of him, but I know what is the captain's manner of carriage, and therefore it is nothing to me. She tells me of a court like to be in a little time, which troubles me, for I would not willingly go out of town. 28th, Lord's Day. Waked early, and fell talking one with another with great pleasure of my house at Brampton and that here, and other matters. She tells me what a rogue my boy is, and strange things he has been found guilty of, not fit to name, which vexes me, but most of all the unquiet life that my mother makes my father and herself lead through her want of reason. At last I rose, and with Tom to the French church at the Savoy, where I never was before, a pretty place it is, and there they have the common prayer book read in French, and, which I never saw before, the minister do preach with his hat off. I suppose in further conformity with our church. So to Tom's to dinner with my wife, and there came Mr. Cook, and Joyce Norton do also dine there, and after dinner Cook and I did talk about his journey and Tom's within a day or two about his mistress. And I did tell him my mind and give him my opinion in it. So I walked home and found my house made a little clean, and pleases me better and better, and so to church in the afternoon, and after sermon to my study, and there did some things against tomorrow that I go to the Duke's. And so walked to Tom's again, and there supped and to bed with good content of mind. 29th, Michaelmas Day. This day my oaths for drinking of wine and going to plays are out, and so I do resolve to take a liberty today, and then to fall to them again. Up and by coach to Whitehall, in my way taking up Mr. Moore, and walked with him, talking a good while about business, in St. James's Park, and there left him, and to Mr. Coventry's, and so with him and Sir W. Penn up to the Duke, where the King came also and stayed till the Duke was ready. It being collar day, we had no time to talk with him about any business. They went out together. So we parted, and in the park Mr. Cook by appointment met me, to whom I did give my thoughts concerning Tom's match and their journey tomorrow, and did carry him by water to Tom's, and their taking up my wife, maid, dog, and him, did carry them home. Where my wife is much pleased with my house, and so am I fully. I sent for some dinner and there dined, Mrs. Margaret Penn being by, to whom I had spoke to go along with us to a play this afternoon, and then to the King's Theatre, where we saw Midsummer's Night's Dream, which I had never seen before, nor shall ever again. For it is the most insipid ridiculous play that ever I saw in my life. I saw, I confess, some good dancing and some handsome women, which was all my pleasure. Then set my wife down at Madam Turner's, and so by coach home, and having delivered Peg Pen to her father safe, went home, where I find Mr. Dean, of Woolwich, hath sent me the model he had promised me, but it so far exceeds my expectations, that I am sorry almost he should make such a present to no greater a person. But I am exceeding glad of it, and shall study to do him a courtesy for it. So to my office and wrote a letter to Tom's mistress's mother to send by Cook tomorrow. Then came Mr. Moore thinking to have looked over the business of my Brampton papers against the court, but my mind was so full of other matters, as it is my nature when I have been a good while from a business, that I have almost forgot it. I am loath to come to it again, that I could not set upon it, and so he and I passed the evening away in discourse, and to my lodgings and to bed. 30th. We rose, and he about his business, and I to my house to look over my workmen, but good God! How I do find myself by yesterday's liberty hard to be brought to follow business again, but however, I must do it, considering the great sweet and pleasure and content of mind that I have had since I did leave drink and plays, and other pleasures, and followed my business. So to my office, where we sat till noon, and then I to dinner with Sir W. Penn, and while we were at it coming my wife to the office, and so I sent for her up, and after dinner we took coach and to the Duke's Playhouse, where we saw the Duchess of Malfi well performed, but Betterton and Ianthe to admiration. That being done, home again, by coach, and my wife's chamber got ready for her to lie in tonight, but my business did call me to my office, so that staying late I did not lie with her at home, but at my lodgings. Strange to see how easily my mind do revert to its former practice of loving plays and wine, having given myself a liberty to them but these 2 days. But this night I have again bound myself to Christmas next, in which I desire God to bless me and preserve me, for under God I find it to be the best course that ever I could take to bring myself to mind my business. I have also made up this evening my monthly balance, and find that, notwithstanding the loss of L30 to be paid to the loyal and necessitous Cavaliers by Act of Parliament for 16, yet I am worth about L680, for which the Lord God be praised. My condition at present is this: I have long been building, and my house to my great content is now almost done. But yet not so but that I shall have dirt, which troubles me too, for my wife has been in the country at Brampton these 2 months, and is now come home a week or 2 before the house is ready for her. My mind is somewhat troubled about my best chamber, which I question whether I shall be able to keep or no. I am also troubled for the journey which I must needs take suddenly to the court at Brampton, but most of all for that I am not provided to understand my business, having not minded it a great while. And at the best shall be able but to make a bad matter of it, but God, I hope, will guide all to the best, and I am resolved tomorrow to fall hard to it. I pray God help me therein, for my father and mother and all our well-doings do depend upon my care therein. My Lord Sandwich has lately been in the country, and very civil to my wife, and hath himself spent some pains in drawing a plot of some alterations in our house there, which I shall follow as I get money. As for the office, my late industry hath been such, as I am become as high in reputation as any man there, and good hold I have of Mr. Coventry and Sir G. Carteret, which I am resolved, and it is necessary for me, to maintain by all fair means. Things are all quiet, but the king poor, and no hopes almost of his being otherwise, by which things will go to rack, especially in the navy. The late outing of the Presbyterian clergy by their not renouncing the covenant as the Act of Parliament commands, is the greatest piece of state now in discourse. But for aught I see they are gone out very peaceably, and the people not so much concerned therein as was expected. My brother Tom is gone out of town this day, to make a second journey to his mistress at Banbury, of which I have good expectations, and pray God to bless him therein. My mind, I hope, is settled to follow my business again, for I find that 2 days' neglect of business do give more discontent in mind than 10 times the pleasure thereof can repair again, be it what it will.